In the 8th year of Yongjia, a locust plague struck outside the city, leaving the fields barren. After autumn, an earthquake leveled many villages and towns. The people were starving and struggling to survive. To avoid freezing or starving to death in winter, families had no choice but to flee in search of food. As night approached, those who had traveled all day began to find places to rest. Sister Yi was preparing to cook dinner with her sisters-in-law when she suddenly heard the sound of willow branches hitting and a child's weak cries nearby. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw Mrs. Shan from the same village hitting her daughter, Qingtian. "You little rascal, your courage is growing. You dare to steal food now. What do you want to do? Do you want to fly to the sky?" Mrs. Shan became angrier and hit harder, not caring whether Qingtian's frail body could withstand such punishment. Qingtian knelt on the dirt road, the stones hurting her knees, but the blows from the willow branches on her back hurt even more. She was truly starving earlier, which is why she couldn't help but grab a few dry corn kernels. As soon as she put the kernels in her mouth, before they could even get wet with saliva, her mother, Mrs. Shan, caught her. "We're all fleeing for food. Who isn't hungry? Are you the only one? There's barely half a bag of corn left at home, and that's for my son. Didn't you just eat grass roots today? How dare you steal corn? You must really want to get yourself in trouble. I must have been incredibly unlucky to have raised such an ungrateful child." Qingtian was about to collapse from kneeling, but dared not move. However, her head was spinning, and her body ached. A few days ago, during the earthquake, she had shielded her brother with her small body and ended up with a serious head injury. When Mrs. Shan saw blood on her son, she immediately slapped Qingtian aside without thinking, crying out to check if her son was hurt. After confirming her son was fine, Mrs. Shan roughly put some ash on Qingtian's head to stop the bleeding. Skinny Qingtian lay on the ground, her cries much weaker than before. Sister Yi held back her frustration but finally spoke up. "Mrs. Shan, after fleeing for food, who isn't hungry? The child only ate a few dry corn kernels. Does it really require such harsh punishment?" "Oh, who is this kind-hearted person?" Mrs. Shan said, hands on her hips. "If you're so compassionate, why don't you take her home and care for her?" With such a loud mouth, it's easy to talk when you're not the one suffering. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Sister Yi quickly pulled Sister Yi aside and whispered, "Sister, this family is not easy to deal with. It's better to avoid trouble." "Ah, isn't it too harsh for a mother?" Sister Yi, who had no children of her own, felt envious watching other families with kids and couldn't stand seeing a child being mistreated. Sister Yi also felt helpless and sighed. If it's not your own, you wouldn't understand the pain. Everyone in the village knew that Qingtian was not the biological child of the good couple. Madame Shan had been married for over 10 years without having a child. Later, when Mr. Shan went fishing, he found a clean, white baby in a bamboo basket in the river. He decided to bring the baby home and told everyone it was a blessing from heaven for their good deeds. Since they found Qingtian, the Shan family's life improved and they treated her well. But last year, unexpectedly, Madame Shan became pregnant and gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Since her pregnancy, Qingtian's life took a turn for the worse. She often went hungry and faced harsh treatment. At just 4 years old, she was treated like a servant, having to gather wild vegetables, feed chickens, pigs, and even look after the baby. The bucket for feeding the pigs was almost as tall as she was, and she could only carry half of it, stumbling along the way. If she fell, she would face a beating. In the past, Sister Yi felt sorry for Qingtian and would secretly give her food. But now, with the ongoing hardships, the Yi family was struggling to feed everyone, and Sister Yi couldn't help Qingtian anymore, especially with the Shans watching closely. Little Qingtian, still nursing her head injury, had to help care for her brother and carry food, but during mealtime, she only got a little bit of roots and tree bark, so hungry that she wanted to grab dirt off the ground to eat. But the Shans only cared about their son and never considered that Qingtian was still just a 4-year-old child. Sister Yi sighed. At least they didn't abandon the child completely. That shows they have some conscience. Stop talking. Her husband is back, Sister Yi said, quickly pulling Sister Yi away. Seeing her husband return, Madame Shan hurried to greet him, asking, "Did you find any wild vegetables?" "Not a single one. There isn't even a blade of grass left. Shan Laoda is a big, strong man with a rough face. But I got lucky and found a tree that wasn't damaged. I brought back a lot of tender bark. You can cook it with some corn kernels to make a meal." When the man mentioned corn, Shan Dainzi's anger flared up again. She huffed, "Corn? If I hadn't discovered it early, that girl would have eaten all our corn."
"Dad, Mom.
I'm just so hungry." Qingtian wanted to explain but was too weak to speak. She could only curl up, hoping her dad would be gentle. But today, Shan Laoda acted differently and didn't hit her. He squinted and said, "Forget it. There won't be another chance." Then he picked up Qingtian like a chick and walked away. Ye Dazhao, worried, couldn't just stand by and watch. She feared Shan Laoda might abandon the child in the mountains. After a moment's hesitation, she handed the cooking duties to Ye Erseo and quietly followed. As Ye Dazhao trailed Shan Laoda, they moved further away until she saw him meet a shady-looking man. She quickly hid behind a dead tree. The man was holding a small girl, thin and still, as if she were asleep. Upon seeing Qingtian, the man frowned and said, "You're too skinny. There's hardly any meat on you." Shan Laoda scoffed, "Everyone's fleeing. Which child has any meat?" "Mine is better than yours," the man replied. "Mine is still alive, while yours is fresh. Who knows how long yours has been gone?" "That's not fair," the man exclaimed. "I told you she just passed away today. Do you think I'd lie?" Shan Laoda, impatient, said, "Enough talk. Are we trading or not?" Though the man was not pleased, he had no better options. He handed the child to Shan Laoda, mumbling, "If my son wasn't so hungry, crying for meat every day, I wouldn't have to." Ye Dazhao, hiding behind the tree, was shocked. She had heard of families trading children for food during the famine, but she never thought she would witness such a heartless act right before her eyes. Looking at the sudden turn of events and locking eyes with Qingtian, Sister Yi didn't know where her courage came from. She rushed out, snatched the child from Shan Laoda's arms, and turned to run away. Sister Yi was still a woman, and holding a child made her slower and weaker than Shan Laoda. "What are you doing with my child? Give her back." Shan Laoda's voice thundered behind her. Sister Yi was so startled that she trembled all over. She didn't dare look back and ran desperately to her resting place, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Sister Yi came over and asked Sister, "Why are you running? Did a wild dog chase you?" Before she could finish, Shan Laoda stumbled in, looking disheveled. He had fallen several times, torn his pants, and bumped his head against a large rock. Shan Laoda already had a fierce look, but now with blood on his face, he looked even more frightening. Brother Yi immediately stepped forward to protect his wife and asked, "What happened?" The other 3 brothers didn't speak but picked up sticks, standing behind Brother Yi to support him. Shan Laoda took 2 steps back and said, "Yi Laoda, you should ask your wife what she did. Give me back my daughter." Sister Yi was anxious and said, "Husband, we can't give her back. He's not a good person. He wants to trade Qingtian for food." The 4 Yi brothers were shocked. They had heard of such things but never thought it would happen to them. Yi and Yi Si, hot-headed and impatient, couldn't hold back and started rolling up their sleeves, ready to confront him. Sister Yi held the thin Qingtian tightly, her motherly love overflowing. She refused to let the child go back to be mistreated. Gritting her teeth, she said, "You want food, right? I'll trade you grain for her." Shan Laoda immediately made a big demand. "I want a bag of corn and a bag of millet."
Pa.
Yi Si spat and cursed, "You look like millet. I've raised her this long. I deserve at least." Shan Laoda didn't finish his sentence before Yi Si's large fist intimidated him, and he conceded. "Okay, just a bag of millet." "A bag of corn," Brother Yi declared firmly. "That's enough. Don't push your luck." They had been fleeing for half a month now, who still had rare millet. Anyone with even dried corn kernels was considered well off. Unable to fight back, Shanhaiguan finally had to compromise. All right then. Fourth brother, go get a bag of corn for him. Yi Laosi ran to the cart, pulled out a full bag of corn, and was about to leave when his wife, Gua, stopped him and asked, "Why are you taking a whole bag when there's still half a bag left?" "This is the last one we have. Big brother asked me to take it," Yi Laosi said as he grabbed the food and left. Gua hurried after him to find out what was happening. She saw Yi Laosi hand the bag of corn to Shanhaiguan. Yi Dazhao immediately said, "From now on, Qingtian is my daughter. She has nothing to do with your family. I have my own son. Who needs her?" Shanhaiguan said, satisfied as he weighed the bag in his hands and walked away. Guo was furious. During the famine, food was life. After that bag of corn was taken, they only had half a bag left at home. How long would that last for so many people? "Sister-in-law, what are you thinking? Trading so much food for a half-dead girl?" Yi Laosi pulled Gua back. "Why are you shouting? You can't talk to sister-in-law like that. What's wrong with what I said?" Gua argued. The whole family is tightening their belts to save food, and she's so generous, just giving away a whole bag? Yi Laoda said firmly, "I will try my best to hunt for food. I won't let anyone go hungry." Yi Dazhao quickly added, "I'll eat less too. We can save food for the children." "That sounds nice, but you need to actually catch something when you hunt," Gua said, trying to rally support. "Second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, tell me if I'm wrong." Yi Urseo frowned. "We can't just stand by and do nothing." Yi Sansao was more direct. "Big brother and sister-in-law have worked the hardest over the years, helping parents raise younger brothers and marry them off. So what's wrong with using a bag of corn? Besides, that corn is from last year's harvest, and you've only just arrived. We have no objections. It's none of your business." Gua didn't expect to be confronted and stomped her foot in anger, heading back to the cart to complain to Yi Laotai. Yi Dazhao started to worry. "Head of the family, we didn't even tell mother in advance. Will she be upset?" "It's fine. Mother has always said that if we find a good one, we should bring her back to raise," Yi Laoda replied. "I think Qingtian is great. Our family is full of boys, and now we finally have a little girl." As Yi Laoda spoke, he noticed Gua had stormed off. He leaned closer to Yi Dazhao and whispered, "Don't worry, before we left, Mother had me secretly hide 2 bags of food under the cart. No one else knows. I've also been going out more to find food, so I won't let anyone in the family go hungry." Sister Yi felt relieved and looked at the child in her arms, saying, "Qingtian, from now on we will be your parents. Do you understand?" Qingtian blinked and was about to respond when 5 boys surrounded her closely. "Move back. Don't scare my daughter." Yi Laoda stepped forward and gave each of them a light tap on the head. "Qingtian is your little sister. You all need to act like big brothers, play with her, and take good care of her, understood?"
She is so thin.
The oldest, Yi Chongrui, said with concern. Her arms were so small, it seemed like they could break easily. Could they really take her out to play? What's so special about her? She's small and thin. Who would want her? The fourth brother, Yi Chongfeng, frowned but couldn't take his eyes off Qingtian. The other 3 boys were carefree, shouting excitedly. Yi Chongxue said, "Sister, I'm your second brother." Yi Chongzhao added, "I'm your third brother." The youngest, Yi Chongnian, couldn't squeeze in and jumped up, shouting, I'm also a brother." Qingtian had never seen anything like this before and blinked her big eyes, unsure of what to say. Aunt Yi often said it was hard to raise her. They hoped she would grow up, get married, and earn a bride price to help her brothers find wives. Now, in this new home, there were 5 brothers. But she was just one person. Could she really bring in that much bride price? If not, would everyone start to dislike her? Qingtian nibbled on her finger, feeling lost in thought. "Are you hungry? Come, let's go eat." Aunt Yi quickly called to her nephews. "You all wash your hands too." The kids were hungry, but their new sister was clearly more interesting than the little bit of porridge they had. "I'm not going. I want to see my sister. There's no meat anyway. Whoever wants to eat can eat." Yi Chongnian rubbed his small belly and asked, "Auntie, when will we have meat to eat? I'm getting thinner every year." Seeing the drool at the corner of Yi Changnian's mouth, Qingtian couldn't help but think, meat must be delicious. She wished she could try some. Just then, she saw a dark shape with a long tail flying toward them. Yi Changzhao pointed and shouted, "A wild chicken. It's a wild chicken." Where? Yi Changnian didn't understand, yet when he suddenly felt something heavy on his head. Looking up at the wild chicken perched on his head, Aunt Ye's eyes widened in surprise. She stammered, "Nian Nian, don't move. If you move, the meat will fly away." The other 4 children held their breath when they saw the wild chicken and rushed in from different directions, piling on top of it. Bang! Ouch! Ah, you're crushing me. The 5 children rolled around on the ground. Aunt Yi, holding Qingtian, could only watch anxiously from the side, saying, "Hold it down. Don't let it escape." After some chaos, Yi Changrui emerged from the pile of kids, feathers on his head and a footprint on his face, struggling to get out. He raised his right hand triumphantly, showing off his prize, a wild chicken that had already lost most of its feathers. The other 4 children also got up from the ground. Though they were covered in dirt, they all wore big smiles and cheered excitedly. Aunt Yi laughed. "Wow, I've only heard of pies falling from the sky, but now we have a wild chicken too." Although Yi Changnian was sore from being piled on by his brothers and had been pecked by the chicken, he joined in the cheer, saying, "Finally, we have meat to eat." Qingtian quietly asked Aunt Yi, "Is meat tasty?" "Of course it is." Aunt Yi suddenly realized. Qingtian asked this because she had never eaten meat before. Aunt Yi felt a lump in her throat and said, "Don't worry, I'll go cook the wild chicken right away so you can have some meat soon." The wild chicken that fell from the sky excited everyone in the Yi family. However, Grandma Yi calmly said, "Keep it down. While everyone is sleeping, let's quietly cook it. Once it's in our stomachs, it's ours. If someone sees it, it could bring trouble." Aunt Yi took the opportunity to hold Qingtian and sweetly said to Grandma Yi, "Look, this is Qingtian. Isn't it a coincidence? Just as we brought the child home, we caught a big wild chicken." Grandma Yi looked at Qingtian, then held her hand and nodded, saying, "What a poor child. As long as you 2 like her, I have no objections. But I must say this up front. If you keep her, treat her like your own. If you don't treat her well later, you might as well not raise her. Otherwise, it won't be raising a child, but making an enemy." Hearing this, Yi Laoda quickly stepped forward to assure her, "Don't worry, from today on, Qingtian is my own daughter." Just as they clarified the adoption of Qingtian, the other 3 brothers worked together to move the cooking pot away from the crowd. The sisters-in-law all pitched in, quickly cleaning the wild chicken and calling for Aunt Yi to take charge of the cooking. Aunt Yi took the child from her arms and said, "Good child, I am your second aunt. Let me hold you for a while in place of your mother. It's not easy to have meat again, so your mother, the chef, should cook it, or it will be wasted." The boys in the house had stopped running around and were all gathered around the pot with their bowls, waiting. This was the first time the child had smelled such a delicious aroma. The meat cooked by Aunt Shan had never smelled this good. But she didn't dare to show it, and only swallowed hard to herself. Once the wild chicken was ready, Big Brother Yi helped Grandma Yi over. The Yi family quickly moved aside, and even the little boys stood quietly to the side. "You kids did a great job catching wild chickens today, so each of you will get 3 pieces of chicken. All right, don't crowd here, go eat on the side." Although Grandma Ye's hair was white, she served the meat steadily and accurately, giving the 5 children the best pieces with more meat and fewer bones. The 5 boys were so enchanted by the smell that they quickly found places to sit and began to eat heartily. Seeing her brothers devour the food, the child couldn't help but look at them with envy. Big Sister Yi noticed and asked, "Are you hungry, Qingtian?" Qingtian was startled and shook her head repeatedly. "I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat. Please don't hit me." "Good child, don't be afraid. No one will hit you anymore. Grandma will serve you chicken soon." Big Sister Ye's heart nearly broke for Qingtian. She wished she could give her all the good things. Gua took her bowl from Grandma Yi, but kept her eyes on the pot. "Mom, there's still a big chicken leg left. Can I have some?" You sat in the car all day and didn't even walk a few steps. Just having food is good enough. You want a chicken leg too? You look like a chicken leg. After scolding her, Grandma Yi added, Big brother, go add some firewood and cook the chicken leg until it's tender for Qingtian. Why should I? Guo protested, ignoring little brother Yi pulling at her, jumping up and shouting, I already gave up a bag of corn for her. Why should she get the chicken leg too? Grandma Ye's face darkened as she slammed her chopsticks down. Just because that was saved by your big brother and sister, it has nothing to do with you. Little brother Yi quickly stepped in to mediate. Mom, she doesn't think before she speaks. Please don't argue with her. He pulled Guo aside and transferred 2 pieces of chicken from his bowl to hers, saying, I'll save mine for you. Hurry and eat while it's hot. Guo saw the chicken and couldn't hold back her anger. She quickly ate a few bites and still wasn't satisfied, lingering by the pot with her bowl. Aunt Yi first served a small bowl of chicken soup, blowing on it while stirring with a spoon. The delicious aroma wafted from the bowl, making Qingtian swallow hard. Once the soup was cool enough, Aunt Yi quickly fed it to Qingtian. Drink some soup to warm your belly. We'll eat the meat later. A warm sip of soup entered Qingtian's mouth, and her eyes widened in surprise. Could something taste this good? Was this delicious treat really for her? This aunt seemed to genuinely care for her. She eagerly swallowed the chicken soup Aunt Yi offered. Aunt Yi, while feeding her, sighed, It's a pity we are in a tough time, and we don't have all the seasonings. We have to make do like this. When we have the chance, I'll make you my best chicken and mushroom stew. It'll be so good you'll want to swallow your tongue. Hearing this, Qingtian quickly covered her mouth and said, You can't eat your tongue. It's useful. Aunt Yi burst into laughter, leaned down, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. You are such a precious child. Qingtian was taken aback. Since she could remember, no one had ever kissed her. When her kind neighbor would kiss her brother, she could only hide in the corner and envy him. She looked down, stealing glances at Aunt Yi. Could it be that this aunt really liked her and wanted to be like a mother? After feeding Qingtian about half a bowl of soup, Aunt Yi stopped. Seeing her still looking eagerly, she explained, Just a few sips for now. Otherwise, you won't have room for the meat later. She finished the remaining soup in her bowl and smacked her lips. This wild chicken soup is so fresh. If we had potatoes to throw in and stew, it would be even better. Better than chicken soup? Qingtian couldn't imagine anything tasting better. Absolutely.
Aunt Yi sussurreter.
It's a shame that this year's crops were eaten by locusts, and we can't even get the cheap potatoes we used to have. Before she could finish, a cold voice came from behind. What are you doing? I am serving soup, Guo said, embarrassed and angry. Let go. You're a big brother and you shouldn't be rough with your sister-in-law. This chicken leg is for my daughter. Seeing this, Aunt Yi immediately stood up and rushed over to snatch the spoon from Guo's hand. She first scooped a chicken leg into her bowl and said, You're a grown person, and you're fighting with a child for food. Who's being shameless? Seeing the chicken leg she almost had go into someone else's bowl, Guo's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Sister Yi didn't care about her mood. She picked up a piece of meat, blew on it a few times, and fed it to Qingtian. The chicken leg is the tastiest part of the chicken, and the wild chicken leg has firmer meat. The chicken was stewed until it was soft and flavorful, and as soon as it entered her mouth, it slid down her throat into her stomach. Qingtian didn't even have time to savor it before the meat was gone, leaving her stunned. Sister Yi quickly stuffed another piece of meat into her mouth, smiling as she said, Don't rush. Chew it before swallowing. Wow, the meat is so delicious. Qingtian had thought the chicken soup was the peak of deliciousness. Now she realized that the chicken meat was even better. She was eating slowly while the rest of the family had already finished and started to clean up, getting ready to rest. Yi Chongrui held a torch and, as a nightly routine, took a few younger brothers to go to the bathroom. Yi Chongzhao remembered what Yi Laoda had instructed and quickly approached Qingtian, taking her hand and saying, Sister, come on. Third brother will take you to the bathroom, or you'll wet your pants at night, and Grandma will spank you. Sister Yi found it both funny and annoying, and gently patted him. Go on, little one can't go to the bathroom with a little girl.
Oh.
Sister, Then I'll go first, Yi Changzhou said as he ran off to catch up with the others. A moment later, they heard him shout, "Ah, what is this?" Yi Lao Er and Yi Er thought their son was in danger and quickly ran over. The whole family became tense. The three brothers stood up and looked over, ready to rush in to help at any moment. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, they heard Yi Lao Er laughing loudly from that direction. "Come over here. Look at what my son found." The three brothers rushed over, looking down in the torchlight. They saw a small pit in the ground where Yi Changzhou had urinated, revealing a familiar yellow-brown round object. Yi Lao Er eagerly dug in and soon unearthed a dozen large potatoes. Seeing the brothers return with several potatoes each, Sister Ye's eyes widened in surprise. In a time of famine, there was nothing left but grass and tree bark. It was just like locusts. How could they find so many potatoes? She thought for a moment, looked down at the sleepy Qingtian in her arms, and cautiously asked, "Qingtian, do you want to eat some potatoes?" On a sunny day, Qingtian, half asleep, murmured, "Using chicken soup to stew is delicious." Sister Yi recalled that just after Qingtian asked if the meat was good, a wild chicken flew down from the sky. Yi Changzhou had just taken her hand when he noticed so many potatoes. Was this really just a coincidence? Sister Yi looked around to make sure no one was watching, then whispered, when Qingtian was at her old home, "What did she want?" Mom and Dad wanted a brother, and Qingtian also wanted a brother. Sister Ye's heart raced uncontrollably. She quickly hugged Qingtian tightly and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. "You are truly my little treasure." Before going to bed, while the fire under the pot was still burning, Sister Yi prepared some warm water to clean Qingtian. As soon as she unfastened the clothes, Sister Yi couldn't hold back her tears. She thought the child only had a wound on her forehead, but upon opening her clothes, she realized there were bruises all over her body. Her arms and legs were marked with dark bruises, and her back had alarming red streaks. New injuries layered over old ones made her heart ache. Qingtian reached out to wipe her tears and softly said, "Don't cry." "Okay, I won't cry." Sister Yi held back her tears, carefully avoiding the injured areas as she gently wiped her down. Sister Yi, who had come to help, couldn't help but shed tears at the sight. How could a mother be so cruel? How could she do this? By the firelight, Sister Yi noticed that Qingtian's right foot seemed a bit dirty, so she wiped it a few more times. But it still wouldn't come off. When she leaned in closer, she discovered, "Oh, our Qingtian has a birthmark on her foot." Sister Yi leaned in to look. It really is bright red, like a little crescent moon. As they spoke, Sister Yi Sen came over with some clothes, saying, "Sister, these are Chang Nian's clothes. They might be a bit big for Qingtian, but they're clean." Sister Yi quickly took over. "Let her wear them for now. I'll find time tomorrow to adjust them." Seeing the three sisters bustling around Qingtian, Gua couldn't help but complain to Yi Lao Si, "Look, it's one thing for Sister Yi, but why are the second and third sisters getting involved? It's not like they don't have children. Why are they fussing over a wild child?" Yi Lao Si was startled by this remark and quickly whispered, "My goodness, please don't say such things. Mom has agreed. After a sunny day, Qingtian will be like the daughter of the eldest brother and sister-in-law, just like Chang Rui and Chang Shui. If Mom hears you say this, you'll get scolded again. Besides, look how pitiful Qingtian is. At such a young age, she has suffered so much. As her uncles and aunts, we should care for her more." Guashe rolled her eyes. "I've never seen anyone so eager to be an uncle to someone outside the family. Besides, we don't have much food at home already. Giving away another bag, how will we get by?" Yi Lao Si replied cheerfully, "Oh, with Mom around, what's there to worry about? And as long as the family is together, we can get through anything." Guashe was so angry she twisted his arm. "Are you foolish? You're driving me crazy. Come on, don't be mad." Yi Lao Si smiled and comforted her. "Tomorrow morning I'll go find food, and I'll share my portion with you." "Yeah, right, who cares? I care about you, isn't that enough?" The newlyweds quickly made up and were as sweet as honey again. Meanwhile, Yi Saw had already cleaned Qingtian and dressed her, getting ready to take her to sleep. The Yi family is a big family, led by Grandma Yi, with 4 brothers who are all married now. Except for Yi Saw, who has been unable to have children for many years, and the 4th brother's wife, who just got married and hasn't had any yet. The second sister-in-law had the eldest grandson, Yi Chong-rui, and a pair of twins, Yi Chong-zhao and Yi Chong-feng. The third sister-in-law had the second son, Yi Chong-shui, and the 5th son, Yi Chong-nian. The names of the 5 grandsons were given by the village schoolteacher when Yi Chong-rui was born. At that time, there was a heavy snowfall, and the teacher casually said, "For the Chong generation, let's use Rui Shui Zhao Feng Nian for good fortune." Now, with Qingtian added, the family has a total of 15 members. During this escape from disaster, the Yi family pulled 2 flatbed carts. One cart carried people, and the other carried their belongings. At night, Grandma took the children to sleep on the cart, while the others slept on the ground around them. The 4 brothers took turns pulling the cart and keeping watch, and the journey had gone quite smoothly. When Yi Saw came over holding Qingtian, the 5 boys were already lying down as usual. Grandma Yi made space for Qingtian next to her. "All right, time to sleep," Yi Saw said as she tried to place Qingtian on the cart. But Qingtian suddenly wrapped her arms around her neck, burying her face in her shoulder, not saying a word and refusing to let go. "What's wrong? Would you like to sleep with Grandma and your brothers?"
Yi Saw asket genti.
Qingtian shook her head and tightened her arms, holding on a little more closely. Although the Yi family was very friendly, they still felt a bit unfamiliar to her. Especially at night, the only person she felt close to was Sister Yi. Old Lady Yi said, "Chong-rui, come over here. You all squeeze in a bit, so your aunt can hold Qingtian." The boys immediately started playfully pushing each other. Chong-rui moved to the side to make space and said, "It's just right that the wind is picking up tonight. We'll stay warmer if we squeeze together." Qingtian quickly thanked Grandma and Big Brother. Sister Yi said as she placed Qingtian next to Old Lady Yi and squeezed in herself, lying sideways at the edge. Qingtian quietly said, "Thank you, Grandma." "Thank you, Big Brother. This child is really well behaved," Old Lady Yi said. She had 4 sons, and they had given her 5 grandsons. Suddenly seeing a soft, sweet little girl, she liked her very much. Sister Yi nodded and said, "Isn't that right? I don't know why, but I just really cherish Qingtian." Guoshi, lying below, snorted coldly and wrapped her blanket tighter around herself. Sister Yi pretended not to hear, gently patting Qingtian and humming a little tune. Qingtian enjoyed this treatment for the first time and quickly fell into a sweet dream. Sister Ye's pats became slower, and she soon fell asleep as well. When the moon was high in the sky and the family was sound asleep, Guoshi suddenly sat up, tiptoeing over to the fire. Yi Laosi, who was keeping watch, saw her coming and quickly asked in a low voice, "Need to go? I'll go with you."
"Sure."
Guoshi pushed aside some dry grass and took out a potato, tossing it into the fire. "What are you doing?" Yi Laosi jumped in surprise, instinctively reaching to pick up the potato, but the hot coals made him jump back.
"Ouch."
"Why are you taking the potatoes from home?" "I'm hungry," Guoshi said defiantly. "It's not something valuable. Can I eat it?" Yi Laosi wanted to say more, but seeing Guoshi already burying the potato in the coals, he swallowed his words. He thought that once she fell asleep, he would look around to see if he could find a few more to replace it. The coals roasted the potato, quickly releasing a faint, slightly burnt aroma that wafted through the night air. Guoshi finally showed a smile as she used a stick to pull the cooked potato out of the fire. Although there was still some food at home, Grandma Yi did not allow them to eat too much and insisted on mixing in some grass roots and tree bark with every meal. After eating like this for a while, even baked potatoes, which were usually not considered special, became a rare treat. Once the potatoes cooled down a bit, Guoshi split one in half and offered a small piece to Yi Laosi. Yi Laosi didn't want to eat alone in front of his family and shook his head, saying, "You eat it, I'm not hungry." "Humph. If you won't eat, then forget it." Gwen knew what he was thinking, scoffed, and started eating it herself. Just after taking a couple of bites, they heard a loud bang as a stone flew between them and hit the ground. Yi Laosi reacted quickly, grabbing the fire tongs and jumping in front of Guo, shouting, "Who's there?" In the darkness, several voices responded at once. "What smells so good in the middle of the night? Hand over all the food. Give us your grain, too." Hearing that there were many of them, Guo was so scared that she immediately dropped Yi Laosi and ran back. Yi Laosi was stunned. Who would have thought that while the family was peacefully eating wild chicken, such trouble would come? Guo secretly roasting a potato at midnight had brought about this disaster. Qingtian was sleeping soundly when Guo rushed back and startled her. She cried out, waking up Sister Yi beside her. Sister Yi quickly sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Something's happened. Get up quickly."
Her shout woke up the whole family.
The three brothers jumped up instinctively, grabbing their tools to help. Sister Yi handed the still confused Qingtian to Grandma Yi and stood with the two sisters-in-law in front of the cart. Seeing that the Yi family was numerous, the intruders seemed a bit intimidated. However, when they spotted a large pile of potatoes partially hidden under the dry grass, their courage grew. One of them raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, they have food. Let's charge." The four Yi brothers also got ready, standing firm. As they watched several thin men rush out of the darkness, holding stones or branches, they looked like monkeys coming down from the mountains. At this point, not just the brothers, but also the women and children in the house were speechless. Did these men really think they could rob them with such weak physiques? One of them even tripped over his own feet and fell flat on his face while running. The Yi brothers had no trouble at all and quickly chased the intruders away. Yi Laosi chased after them for a long time and returned, waving a stick in his hand, happily saying, "People need to eat meat. Only then do they have strength." Yi Chongnian immediately raised his arm and shouted, "It would be best to have meat every day." "Dream on." Yi Sansa teased her son's little nose, "Quick, lie back down and go to sleep." After Yi Laosi returned, he looked around and, not seeing his wife, became anxious. "Where's Fengming?" Guo Shi then awkwardly emerged from behind the cart, with 2 pieces of dry grass on her head and half-eaten potatoes in her hands. Yi Sansa couldn't help but laugh, mocking, "Oh, fourth sister-in-law, you really need to toughen up. A few scaredy cats made you this nervous. What would you do if you encountered real bandits?" "Enough, enough." Yi Laotai scolded, "Don't talk about such things." Yi Sansa quickly echoed, "Oh, please, let's not dwell on that." Yi Laotai then patted the cart and called, "Laosi, come over with your wife." "Mother, I know I was wrong," Yi Laosi admitted honestly. "Tomorrow morning, I'll go find food to replace the potatoes Fengming ate." Hearing her name, Guo Shi hurriedly stuffed the remaining potatoes into her mouth and nearly choked. After finally swallowing, she slowly approached and immediately began to complain, "Mother, I woke up hungry in the middle of the night. Don't give me that." Yi Laotai glared at her. "Don't think I don't know that in the past few days, at least half of Laosi's rations have gone into your stomach. If he cares for his wife, that's his choice, but starving is his own doing. But those potatoes are for the whole family. You two sneaking food at night brought trouble upon us. Luckily, it was just a few hungry drifters. If we had encountered real bandits, you two would have put the whole family in danger. I'll tell you, if you dare to do it again, I'll have Laosi break your legs." Guo Shi shrank her neck in fear, nodding repeatedly. Yi Laosi felt so ashamed he couldn't lift his head, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Seeing that the scolding was enough, Yi Deseo stepped in to ease the tension. "Enough, mother. Let's not dwell on this. Our journey has been so smooth, we surely won't encounter bandits." She deliberately echoed Yi Laotai's earlier words. Yi Laotai was taken aback by her words and couldn't help but laugh and echo her. With that, the scolding came to an end, and she pointed at Yi Deseo, playfully scolding, "You just keep defending them. Who is taking care of them? I'm worried they might upset their mother." Sister Yi had been married for over 10 years and understood Grandma Ye's temperament well. A few kind words could easily make her happy. "All right, everyone go back to sleep." Sister Yi returned to the cart and saw Qingtian looking at her. She patted her head and asked, "Are you scared?" Qingtian shook her head and leaned closer to make more room for her. Sister Yi felt warm inside, lying down and pulling Qingtian into her arms. Our Qingtian is so understanding. Okay, let's sleep quickly. Tomorrow, Mom will make you some potato stew. Qingtian closed her eyes as told, and when she woke up, it was already dawn. The smell of food filled the air, making her mouth water. Occasionally, passing travelers cast greedy glances at them. But upon seeing the strong four brothers, they quickly turned away and continued on their way. For breakfast, the family had chicken soup with potatoes, and everyone was eating without looking up. Qingtian woke up the latest, dozing on the flat cart. Sister Yi approached with a towel in one hand and a bowl in the other. She sat beside Qingtian, gently wiping her face and hands before starting to feed her. The potatoes were soft and warm, melting in her mouth, soaked with chicken soup, making them delicious. Is it tasty?
Yes.
Qingtian nodded eagerly, but then pushed Sister Ye's hand away. What's wrong? Sister Ye was puzzled. After being pushed a few times, she stopped resisting and waited to see what Qingtian wanted. Qingtian pushed the spoon towards her. Do you want me to eat?
Sister Yi guessed.
Qingtian nodded vigorously, saying it's delicious. Is it delicious, so you want me to eat it? Sister Yi was delighted by her thoughtfulness, feeling happier than if she had eaten herself. All right, you finish eating first, then I'll have some. Qingtian pursed her lips and suddenly said quietly, Mom, let's eat together. This surprise caught Sister Yi off guard, and she was filled with joy. Okay, she replied happily, Mom will eat with you. As they were sharing the potatoes, they saw fourth brother Yi running back from a distance, looking frantic. Fourth, why are you running? Fourth brother Yi came closer, looking mysterious. Sister, look what I found. Sister Yi looked closely and saw he was holding 6 or 7 light blue eggs. Oh my, aren't these wild duck eggs? Sister Yi recognized them immediately. Yes, they are still warm. They must have just been laid. Yi Laosi said happily, this is much more valuable than potatoes. Mom definitely won't scold me anymore. Yi Deseo pulled Yi Laosi and asked, where did you find this? You just came back with duck eggs. Right by the grass pile by the river. I searched the whole area, and this is all I found.
Yi Laosi said boldly.
Are you silly? Yi Deseo slapped him lightly. Eggs can't just grow in a grass pile. They are laid by wild ducks. Oh, my head. Yi Laosi slapped his forehead. I'll go set a trap. He stuffed the duck eggs into Qingtian's arms and ran off. What is this silly boy doing? Yi Deseo shook her head helplessly. No wonder his wife has to keep him in line. Qingtian gently touched the round duck eggs in her arms. Yi Deseo casually taught her. These are duck eggs. After hatching, they become ducklings. Qingtian looked up and smiled at Yi Deseo. Mom, duck. Yi Deseo patiently corrected her. Not duck, it's duck egg. But Qingtian stubbornly pointed behind her and repeated, it's duck. Yi Deseo turned around and saw Yi Laosi running back with a wild duck in hand. Big sister, you won't believe it. I just set the trap, and these two silly things rushed right in. They practically delivered themselves. Yi Deseo's breathing quickened as she held Qingtian's small hand and kissed it. She thought to herself, I know what's going on, isn't it amazing? Looking at the round duck eggs and a pair of plump wild ducks, even the usually calm Yi Laotai was wide-eyed in surprise. She quickly looked around to make sure no one was passing by and hurriedly instructed Yi Laosi, quick, tie the duck's beak and put it in that willow basket. Cover it with something, and we'll find a quiet place to eat it tonight. As she spoke, all 5 boys gathered around to watch Yi Laosi tie up the ducks. Yi Chongnian had his mouth half open, staring at the wild ducks as if he could already taste the deliciousness, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. You greedy cat, stop messing around here. Take your sister over there to play. We need to clean up and keep moving. Hearing this, Yi Chongzhao and Yi Chongnian each grabbed Qingtian's hand, eager to take her to see the ant hill they had just been digging. Yi Chongrui hurriedly followed behind, reminding them, walk slowly, don't run, and be careful not to trip your sister. Even though they were on a difficult journey, the children's happiness was always simple. 3 children squatted on the ground, taking turns using sticks to block the ants that were crawling around. Yi Changxue had run off somewhere, but soon returned with a small bunch of blackberries the size of soybeans. Blackberries. Yi Changnian called out, looking eagerly at his brother. Blackberries are wild fruits found everywhere, and when ripe, they taste sweet. They can be found on the mountains and in the fields, and they are a favorite snack for children from poor families. Yi Changxue generously offered the whole bunch of blackberries to Qingtian, saying, "Sister, eat." Qingtian took the berries and popped one into her mouth. "Is it sweet?" Yi Changnian asked, watching her with wide eyes and swallowing hard. "Sweet." Qingtian immediately picked one and put it in his mouth. Yi Changnian's face lit up with a big smile. "Really sweet." Qingtian then shared the berries with Yi Changrui, Yi Changzhao, and Yi Changfeng. Yi Changfeng shook his head, refusing, but Qingtian still popped one into his mouth. The sweet flavor quickly spread in his mouth, softening his usual frown for a moment. The adults soon secured the luggage on the cart. Yi Laoda walked over and gently picked up Qingtian with one arm. With the other arm, he lifted both Yi Changzhao and Yi Changfeng and placed them on the luggage cart. "This is Qingtian's first time in a cart, so you two need to take good care of her and make sure she doesn't fall off, okay?" "Don't worry, uncle, I'll watch over my sister," Yi Changzhao said, immediately grabbing Qingtian's hand and raising it high to show he was ready. Yi Changfeng had a serious expression, but after sneaking a glance at Qingtian, he moved to sit on her other side, helping to keep her in the middle. Yi Laoda gently rubbed Qingtian's head and reassured her, "In a bit, Dad will pull the cart and Mom will walk beside it. Don't be afraid, just sit nicely with your brothers, okay?" "Okay," Qingtian replied softly. However, Yi Laoda still seemed a bit unsatisfied. Even though his wife said Qingtian already called her mom, why hadn't she called him dad yet? Seeing Yi Laoda looking at her with expectation, Qingtian was a bit confused. She stood up and popped the last blackberry into Yi Laoda's mouth. Cough. Yi Laoda, not getting what he wanted and unexpectedly eating a child's snack, turned away a bit embarrassed. The luggage cart was ready, and on another flat cart sat Yi Laotai, Yi Erseo, Changrui, Changxue, and Changnian. The family was all packed and ready to go when Guisher suddenly said, "Wait, why can Erseo sit in the cart?" To lighten the load for the person pulling the cart, the wives usually didn't ride. But today, Sister Yi Er boldly sat on the cart, which made Gua unhappy. "All you do is watch others." Grandma Yi scolded her. "Sister-in-law Er needs to change clothes for Qingtian. If she doesn't ride, then you can carry her." Gua retorted, "It's just changing clothes. Anyone can do that. If you let me ride, I can do it too." At this, the whole family fell silent. Even Yi Si showed a pained expression. Yi Changxue laughed. "Aunt Si's clothes are great. The sleeves are sewn to the waist, so they can be used as a belt." Hearing this, everyone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Before Gua married into the family, she was supposed to make clothes for her in-laws to wear at the wedding feast. This showed her respect for them and displayed her skills to the community. Since Grandpa Yi had passed away, Gua only needed to make one outfit for Grandma Yi. However, she procrastinated and only sent it the day before the wedding. When Grandma Yi opened the outfit, the whole family laughed uncontrollably. The stitches were uneven and the sleeves were mismatched, making it unwearable. In the end, Sister Yi Er stayed up all night to fix it, saving Grandma Yi and the family from embarrassment at the feast. Gua felt a bit embarrassed and muttered, "Whether it's good or bad, it can be worn, right? It's not like we're picking a bride." Grandma Yi said, "All right, let's go. The days are getting colder, and if we don't reach the city before winter, we might freeze out here at night." With winter approaching and days getting shorter, they needed to make the most of the daylight to travel quickly. So, they didn't stop to cook at noon. Sister Yi made some breakfast and roasted potatoes to take along, so anyone hungry could snack a bit. Since they had meat the day before and the potatoes were filling, Yi Da and Yi Er had extra energy for pulling the cart today. They passed many refugees along the way, receiving envious glances wherever they went. As it got dark and the road became hard to see, Grandma Yi instructed everyone to find a place to rest. Yida chose a spot away from the main road to park, especially because of the 2 wild ducks. The children, who had been cooped up in the cart all day, finally got to run around and play. The adults did not dare to delay. They gathered firewood, lit the fire, and got busy preparing the meal, each doing their part. Sister Yi came over with the altered clothes, saying, "Sister, let's try it on Qingtian and see if it fits." The clothes were originally a floral jacket belonging to Sister Yida. With her skillful hands, Sister Yi pieced it together into a set of cotton clothes. If you didn't look closely, you would think it was brand new. Oh my, your skills are amazing. Even while bouncing around in the cart, the stitches are so neat and straight. If it were me, I would have sewn it all crooked by now. When Sister Yida dressed Qingtian in it, it fit perfectly. What was even better was that not only was the workmanship good, but the cotton inside had also been fluffed up again, making it both beautiful and warm. It's great to have a daughter. She looks good no matter how she's dressed. Sister Yi couldn't help but sigh as she admired Qingtian in her new clothes. She had 3 sons who were always out playing and getting dirty. No nice clothes stayed clean for more than a moment. She had great skills, but no opportunity to show them. Now, finally having a quiet little girl to dress up, she wished she could make her several more outfits at once. Do you like it, Qingtian?
Sister da asket.
I love it. Thank you, second aunt, Qingtian said, touching her new clothes and smiling brightly. I'm glad you like it. I'll make you a coat later so you don't dirty the cotton clothes, Sister Yida said. Eldest brother Yi, carrying firewood, felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. Why was she called second aunt, but not called dad? Mom, how should we cook the duck tonight?
Sister da asket.
Let's do one with some potatoes until it's tender. Otherwise, I won't be able to chew it, Grandma Yi replied. As for the other one, you can cook it however you like. I won't interfere. Are we going to eat both tonight? Sister Yida asked in surprise. Grandma Yi looked up at the sky with some concern and said, "Yes, it's getting colder, and we need to hurry. We'll need to be full of energy for the journey. All right, just wait for your meal," Sister Yida said happily. She went back to discuss with her sisters-in-law and decided to roast the other duck. The male duck was chopped into large pieces, blanched, and then stewed with potatoes. The female duck was fatter, seasoned simply, skewered with branches, and roasted over the fire until it sizzled and oozed fat. The 2 delicious aromas filled the air, making the children as excited as if it were New Year's. Even Guisher, who usually avoided work, couldn't resist coming over to help add firewood. After Yi San's sister-in-law set up everything for sleeping, she came over and said, "Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are really impressive. Even with little oil and few ingredients, it still smells so good." Guo replied, swallowing hard, "What are you talking about? This is meat. How could it not smell good?" Yi San's sister-in-law wasn't going to let her get away with that attitude and said, "Well, if you made it, it definitely wouldn't taste as good as sister-in-law's." "Sister San, don't forget, my husband caught the duck today," Guo said firmly. "That doesn't mean you caught it, so why brag?" Yi San's sister-in-law shot back. Yi Da's sister-in-law tried to smooth things over, saying, "All right, let's get ready to eat. Food's ready." The children jumped up happily and rushed to sit on the wooden boards that had already been laid out. Qingtian followed suit but hesitated when she saw everyone sitting on the ground. Her new coat, made by her aunt, would get dirty if she sat down. When Yi Er's sister-in-law came over with bowls and chopsticks and saw her hesitation, she said, "Oh, look at this girl, so worried about getting her clothes dirty. Then look at my kids, they wear new clothes and within a day, they look like a mess." She set down the bowls and went to get a cushion for Qingtian, saying, "Good girl, sit here." "Thank you, Aunt," Qingtian said happily as she sat down. Yi Changyan quickly chimed in, "Aunt, I want a cushion too. Your pants are dirtier than the ground. What do you need a cushion for? Stop fussing and sit down to eat." Yi San's sister-in-law brought over a big pot of wild duck stew with potatoes and glared at her son. "Look at you, if the child wants something, just let him have it. It's not a rare treat. Kids are like that. They see something and want it," Yi Er's sister-in-law said, grabbing several cushions and handing them out, one for each, no fighting. It smells so good. The boys' eyes were glued to the pot, forgetting all about the cushions. But the Yi family had good manners. The children wouldn't eat until the elder, Grandma Yi, had started. When Grandma Yi was helped over, Yida's sister-in-law brought out the sliced roast duck. I've left the duck carcass in the pot to simmer. If anyone is still hungry later, they can have some soup. The stewed duck was fragrant and tender, perfect for Grandma Yi and the kids. Meanwhile, everyone else reached for the roast duck. Not only was Yida's sister-in-law a great cook, but her knife skills were also impressive. The duck meat is sliced evenly, with skin and meat on each piece. The roasted duck is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Taking a bite, the delicious fat and juice fill the mouth immediately. Everyone is too busy enjoying the food to talk. The only sound is the crunching of food amidst the night breeze. Sister Yi takes a bite and, with a hint of regret, says if only we had some flour to steam a pot of lotus leaf pancakes with some sweet sauce, cucumber strips, and green onions to roll up, that would taste even better. Big sister, this is the best roasted duck I've ever had. Yi Laosi praises after tasting it. But noticing that Guo is focused on the duck, eating one piece after another, he pulls back his hand that was about to take some duck and instead grabs a piece of potato. Usually food is scarce, so everyone has to be careful. Today, it's rare to eat freely, so they turn a blind eye to Guo's greed. It seems mother was right. The deeper we go, the easier it is to find food. Yi Laoda stands up to serve himself a bowl of duck soup, takes a sip, and says, I haven't eaten this well in a long time. Yi Er disagrees, saying, I think it's mainly luck. Today, I saw others still starving and struggling. Hearing this, Grandma Yi starts to ponder. Indeed, their luck has been unusually good lately. First wild chickens, then potatoes, and now duck eggs and wild ducks. As the saying goes, good luck comes in threes. The first 2 times could be explained by luck, but if it happens a 3rd time, she can't help but think deeper. Yi Changnian, with a round belly, leans against her. He burps and happily squints his eyes. It's great. Ever since we had a little sister, we can eat well every day. The words are casual, but Grandma Yi listens closely. Her heart skips a beat as she looks at the little girl, Qingtian, being fed by Sister Yi. All this good fortune began when Sister Yi traded a bag of corn for Qingtian. Grandma Yi, experienced in life, feels a whirlwind of emotions but keeps a calm face. Do you know why?
Why?
Yi Changnian asks, looking up at her. The rest of the family also turns their attention, eager to hear what Grandma Yi will say. She continues, I always tell you that good deeds bring good rewards and bad deeds bring bad rewards. So, we treat Qingtian well and consider her part of our family. The Bodhisattva knows and will bless us with good fortune, and we will have delicious food. Do you understand? The adults laughed, thinking the old lady was just trying to entertain the children. Guo was puzzled, wondering what the old lady meant. Did she really think this wild child was precious? But she was too busy eating meat to say anything. Yi Changrui nodded, saying, this is what Grandma often calls the Bodhisattva showing blessings. Yi Changnian immediately chimed in, then I will be good to my sister from now on, so the Bodhisattva will bless us more, and we can have meat to eat every meal. After finishing her words, Grandma Yi ignored the others and focused on Yi Dazhao. Yi Dazhao, holding Qingtian, felt uneasy under her mother-in-law's gaze, sensing there was more to her words. Mother, my husband and I adopted Qingtian, not for any blessings. You always say that the most important thing in life is to have a clear conscience. Grandma Yi thought about it and realized it was true, and she smiled. The eldest daughter-in-law is a wise person. I was the one being foolish. Just keep your heart at peace. Good days are ahead. After walking for another 10 days, Shanhaiguan was finally in sight. More and more refugees were gathering from all directions. Everyone had the same goal, to enter the pass. Along the way, you could hear people encouraging each other with the same words. Hang in there, we'll be fine once we reach Shanhaiguan. Shan Dezhao, holding her son, said with bright eyes, Dear, I just heard someone say that once we enter the pass, there will be tents set up by the government to stay in, and people will share rice and porridge. Shan Lada nodded. Of course. Inside the pass, there are wealthy people. It's not as poor as outside. After getting rid of the burden of Qingtian, Shan Lada found a donkey cart. He agreed to pay half a bag of corn to get a ride to Shanhaiguan. Unexpectedly, the other person agreed but ran away during the night. They missed the ride and lost half a bag of grain, which nearly broke Shan Dajiao's heart. The couple didn't dare to hire another cart and had to rely on their own legs to continue their journey. Shan Dajiao felt like they had walked all the roads they needed to in their lifetime, and their food was almost gone. Fortunately, hope was close at hand, giving her a renewed sense of strength. At that moment, the couple suddenly heard a familiar voice. Dad, how many more days until we reach Shanhaiguan? Let's quicken our pace. We can make it there tonight. Shan Laoda turned around and saw Yi Laoda standing tall, like a tower among the refugees. A little girl, looking like a precious gem, was sitting on his shoulder.
Yi Laoda?
Could that be Qingtian on his shoulder? Shan Laoda was stunned and tugged at the sleeve of Shan Dama, asking, Do you see who that is? Am I imagining things? The journey of fleeing was hard, and every family had lost some members. The Yi family, with over a dozen people, stood out in the crowd. While other refugees looked thin and weak, the Yi family appeared healthy and full of life. They hardly looked like refugees at all. If it weren't for their patched clothes, one might mistake them for wealthy travelers enjoying a trip. Others might not know, but Shan Laoda was aware that everyone had escaped from the remote Huinan County. He hadn't seen any refugees living further north than them. After nearly 2 months of fleeing, Shan Laoda, once strong and robust, had become much thinner, struggling to walk steadily. Shan Dama had lost all the weight she gained during her pregnancy and was often so hungry that her eyes were glazed over. The couple always prioritized their son when they found food. Despite this, their once chubby little boy had become thin and frail, his cries weak and soft. In contrast, the Yi family, young and old, looked healthy and even managed to make Qingtian chubby. For a moment, Shan Laoda was lost in thought, recalling how he used to see the same smile on Qingtian's face 2 years ago. Shan Dama was also in disbelief, rubbing her eyes and asking, Dear, pinch me. I can't be dreaming, can I? Shan Laoda couldn't believe his eyes and pinched Shan Dama hard.
Ouch!
She cried out in pain. The couple exchanged glances, finally confirming they were not dreaming. Shan Laoda spat on the ground and saw the Yi family moving ahead, quickly pulling Shan Dama to follow. I've never seen refugees living so well. I want to see what their secret is. The Yi family had indeed been doing exceptionally well over the past 2 weeks, never lacking food or drink. They always returned from hunting with plenty and came back from fishing with full nets. If they didn't have to keep traveling, life would be even more comfortable than when they were at home. The children had all grown stronger, and Qingtian's once thin face had become rounder. At this moment, she was being carried on Yi Laoda's shoulder, able to see far ahead. Her happy little face was flushed, charming like an apple. Yi Dajiao followed closely beside Yi Laoda, her eyes fixed on the child on his shoulder, worried he might accidentally drop her. Yi Laotai sat on the cart, also concerned, saying, Laoda, put the child down quickly. It's dangerous here with so many people and vehicles. Yi Laosi laughed. We're almost at Shanhaiguan. Big brother is just very happy. However, Yi Laotai was not as optimistic as her sons. Reaching Shanhaiguan was just the first step. The key was whether they could enter the city. Sure enough, as night fell, the Yi family finally arrived at the towering city walls of Shanhaiguan. Seeing the dense crowd waiting to enter the city was truly overwhelming. Shanhaiguan was heavily guarded, and soldiers with long knives often came by to disperse the refugees, blocking the official road. Move to the sides. Don't crowd here. Quickly clear the road for the officials. When the soldiers reached the Yi family, they paused, unable to tell if they were refugees or travelers wanting to enter the city. Want to enter the city? One soldier asked Yi Laoda. Yes, sir. We don't know how to enter. Yi Laoda replied politely. Do you have a travel permit? The soldier inquired. No, we escaped from a disaster, Yi Laoda said helplessly. In those times, without a travel permit, it was nearly impossible to move forward. If it weren't for the disaster, the Yi family could have obtained a permit by claiming they were visiting relatives in the city. But their hometown had been devastated, and the officials had long since fled. Where could they get a permit now? You're refugees? The soldier looked at Yi Laoda in disbelief. Yes. Then there's nothing we can do. Find a place to rest and wait, the soldier said. Yi Laoda was about to ask more when he saw a few horses galloping towards them. The soldiers immediately raised their voices, shouting, Everyone step aside. Clear the road for urgent documents. We are not responsible for any injuries. The refugees, who had been reluctant to leave the road, quickly scattered. The Yi family also hurriedly moved aside. Mom, what do we do now? First, find a place to settle down, then you can go out and gather more information. With many people in the Yi family, they walked a distance until the crowd thinned out, finally finding a suitable spot to stop. The couple from the Shan family had been quietly following them and rested not far away. Yi Laoda went out to gather information, while Yi Sa started preparing dinner. Yi Lao Tai reminded, Be discreet, so you don't attract jealousy. Looking at the ingredients collected over the past few days, Yi Sa selected 2 of the smallest carp.
Fish.
Shanhaiguan's eyes nearly popped out. Look, such big fish. If she could make a pot of creamy fish soup, it might help her produce more milk. Shanhaiguan was not satisfied and had been struggling with her milk supply. Seeing her precious son getting thinner each day and crying from hunger was breaking her heart. Shan Laoda gritted his teeth and said, What a good old Yi family. How much delicious food have they been hiding? They only gave me a bag of dried corn back then. I can't let them get away with this. What are you planning to do? Shanhaiguan asked. Shan Laoda whispered a few words in her ear. Shanhaiguan's eyes lit up, and she praised, You really have a plan. Of course. Shan Laoda replied proudly, Now that I have a son, I must ensure my wife and child live well. The couple watched the Yi family happily eating fish, drooling with envy, dreaming about it at night. Early the next morning, several children were eager to visit Shanhaiguan. When they arrived yesterday, it was already dark and they couldn't see anything. Yi Laoda said goodbye to his family, holding Qingtian and taking 5 nephews to see the city gate. Wow, it's so tall, Yi Changmian exclaimed, straining his neck. It must be as high as many years stacked together. That's right. This is the world's #1 pass. Yi Changzhao showed off the new phrase he learned last night. The world's #1. Although Qingtian didn't understand the meaning, he repeated it. Fried cake, delicious, warm fried cake just out of the fryer. A vendor passed by, calling out and instantly attracting a lot of attention. Outside the city gate, many wealthy families were waiting to enter, and they started calling the vendor over. Seeing the business, the vendor quickly stopped, set down his load, and uncovered a blanket to reveal golden, steaming fried cakes. Just looking at them made the children imagine how crispy and sweet they would be, instantly capturing their hearts. Do you want to eat?
Yi Laoda asked.
Yes. Yi Changmian was the first to respond eagerly. Yi Changrui asked worriedly, Are they expensive? Seeing this, Yi Laoda put Qingtian down and went to ask the price. When he heard it was only 2 coins each, he counted out 12 copper coins for the vendor. I'll take 6. Watching Yi Laoda spend money to buy food for the children made Shan Laoda and his wife, who were hiding and watching, feel jealous and grind their teeth. After hesitating for a moment, Shan Dajia finally made up her mind. She quickly handed her son to Shan Laoda, took a deep breath, and rushed out with red eyes to hug Qingtian. Qingtian, my dear, I've finally found you. Shan Dajia's acting was impressive. As soon as she hugged Qingtian, tears began to flow. Qingtian was frightened and couldn't move, quickly turning her head to shout, Dad. To her surprise, Shan Laoda came out holding their son and replied, Hey, Qingtian, I'm here. Qingtian, your mom misses you so much that she can't eat or sleep, and there's no milk for your little brother. He wasn't as good at acting as Shanhaiguan, so he just covered his eyes with his big, dark hand, trying to hide his own helplessness. Your dad, mom, and little brother all miss you, he said, secretly pinching his son's bottom. The child immediately cried out loud. Shanhaiguan said, see, your little brother cries every day because he misses you. Shanhaiguan added, will you come home with me? Without you, I can't go on living. The other 5 children from the Yi family were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Finally, Yi Changzhou was the first to react. He rushed up, grabbed Qingtian, and shouted at Shanhaiguan, let go. Qingtian is my sister, not yours. But he was too young to be a match for Shanhaiguan, who easily pushed him to the ground. The other 4 brothers became anxious and rushed forward, pulling at arms and sleeves. Yi Changmian even tried to bite. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Laoda finally returned. He snatched Qingtian from Shanhaiguan's arms with one hand and grabbed Yi Changmian by the collar with the other, lifting him up and tossing him aside while scolding, what have I taught you? Why would you bite anything dirty? Don't you worry about getting sick. Yi Changmian angrily pointed at Shanhaiguan and said, that bad woman wants to take my sister away. Qingtian immediately clung tightly to Yi Laoda's neck. Yi Laoda, with a serious face, asked, what do you two mean? Do you want to snatch a child in the street? This isn't the wilderness. There are officials and laws here. You're talking nonsense. Even if the king himself comes, Qingtian is still my daughter. Shanhaiguan cried heartbrokenly. Everyone passing by, please judge for yourselves. How can someone without children take another family's child? Shanhaiguan added, Qingtian, your father knows the Yi family is well off and can provide for you, but we are still your parents. Their commotion quickly drew the attention of those nearby, including patrolling soldiers. Since the number of refugees had increased, there had been reports of people selling, abandoning, or even harming children. But it was the first time anyone had seen 2 families fighting over a little girl. Shanhaiguan, who was naturally lively, became even more excited as more people gathered. She rushed forward and knelt in front of the soldiers, crying and bowing her head, please help me. Honorable officer. The officer frowned and asked, what is all this commotion at the city gate so early in the morning?
What's going on?
Officer, this Yi Laoda has no children, and his brothers only have sons. His wife wants my daughter Qingtian because she looks good. They are using their numbers to take her away despite our objections. We can only carry our newborn son while fleeing and searching for our daughter. If you don't believe me, you can check the bottom of the child's foot for a red birthmark. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Qingtian, curious to see what the little girl, who was being fought over, looked like. Now, Qingtian's injury had healed, and it was completely hidden under her bangs. Her fair little face was framed by big, dark eyes that made her especially endearing. On one side stood a thin, crying family of 3, while on the other was a strong man with 6 children. The crowd's sympathy began to shift toward the weaker family. With so many children, did he not take them all? Even the officer began to look at Yi Laoda with suspicion. Yi Laoda was almost amused by the couple's outrageous behavior. I did trade food for the child, but I gave you a full bag of corn. Weren't you happy about that at the time? Now that you see Qingtian is well taken care of, you dare to say such heartless things. Don't you fear retribution? Shanhaiguan, sticking to their earlier agreement, replied defiantly, you can say whatever you want. Who saw you give us a bag of corn? Why don't you claim you gave us a cart of rice instead?
You.
Big Brother Yi was so angry that his veins bulged. If it weren't for the officials watching closely, he would have wanted to punch Mrs. Shan away. Seeing that the moment was right, Big Brother Shan quickly stepped forward, holding a child, and said, oh, everyone is just looking out for Qingtian. Let's stop arguing. I think we should find a place to discuss this properly, without bothering the officials. Big Brother Yi then realized the malicious intent of the Shan couple. They weren't concerned about Qingtian. They just wanted to use her as leverage to extort money from him because they saw that the Yi family was doing well. As the saying goes, the people should not fight with the officials. Big Brother Yi didn't want to conflict with Big Brother Shan in front of the officials. Besides, He was alone with so many children, and if a fight broke out, it would be hard to manage everything. So Big Brother Yi nodded and said, "All right, we all came from the same village to escape disaster, so this isn't a big deal. I felt sorry for you two struggling to feed your kids, which is why I took Qingtian in to help. If you think the food we gave you is too little, we can give you a bit more." Upon hearing that more food would be provided, Big Brother Shan's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. "Well, it was actually my wife's idea because the kids were making a fuss. We're not greedy people. Besides, seeing Qingtian with you, she looks healthier, so we have no worries." As the conflict seemed to dissolve, the officials also sighed in relief and started to disperse the crowd. "All right, since you can resolve this yourselves, don't block the road for the officials. If you disturb the important people coming into the city, you'll regret it." Big Brother Yi took the couple to a secluded spot and asked, "So, what do you really want?" The Shan couple was filled with excitement about making money and didn't notice that the other children from the Yi family had already gone back to report to Big Brother Yi. Big Brother Shan said with a grin, "You see, here's the thing. Even though we're not Qingtian's biological parents, if it weren't for me, she would have drowned in the river. Not to mention, we've taken care of her for several years. Stop beating around the bush." Big Brother Yi noticed his wife and 3 younger brothers were approaching, and he suddenly turned serious. "What do you want?" "All right, I'll get straight to the point. Initially, you only gave us a bag of corn, and that's far from enough. You need to give us at least 1 more bag of food." Madam Shan added, "And we also need a few fish. Right, your family is all looking healthy now, and you ate 2 big fish last night, so it won't hurt to give us a little more." Only then did Old Yi realize that this scoundrel had been eyeing them for a while. Old Shan continued, "We didn't know the situation before, and you tricked us. Now that we've reached Shanhaiguan, we understand. A girl like Qingtian, who is growing up nicely, could be sold to a brothel for at least 3 or 4 taels of silver." When Old Yi heard this, he was furious. He handed Qingtian, who was in his arms, to Sister Yi, and raised his fist to strike. Old Shan was caught off guard and cried out in pain. Old Yi followed up with another punch and spat angrily. "Don't you want to look healthy too? This will keep you looking that way for days. Are you satisfied? If not, I can give you a couple more punches."
How old is Qingtian?
"You should have been like a father to her, and yet you want to sell her? Are you even human?" Sister Yi held the frightened Qingtian and cried tears of sorrow. After half a month of hard work, they had finally healed the child's injuries, and she had gained some weight and become more lively. Now this happened. Although Old Shan had saved Qingtian from the river years ago, there was no reason for him to keep haunting them. Seeing the red marks on Qingtian's arms from Madame Shan's earlier grip, Sister Yi for the first time encouraged Old Yi to hit back. "Dear, hit him. Hit him a few more times for Qingtian. I've never seen such cruel people. You can't stand to see a child do well, can you? Don't worry, I won't let him off," Old Yi said, throwing a few more punches. In the past, Old Shan and Old Yi were evenly matched in strength, but now Old Yi ate meat every day and was full of energy. Old Shan had lost a lot of weight and was tired and hungry, so he was no match for him. After a few punches, he was left on the ground begging for mercy. Seeing the situation turn bad, Madame Shan shouted while holding the child. "Help! Someone's being beaten, help! They're going to kill someone." Her voice was already loud, and now she was shouting at the top of her lungs, which carried far. A few passing carts heard the commotion, and someone lifted the curtain and asked, "Did I hear someone calling for help?" "Li Fu, go check what's going on." Li Fu came over, took a distant glance, and then returned to report. "Madam, there are several strong men attacking a couple holding a baby ahead. It seems they are bandits bullying the refugees." Upon hearing this, the lady in the carriage frowned and said, "Is there really no law out here? Someone." She was about to call a servant for help when a boy's clear voice interrupted, "Mother, wait. Let me ask Li Fu first." "Please, young master." Li Fu quickly bowed and listened. "How do you know that 4 strong men are attacking a couple with a child?" In response to the young master, "I saw it with my own eyes." "Seeing it with your own eyes means it's true?" the boy countered. "When we were bumped into and robbed by the refugees, What did others say? Li Fu was momentarily speechless and cautiously replied, others said we were rich and unkind, that the refugees were helping the poor and were modern-day heroes. The boy didn't need to say more. Li Fu understood. He took 2 servants and went back to find out more. This time, they heard Sister Yi angrily scolding. You promised to trade food for the child, and you ate all the food. Now you want the child? There's no such thing in this world. To be blunt, if it weren't for me, Qingtian would have been given to someone else long ago, and she might not even be alive now. Who else can you threaten? Brother Yi agreed with his wife, saying, exactly. Don't think the Yi family is easy to bully just because we're kind. Want to take the child? First, open your eyes and see if you can beat us 4 brothers. The 3 Yi brothers also joined in with fierce words. If you dare to take the child, I'll be the first to stop you. Qingtian is now our niece. She has nothing to do with you, understand? Thinking of selling Qingtian? Why don't you sell your own wife instead? Shan, who had been beaten by Brother Yi and was seeing stars, looked at the other 3 brothers of the Yi family, all rolling up their sleeves, their muscles bulging. If each of them threw a couple of punches, he would surely be finished. Shan, who was skilled at bending and yielding, quickly backed down. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been greedy or disturbed you again. From now on, sunny days will be like your own daughter. No matter where you go, she will always be with you. Li Fu listened closely to the conversation between both parties and understood the situation. He felt ashamed for his earlier assumptions. Seeing that the leader was already begging and swearing, Li Fu couldn't help but speak up. As an outsider, let me say this. Dealing with such a scoundrel can't just be done with words. You need to have him sign a written agreement. This advice made the leader realize the importance of a formal agreement. However, they were in a remote area, and where could they get such a document? Li Fu then suggested, I'll help you completely. Let's go together. I can help you write the agreement and be a witness. The leader hesitated, worried that Li Fu's sudden kindness might have hidden motives. Li Fu smiled and said, my team is on the main road. If you're worried, I can write the agreement and bring it to you for signing. The leader looked at the neatly arranged vehicles on the main road, clearly belonging to wealthy families, and realized they had nothing worth scheming over. He nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, thank you for your help. Li Fu immediately instructed his servant to escort the leader and the family towards his team. The leader's wife, who had been crying while holding her child, quickly wiped her face and followed after seeing her husband being taken away. Li Fu didn't want to disturb his master, so he took both families to the back of the vehicle team, planning to help them write an agreement and send them on their way. However, the lady called her maid, Yu Tao, to ask what was happening. Li Fu hurried over and briefly explained the situation. Ba, so the Yi family is actually kind-hearted, the lady said. Thanks to He Xian. Otherwise we would have misunderstood them. Li Fu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, yes, thanks to the young master's reminder, I will remember this and be more careful in the future. Thinking to help them with a written agreement is a good thing, the lady replied. In life, we should accumulate good relationships. What's happening? Li Fu stood outside the vehicle, straining to hear what was being said inside, but he still couldn't catch it clearly. However, after the young master finished speaking, the lady immediately changed her mind. Li Fu, after you finish the agreement, call the Yi family over. I have a few questions for them. Li Fu was curious about what the young master said, but didn't dare to ask. After returning, he quickly wrote a document and had the couple from the Shan family put their fingerprints on it, then handed it to Elder Yi. Although Elder Yi didn't know many characters, he carefully read the document from start to finish and then carefully folded it and tucked it away. Thank you so much. Elder Yi's wife was also very excited and gave Qingtian a kiss. Now everything is great. No one can take Qingtian away from her parents. Yes. Qingtian nodded vigorously. Even though she had only been with the Yi family for half a month, she truly felt their kindness. Especially this new pair of parents, who treated her like their own daughter. So when the couple from the Shan family suddenly appeared, she was genuinely frightened, fearing she would have to return to a life of daily beatings and scolding. Thankfully, she met kind-hearted people. Thinking of this, Qingtian immediately turned to Li Fu and said sincerely, "Thank you, uncle. Oh my, this little girl is really well-behaved. No wonder people love her." It was the first time Li Fu received such a serious thank you from a child, and he couldn't help but smile widely. The rest of the Yi family also thanked Li Fu. He waved his hand to say it was unnecessary and then turned to the Shan couple, saying, "You should leave quickly. If you dare to come back to take the child again, I will send you to the authorities. Now that the Yi family has this document, suing you will be easy and you too will end up in jail, understand?" The head of the Shan family didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Li Fu, but he felt dissatisfied inside. Not far down the road, he pulled his wife aside to hide behind a tree, thinking about whether there was another way. It was frustrating not to be able to gain anything from the Yi family. To his surprise, he saw Li Fu leading the Yi family to the biggest and most beautiful carriage. What are they doing? The head of the Shan family was puzzled. The Yi family members who were taken over by Li Fu were also confused. To afford such a carriage, one needed not only money but also power or influence. "We are just poor country folks and wouldn't want to offend a noble's eyes." Elder Yi tried to find an excuse to leave. But Li Fu reassured him, "Don't be afraid. Our master's surname is Qin, and inside the carriage are the lady and the young master. They are very kind-hearted people, and calling you over is definitely not a bad thing." This was the first time Qingtian saw such a beautiful and spacious carriage. She opened her eyes wide and stared for a long time, then hugged Sister Ye's neck and whispered in her ear, "If only we could ride in a carriage, Grandma wouldn't cough from the cold wind." "That's true," Sister Yi replied casually, not explaining to the child that it was impossible for them to ride in such a carriage. When they reached the carriage, Elder Yi spoke first. "We have met Madam Qin and young Master Qin. Sorry to disturb you both." The other members of the Yi family also greeted them in a similar manner. From inside the carriage, a gentle female voice responded, "It was our oversight to call you over so suddenly. But I heard from Li Fu that all four of you have some skills in martial arts?" In response to Madam's question, "We can't claim to have any real martial arts skills. However, the four of us often hunted in the mountains back home, so we can manage a few basic moves." Madam Qin was pleased with Elder Ye's words and looked at the four brothers through the curtain. Although their clothes were worn, they were clean and neatly patched. Most importantly, all four were tall and strong, unlike the usual weak and thin refugees. "The situation is this. I am returning to the capital with my young child, and we encountered some trouble on the way, losing many of our people. I am worried about more unrest once we enter the city. So I would like to ask if you would be willing to escort us to the capital? You will certainly not be treated poorly." Upon hearing Madam Qin's words, Elder Yi looked as if he had been struck by a sudden stroke of luck. Escorting them to the capital? That meant he could enter the city too. After all, getting into the mountain pass was extremely difficult now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many refugees gathering at the city walls. Elder Yi had learned last night that some people had been waiting outside the city for over half a month. However, he quickly calmed down and, despite Li Fu's urging gestures, spoke honestly. "Thank you for your kindness, Madam Qin. If it were just the four of us, I would agree without hesitation. But we have our families to consider, with an elderly mother and 6 children. I fear we would not only be unable to protect you and young Master Qin, but might even become a burden." Madam Qin did not respond, perhaps hesitating. Young Master Qin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "We don't need you to fight anyone. We just need you to accompany us for safety in numbers to deter any trouble. We will stop outside Shanhaiguan for an hour to eat and rest. You still have time to go back and discuss it. Once you've made up your mind, come find us. We won't wait past the time." Mr. Qin's words immediately stirred Yi Laodao's heart, but hearing his somewhat childish voice, likely under 10 years old, made him doubt if he could be taken seriously. Li Fu quickly reminded him, "You should thank our young master." Only then did Yi Laodao react, hurriedly cupping his hands in respect and saying, "Thank you, Young Master Qin. We will go back and discuss it with our family. Regardless of our decision, we will definitely give you a response. The group walked back, filled with excitement. Once they were far from the convoy, Yi Laosi couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Big brother, can we really enter the pass?" Yi Laoda also smiled, though he said, "Can you make that decision? We need to ask mother first." "We can enter the pass. We can enter,"
Yi Laosi said joyfully.
"So many people are trying to get in, and we might just get in without any trouble." At that moment, the Yi family was anxiously waiting for their return. Yi Changnian was nestled in Grandma Ye's arms, wiping his tears and choking out, "Grandma, is my sister going to be taken away?" "Not at all," Grandma Yi reassured him, holding him close. "Qingtian is our child. No one can take her away." "Wow," Yi Changnian cried out in worry. "If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to see the city gate." Yi Changrui quickly reached out to wipe his tears, softly comforting him. Yi Changxue was jumping in frustration. "We need to hurry and bring our sister back." At first, Yi Changzhao tried to comfort his brother, but soon he joined in the crying. Even the usually stoic Yi Changfeng had tight lips, his eyes filled with concern. Yi Sansao was both heartbroken and annoyed by her son's crying, sighing, "I think that Shan Laoda is really something else. When we were in the village, he always bullied this one, and that one with his strength. Why are they taking so long to come back? I hope nothing has happened. Ugh, this is so stressful. I should have gone with Dasa." Yi Er Saw, being more composed, comforted her, "Don't worry. No matter how strong Shan Laodai is, 4 fists can take him down. The 4 of us can handle him." Only Gua sure showed no concern, sitting aside with her feet up, making sarcastic comments. "I think since the good couple wants their child back, we might as well just give them back." "Shut your mouth if you can't speak properly," Grandma Yi scolded. Gua's face stiffened from the scolding, and she instinctively looked around. Sister Yi Er and Sister Yi Sand immediately turned their heads away, and the children didn't even glance at her. Usually Yi Lao Si would protect her, but he wasn't here now, and no one in the family was there to speak for her. As Guo was complaining in her heart about Yi Lao Si not returning, she suddenly saw Yi Changxue jump up, bouncing on the cart and shouting, "They're back." Yi Changnian stopped crying immediately and, with a face like a calico cat, looked up and asked, "Is my sister back too?"
"Yes."
"Everyone is back. Aunt is holding her." Yi Changzhao bounced a couple more times before Sister Yi Sen pulled him down, saying, "What are you bouncing for? You'll break the cart." Seeing that everyone who returned was safe and sound, Grandma Yi felt relieved. "Sister." When Sister Yi Da heard Yi Changnian shouting for his sister, she placed Qingtian right next to him. Yi Changnian grabbed her hand tightly, afraid she would be taken away again. He leaned close to Qingtian's ear and whispered, "If someone tries to take you again, just bite them hard. If it hurts, they'll let go, and then you run away quickly." Yi Changrui, listening nearby, was speechless and covered his brother's mouth. "Don't learn those silly things from Nian Nian. Big brother will protect you well and won't let anyone take you away again." While the children were quietly talking, Yi Laoda had already told everyone everything that had happened. After he finished, he looked at Grandma Yi and asked, "Mother, what do you think about this?" Grandma Yi had been pondering while listening and didn't rush to speak. But Gua couldn't hold back and jumped in first. "What is there to think about? Of course, we should agree. We can enter the city. How many refugees are there at the city wall?
You can all see that.
Besides, opportunities with wealthy people don't come every day, and even if they do, they might not want us. I think we should quickly agree since we finally met someone who doesn't mind us bringing our families along. Are you all foolish?" "I think you're the foolish one." Sister Yi San retorted, "Do you think being a servant is easy? Besides, if you sell yourself as a servant, you can't take the exams. Is it only Changrui who will be affected? Don't you plan to have children in the future?"
"I'm..."
Guo was momentarily speechless but quickly argued back, "Being sold into servitude doesn't mean you have to stay that way forever. If I make money later, I can buy my freedom back. Honestly, in today's world, people can barely survive. Haven't you heard the saying, Better to be a dog in a rich family than a son in a poor one? I told you before, I have a cousin who was sold to a wealthy family as a maid when she was 10. Now she is by the young lady's side, wearing fine clothes and eating good food. She only has to accompany the young lady, while the heavy chores are done by other servants. Her life is better than that of the daughters from small families. Old lady, ye could not listen any longer and interrupted with your attitude. Do you think they would let you be the young lady's maid, or just a servant doing hard work? Gua seemed not to understand old lady Ye's sarcasm. My cousin isn't even as pretty as I am. If my father hadn't arranged a marriage with your family so early, maybe I would be the one enjoying life by the young lady's side now. Old lady Yi was so angry she started coughing, cursing her husband in her mind. If he hadn't been confused by illness and insisted on this marriage, she would never have agreed to let her son marry someone like this. You don't need to speculate. If you want to be a servant, I can make that happen anytime. Old lady Yi said sternly. I'll take you to the city gate, put a straw in your hair, and sell you off. Everyone would be happy. Please, don't make mother angry, Yi Laosi said, tugging at Gua's sleeve and speaking softly. Once she gets mad, she means what she says, and even Big Brother can't stop her. Gua finally understood fear and shrank back to sit beside Yi Laosi. Before she got married, she had heard her mother say that old lady Yi was a very formidable matriarch. But perhaps she had disguised herself well, or old lady Yi had given her some leeway as a new bride. For months, everyone had been getting along peacefully, and Gua hadn't had the chance to see just how formidable old lady Yi really was. But she knew Yi Laosi wouldn't lie to her, and the look in old lady Ye's eyes had sent chills down her spine. Now that her family had disappeared, she had no support. If she were sold, no one would stop it. Although Gua didn't think being sold to a wealthy family as a servant was bad, being sold alone was very different from the whole family being together as servants. Although Grandma Yi looked down on her and the 3 sisters-in-law didn't like her, Yi Laosi treated her very well. He always made sure she got the best food and protected her, so she felt a bit reluctant to leave. After discussing for a long time, Grandma Yi finally decided, Oldest son, go find out more. If it's just a temporary escort, we will agree. As long as they can help us enter the city, Madame Qin will be a benefactor to our family. We don't want any rewards, we will help with whatever we can. But if it means we have to become their servants, that is absolutely not acceptable. Before long, Yi Laoda returned with a joyful face and said, Mother, we have really met a noble person. Madame Qin said we don't have to become their servants. We just need to travel with them and escort them to the capital. Really? That's wonderful. Grandma Yi was very happy and quickly instructed her sons and daughters-in-law, hurry up, don't just sit there. Pack your things quickly, so we don't delay them. The Yi family quickly packed their bags and went to the city gate. The Qin family had already eaten and their convoy was ready to depart, waiting in line at the gate. The Qin family's convoy had 8 carriages and naturally, Madame Qin and young Master Qin sat in the best one. As soon as Yi Lao-san saw the beautifully crafted carriage, his eyes widened. The carriage was made entirely of Namu wood and painted chestnut brown. The axle was made from high-quality wood from Dongjin Mountain, and the roof was coated with waterproof tung oil. The 2 horses pulling the carriage had smooth coats, clearly fine steeds. This was not something an ordinary wealthy family could afford. Following closely behind were 3 carts pulled by mules, originally carrying the Qin family's maids and servants. They had specially freed one cart to carry a few injured servants from the recent incident with the refugees. Finally, there were 4 open carts pulled by mules, filled with large camphorwood boxes, covered with waterproof tarpaulin and tightly secured with ropes. The Yi family had always lived in the village and were simple country folks, so they had never seen such wealthy people. Seeing the carts carrying luggage that were better than their flatbed cart made the Yi boys feel quite deflated. Even Guasher, who usually never stopped talking, fell silent, afraid of saying something wrong and offending the noble family. Grandma Yi instructed her son to park their flatbed cart at the back, then led her family forward to thank Madame Qin. Madame Qin saw that she was getting older and kindly said, Since you are older, if you don't mind, Why not squeeze in with my two maids and ride together? Thank you, Madam Qin. Elder lady, Yi said repeatedly. After taking the child, Qingtian, from Sister Ye's arms, she added, Qingtian is weak, so I will take her with me in the carriage. Sister Yi was a bit worried and whispered, Mother, maybe we should skip it. Madam Qin only suggested you ride, and bringing a child might be bothersome. I'll just dress Qingtian warmly. She won't get cold. Elder lady Yi replied, It's fine. Qingtian is so small and light. Holding her won't take up much space. Besides, our Qingtian is so well-behaved. Who wouldn't like her? How could anyone find her bothersome? Elder lady Yi took Qingtian onto the second carriage and greeted the two maids inside, one plump and one thin. Qingtian immediately copied her, saying in a sweet voice, Hello, maids. Oh, what a good girl, the plump maid said, touching Qingtian's little face and pulling out a piece of candy to give her. Here, have some candy. Qingtian didn't take it and turned to look at Elder Lady Yi. Seeing Elder Lady Yi nod, she thanked the plump maid and accepted the candy. The thin maid noticed that she was holding the candy but not eating it and curiously asked, Why aren't you eating? Elder Lady Yi understood Qingtian's thoughts and smiled, saying, She's thinking about her brothers. Oh my, how does she understand so much at such a young age? The plump maid exclaimed in surprise. Even though she's only 3.5, this child never eats alone. Elder Lady Yi proudly praised Qingtian. She insists that each of her brothers takes a bite of any treat. Everyone loves a well-behaved child, and the plump maid quickly handed her several more pieces of candy, saying, Good girl, while the convoy hasn't left yet, hurry and share with your brothers. Qingtian filled her little hands with candy and sweetly thanked the plum maid. The thin maid, however, remained silent, continuously observing Qingtian. When Elder Lady Yi went down to share the candy with her grandsons, the thin maid couldn't help but nudge the plump maid with her elbow and whispered, Look at this little girl. Doesn't she resemble that one a bit? Which one? The plump maid didn't immediately understand. Which one? Of course, I mean Our Lady's sister, the one from the Wang family.
Sure.
The plump maid quickly gestured for silence. Don't mention that. Someone might overhear and cause trouble. As soon as Grandma Yi got off the cart holding Sunny, Yi Laoda hurried over from the back of the line and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Sunny immediately stuffed the candy she was holding into Yi Laoda's hands and said, Dad, candy, give it to my brother. Okay, Dad will share the candy with your brothers. Yi Laoda took the candy, unwrapped one, and put it in Sunny's mouth, smiling as he asked, Is it sweet?
Sweet.
Sunny said with her mouth full of candy, her eyes squinting happily. Although the Yi family had enough food lately, candy was a rare treat that couldn't be found in the fields. Yi Laoda took the candy back to share with his 5 nephews, instantly earning cheers from the kids. This is for Sunny. She asked me to share it with you. Little sister is so nice. Now that little sister is here, we have meat and candy. Each of the 5 kids had a piece of candy in their mouths, their cheeks puffed out, and they wore satisfied smiles. Guosher watched from the side, feeling envious, but knowing better than to ask the kids for their treats. Yi Laosi, watching nearby, immediately whispered to her, Once we settle down at home, I'll go find work and earn money to buy you candy. You better keep your word. I'll remember. Guosher finally showed a bit of a smile. As they spoke, it was finally the Qin family's turn to enter the city. Grandma Yi sat on the mule cart holding Sunny, no longer bothered by the biting cold wind that made her eyes water and caused her to cough. She couldn't help but feel grateful for the family's recent good fortune. Sunny leaned against the window, curiously watching the mule cart slowly pass through the city gate. The 2 flatbed carts from the Yi family followed at the end of the line, and as they passed through the gate, the surrounding refugees looked at them with envy. The children, being young, were filled with curiosity. The adults, however, felt a lump in their throats and tears in their eyes. Yi Dazhao couldn't help but exclaim, We've entered the border. Yi Laoda nodded, saying, Yes, we've entered. Meanwhile, the couple, Shan Laoda and his wife, who had been secretly following the Yi family, were left in shock. Shan's wife couldn't believe her eyes and pinched her husband hard. Ouch! Why did you pinch me? Husband, am I dreaming? How did the Yi family enter the border? If you ask me, who should I ask? I want to know too. Shan Laoda's eyes were filled with jealousy. The towering Shanhaiguan, like an insurmountable barrier, separated the Yi family from the Shan family, marking the divide in their fates. After entering the pass, everyone continued their journey. Aside from the absence of fleeing refugees, it seemed not much had changed from outside the pass. Two women sat in a cart with Grandma Yi. Unable to discuss family matters, one asked, "Elder sister, where is your family planning to go? Are you going to visit relatives?" "Yes, my husband was from Rongxi village in Fengli County, near the capital. Unfortunately, he passed away early, leaving us as orphans with no means to return home and find family. It was only after our home faced disaster this year that we thought about going back."
We still don't know what our hometown is like now.
Grandpa Yi had been tricked into going outside the pass to dig for ginseng with a few others. In the end, they found no ginseng and spent all their money. Feeling embarrassed and with no money left, he decided to stay outside instead of returning home. Fortunately, he was a hard-working man and, with the government's encouragement for people to cultivate land outside, he worked hard for several years, saving up enough to marry and have a son. As life improved, Grandpa Yi began to think about returning home to visit. However, the distance made it difficult. Just sending a message took over half a year, and by then, his family thought he had died outside. When they finally heard from him years later, they warmly invited him to return in the spring. Sadly, that visit never happened. That winter, before the snow melted, Grandpa Yi fell ill. He never recovered and passed away before summer, leaving Grandma Yi with 4 sons. Life was hard for them, and they struggled to put food on the table, let alone travel far to visit relatives. Thus, the plan was postponed until this year's disaster forced it back into consideration. Grandma Yi spoke while touching the letter she had kept close to her heart. The letter contained not only the address of her hometown, but also the eager hopes of her relatives. Yet, after all these years and with Grandpa Yi gone, she wondered how much hope remained. The two women exchanged glances after hearing her story. Although they didn't say anything, they both felt uncertain about the situation. Not only had many years passed, but they also had no idea what conditions were like back home. Even if family members were still there, visiting relatives was very different from fleeing for safety. If old Master Yi were still alive, there might be some hope for the situation.
But now,
the whole family hasn't even met their relatives back home, let alone formed any bonds. Can they just take them in? It would take a miracle for that to happen. However, it's not something to say in front of old Lady Yi. The plump maid said, "Don't worry, your family is thriving with 4 sons who are quite enviable. No matter where you go, life will be good." That's true. Once we get near the capital, there will be more job opportunities than anywhere else. As long as you work hard, you won't go hungry.
yes.
Old Lady Yi felt a bit reassured by their words. "We got through tough times before, and now that my sons are grown and married, there's nothing we can't handle." After chatting, they played with Qingtian for a while when the mule cart suddenly started to pull over and slowly came to a stop. Old Lady Yi was puzzled and worried, holding Qingtian tightly, asking, "Why did we stop?" The plump maid, preparing to get off, said, "It's almost noon. It's time to cook." The thin maid added, "If you don't want to get down, just stay in the cart. I'll bring you some food soon." "How can we wait for ready-made food?" Old Lady Yi replied, also getting down with Qingtian. "My eldest daughter-in-law is good at cooking. I'll ask her to help you all." Knowing the Qin family is well off, Old Lady Yi only mentioned having her daughter-in-law assist, not wanting to boast about her skills. However, the two maids were not impressed. A countrywoman might cook a few simple dishes, but thought she was a great chef. Such food wouldn't satisfy even them, let alone the masters. Old Lady Yi noticed their thoughts but wasn't upset. She suggested, "How about this? We brought some supplies. We can cook for ourselves. I'll bring some over once it's ready. If you don't mind, you can try it." Hearing that the Yi family would cook for themselves, the two maids regarded her with a bit more respect. Although the Qin family was wealthy, they hadn't brought much food on their journey. They had lost some supplies when they were attacked by refugees. With so many people in the Yi family, especially the boys and 5 little ones to feed, it wouldn't be easy to keep them all well fed on the road. Mrs. Yi brought Qingtian to their flatbed cart and noticed that her sons and daughters-in-law were already working together as usual, gathering firewood, setting up the pot, and preparing ingredients without her needing to say anything. Seeing Mrs. Yi holding Qingtian, Sister Yi, who was about to wash the pot, immediately came over and kissed Qingtian on the cheek. "Oh, I haven't seen my girl all morning. I've missed her so much." Eldest Yi also came over with 2 bundles of firewood and asked, "Mother, we collected some firewood on the way. Should we send some to the Qin family?" Mrs. Yi looked back at the Qin family servants, who were just starting to gather firewood, and nodded, "Yes, send it over." 4th Yi had already set up the fire. Sisters Yi Er and Yi San returned from the creek, carrying cleaned and prepared rabbit meat and wild vegetables. Without saying a word, Sister Yi rolled up her sleeves and began cooking. Sizzle, the sound and aroma of scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili hitting the pan caught the attention of the Qin family servants. They watched as Sister Yi poured most of the meat into the large iron pot. Wielding her spatula, Sister Yi quickly stir-fried the rabbit meat, ensuring the fat coated every piece evenly. The delicious smell filled the air, and the Qin family's servants couldn't help but swallow at the same time. Of course, the Qin family could afford meat, but while traveling they had to keep things simple when it came to food. It had been a while since anyone had anything rich to eat. Moreover, this aroma was simply too tempting. At that moment, the 2 elderly women stood side by side, eagerly watching the Yi family at the back of the line. The thin woman murmured, "It seems Mrs. Yi not only spoke modestly but also delivered. This smell is truly delightful." The plump woman's stomach began to rumble. She swallowed the saliva that had built up in her mouth, licked her lips, and stubbornly said, "What good is just smelling it? You have to taste it to know if it's good." Before long, the spicy rabbit meat in the pot was ready. Sister Yi tossed in a handful of chopped wild garlic, stir-frying it a couple of times. The spiciness of the wild garlic was released by the heat, turning into a delicious aroma. Sister Yi took the bowl that Sister Yi Er handed her, preparing to serve the rabbit meat, when she saw Qingtian holding her bowl, looking up at her eagerly. "Mom, can you serve me a bowl first?" "Of course." Sister Yi was delighted to see Qingtian asking for something for the first time. She smiled widely and said, "So, you like rabbit meat? All right, I'll serve you first." She took the bowl and served a big portion of meat to Qingtian. To her surprise, Qingtian shook her head and made a gesture for more, saying, "Mom, can I have a bit more?" The Yi family had big appetites, and their bowls were large, even bigger than Qingtian's face. Yi Saw thought she had already given Qingtian a generous serving, but she was still asking for more. However, Yi Saw didn't say anything. If Qingtian couldn't finish, she would eat it. So, she quickly added another full scoop to Qingtian's bowl. Finally, Qingtian smiled, holding her bowl with both hands, and told Yi Saw, "I want to take this to my big brother." Yi Saw assumed she meant Yi Changmian and replied, "All right, you 2 can share this bowl. If it's not enough, I'll give you more." Yi Changmian, who was already sitting by the cart, heard this and looked at the bowl full of spicy rabbit meat in Qingtian's hands, unable to stop the drool from escaping his mouth. He quickly swallowed it back. He was now a big brother and didn't want his sister to see him drooling. But Qingtian carefully walked towards the front of the cart. "Little sister." Yi Changmian was stunned. More than the rabbit meat moving away from him, he couldn't accept that Qingtian had another big brother. Shouldn't he be her only big brother? Yi Saw handed the spatula to Yi Er Saw and hurried after her daughter, asking, "Qingtian, where are you going?" With both hands holding the bowl, Qingtian couldn't free them, so she lifted her chin to point towards the front of the cart, saying, "To the cart, big brother." Yi Saw guessed what she meant. "You want to give the rabbit meat to young Master Qin?" Qingtian nodded eagerly and explained, "Uncle Yi said it was because Big Brother spoke up that he helped our family. We should share the good food with him." Wow, it's great that the child knows how to be grateful. But looking at the luxurious cart ahead and then at the rough bowl in Qingtian's hands, Yida Saw couldn't help but gasp. However, seeing Qingtian's serious expression, Yida Saw gritted her teeth, bent down, and picked up her daughter, saying, "Let's go. I'll go with you to deliver it." Just as they reached the cart, they were stopped by Yu Tao, who asked, "Is there something going on?" Yida Saw opened her mouth but wasn't sure what to say. On a sunny day, she pushed the bowl she was holding forward and said, "Rabbit meat. It's delicious. For the young master." "Thank you, but..." Yu Tao was about to say that her master never ate outside food. However, a wonderful aroma suddenly filled her nose, making her uncontrollably take a deep breath. She then changed her mind about the refusal. She almost voiced, "But I need to ask my master first." Yu Tao turned back to the carriage and said, "Madam, young master, the Yi family made spicy rabbit meat for lunch today. That young girl specially brought a bowl over to give to the young master. I smelled it and it seemed quite fragrant, and it looked cleanly prepared. I thought it was a kind gesture from the Yi family, so I came to ask." Yu Tao understood her mistress's nature and knew she wouldn't refuse the girl's kindness. However, her master would never eat something made by country folk. Once Sister Yi left, the mistress would surely give the rabbit meat to the servants. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but lick her lips, feeling a bit impatient. Sure enough, she heard Madame Qin, sitting in the carriage, say with a hint of laughter, "Thank you, young girl, for bringing us something delicious." Sunny was a bit shy from the praise and pushed the bowl forward again. Just as Yu Tao was about to step forward to take the bowl, the carriage door suddenly opened from the inside. "Young master." Yu Tao immediately bowed deeply. Sister Yi quickly followed suit but couldn't help stealing a glance. The boy inside looked about 8 or 9 years old, handsome and noble. Though his cheeks still had a bit of baby fat, he didn't appear childish at all. When he wasn't smiling, he even gave off an air of authority. No wonder the Qin family servants were so afraid of this young master. Only Sunny, being young and unaware of such formalities, raised the bowl high and smiled brightly at the boy in the carriage. Sister Yi was about to pull Sunny back when she saw the young master actually show a faint smile. "Thank you, little sister." Young Master Qin personally took the porcelain bowl from Sunny and placed it on the table inside the carriage. Then he instructed the servant, "After lunch is ready, remember to send a portion to the Yi family to try." Yu Tao was stunned. This was not what she had expected. "What's wrong?" "Yes," Yu Tao quickly replied. "Thank you, young Master Qin." Sister Yi didn't expect young Master Qin to be so friendly. After taking Qingtian home, she couldn't stop talking. The young master of the Qin family looks about the same age as Chang Rui, but he is so handsome. Elder brother is handsome too. Qingtian quickly defended Yi Chang Rui. Sister Yi intentionally asked, "So, who is better looking, your brother or the young man in the carriage?" Although Yi Chang Rui pretended to be indifferent, he was actually eagerly waiting to hear Qingtian's answer. Qingtian was speechless for a while. Good children shouldn't lie, but her brother was looking right at her. This question was really hard, and Qingtian's little face scrunched up in worry. The Yi family members all laughed heartily at the scene. Yi Changmian couldn't hold back any longer and squeezed over to sit next to Qingtian, emphasizing, "Sister, I am your brother. You can't call anyone else brother." Sister Yi laughed so hard, she wiped her tears away with her hand, saying, "Look at how young you are, already learning to be jealous." Yi Changmian looked at his mother in confusion and frowned. "Mom, what are you talking about? We're not having dumplings today. Where's the jealousy?" This made the adults laugh even louder. The autumn wind carried the laughter of the Yi family toward the carriage, capturing the attention of Madame Qin. When Madame Qin saw Qingtian for the first time, she felt a strong connection, even finding her somewhat familiar. What a well-behaved and sensible child, yet she has no love from her father or mother. Luckily, she met a kind family, otherwise, she might not even be safe. After a moment of reflection, Madame Qin turned back to see that her son had eaten all the rabbit meat, leaving only the red peppers.
He Xian.
Madame Qin looked at her younger son in surprise. Not a single piece left? This was truly unlike him. Her youngest son had grown up under the guidance of his grandfather, taught to be mature and self-restrained. He rarely showed any clear preferences when it came to food. Since he became sensible, Madame Qin had hardly seen him act childishly. It was unprecedented for him to finish a whole bowl of food without leaving anything. Qin Hixian pressed his lips together, which were slightly red from the spice, with a thin layer of oil still on them. "I'm sorry, Mother, He didn't even know what was wrong with him. At first, he just tried a bite, but he couldn't stop eating. Qin Hixian lowered his head in shame, waiting for his mother's criticism. To his surprise, Madame Qin burst into laughter and pulled her son into her arms, saying, "If you like it, just eat. There's nothing to be sorry about. Seeing you enjoy your food makes me happier than eating myself. I didn't expect that your mother could cook so well to make you like it so much. That's not easy." Madame Qin, feeling pleased, wanted to give the Yi family some reward and ask Sister Yi to send over some dishes in the future. But before she could tell Li Fu to do it, her son stopped her. Qin Hixian had already wiped the thin layer of grease off his mouth, but his lips were still a bit red from the spice. "Mother, I think the Yi family is different from others. They are just companions with us and have no intention of flattering us. If we give them a reward, it might make it seem like we look down on them. It would be better to have Li Fu send some food over. Wouldn't that be more appropriate?" "You think of everything." Madame Qin nodded and called Li Fu to handle it. Li Fu went to prepare a bag of fine rice and brought a piece of salted meat. However, thinking about the young master's last words about give and take, he felt that this seemed a bit too little. After some thought, he also took a box of exquisite pastries. "Sister Yi, I didn't know your cooking was so good. My lady and young master praised it highly and asked me to bring some food over for you." Sister Yi repeatedly declined, saying, No, it's too much. I'm just happy that Madame Qin and young Master Qin don't mind my cooking. You have already helped us so much by bringing us here. How can I accept your gifts after just one meal?" Li Fu replied, "Sister Yi, my young master said that give and take is how friendships grow."
This.
Sister Yi was momentarily confused by Li Fu's words, unsure whether to accept the gifts, and looked to Grandma Yi for help. Li Fu felt a bit frustrated. How could they not understand at this point? He couldn't just say, "My young master likes your cooking, so please send some over in the future," could he? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for young Master Qin? Fortunately, Grandma Yi understood Li Fu's meaning and nodded, saying, "Eldest daughter-in-law, since Madame Qin and young Master Qin have said so, you should accept the items. In the future, whenever we make something to eat, remember to send a portion to them." Li Fu finally felt relieved, grateful that there was someone so understanding in the Yi family. After hearing Grandma Ye's words, Sister Yi felt brave enough to accept the items. However, she still felt like she was taking advantage of them and couldn't help but ask, "You see, I don't know what Madame Qin and young Master Qin like to eat. Could you help me decide what would be suitable for dinner tonight?" As she spoke, Sister Yi led Li Fu to the flat cart where she was packing her belongings. Li Fu followed, puzzled, thinking, can we really choose the dishes? On the cart, there were 2 wooden barrels covered with lids. Sister Yi lifted one lid, signaling Li Fu to take a look. When Li Fu leaned in to see, his eyes widened in surprise. Inside one large barrel, there was a full circle of prepared meat hanging along the sides, probably 3 or 4 different kinds. Li Fu could only barely recognize the pork. He wasn't sure about the others. He heard Sister Yi introduce, "Here we have wild boar, deer, and roe deer meat. In that other basket, there are a few wild rabbits and ducks." She then lifted the lid off the other barrel, revealing a half-full container of water that reflected the sunlight, making it a bit blinding. Li Fu squinted to see that under the water's surface, 7 or 8 large fish were lazily swimming around.
This.
Li Fu was so shocked he couldn't find the words. Was the Yi family really just refugees? No wonder they had been fleeing for so long, yet the whole family looked healthy and rosy, not thin at all. From the food alone, the Yi family seemed to be even better off than the Qin family. Li Fu couldn't help but wipe his brow in relief, feeling extremely fortunate that he had brought a box of pastries after all. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel like a gift. It would seem more like he was begging. Seeing that Sister Yi was still waiting for him to choose dishes, Li Fu politely said, "Your cooking is so good. Anything you make will be delicious. This isn't a restaurant, so there's no need to choose dishes. If the masters find out, they might scold me for being presumptuous." Sister Yi didn't understand the customs of wealthy families, and since Li Fu insisted on not choosing, she had to give up. Suddenly, Qingtian spoke up, "Mom, let's have fish for dinner." Li Fu's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he nodded secretly. The fish in the barrel were all alive, definitely fresher than the meat.
Great.
Sister Yi always meets her daughter's requests. "If Qingtian wants to eat fish, I will make fish for you tonight." After Li Fu returned, he told Madame Qin about the situation in the Yi family and exclaimed, "It seems the 4 brothers of the Yi family really have some skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it this far without going hungry and even saved up so much food." Although Qin Huishuan had just eaten lunch, he was already looking forward to dinner after hearing this. "This makes it seem like we are taking advantage of them," Madame Qin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, since they had just sent something over, it wouldn't look good to send another gift right away. She suddenly remembered that Li Fu mentioned Sister Yi was especially fond of Qingtian. Qingtian is young and weak, and riding in a mule cart isn't as comfortable as a horse cart. How about you go and bring Qingtian over to sit with us in the horse cart? After hearing the news from Li Fu, Sister Yi was quite puzzled. Why would Madame Qin suddenly want Qingtian to ride in the horse cart? "Uncle Li, look, the child is taking her afternoon nap. Should I wait until she wakes up and ask her? She's still very young and shy. I'm afraid she might get nervous and cause trouble for Madame Qin." This matter shouldn't be forced, but Li Fu smiled and reassured her. "Our lady just thinks Qingtian is cute and sensible, so she likes her. It really depends on whether the child is willing." After Li Fu left, Sister Yi sat beside the sleeping Qingtian, feeling worried as she quietly spoke to her husband. "What do you think Madame Qin means? Could she be interested in Qingtian and want her as a daughter?" Before her husband could respond, they were interrupted by Gua's loud laughter from behind. "Haha, this is too funny." Gua held her stomach, laughing so hard that she was stomping her feet and making exaggerated gestures. "Sister, you really have a wild imagination. Do you think everyone sees your daughter as a treasure? Honestly, the Qin family is a prestigious household. A girl like Qingtian wouldn't even be suitable as a servant for them. If they're giving you this attention, just accept it and stop being so picky." Sister Yi was furious at her words, thinking to herself, if it weren't for Qingtian, wouldn't your face be rounder from all the food you've eaten? But she knew she could only think this in her heart and must not say it out loud. Fortunately, Grandma Yi understood the situation and called Sister Yi over, saying, "Don't worry. Can't you see? It's definitely because Mrs. Qin and young Master Qin enjoyed your cooking and felt shy to ask for more. That's why they sent Butler Li to bring gifts and asked Qingtian to come over to be friendly with us. These days, just work a little harder and make some of your best dishes so that Qingtian can enjoy some nice meals and ride in the big carriage." The mule cart that Grandma Yi was sitting in was not as spacious as the horse-drawn carriage, and it was filled with a lot of luggage. With 3 people sitting in it, it was already quite cramped, and she had to hold onto Qingtian the whole time. Although Qingtian was smaller and more honest than other children her age, she still had some weight. Grandma Yi was getting old, and after half a day, she was indeed a bit tired. After hearing Grandma's words, Sister Yi finally felt relieved. She realized that she had overthought things for a moment. However, no matter how she felt, she didn't shout about it. She only whispered a few words to her husband. Gua, who was eavesdropping from behind, couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was one thing to say such things in front of family, but what if the Qin family heard it? Thinking of this, Sister Yi couldn't help but give Gua a disapproving look. Gua not only didn't think she was wrong, but also complained to Yi Lao Si. Sister Yi used to be so honest that you couldn't get a word out of her. Now that she has taken in a girl, I don't see any benefits, but her temper is getting worse. Stop saying those things. If Mom hears you, she'll scold you again. Besides, ever since Sister Yi took in Qingtian, our family's luck has been getting better. We've had plenty to eat and drink on this journey, and everything has gone smoothly. I don't know how many people envy our family. Yi Lao Si couldn't understand why everyone loved the adorable Qingtian, yet Guo always had something against her. What he didn't know was that Guo was particularly bothered by that very fact. Sister Yi, with her own stubbornness, was willing to adopt a girl who seemed like a burden. She even insisted that all the good fortune was brought by her, as if Qingtian were a blessing, and somehow, the whole family seemed to believe her. If you want to say it that way, I've only been married for a little over 2 months. Why don't you say that all this good luck is because you married me? Yi Lao Si, who was not one to lie, knew that speaking the truth would only anger Guo. He scratched his head, unable to find the words. Sister Yi Sen listened closely to the couple's conversation and was almost unable to hold back her feelings. In the end, she was stopped by Yi Lao San, which prevented her from confronting Guo. After holding back her anger for a while, she ran over to the cart to complain to the other 2 sisters-in-law. Does she even think about how she got married? During the famine, her parents and siblings didn't want to support her anymore, so they hurriedly pushed for her to marry into our family. Not long after she arrived, there was a disaster. If it weren't for the 4th brother stepping in, she might have been seriously hurt. Then everyone had to flee from the famine, living from meal to meal. Now that things are finally looking up for her, she has the nerve to take credit? She should take a look at herself. She doesn't seem like someone who brings good fortune. Sister Yi Sen lowered her voice and said, "Sisters, after all these years, you should know my character. When the brothers got along well, we 3 sisters-in-law got along like sisters too, sharing everything. But after seeing how the 4th brother's wife is, I really can't tolerate it. Once we settle back home, I will have to ask my husband to discuss separating our households. Please don't take it personally, it's not aimed at you." Sister Yi Da and Sister Yi Er exchanged glances, feeling speechless, and sighed in unison. While the 3 sisters-in-law were talking, Yi Changnian, who had been sleeping nearby, suddenly woke up with a start. He looked around sleepily and, seeing that Qingtian was still sleeping next to him, broke into a smile. "Mom, is my sister going to ride with us this afternoon?" "Just keep sleeping. Qingtian is going to take the big cart this afternoon," Sister Yi San replied casually. Coincidentally, Yi Changnian had just dreamed that Qingtian was ignoring him and was following another boy, calling him brother. He chased after them but couldn't catch up and fell hard. The feeling of disappointment still lingered, and upon hearing Sister Yi San's words, he believed it completely and cried out, "Wah! Sister, it's my sister." He tightly held onto Qingtian's hand, crying so hard that he was blowing bubbles from his nose. Qingtian woke up, not knowing what was happening, but immediately reached out to wipe his tears. "Don't cry, Nian Nian." Meanwhile, the 3 sisters-in-law watched the scene unfold, enjoying the commotion. The more Yi Changnian cried, the more they laughed uncontrollably. Before the convoy was ready to leave, Sister Yi asked Qingtian for her opinion. "Sweetheart, Mrs. Qin wants you to sit in the front with them on the carriage. Do you want to go?" Hearing this, Qingtian immediately remembered the handsome young man she saw in the carriage earlier. She was about to nod, but then she saw Yi Changnian still sobbing nearby and hesitated. Sister Yi quickly picked up her son and handed him to Yi Laosan, smiling at Qingtian. "Don't mind him. He'll be fine in a bit." Yi Changrui then said thoughtfully, "Qingtian is weak. Sitting in the carriage will be more comfortable for her." "Exactly. Our Changrui is so considerate," Sister Yi nodded repeatedly. Sister Er then took out a beautiful outfit she had made during her spare time and prepared to change Qingtian into it. It was a light red dress, almost brand new, with some red plum blossoms embroidered on it. "Sister Er, your skills are amazing. This outfit is so beautiful." Guo, watching from the side, was amazed. The fabric was so nice and new, better than her wedding dress. Why was it being made for that wild girl, Qingtian? Could it be something precious from old Lady Ye's collection? Just as Guo was about to step forward, Sister Yi said, This fabric looks a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Did you steal something from Mother's collection? Guesher jumped in, thinking she had guessed right. Sister Air was confused by her accusation.
What are you talking about?
This is an outfit I modified from my dowry.
Pa.
Guesher spat. You've been married for almost 10 years. How can your dowry clothes still be this new? Are you trying to fool someone? But Sister Yi slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Oh, isn't this your dowry? I remember you wore this during your first New Year after getting married. But no one in the village had seen fabric in this color before. When you stood in the snow, it looked so bright and beautiful that everyone praised it. You're right, Sister Yi. It is this outfit, Sister Air said, nostalgically touching the dress in her hands. Then she glanced at Guesher and continued, but I only wore it for one night. On the first day of the New Year, just as I was about to go out with Mother to visit relatives, fourth brother threw a firecracker at me. The beautiful dress ended up with a big hole burned in the hem. There were sparks everywhere, and it even burned some small black spots. Sister Yi nodded repeatedly and said, Isn't that right? It really hurt my heart back then. You cried at home all day and didn't even visit relatives. Mother was so angry that she didn't care it was New Year's Day. She pinned the fourth son down and gave him a good beating with a broom. Gui didn't expect this matter would end up involving her family. Just as she was about to sneak away, Sister Yi Sen called her back. Sister-in-law, why don't you ask the fourth son? He was too young to understand back then, but now he's starting a family. When will he pay back the money for the second sister-in-law's clothes? Gui lost her confidence, and her voice dropped significantly. Children can be naughty. That's common, right? Mother punished him too. We haven't split up. We're all one family. Talking about paying back feels too sentimental. Besides, this happened so many years ago. It's surprising that the first and second sisters-in-law still remember it. Oh, I'll go back and ask the fourth son. He might not even remember. Gui chuckled awkwardly and quickly found an excuse to leave. Sister Yi Sen showed no mercy and laughed loudly as she watched her walk away. Sister Yi held the finely stitched coat in her hands and finally understood why Sister Yi Air was still carefully embroidering red plums on it to cover the holes burned by sparks. I really didn't expect you to keep this coat all this time. I just couldn't bear to part with this fabric, Sister Yi Air said, a sweet smile on her face. This was bought by the second son the year we got engaged. He worked for 3 months in the county, and he was so frugal that he walked a whole day and night to buy it for me. I thought if we had a daughter in the future, I could let her wear it. Who would have thought we ended up with 3 little boys, and I have no use for it? Sister Yi was touched and said, Why don't you keep it safe? After all, it's a heartfelt gift from the second son. Oh, after so many years of being an old couple and with the kids grown up, who still worries about such things? Good thing we brought it along this time. Look, with a little change, it looks great on Qingtian. By the time they finished talking, they had already dressed Qingtian in the coat. Although she had suffered a lot at the Shan family, she had a good foundation, and after being cared for by Sister Yi for over half a month, she began to show signs of beauty. As soon as she put on the water-red coat, it made her lips look red and her teeth look white. Sister Yi quickly pulled out 2 hairbands made from leftover fabric. Sister Yi styled Qingtian's hair into 2 little buns and tied them with the hairbands, making her look so beautiful. Our Qingtian is really stunning. Sister Yi couldn't help but give her a big kiss on the cheek. Brother Yi leaned in and praised, Qingtian doesn't look like a country child at all. She looks just like a young lady from a wealthy family. That's why your skills are so good, Sister Yi said, looking at Qingtian, who looked like a little fairy. I really need to learn sewing from you, so I can dress up Qingtian beautifully every day. Sister-in-law, I don't like what you just said. Sister Yi pretended to be serious and said, Qingtian still calls me second aunt. I can't just ignore what happens. Look at you being so picky. That's not what I meant. Sister Yi quickly replied, I just want to experience the joy of dressing up my daughter. Sister Yi carried the newly dressed Qingtian to find Li Fu. When Li Fu saw Qingtian, he was taken aback, clearly surprised. Li, what's wrong? Sister Yi asked, holding the child tightly with concern. Li Fu snapped back to reality and cleverly said, "Little Qingtian looks so lovely that my old eyes almost didn't recognize her. I thought you had changed children." Hearing Li Fu praise Qingtian made Sister Ye's heart feel sweeter than honey. "Let's hurry, the carriage team is about to leave." As Li Fu led them to the carriage, he secretly wiped his brow. No wonder the lady said Qingtian looked familiar. She resembled someone so much that it was hard not to notice. Sister Yi placed Qingtian in the carriage, feeling a bit uneasy, and said, "Madam Qin, if Qingtian misbehaves." But Madam Qin was staring at Qingtian, completely lost in thought, and didn't hear her. She grabbed Qingtian's small hand and gently said, "Your name is Qingtian, right? Come here, and let me take a look." Qingtian glanced at Sister Yi, who nodded, and then walked over to Madam Qin. Madam Qin hugged her tightly, and after a careful look, said, "Sister Yi, no wonder I feel a connection between our families. Your daughter looks so much like my older sister did when she was little. Such a coincidence is hard to believe. Leave the child with me. You can rest easy." Seeing that Mrs. Qin truly liked Qingtian, Sister Yi felt a bit relieved. It was Qingtian's first time riding in a carriage. She thought the mule cart in the morning was already great, as it could shield her from the wind and rain, keeping her warm inside. Now, sitting in the carriage, she realized how much more comfortable it could be. From the outside, the Qin family's carriage looked luxurious and exquisite, but the inside was a whole different world. The carriage was lined with beautiful patterned blankets, and the walls were covered with thick felt. Whether she wanted to lie down or lean back, it was all soft and warm, with no worries about bumping into anything. Several soft pillows were casually placed on the blankets for the passengers to use at any time. In the center of the carriage was a square table, which seemed to be attached to the carriage, as it remained steady while the carriage moved. On the table, close to Mrs. Qin, there was a box of snacks, a pot of tea, and a teacup. On the side, near young Master Qin, there was a book. Mrs. Qin invited Qingtian to sit beside her and handed her a piece of snack. "Thank you, madam," Qingtian said, following Sister Ye's advice, then held the snack with both hands and took small bites. Mrs. Qin, who had no daughters of her own, was delighted to see how well-behaved Qingtian was. Not only did she offer her tasty treats, but she also took out a jewelry box to style her hair. Shanhaiguan had been focused on his book, but gradually, he glanced at the book less and looked at Qingtian more often. When Mrs. Qin noticed her son's little actions, she smiled and said, "If you can't concentrate, just put it away. I told you not to read in the carriage. It's not good for your eyes. You asked me before what the ants in the capital look like, right? Come over and take a look at Qingtian. Her features resemble your aunt's quite a bit." Shanhaiguan closed the book carefully and placed it back in his book box before he began to observe Qingtian closely. Qingtian actually had a pair of standard peach blossom eyes. Because she was so thin, her eyes appeared even larger. When she wasn't smiling, her eyes resembled flower petals, with the corners slightly raised, as if she naturally carried a hint of joy. When she smiled, her eyes turned into crescent moons, making it hard for anyone not to smile along with her. Below her eyes was a small, delicate nose, surprisingly round and cute at the tip. Compared to her eyes and nose, her lips were the most striking feature of her face. Her lips were thin, but the peaks were clear and distinct. When she smiled, two small dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. At first, Qingtian felt a bit nervous when getting into the carriage, but she soon realized that Madam Qin and young Master Qin were very kind, and she gradually relaxed. She not only answered all of Madam Qin's questions, but also learned a poem from Shanhaiguan. While the people in the front of the carriage were enjoying themselves, Sister Yi in the back felt restless all afternoon, unable to resist tiptoeing to peek ahead. She wasn't sure if she was worried that Qingtian would misbehave and be sent back or if she hoped Qingtian would return to her side quickly. They traveled until dusk when the Qin family found a suitable place to stop, and it was time to cook. After tiptoeing all afternoon, Sister Yi felt her calves and ankles ache and swell as soon as they stopped. But Sister Yi Er quickly came over and asked, "Sister, how do you plan to cook the fish for dinner?" Sister Yi thought for a moment. There were still 5 large fish in the bucket, but with so many people, it might not be enough. "Have your brother chop up that wild boar rib and, along with those fish, let's do it all in a big pot," Sister Yi said as she sat down on the flatbed cart, rubbing her sore ankles. "Also, let the kids look around to see if they can find any potatoes or other wild vegetables. We can add those to the pot and make some cornmeal cakes to go with it." Before she could finish, Sister Yi Er and Sister Yi Sen both swallowed loudly. Their loud gulp interrupted Sister Ye's words. Sister Yi Er quickly said, "Sister, you must be exhausted. Sit and rest. I'll prepare the fish and call you when it's ready." Sister Yi San, straightforward as ever, didn't mind her earlier slip and laughed. "Sister, just hearing you talk makes my mouth water. We haven't had fish cooked in an iron pot for a long time. You sit down. I'll start the fire." As the Yi family began to light the fire, the servants from the Qin family looked over. Their eyes were filled with eager anticipation, no longer showing the skepticism they had at noon. At lunchtime, aside from sending a bowl of rabbit meat to Madame Qin and young Master Qin, Sister Yi had filled a bowl for Li Fu, saying it was for the Qin family servants to taste. With so many servants, a big bowl of rabbit meat was hardly enough. Each person received only a couple of small pieces, just enough to get a taste before it was gone. However, the little bit of rabbit meat that usually gets stuck in the teeth managed to win over all the servants at the Qin family. The 2 nannies who rode with Grandma Yi took advantage of her generosity at lunch and enjoyed a hearty meal of rabbit meat. They praised Sister Ye's cooking all afternoon, eagerly waiting for dinner as soon as it got dark. Grandma Yi secretly delighted in this. She used a bowl of rabbit meat as a conversation starter, successfully opening up the 2 nannies. That afternoon, under Grandma Ye's subtle guidance, the nannies shared a lot about the situation in the capital, from customs and social norms to taboos. They also discussed practical matters, like where to find work in the city and where to sell mountain goods fairly. Grandma Yi memorized everything that would be useful for daily life, thinking that this bowl of rabbit meat was truly worth it. After a short rest, Sister Yi, despite her sore legs, decided to go and bring back her daughter, Qingtian, who had been sitting in the carriage all afternoon. She felt uneasy without her daughter by her side. To her surprise, when she took the child, she noticed that the 2 little buns in Qingtian's hair had turned into 2 drooping pigtails, adorned with 2 expensive-looking pearl hairpins. "Madam, this is too precious," Sister Yi said as she tried to return the hairpins to Madame Qin. But Madame Qin replied, "These are for the child, not for you. They're just toys to please her. They're not worth much." Looking at the pearls, which were larger than soybeans and glimmered with a warm golden hue in the sunset, Sister Yi felt a bit dizzy. Clearly, Madame Qin's idea of not worth much was different from hers. At that moment, Yi Changxue ran over and said, "Annie, my mom has cleaned the fish and wants you to come back and cook." Madame Qin quickly found an excuse, saying, "My son loves your cooking, and I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you these days. If you won't even take 2 hairpins for the child, I'd feel bad accepting your dishes." Sister Yi had no choice but to thank her and went back to cook with Qingtian. Cooking fish in an iron pot may sound simple, but making it delicious requires effort, especially in seasoning. Sister Yi had a family recipe, but it needed many spices that were hard to find in the countryside. So, even after many years in the Yi family, her cooking was still a simplified version. However, the Yi family seasonings were incomplete, while the Qin family had everything. Sister Yi was thrilled to find that all the seasonings she needed were here with Li Fu. She rolled up her sleeves with enthusiasm and said, "Finally, I can show my skills. Just wait for the delicious food." First, Sister Yi poured oil into the pot and added green onions, ginger, garlic, chili, and various spices, frying them on low heat to create fragrant 5-spice oil. Then, she added different sauces and seasonings to stir-fry until aromatic. The delightful scent with a hint of spiciness quickly spread through the air, carried by the night breeze. At first, Li Fu felt a bit hopeless, when he heard Sister Yi was making wild boar ribs with fish. In his mind, such a mixed stew seemed too simple and rough to be impressive. But as Sister Yi finished frying the sauce, he found himself starting to salivate. She scooped out the fried sauce and, using the remaining oil in the pot, tossed in the chopped ribs, stirring them until they were coated in a shiny glaze. Next, she placed several cleaned fish on top of the ribs. Thankfully, the Yi family had many members, so the large pot was able to hold everything. Finally, Sister Yi evenly poured a bowl of the fried sauce over the fish, added a few scoops of water, and covered the pot. The rest was up to time. A few children squatted nearby, ready to add firewood to the stove as needed. The bright flames licked the dark pot, and soon, bubbling sounds filled the air. The aroma of the sauce mixed with the rich scent of the ribs and the freshness of the fish, making the children watching the fire drool. Estimating it was almost done, Sister Yi brought over a bowl of prepared cornmeal and called out, "Eldest, lift the pot lid." The tall eldest son quickly lifted the lid and stepped back to avoid the rush of hot steam. The children cheered, "It smells so good. It's even better than what we made at home." "Auntie, is it ready? When can we eat?" Sister Yi gently pushed the children back with her foot, worried they might get burned. "First, let's make the flatbreads. Once they're ready, we can eat." As she spoke, she took a piece of the prepared dough. With a quick motion, she shaped the cornmeal into a round flatbread and slapped it onto the edge of the pot. Sister Yi moved quickly, walking around the big iron pot, which looked like a blooming sunflower with a ring of yellow petals opening up instantly. After covering the pot and letting it steam for a while, a sweet aroma of cooked corn cakes began to waft out, in addition to the earlier delicious scent. Sister Yi opened the pot lid a little to check the cakes at the edge, noticing they were starting to get crispy. She immediately instructed, "Put out the fire." Hearing this, Yi Chongrui quickly used tongs to remove all the burning wood from the bottom of the pot and tossed it aside. A few children went over to stomp it out one by one. Sister Yi fully opened the pot lid, holding a spatula in one hand and dipping the other in cool water. She carefully lifted out the golden, fragrant cakes and placed them into a large basin held by Sister Yi. At this point, the fish in the pot was tender and flavorful, and the ribs underneath were so soft they were almost falling off the bone. Sister Yi carefully served 2 large pieces of fish and added several pieces of ribs, finishing with a couple of ladles of broth before taking it to Madame Qin. Madame Qin, sitting in the carriage, could hardly sit still as she smelled the delicious aroma wafting towards her. If Sister Yi didn't come soon, she thought about getting out to sea for herself. "Madame Qin, tonight we have ribs stewed with fish. I hope you will enjoy it. The smell is so tempting. How could I not enjoy it?" After Sister Yi returned from delivering the fish, she saw the family gathered around the pot, but no one had started eating yet. Even the children, who had been eagerly waiting, were just holding their chopsticks, tempted. When Grandma Yi saw Sister Yi sit down, she said, "Let's eat." The children immediately cheered.
Oh,
"We're having fish. I want ribs." Once Grandma Yi started using her chopsticks, everyone else began to reach for the pot. Sister Yi placed 2 pieces of ribs in her bowl to cool, then took the best piece of fish belly, carefully removed the bones, and dipped it in the broth to feed to Qingtian. "Is it good?" Seeing her daughter's little mouth shiny with oil, Sister Yi felt even happier than if she had eaten herself. "It's delicious." Qingtian beamed at her. "Mom's cooking is the best." Sister Yi was overjoyed by her daughter's praise. The rest of the family chimed in. "Sister, this time the iron pot fish is especially tasty. It's much better than what we had at home before." "That's right. Sister's cooking has improved again." Big Sister Yi smiled humbly and said, "It's not that I've improved. It's thanks to the Qin family's complete seasonings. Otherwise, no matter how skilled I am, I can't cook without ingredients." Gua quickly added, "Big sister, do you get upset when others say you're overweight? With ribs and fish, who wouldn't make it delicious? Besides, in these times, being able to fill our stomachs is already good enough. Why would anyone pay extra for something that tastes so good?" Big Sister Yi was enjoying her meal when she was about to retort, but then she saw Li Fu walking over quickly. Big Sister Yi, my lady asked me to come and ask if you are willing to sell your recipe for the braised ribs and fish.
What?
Guo almost choked on a fish bone. Cough, cough. She coughed several times before spitting out the bone. People actually pay for this? Li Fu smiled and said, my young master loves it, and my lady asked me to see if you would sell the recipe to us. Big Sister Yi quickly replied, what's the big deal? If young Master Qin likes it, I can just tell you the recipe. Why talk about money? Oh, that won't do, Li Fu said. Big Sister Yi, you may not know, but with your amazing skills, you could earn a lot of money in the capital. How could we take your recipe for free? Earn a lot of money? The Yi family was stunned. Since Big Sister Yi joined the family, she had always cooked for them. They had enjoyed her food for years, but never thought it could actually make money. Old Lady Yi had gathered some information from the two maids during the day, so she understood a bit more than the others. However, she still wasn't sure how much it was worth. After thinking for a moment, she decided to be straightforward. Lee Steward, to be honest, we are just country folks and don't understand these things. But having lived for so many years, I believe I can read people fairly well. The Qin family is honest and wouldn't cheat us. Just tell us a price. Hearing this, Li Fu's eyes showed satisfaction. If the Yi family was haggling over how much the recipe was worth, they would be missing out on something big. Don't worry, my lady will definitely treat you well, Li Fu said with a smile, gesturing with his hand. This amount? 5 copper coins? Gua exclaimed without thinking, almost bursting into laughter. She thought they could sell it for a lot more, but it turned out to be just 5 copper coins. It was truly hilarious. Li Fu quickly shook his head. Guo was taken aback and thought, could it be 5 coins? Is a fish stew recipe really worth that much? Her heart raced as she glanced at Sister Yi. Sister Yi had cooked many dishes at home, at least 80, and if each dish sold for 1 coin, that would be 80 coins. Wasn't this a chance to get rich? Lost in her fantasy, Guo felt as if she were sitting on a pile of coins. The Yi family also showed surprise. A fish stew recipe could fetch 5 coins, proving the Qin family was indeed wealthy and generous. Li Fu, seeing the Yi family's naive expressions, realized no one dared to guess higher. He reluctantly revealed the answer. You all guessed wrong. It's not 5 coins or 5 strings of coins. It's 50 taels of silver. What? Guo jumped up too quickly, feeling dizzy and swaying until Yi Laosi steadied her. Old 4, pinch me. I can't be dreaming. Yi Laosi, being practical, gave her a firm pinch.
Ouch.
Feeling the pain in her arm, Guo finally believed it wasn't a dream. The rest of the Yi family was also stunned, and the room fell silent. Only the faint crackling of the fire could be heard. 50
taels.
Sister Yi stumbled over her words, finally managing to shake her head. No way. It's just a fish stew recipe. How can it be worth that much? Gua immediately turned to glare at Sister Yi. Are you out of your mind? Have you never seen someone giving away silver?
Li Butler about this.
Gua smiled at Li Fu, eager to finalize the deal. But Li Fu ignored her and continued to Sister Yi. Is this fish stew recipe passed down from your family, or did you create it yourself? To be honest, my young master loves fish and has tried countless recipes from famous restaurants outside. But he said this flavor is something he has never tasted before. Sister Yi rubbed her hands, feeling shy. The fish stew recipe was passed down from my family, but I made some changes, so it does taste different. Exactly.
Li Fu exclaimed, Zlepingistai.
That's what makes it unique. Do you think just any fish stew could be worth 50 taels of silver? Sister Yi still shook her head repeatedly and said, that's just too much. This was the first time Li Fu had encountered a situation where he couldn't give away silver, so he patiently tried to persuade her, don't rush to refuse. Let me finish speaking first. This 50 taels of silver isn't just given away casually. Upon hearing this, Gua immediately perked up her ears. She knew that 50 taels was a significant amount. It wasn't something that could just be given away. The Qin family was wealthy, but they weren't foolish. Li Fu continued, after you sell us this recipe, you must also personally teach our chef how to make the dish, so that it tastes the same. Additionally, You cannot share this recipe with anyone else. Your family cannot use it to open a restaurant and make money. You must ensure that our Qin family has the exclusive rights. Seeing that Sister Yi still hadn't agreed, Guo became anxious and interjected, managerly, "Whatever you say goes. We won't tell anyone else or open a restaurant. We won't even make this dish at home anymore." As long as she could get the 50 taels, she would be fine never eating fish again, even if it meant giving up her favorite dish. "There's no need to go that far. It's fine if you want to eat it at home," Li Fu replied to Guo, then turned back to Sister Yi and said, "To be honest, this price isn't high at all. If you were to buy a recipe from a famous chef or someone with a strong background, it would cost several times more." 50 taels was already an amount Sister Yi had never seen before, and several times that was beyond her imagination.
Then
"Then I agree," Sister Yi said hesitantly, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward Old Lady Yi. Old Lady Yi was also quite shocked but maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Sister-in-law, since Manager Li has put it this way, you shouldn't decline. Make sure to teach them the recipe well." "Exactly. Your family matriarch is quite agreeable," Li Fu said as he took out a 50-tael banknote from his pocket and handed it to Sister Yi. Holding the banknote, Sister Ye's hands trembled. How did she earn 50 taels just for making a dish? Guo's eyes widened when she saw the banknote. She smiled broadly as she watched Sister Yi hand the banknote to Old Lady Yi, feeling pleased that she had escaped the hardships soon after marrying and hadn't yet thought about dividing the family. If they had divided, it would have been a huge loss. Old Lady Yi waved her hand and said, "This is money you earned by yourself. You should keep it." "No need to give it to me," Guo shouted angrily. "Why should it belong to her?" Old Lady Yi glared at her and replied, "Because this 50 taels of silver was earned by the eldest daughter-in-law through her own efforts. But we haven't split the family yet, so the money should go to the family fund. How can she keep it for herself?" Guo protested. "If that's the case, when I and the fourth son earn money, do we not have to contribute either?" Old Lady Yi raised her voice in anger. "If you had that ability, I would give it to you. The eldest daughter-in-law's recipe was passed down from her family and has nothing to do with our Yi family. I want to see who has the face to take this money. I certainly don't." As she spoke, she looked around at her other 3 sons and 2 daughters-in-law. Yi Er said, "Mother decides." Yi Er's wife added, "It should be given to the eldest sister-in-law." Yi Sen said, "Mother, we don't want it." Yi San's wife said, "Even if we lack ability, we still have our pride." Yi Si desperately held back the stubborn Guo, saying, "Mother, we also don't want it." "Yi Si you." Guo was almost furious, but couldn't break free from Yi Si's grip, who dragged her away. That was 50 taels of silver. Even if divided into 5 parts, each would get 10 taels. What good is pride? How much is pride worth? Old Lady Yi declared, "All right, I've made my decision. Eldest daughter-in-law, make sure to keep the banknote safe." Hearing this, Yi Dazhao looked at her husband. Yi Dazhao understood his mother's character and nodded. Only then did Yi Dazhao carefully fold the banknote and keep it close. Guo watched from a distance, furious enough to feel sick, and started hitting and kicking Yi Si. "That's 50 taels of silver, not 5. You might never earn 50 taels in your life. They don't want it, and you don't want it either? What are you pretending for?" Normally, Yi Si would have comforted her by now. But today, Yi Si just squatted silently, letting her hit and scold him. After Guo got tired of hitting and scolding, she stood with her hands on her hips, panting. "Are you mute today?" Suddenly, Yi Si stood up. He was much taller than Guo, and when he stood, his shadow completely covered her. Guo took a step back in fear, her voice wavering, but she still stubbornly said, "What do you want to do?" "I can tell you, if you dare to touch me even with a finger, I won't let this go." Yi Laosi, who usually smiled, had a serious expression today. He said firmly, "I may not have much ability, and I can't promise I'll earn a lot of money in my life. But I am willing to work hard and will do my best for you and this family. As long as you believe in me and settle down at home, I will strive to make your life better. Everyone knows money is good, but that money was earned by my sister-in-law through her hard work, and it has nothing to do with us. What you're doing today is really not good. Guo felt touched at first, but she didn't expect Yi Laosi to suddenly change his tone and start pointing out her faults. This was the first time since they got married that Yi Laosi spoke to her like this. Guo, angry, put her hands on her hips and said, Yi Laosi, you've really grown bold. But Yi Laosi didn't listen to her finish and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? While the couple was having a cold war, on the other side, Yi Dajia had just put Qingtian to sleep and was lying face to face with Yidala, sharing some private words between husband and wife. Dear, should we keep the silver note for ourselves? Fourth sister-in-law has a point. After all, we haven't split the family yet. This money is rightfully yours, so there's no need to feel uneasy. Besides, others have no objections, so why should you care what Fourth's wife says? After saying this, Yidala looked at the sweetly sleeping Qingtian between them. When we didn't have children, it was fine to dedicate ourselves to the family. But now that we have Qingtian, we don't know how things are back home. Even if we don't think of ourselves, we must think of our daughter. As soon as Yidala mentioned Qingtian, Yidajia immediately fell silent. She knew better than anyone that the good life they had now was brought by Qingtian to the Yi family. She wasn't afraid of hardship, but she wanted to do her best to ensure Qingtian had a good life. The matter of the 50 taels silver note ended there. The next day, no one in the family mentioned it again. Yi Dajia got up early to prepare breakfast. Thanks to the 50 taels from the Qin family, she even woke up early to make a big pot of rich, fragrant soup from wild boar bones. Then she kneaded the dough and mixed the filling, making a pot of delicate wontons. On a chilly autumn morning, having a bowl of steaming pork bone soup with wontons would surely warm anyone up. Gui usually doesn't get up until it's time to eat, but today she surprisingly woke up early. She was yawning a lot but still eagerly helped Sister Yi. Sister Yi, who had just finished washing up, couldn't help but say, Wow, the sun must be rising in the west today. Why is someone suddenly so hardworking? Be careful, sister. Someone might be trying to learn from you. Sister San said, What do you mean? We are all family. There's no need to say such harsh things. Gua's secret intentions were exposed, so she couldn't keep following Sister Yi and reluctantly turned to leave. Suddenly, she let out a sharp scream. Although Yi Laosi was still in a cold war with her, he rushed over immediately. What happened? Guo was so scared that she fell to the ground, pointing at the bushes nearby, stammering there. There's a dead person. The rest of the Yi family stopped in their tracks. Sister Sin rolled her eyes and said, Haven't you seen a dead person before? You scream like you've seen a ghost. After all, during their journey, who hadn't seen a few dead bodies? Sister Yi was about to turn back when she noticed her daughter, Qingtian, was missing. She quickly turned to look for her and saw that Qingtian had run over to the dead person. Qingtian, come back. Mom will make you wontons, Sister Yi called out. But Qingtian pointed at the person on the ground and said, Mom, he's alive. The Yi brothers, who had already started to walk back, turned around again upon hearing this. Yi Laoda checked under the person's nose and found a faint breath. Maybe he just froze in the cold last night? Since he was still alive, they couldn't just leave him. Ergo, come help carry him back. The two brothers lifted the man and brought him back, covering him with 2 layers of blankets and giving him a bowl of warm pork bone soup. He quickly woke up. Now, the Yi family had time to look at the man they had just saved. He had a scruffy beard, and his hair and beard were tangled and dirty. Yi Laoge had to work hard to find his mouth to feed him the hot soup. His beard covered most of his face, making it hard to see what he looked like. They could only guess he was an older man from his gray hair and the deep wrinkles on his forehead and around his eyes. After waking up, the old man remained silent, staring intently at the wontons in the pot. Sister Yi quickly served him a bowl and said, Eat up, but be careful, it's hot. The old man didn't hesitate and started eating quickly. After finishing a full bowl of wontons, he still stared at the big iron pot of the Yi family. Mrs. Gu quickly stood up, spread her arms in front of the pot, and said, What are you looking at? That's enough. Seeing this, The old man remained silent and raised his bowl to drink the last drops of soup. In the end, Sister Ye's kind heart took over, and she approached him to take the bowl, saying, "There are really no more wontons. Let me get you a bowl of soup instead." The old man didn't mind. He was fine with just soup if there were no wontons. Surprisingly, he ended up drinking 3 large bowls of soup. Sister Yi watched anxiously, fearing he might overeat. Fortunately, after finishing the 3rd bowl, the old man finally set down his bowl. Qingtian eagerly approached and asked, "Grandpa, would you like more soup?" Hearing her voice, the old man suddenly looked up and stared at her intently. Sister Yi felt uneasy under his gaze and quickly pulled Qingtian closer. "All right, you've recovered and eaten enough. Go do whatever you need to do." However, after breakfast, when the caravan was ready to set off again, the old man silently followed behind the Yi family. By noon, everyone stopped to cook. The old man didn't come over to ask for food. Instead, he sat far away. Qingtian brought a bowl of yam stew with deer meat that Sister Yi had just served her and offered it to him, saying, "Grandpa, eat this." Seeing this, Sister Yi worried that her family might be unhappy and quickly said, "Oh, dear, that was served for you." Strangely, Mrs. Gu, who usually fussed over small matters, remained silent, perhaps because she was in a bad mood after arguing with Yi Laosi. Grandma Yi said, "Qingtian is kind-hearted. That's a good thing. We have enough food, and saving a life is worth more than building a temple." She didn't say this because she was particularly kind-hearted, but because she had noticed that Qingtian was a bit different. She even secretly thought that Qingtian might be sent by a deity to help their family. So, whatever Qingtian wanted to do, as long as it wasn't dangerous, Grandma Yi felt it was reasonable and believed there would be good consequences in the future, not wanting to restrict her. After all, having an old mute man around didn't burden the family. Hearing what Grandma Yi said, Gua, who had been quietly eating, couldn't hold back anymore and remarked, "Well, it's true. Anyway, now that the elder brother and sister-in-law have money, 50 taels of silver can support not just one old man, but even a few more." This deer was hunted by the elder brother. "If you don't want to eat it, you don't have to," Grandma Yi replied. In front of the food, Wu quickly gave in. So, the mute old man stayed with the Yi family with Grandma Ye's approval. Fortunately, aside from the first meal where he was extremely hungry and ate too much, his lunch and dinner were about the same as an ordinary person's, which relieved Sister Yi. Otherwise, she would have really worried about not being able to support him. That night, as everyone prepared to sleep, the mute old man wisely found a spot away from the Yi family, wrapped himself tightly in his thin cotton clothes, and lay down to sleep. However, Yi Er approached him and said, "Sir, it's warmer over here by the fire. You can sleep here, I'm on night watch, so you don't need to worry." Once everyone was lying down, Sister Yi quietly said to Yida, "Husband, I think this old man not only can't speak, but might also have some trouble with his mind, right?" "That's possible. Otherwise, how could he wander out to this remote place in such cold weather? If we hadn't found him, he would have frozen to death. What should we do now? We've already saved him. We can't just leave him alone," Yida replied. "I talked with a few brothers. Tonight, Er will keep watch, and tomorrow, San and Si will handle the cart. I'll go around the nearby woods to see if I can find something else to eat." "All right, but be careful on the mountain," Sister Yi reminded him. The next morning, Yida got up and started packing his hunting gear. After breakfast, he fully armed himself and prepared to head into the mountains. Sister Yi quickly asked Qingtian, "Your father is going hunting. What do you want to eat?" Qingtian replied, "I want to eat lamb." Yida laughed and said, "You little girl know about lamb? Have you ever eaten lamb?" In Huinan, due to its remote location and harsh winters, there were many months when heavy snow blocked the roads, so no one raised sheep. They couldn't even prepare the feed. Occasionally, some would pass through with a flock of sheep, and if they slaughtered a few in the village, the villagers could have a meal of lamb. So, Yida was surprised that Qingtian even knew about lamb. Grandma Yi said, "Oh, she doesn't really know what lamb is. I must have mentioned last night that it was so cold, and if we could cook a pot of lamb soup to warm us up, This little one must have remembered it. On a sunny day, Qingtian quickly nodded, holding Yi Laoda's face with both small hands, and earnestly reminded him, "Dad, catch a goat for Grandma to eat."
Ah,
Yi Laoda didn't take this seriously at all. Wild goats were not easy to find, so he casually reassured the child, "Dad will try hard, okay?" Although Yi Laoda was hunting in the mountains, he had to keep moving in the direction of the caravan, not wanting to fall too far behind. He walked all morning, catching only 2 wild chickens and picking up a small basket of mushrooms. He hadn't seen any 4-legged animals, let alone wild goats. Though he could make a pot of wild chicken stew with mushrooms, thinking of Grandma Yi wanting goat soup, Yi Laoda decided to eat something first, and then look around a bit more. He found a small stream, washed his face and hands, and took out the corn flatbreads that Sister Yi had made for him, eating them with the cool stream water. Just as he had eaten half, he heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes nearby. With his experience, Yi Laoda instinctively felt that an animal was coming to drink water, so he quickly froze in place, not daring to chew the half-eaten flatbread. The bushes shook again, and then a white head popped out. The white head had 2 horns and a tuft of white beard. What else could it be but a wild goat? It really was true that thinking of something could bring it to you. Yi Laoda quietly crouched down, his muscles tensing like a bow ready to shoot. Perhaps because few people came here, the wild goat was not very alert. It hid in the bushes for a while, then, seeing no predators, confidently approached the stream. Just as it bent down to drink, Yi Laoda lunged forward with his knife. He landed on the wild goat's back, one hand gripping its neck to prevent escape, while the other swiftly cut its throat. Goat blood gushed out, but Yi Laoda had no container to catch it, so he could only watch regretfully as the blood flowed away with the stream. After the blood had drained, he washed himself a bit in the stream and carried the goat out of the woods, quickly catching up with the caravan. Even from a distance, Yi Laoda couldn't help but shout, "Qingtian, look what Dad caught for you." However, he didn't see his daughter's surprised expression, as he was instead surrounded by 5 nephews. "Your sister is sitting in the cart ahead," Yi Chongrui said. "Is that a goat, uncle? And wild chickens.
great.
We'll have meat to eat tonight." As they spoke, the other members of the Yi family came over to help. Sister Yi and second Sister Yi took the wild goat off Yi Laoda's shoulders and worked together to lift it back onto the cart. Sister 3 Yi took the tightly bound wild chicken. At this moment, Gua also came over, eagerly circling around the wild goat. "This one is so big. It must weigh around 60 or 70 pounds, right?" Before they fled from the famine, the Gua family lived much less well than the Yi family. Throughout the year, they relied on raising pigs for meat, and they hadn't tasted mutton in years. Now that Gua was married, she still remembered her childhood when her parents took her to the market, where she enjoyed a bowl of fragrant and rich mutton soup. At that time, the soup only had 2 thin, transparent slices of mutton floating in it, but it had stayed in her memory for many years. If they slaughtered this goat today, wouldn't they be able to eat freely? While Gua was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Yi Chongnian shout, "Fourth aunt is drooling." She quickly wiped the corner of her mouth, realizing it was indeed a bit wet. Everyone in the family laughed, and Gua shot Yi Chongnian an embarrassed glare. Yi Laoda instructed, "Let's save the wild chicken for now. This afternoon, we'll prepare the goat and have mutton soup and braised mutton for dinner. We'll cure the goat skin later to make a blanket for Mother." The boys all perked up at this news.
Oh,
"That's great. We're having mutton soup and mutton." After stopping for the night, Yi Dage skinned the goat, disassembled it, and chopped it into small pieces. Sister Yi luxuriously directed everyone to set up 2 large pots, planning to use one for soup and the other for braising meat. After throwing the goat bones, offal, and tendons into one pot to make soup, Sister Yi cut the mutton into cubes to prepare a pot of braised mutton. There were 2 legs left, and since it was cold, Sister Yi put them in a bucket to save for roasting later. At that moment, Grandma Yi returned with Qingtian. "Did you really catch a goat?" Upon smelling the unique scent of mutton, she couldn't help but feel both surprised and delighted. You see, apart from her, The Yi family was made up of strong young people and children who didn't yet understand what it meant to feel the chill of hunger. Even though she was sitting in the mule cart, she still felt a bit cold, which was why she had mentioned wanting mutton soup last night. Who would have thought they would actually catch a goat today? The children immediately gathered around, each taking turns to tell her how Yi Laoda caught the wild goat. Uncle is amazing. I want to learn to hunt from Uncle too.
Ye Chan and Ye Changsha eklayme dekçitetli.
Mrs. Yi gently held Qingtian's little hand and kept saying ba. I always tell you, we must do good deeds, Mrs. Yi said. As long as we focus on kindness and do more good things, we will surely be rewarded. The children all nodded in agreement. Mrs. Yi often shared such thoughts, but now, with the Yi family's good fortune, people believed her even more. However, Gua couldn't help but wonder if there was some truth to it. After dinner was ready, Sister Yi first took some to the Qin family. When she returned, she saw Gua holding a bowl of lamb to give to the old man. Have you eaten? This is lamb. It's really delicious, Gua said, her tone a bit stiff and showing some disdain. This bowl is for you. Hurry up and eat. But the old man completely ignored her, not even lifting his head. Seeing this, Gua frowned and said, Did you not hear me? Is this old man both deaf and mute? Sister 4, the lamb soup is ready. I put the seasonings in the cart, so you go drink the soup to warm up. I'll handle things here, Sister Yi quickly intervened. Just as Gua was about to leave, she saw Qingtian slowly walking over, offering her bowl to the old man. The old man, who had ignored Gua, suddenly reached out to take the bowl from Qingtian. Gua was immediately displeased and turned to lightly kick the old man, asking, What do you mean? Is the meat I brought you poisonous or something? You won't eat what I give you, but you'll take it from Qingtian? Sister Yi sighed and said, Sister 4, do you really want to argue with an elderly person? Her intention to help was good, but if Gua continued to act this way, it might turn kindness into resentment. The Yi family sat together enjoying the warm lamb soup. Although they couldn't find coriander, everyone added salt, vinegar, chili oil, and other seasonings to suit their taste, and they all felt very satisfied. After finishing a bowl of lamb soup, Mrs. Yi felt warm all over. Even her shoulders and knees, which usually felt cold, didn't hurt as much anymore. The old man ate a bowl of lamb and drank 2 large bowls of lamb soup, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Do you want more? Qingtian asked him. The old man gently rubbed Qingtian's little head, glanced at Sister Yi behind her, and suddenly said, I cannot repay your kindness. Although I, Wei Yan, am down on my luck now, I will rise again one day. If you ever need my help, just ask. Oh, old man, you can talk? Sister Yi had no idea who Wei Yan was, and wasn't expecting anything in return. Her focus was entirely on the fact that the old man was not actually mute. But suddenly, she heard the sound of dishes crashing to the ground behind her. Turning around, Sister Yi saw Li Fu standing nearby, staring blankly at a pile of broken porcelain. Oh no, what a waste! Sister Yi said sadly, looking at the shattered bowl, but she didn't know what to say to Li Fu. At that moment, Li Fu didn't care about the bowl. He quickly stepped forward to the old man, grabbed his hand, and said, Wei Yan? Are you the Wei Yan? Wei Yuan? Mr. Wei? Seeing someone recognize him, Wei Yan shook off Li Fu's hand, put his hands behind his back, and straightened his slightly hunched back. Though he still looked the same, with his face covered in tangled hair and beard, his demeanor had changed significantly, making him seem taller and more imposing. Finally, Sister Yi broke the silence and asked, Steward Li, who is this person? Even though Li Fu had been pushed away, he was still full of excitement. He replied to Sister Ye's question in surprise, You don't know him? I don't know him. We rescued him by the roadside yesterday, Sister Yi whispered. From Li Fu's expression, she sensed that the old man might be someone important. Wei Yan, courtesy name Yuan, also known as Dongguang Jushi. As Li Fu spoke, Yi Changrui suddenly exclaimed, Dongguang Jushi, I know him. Mr. Lin mentioned him. Mr. Lin was the village's private tutor, and Yi Changrui had studied under him. Recalling the situation, Yi Changrui said, Mr. Lin said that Dongguang Jushi is very knowledgeable, drawing from many schools of thought, with unique insights, and is considered a great scholar. He will surely be remembered in history, and in time, he could be compared to Confucius and Mencius. Li Fu nodded in agreement, saying, Mr. Wei was renowned in the capital, a true genius, with many visitors. After returning to his hometown, many sought him out, hoping he would teach them. My wife has always wanted Mr. Wei to be a teacher for our young master, but unfortunately, we couldn't find him after searching for 2 or 3 years. My wife thought you didn't want to be disturbed by worldly matters, so she went to a remote place to live in seclusion. Upon hearing Li Fu mention this, Wei Yan's expression suddenly became a bit awkward. He waved his hand and said, It's been wasted these past few years. Let's not talk about it. Li Fu, filled with excitement, didn't notice Wei Yan's change in mood and repeatedly exclaimed, This is truly amazing. It's like searching everywhere for something and finding it without any effort. I must hurry and share this good news with my wife. Without waiting for Wei Yan's response, Li Fu happily turned and ran off to deliver the news. Although the Yi family didn't fully understand what a great scholar was, they held a deep respect for educated people. Mr. Lin was a scholar, and in their eyes, that was already quite impressive. The Wei Yan, who had received so much praise from Mr. Lin, was clearly someone even more remarkable. Even Guesher set aside her previous disdain and began to observe Wei Yan closely. However, her interest wasn't due to his knowledge. She simply thought that if even Li Fu had to show him respect, then Wei Yan must be an important person. Thinking this, she couldn't help but feel regret. Why did all the good fortune have to go to her older brother and sister-in-law? They made a fortune just by cooking fish, and now they had stumbled upon an impressive old man? Guesher thought, licking her lips in anticipation. She wondered how much silver Madame Qin would reward them this time. Not long after Li Fu left, several servants from the Qin family came running with lanterns. They stopped at intervals, with the last one standing right beside Guesher. Curious, Guesher looked ahead and saw a lady dressed in a beautiful embroidered coat and a green skirt, accompanied by her maid, walking toward them. Beside her was a young boy. Though still young, he already carried himself with a certain grace, wearing a simple light blue outfit that radiated charm. Guesher had known that the Qin family was not ordinary, but seeing the almost celestial presence of Madame Qin and young Master Qin made her feel small and embarrassed. As the two approached, the Yi family was left in awe. Only Qingtian, in a sweet voice, greeted them, saying, Hello, Madame Qin. Hello, Brother Qin. Madame Qin smiled and nodded at Qingtian, not overlooking her because of her age. She then stopped in front of Wei Yan, gave a slight bow, and said, Madame Qin when greets Mr. Wei. Qin Hixian also respectfully cupped his hands and greeted, I am Qin Hixian, here to greet Mr. Wei. Wei Yan casually accepted Madame Qin's greeting, but when he heard Qin Hishuan's words, he waved his hand and said, Hey, don't call me that. I'm not your teacher. Sir, your talent is remarkable, and your insights are sharp. I have had the privilege of reading your works and have learned a lot, which is why I dared to consider myself your student and show you this respect. I hope you won't mind. Everyone loves to hear compliments, even the greatest scholars. Wei Yan first heard from Yi Chongrui about Mr. Lin's admiration for him, and then he was praised by Qin Hishuan. His previously firm attitude softened a bit. He looked at Madame Qin and asked, Is your surname Wen? What is your relation to Wen Zonglin, the commander of Liaodong? He's my father. Madame Qin replied. The commander of Liaodong? Wen Zonglin? The Yi family was stunned. Although they were not very educated, everyone in the border areas knew who Wen Zonglin was, except for the very young children. General Wen Zonglin was the highest-ranking military official in the entire Northeast. When the Yi children heard this name, they were so frightened that they hid behind their parents. In their bedtime stories, General Wen Zonglin often appeared. Children who didn't behave would be taken away by him, and they would never see their parents again. Madame Qin was actually General Wen Zonglin's daughter? This revelation was clearly more shocking to the Yi family than Wei Yan's status as a scholar. thinking back to when he had left Qingtian in the carriage and asked Madame Qin to keep an eye on her. Although it was Madame Qin who had offered, Sister Yi was now filled with dread. With such a prominent family background, her husband's family must also be impressive. This was far beyond what they could aspire to. I had a brief acquaintance with your father in the capital many years ago. Time flies. While I remain single, your father already has grandchildren. Wei Yan said to Qin Hishuan with a sigh. My father often praises your talents, which is why I was eager to invite you to be Hishuan's teacher. I never expected to find you here after searching for years. Wei Yan shook his head and said, I am also heading to the capital. If you can take me along, I can teach your son for a few days on the way. However, let's not mention the matter of being a teacher again. Madame Qin looked reluctant, as if she wanted to negotiate further. But before she could speak, Qin Hishuan bowed to Wei Yan and said, Thank you, Mr. Wei. Now that we know Wei Yan's identity, we can't treat him like before and let him walk with the caravan. With a command from Li Fu, the servants of the Qin family quickly got busy. The Yi family watched in confusion, but were greatly shocked. By evening, except for a few children who quickly fell asleep, the adults were all restless. Sister Yi curled up in bed, gently patting Qingtian in her arms, and whispered, I never expected Mrs. Qin to have such a background. Now I feel too nervous to talk to her. What if she asks someone to take Qingtian tomorrow?
Should we agree or not?
Elder Yi replied quietly, What's there to worry about? We don't have any demands from her, so we should just go along with it. That's true, but just thinking about Mrs. Qin's status makes my legs feel weak. Why think so much? You said it yourself. With her status, once she takes the child to the capital, we probably won't see her again in our lives. That's a good point. Sister Yi felt a bit more at ease and then shifted to other topics. Dear, for someone like Mrs. Qin to be so kind and gentle, treating us without any disdain, is really remarkable. I was just thinking, if my father were some official, even if he were just a low-ranking officer, I would have to walk with my head held high. Be careful walking with your head held high. You might trip. Elder Yi, tired from hunting, quickly fell asleep while listening to his wife's chatter. On the other side, Guoshi didn't care that she and Yi Laosi were still in a cold war. Seeing Yi Laosi wrapped up in his blanket, she went straight to snuggle under his covers. Sister Yi San accidentally caught a glimpse and quickly covered her son's eyes, silently scolding Guoshi for being so thoughtless. In truth, Guoshi didn't intend to do anything. She just whispered to Yi Laosi, Do you think elder brother and sister-in-law knew about the Qin family's status all along? Look at how attentive sister-in-law has been on this journey, first sending food to them, then eagerly bringing her daughter to them. Oh, now I see. Some people may seem simple, but they're quite clever. Our family only has us two fools being played around and still thinking we're doing great. Yi Laosi was getting more and more impatient with her words. He grabbed the blanket and turned over, wrapping himself tightly in it and shaking Guoshi off to the outside. Yi Laosi, what do you mean? Guoshi was immediately angry. Yi Sen saw quickly made a shushing gesture and whispered, What are you shouting about in the middle of the night? If you wake up Madame Qin and young Master Qin, can you take responsibility for that? Besides, sister-in-law, let me say a few things you might not want to hear. I've been through this too. I know newlyweds are like that, right? But we are outside now in the wilderness with the elderly and children around. It really isn't good. You should try to hold back a little longer, okay? At first, Guoshi was too angry to notice the hidden meaning in Yi Sen-sa's words. It wasn't until she hugged her blanket and found a spot far from Yi Laosi to lie down that she suddenly understood. Guoshi felt embarrassed and wished she could jump up and confront Yi Sen-sa. What did she think of herself? But by now, the surroundings were silent, and the sounds of snoring filled the air. Guoshi could only hold in her frustration, tossing and turning until she finally fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. The next morning, as the Yi family woke up to wash and prepare breakfast, they suddenly noticed an extra horse-drawn carriage in their convoy. Although it wasn't as luxurious as Madame Qin's, it was clearly made of good materials, simple yet sturdy. My goodness, they got Mr. Wei a carriage overnight? Yi Laosi exclaimed, his eyes wide. Now parked in the wilderness, far from any village or shop, he couldn't understand how the Qin family found a carriage. But it seemed that Li Fu, the steward, was indeed quite capable, much more than just a friendly old man. The carriage's exterior couldn't be changed much, but Li Fu was directing several maids to open the luggage and search for items, aiming to make the interior as comfortable as possible. Guosher watched from a distance as the maids opened boxes revealing various fabrics, silks, blankets, and cushions. She was so envious that she almost drooled. The maids spent the entire morning rearranging the inside of the carriage. After Li Fu confirmed that everything was fine, he hurriedly ran over to ask Wei Yan, who had just eaten breakfast with the Yi family, to get in the car. When Wei Yan looked inside the car and saw the flashy decorations, his expression immediately turned serious. "What is all this? Take it away. Mr. Wei, it's more comfortable this way." Before Li Fu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sharp look from Wei Yan. "Why do you need to be so comfortable?" Wei Yan said bluntly. "Studying is supposed to be hard work. If your young master can't handle this little discomfort, he might as well not study and stay at home in comfort for the rest of his life. With the wealth of the Qin and Wen families, as long as he doesn't rebel, he can live a life of luxury without working." Li Fu broke into a sweat at these words and quickly bowed to apologize, taking all the blame on himself. "It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my young master. Mr. Wei, please don't be angry. I'll have them remove everything right away." With a wave of his hand, the maids behind him, who had been silent, quickly rushed in and cleared everything out of the car. Soon, only a small table remained on the bare floor. Wei Yan nodded in satisfaction but suddenly called out to the last maid, "Leave that cushion you have." The maid instinctively looked at Li Fu's expression. Li Fu, frightened, quickly scolded her. "Do as Mr. Wei says. Don't look at me." The maid hurriedly placed the cushion back in the car but thought to herself, "You say my young master can't handle hardship, but you're keeping a cushion for yourself." Unexpectedly, Wei Yan turned around and lifted Qingtian into the car, helping her sit on the cushion, and forced a smile that no one could see, asking, "Qingtian, do you want to learn to read?" Qingtian had no idea what reading was. When she was at the Shan family, the couple hardly taught her to speak properly. So when Qingtian first arrived, she struggled to express herself and couldn't say more complex words or sentences. Fortunately, there were many people in the Yi family, and someone was always available to talk to her along the way. In just over half a month, the number of words Qingtian could say had nearly doubled since she arrived. However, she still had no real understanding of what it meant to study or read. Hearing Wei Yan's question, Qingtian tilted her head and slowly said, "After the rain, the scenery is green. On a sunny day, the clouds scatter. The east wind returns with spring, bringing flowers to my branches." Yi Chongrui was surprised and said, "Sister can recite poetry?" Wei Yan was also taken aback by the poem. He turned to ask Sister Yi, has she already started learning at such a young age? Reciting Li Bai's "Sunset remembers the mountains" right from the start? Sister Yi was confused. She didn't even know who Li Bai was, let alone that poem. Qingtian is not even 4 years old, and with the current hardships, how could she have had the chance to learn? As for the couple from the Shan family, they couldn't even think about it. Yi Laoda pondered and asked, "Chongrui, did you teach this to Qingtian?" Yi Chongrui immediately shook his head. He had never recited that poem himself. Qingtian is such a clever child. Mrs. Qin's surprised voice came from behind. Yesterday in the carriage, He Xian was chatting with her and casually taught her those 4 lines, saying it had her name in it. She learned it word for word, but usually kids forget most of what they learn, so I didn't expect Qingtian to actually remember it. Wei Yan asked, "Does Qingtian like reciting this?" Qingtian nodded eagerly. "I like it. If you like it, then how about I teach you to recite it well?" Wei Yan's gentle attitude towards Qingtian made Li Fu envious. It is known that talented people often have strong personalities, and Wei Yan was no exception. Dongguang Jusher was known for his peculiar temper, even among scholars. Even the Qin family, with their status, had to treat him with great respect to ask him to teach their young master, fearing that a small mistake could make him quit. Yet he was always kind to Qingtian. This made Li Fu worry that it seemed like their young master was benefiting from Qingtian's presence. He couldn't help but feel troubled about how to repay this favor. Mrs. Qin brought Shanhaiguan over. Today he wore a simple light blue outfit without any decorations, holding a few rolls of paper and some sheets. Yi Changrui's eyes lit up with envy when he saw what Shanhaiguan was holding. The xian paper in Shanhaiguan's hands was pure white, smooth, and of a quality he had never seen before. Mr. Wei. Shanhaiguan approached and bowed to Wei Yan, then, with Li Fu's help, stepped onto the carriage and sat properly opposite Qingtian. Wei Yan turned around and put on a serious face, saying to the Qin family, "Since you asked me to teach, whether it's for 1 day or 10 days, you must listen to me. If you insist on telling me how to teach, it would be better to find someone else." Mrs. Qin quickly replied, "Of course, we will rely entirely on Mr.
Wei."
Only then did Wei Yan nod and get into the carriage. Li Fu was about to close the door and call the driver when Qingtian suddenly stood up and walked to the door, reaching out to Yi Changrui below, saying, "Big brother, you come too." Yi Changrui was worried she might fall from the carriage, so he hurriedly stepped forward to support her, saying, "Big brother won't go up. You should get in quickly. Don't stand so close to the edge, what if you fall?" But Qingtian held onto Yi Changrui's hand tightly and turned to look at Wei Yan, saying, "Big brother can read." Wei Yan couldn't resist her gaze and immediately asked Yi Changrui, "Have you studied?" Yi Changrui quickly imitated Shanhaiguan's earlier manner and bowed, saying, "In response to Mr. Wei, I started learning at 5 and studied for 4 years in a village school." Shanhaiguan had previously called himself a student and was looked down upon by Wei Yan. Fortunately, he was clever enough to recover from it. Now, Yi Changrui awkwardly called himself a student as well. Wei Yan's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something sharp, but in the end, he held back for Qingtian's sake. "You can come up too. Today, I will test the knowledge of both of you. If it's too poor, don't blame me for kicking you off the carriage." Although Shanhaiguan and Yi Changrui were of similar age, their education levels were worlds apart, so naturally, they couldn't be compared. Hearing Wei Yan's words made Yi Changrui nervous, and his palms began to sweat. As the carriage continued on its way, Wei Yan started to ask both of them about the books they had read and what they had learned. Hearing Shanhaiguan speak so confidently about many things he hadn't even heard of, Yi Changrui couldn't help but feel a bit inferior and lowered his head. Seeing this, Qingtian went over and held his hand. Yi Changrui looked down at his sister's concerned gaze and thought about how he had the chance to be here because of her support. No matter what, he couldn't let Qingtian down. So, he gathered his spirits and when Wei Yan asked, he listed the books he had read and the articles he had memorized. Unexpectedly, Wei Yan nodded in surprise, saying, "You are a bit better than him." At this, both Shanhaiguan and Yi Changrui looked at each other in astonishment. Wei Yan continued, "If you learn little, you'll forget quickly. If you learn too much and too mixed, it becomes harder to teach." Yi Changrui couldn't tell if this was a compliment or an insult. Fortunately, Wei Yan was just being tough with his words and didn't send anyone away. He merely scoffed at the few books Shanhaiguan brought. "Throw those away. They're just in my way." At this point, Shanhaiguan couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Wei, what are we going to learn?" Wei Yan took out the ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone that Li Fu had prepared and quickly wrote an essay, saying, "From today on, you will learn whatever I teach." Hearing the clear voices of the two boys reading inside the carriage, Madame Qin finally smiled with satisfaction. "This trip has been so fortunate. Who would have thought we would meet Mr. Wei? If we could keep Mr. Wei as a teacher for Haishuan, that would be wonderful." Li Fu smiled and said, "Madam, don't worry. Young master is exceptionally bright, and every teacher he has had praises him. Maybe before we even reach the capital, Mr. Wei will want to take him as a student." Li Fu had good thoughts, but unfortunately, in front of Wei Yan, no one could earn his praise except for Qingtian. Shanhaiguan and Yi Chongrui sat side by side, reading the essay Wei Yan had just written. Meanwhile, Wei Yan was trying his best to teach Qingtian to recite a classic text in his gentlest voice. Heaven and earth are profound and vast. The universe is boundless. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars are arranged. Qingtian pouted after a few lines. She didn't like this and found it harder to recite than the poems Shanhaiguan taught her. Seeing this wasn't working, Wei Yan quickly gave in. You don't like this? Then let's teach you poems instead, okay? When Shanhaiguan and Yi Chongrui looked at him, Wei Yan immediately straightened his face and said, "What are you looking at? Focus on your reading. Anyone who can't recite it by tomorrow morning isn't allowed on the carriage. And don't feel upset. Can you compare yourselves to her? She doesn't have to take the exams, so she can read whatever she likes." Shanhaiguan and Yi Chongrui didn't want to be kicked off the carriage, so they quickly refocused on the essay in front of them. The essay Wei Yan chose didn't have fancy words. It was very straightforward, but the ideas expressed were clear and suitable for children their age. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. At first, the two of them repeated it over and over just to memorize it, but gradually, they began to understand its essence. Soon, it was noon, and the caravan stopped to prepare lunch. Grandma Yi specifically told Sister Yi, "Make sure to show your skills at lunch and prepare 2 hearty dishes. Now that Chongrui is studying with Mr. Wei, we can't neglect his meals. By the way, make sure to prepare enough. After all, Mr. Wei is quite, you know." Sister Yi smiled at this, knowing that even though they hadn't known each other long, it was clear that Mr. Wei had a big appetite. Grandma Yi didn't want to call him a glutton because of his status as a scholar. "Don't worry, Mom. I know what to do," Sister Yi replied with a smile. As the delicious smell of lunch filled the air, Wei Yan in the carriage became restless. He took a deep breath and explained the first paragraph of the text to the two of them clearly before saying, "All right, it's time to eat. We'll continue in the afternoon." After saying this, he picked up Qingtian and got off the carriage, heading straight to the back of the caravan where the Yi family was. Li Fu watched him hurry away and couldn't help but start thinking about whether they should hire some chefs when they passed through the big city. If someone's cooking suited Mr. Wei's taste, it might just work out. While Li Fu was brainstorming ways to keep Wei Yan around, Wei Yan had already sat down comfortably by the fire. At that moment, the fire pit at the Yi family was roasting 2 juicy legs of lamb. Sister Yi had taken the lamb legs out in the morning, scored them, marinated them with yellow wine and various spices, and then wrapped them in large leaves. After starting the fire at noon, she had asked Yi Laoda to cut 4 forked branches to place around the fire. Then, she used sharpened sticks to pierce the lamb legs and set them over the fire. Sister Yi assigned the task of turning the lamb legs to Yi Lao Si. Yi Laoda had already prepared the 2 wild chickens they caught yesterday. Sister Yi returned with cleaned mushrooms, saying, "Finally, we can enjoy the chicken stew with mushrooms that Sister Yi makes." "Exactly, I've been craving it for a year," Sister Yi nodded. "I thought we wouldn't get to eat it this year, since we were fleeing. Who knew we could still have chicken stew with mushrooms on this journey? Have you ever seen anyone fleeing who still eats roasted lamb legs? I think now that we've crossed the pass, we have plenty to eat and drink along the way. It's not like we're fleeing anymore. It's just like enjoying a trip." "Exactly. You really know how to put it." The 3 sisters-in-law chatted and laughed while working. Gua sat aside, unable to join in, and seemed very out of place. Seeing this, Yi Laosi approached and said, "Why aren't you helping out?" "I would like to help." Gua frowned and replied, "But your sisters-in-law are afraid I'll learn your big sister-in-law's cooking secrets. They treat me like a thief. Why should I put myself in an awkward position?" Yi Laosi patiently said, "If it's too much, you can find something else to do." "Yi Laosi, are you out of your mind?" Gua snapped, hands on her hips. "Can't you understand? I'm not talking about work. I'm saying your 3 sisters-in-law are excluding and bullying me. You won't help me, and now you're pretending not to hear me?" Yi Laosi couldn't understand why Gua was so upset and lowered his voice to explain. "Don't be angry. I just think everyone is busy, even the kids. You sitting here doing nothing looks bad. Forget it, you can rest here. I'll go work. Gua felt like Yi Laosi was driving her crazy. She looked around and spotted Qingtian sitting by the fire, resting her chin on her hands, staring at the roasted lamb leg. Who says even the kids aren't resting? Qingtian is just sitting there. Before Yi Laosi could respond, Wei Yan exploded first.
How old are you?
Stop arguing with a 3-year-old. Have some dignity. Yi Laoda quickly added, my wife and I are busy every day, hunting and cooking. One of us can do the work of 10. So my daughter doesn't have to work. She can eat what's ready. What's the matter? Stop picking on Laosi all the time. If you have something to say, come talk to me. Gua stomped her foot in frustration. What does our arguing have to do with you? We don't care about your arguments, but don't drag our Qingtian into it. Yi De Sa angrily walked to the fire, took a knife, and cut into the lamb leg to check how well it was cooked. Then she sliced off a few pieces of meat, skin and all, blew on them and fed them to the kids one by one. Is it tasty?
Sister Yi asked.
It's really good. The children were chewing on the meat, their mouths full, making it hard for them to speak. Wei Yan couldn't help but swallow, forgetting about being polite. He opened his mouth like the others, wanting to try a piece too. Seeing this much older child, Sister Ye's hand trembled as she cut the meat. Sister Ye's hand shook, and she cut a large piece of meat, placing it in a bowl and handing it to Wei Yan. Mr. Wei, try it and see how it tastes. Wei Yan felt he had acted a bit too eagerly and replied modestly with a hum, taking the bowl from Sister Yi. The lamb leg was roasted to a crisp outside and tender inside. The rich fat from the wild goat melted during cooking, soaking into the firm meat. With one bite, he was filled with the delicious, oily flavor. It had been a long time since he had tasted such flavorful meat. He almost swallowed his tongue in delight. He decided he would stick with the roasted lamb leg for lunch. As for the chicken stew with mushrooms, he had eaten plenty of that before, so missing one meal wouldn't matter. But when the lid of the pot with the chicken stew was lifted, the aroma wafted over, tempting him to look back. Wei Yan thought to himself, good thing he hadn't boasted earlier. No one would know if he changed his mind now. Unable to resist his hunger, he turned to look, and his gaze was instantly drawn into the pot. The chicken and mushrooms were cooked, so Sister Yi removed the lid to thicken the broth. The sauce had turned a sticky amber color, shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. As she stirred, the sauce coated every piece of chicken and mushroom. Wei Yan swallowed hard, wondering why this chicken stew seemed different from what he had eaten before. Seeing the sauce was almost ready, Sister Yi quickly called for Yi Laoda to turn off the heat. She served 2 large bowls and cut a big piece of roasted lamb leg. Then she called to Yi Laosi, hurry, and take these to Madame Qin. Yi Laoda added, remember to help her back.
Got it.
Yi Laosi quickly took 3 bowls in his hands and walked off. Sister-in-law, come help me, Sister Yi said, wrapping 2 cloths around the pot's handles and asking Yi Urseo to help lift it. Brother Yi just put out the fire under the pot. He reached out and lifted the pot, saying, step back a bit. Be careful not to get burned. He moved the pot and placed it next to the roasted leg of lamb. Wei Yan had been eyeing the food for a while and immediately reached for some chicken with his chopsticks. But he was stopped by Qingtian, who tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? Do you want some chicken, Qingtian? I can get it for you. Wei Yan always showed endless patience and kindness when facing Qingtian. However, Qingtian shook her head and said, we can't eat yet. We have to wait for Grandma to arrive before we start. Hearing this made Wei Yan blush, but thankfully his beard hid it from others. He realized that for many years, he had been treated as a guest wherever he went, with others waiting for him to start eating. He completely forgot that he was just a passerby saved by the Yi family, barely worthy of being called Mr. Yi Chongrui. It was not right for him to eat before the host had started. Wei Yan quickly put down his chopsticks and noticed that even the children were sitting patiently, waiting for Grandma Yi. He felt even more embarrassed. However, Guesher seemed to see an opportunity and quickly stood up, serving a large spoonful of wild chicken with mushrooms into Wei Yan's bowl, saying, you are a guest and a teacher. There's no reason for you to wait for our grandma. Don't listen to Qingtian. Eat while it's hot. Although she didn't know who Wei Yan really was, she could tell he was someone important since the Qin family treated him with respect. It was wise to win him over. If he was pleased, he might help Yi Si and herself. To impress Wei Yan, Guoshi even secretly learned a few phrases in Beijing dialect from the Qin family servants. Unfortunately, her attempts sounded awkward and only made her seem more out of place. Guoshi had good intentions, but Wei Yan didn't appreciate it. He pushed the bowl back and said, "Sister Yi, what do you mean by this? I'm much older. I shouldn't be treated like a child." "Mr. Wei, that's not what I meant." Guoshi began to explain, but just then, Yi Si returned with Grandma Yi. After sitting down, Grandma Yi said my leg was numb, so it took me a while to let Yi Si help me back. "You all can eat. Why should Mr. Wei wait for me?" As soon as Guoshi heard this, she felt excited, thinking she finally did something that would earn Grandma Yi's praise. But before she could speak, Wei Yan said, "Old lady, you have taught well. The children in your family are very polite and understand the rules, which is truly rare. Just now your daughter-in-law served me chicken, but how could I eat alone? My life was saved by all of you. It's only right for us to eat together." Guo was taken aback, her eyes wide. Wasn't he supposed to be a scholar? Why was he so shameless? "Don't think I didn't see you reaching for the food. I noticed it clearly. And now he suddenly says this?" It made her feel out of place. Receiving a compliment from Wei Yan made Grandma Yi so happy that her wrinkles smoothed out. "Mr. Wei, you flatter us. We are just country folks, following some old traditions passed down from our ancestors, far from the standards of wealthy families." Wei Yan scoffed at the rules of wealthy families, saying, "They are just meaningless pretenses, nothing of substance." Grandma Yi picked up her chopsticks and said, "Let's eat." Everyone then picked up their bowls and started to eat. Wei Yan eagerly grabbed a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth. Wild chicken is usually tougher than domestic chicken, but Sister Yi had cooked it perfectly, with each piece soaked in broth. One bite, and it burst with flavor. The rich taste of the wild chicken mixed with the freshness of the mushrooms created a new, unique delicacy. Wei Yan had never understood why people from beyond the borders considered chicken with mushrooms a special dish for guests. Now, he realized he had been narrow-minded. It wasn't that the dish was bad. He just had never tasted it prepared well. If everyone in the Northeast cooked like Sister Yi, it wouldn't just be a dish for friends and family. It could easily be served at grand banquets in the capital. At noon, with roasted lamb legs and chicken with mushrooms, everyone was full. After eating, Yi Changnian lay contentedly on the cart, pulling Qingtian's hand to touch his belly. "Sister, feel it. My little belly is back." Sister Yi-san, who was cleaning up the dishes, couldn't help but laugh and said, "This silly child thinks having a belly is a good thing. Letting Qingtian touch it. If he grows up to be a big chubby boy, let's see if he cries." Madame Qin and Shanhaiguan were also enjoying their meal in the carriage. Compared to chicken, Madame Qin prefers mushrooms in her dishes. In the past, when making chicken stew with mushrooms, they mostly used dried mushrooms that were soaked after drying. This is the first time she has tasted a dish made with fresh mushrooms. While dried mushrooms have a stronger flavor, their texture is not as good as that of fresh mushrooms. Today's mushrooms are juicy and have a nice bite. They absorb the flavor of the wild chicken, making them taste almost like meat, but even more delicious. Shanhaiguan prefers roasted lamb legs. The roasted lamb legs served by Li Fu was sliced from the best part before being brought out. Even so, it still gave Shanhaiguan a taste of the wild. The food at home is usually too refined, almost too delicate. However, compared to the dishes that others envy, Shanhaiguan finds he prefers the meals made by Sister Yi. After lunch, everyone rested for a while as usual. When they heard Li Fu ringing the bell, they knew the caravan was getting ready to depart. Yi Changrui picked up the sleepy Qingtian and followed behind Wei Yan. Old Lady Yi also got onto the mule cart in front. Gua, feeling tired and sore, watched enviously but knew she couldn't do the same. Fortunately, seeing the other three sisters-in-law walking like her brought her some comfort. Once Old Lady Yi returned to the mule cart, she noticed the atmosphere inside was a bit off. Two maids, one plump and one thin, looked worried. Normally, after lunch, they would praise Sister Ye's cooking. Seeing them silent, old lady Yi didn't want to pry. But after a while, unable to bear the tension, she finally asked, "What's wrong, ladies? Was the lunch not to your taste?" The two maids exchanged glances and sighed together. The plump maid quickly reassured old lady Yi, "Don't worry, it has nothing to do with lunch." Yes, lunch was very good. Both Madam and the young master praised it. The thin maid added, "Then, what's bothering you? Everything was fine this morning, right?" The two maids looked at each other again. Finally, the thin maid turned around and took out a garment, showing it to old lady Yi. It was a beautifully embroidered horseface skirt, not only finely stitched but also woven with gold and silver threads, shining brightly in the light. Just looking at it almost dazzled old lady Ye's eyes. If it were worn by someone and moved around, the light and shadows would create a shimmering effect, beautiful beyond words. "My goodness, this dress is so pretty," exclaimed Grandma Yi, astonished. "It is indeed beautiful, but it must be very expensive. A farming family works hard in the fields, sweating all their lives, and they could never earn enough for a dress like this from a wealthy family." Dear sister, please take a closer look," said the thin maid, holding the dress up to Grandma Yi. As Grandma Yi squinted to examine it, she noticed that the dress was embroidered with pomegranate flowers and seeds, but there was a small tear where the seeds were shown. "Oh, dear, how did this happen?" Grandma Yi gasped, feeling a pang of sorrow. The thin maid sighed. "When we were outside the city, we were attacked by refugees, and some of the luggage boxes were knocked over. Things were so chaotic that after driving the refugees away, we checked to make sure the boxes were still there and quickly loaded them back onto the cart. Once we entered the city and the road was calm, the lady asked the maids to open the boxes and check. To our surprise, when we checked this dress today, we found it was damaged." The two maids sighed heavily. Grandma Yi felt heartbroken but tried to comfort them, saying, "This isn't your fault. Mrs. Qin is such a kind person. She won't blame you. Dear sister, you may not know, but this dress doesn't belong to the lady. It was specially made for another aunt by her family. That aunt lost a child years ago, and since then, she hasn't had any more children. The family wanted to give her something good to bring her luck. But unfortunately, before reaching the capital, the dress got damaged. Of all places, it had to be the spot with the pomegranate seeds. If she finds out, it might upset her greatly." The plump maid and the thin maid took turns sharing their troubles with Grandma Yi. "This is truly." Grandma Yi felt their distress. The plump maid said helplessly, "If nothing else works, we may have to send it to Jiangnan to find the best embroidery shop and see if someone can repair it." The thin maid looked worried, "But if we do that, it won't be ready in time for the new year." Hearing them mention the embroidery shop in Jiangnan, Grandma Yi suddenly seemed to have an idea. However, the thought lingered on her tongue before she swallowed it back down. "This is not an ordinary dress. If it gets damaged, our whole family would be unable to pay for it." However, the thin maid quickly noticed her odd behavior and paused as she was about to put the dress away. "Old sister, what were you thinking just now? Do you have any ideas?" No, Grandma Yi quickly shook her head. "At my age, I've never seen a dress like this before. If you all can't think of a solution, what can I do?" The thin maid thought for a moment and helplessly put the dress away, saying, "I was just grasping at straws." Although Grandma Yi said there was no solution, after dinner that evening, she couldn't hold back. "Second daughter-in-law, come here. I want to ask you something." She called over the second daughter-in-law and asked, "I remember you said your mother used to work as an embroiderer in Jiangnan?" "Yes, mother," the second daughter-in-law nodded. "So, did you learn your skills from her?" "Yes, I have 4 sisters, and my mother said I was the most skilled, the one who learned her true craft." The second daughter-in-law said proudly, "Mother, why are you asking about this?" Grandma Yi then told her about the incident with the dress that afternoon and asked, "Do you think it can be repaired?" "It can definitely be repaired, but it might be difficult to make it look exactly the same," the second daughter-in-law replied. Grandma Ye's eyes lit up. "Can you do it?" The second daughter-in-law hesitated. Mother, I can't say for sure without seeing it in person. It will definitely work. Qingtian suddenly chimed in from nowhere. Mother says Annie's skills are the best in the area. The second daughter-in-law picked up Qingtian and gave her a big kiss, laughing. Why is your little mouth so sweet? Have you been sneaking candy? Qingtian giggled from the kiss but still tugged at her coat, saying, Auntie's skills are the best. I like them the most. The second daughter-in-law didn't take the child's words seriously. However, Grandma Yi was brightened by Qingtian's words and made up her mind. The next morning, after getting on the mule cart, Grandma Yi tentatively asked, Two maids, have you thought of any solutions for the dress issue from yesterday? What solution could there be? The plump maid sighed, sporting dark circles under her eyes. This matter can't be hidden. I told the lady last night, and she was so worried she couldn't sleep well. Madame Yi licked her lips, hesitating to speak, worried about being seen as overconfident. The thin maid had been silent, observing Madame Yi's expression. Since yesterday, she sensed that Madame Yi had something to say, and that feeling returned. Older sister, the thin maid said, grabbing Madame Yi's hand, we've been together for several days. If you really have a solution, please share it so we can discuss it together. The plump maid immediately looked over upon hearing this. Actually, I'm not sure if it will work, so. The eager gazes of the two made Madame Yi a bit nervous, but she finally took a deep breath and said, My second daughter-in-law's mother used to be an embroiderer, and she learned all her skills perfectly. So when I heard you mention sending it to Jiangnan for repairs yesterday, I thought maybe she could take a look and see if she has any ideas. As she spoke, her voice grew quieter, as it was clear the hope in the eyes of the two women was fading, leaving only disappointment. The thin maid felt a bit embarrassed. She had insisted on getting Madame Yi to speak, and now that she had, the response was not what she had hoped for. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Where did her mother work as an embroiderer? She said it was some embroidery shop in Jiangnan, but I didn't catch the name. Upon hearing it was from an embroidery shop in Jiangnan, the thin maid felt a glimmer of hope. Madame Yi, feeling less confident, still couldn't help but speak up for her daughter-in-law. The coat that Qingtian has been wearing these past 2 days was made by her just a few days ago on the cart. Thinking of that outfit, the plump maid's eyes brightened again. The outfit was indeed well made. While not perfect, it was comparable to the work of the Qin family's embroiderers. She had originally thought the outfit was a ready-made purchase for Qingtian, but it turned out to be made by the second daughter-in-law on the flat cart. The plump maid cautiously asked, Older sister, could you ask your second daughter-in-law to come and take a look at noon? That's fine, no problem. I'm just worried she might not be able to help. Madame Yi quickly agreed. At noon, during a break, Madame Yi called for her second daughter-in-law. Mom, what's the matter? The second daughter-in-law asked as she approached the cart. Come over and take a look at this, Madame Yi said, gesturing to her. The thin maid had already spread the skirt out in the cart. Sister Yi Er's first reaction upon seeing the dress was one of excitement, but unlike old Lady Yi, her focus was entirely on the dress's cut and embroidery. She greedily scanned every inch of the dress, wishing she could memorize all the patterns and stitching techniques. However, as she looked closely, she immediately noticed a problem. Oh no, there's a tear here. What a shame. Seeing the damage to the dress made Sister Yi Er feel very upset. Old Lady Yi cautiously asked, Can it be repaired? Sister Yi Er leaned in to examine it carefully for a while and frowned, saying, It can be repaired, but it's not easy and will take a lot of time. The two maids exchanged glances, unsure, but still asked, How would you repair it? Sister Yi Er had already thought about this after seeing the damage. She replied, First, you need to remove the embroidery threads from the damaged area and then patch the underlying fabric. But to make the embroidery smooth again, you can't just put a patch on it or sew it up like usual. You must find silk thread that matches the fabric exactly and weave it back together carefully. Although this repair won't be as strong as the original fabric, the good thing is that this dress is fully embroidered. In the end, you can use embroidery to blend it with the surrounding area, and it should be fine for everyday wear. Sister Yi Er spoke confidently, showing that she really knew her stuff. However, the expressions of the two maids grew increasingly worried. Even though Sister Yi Er's explanation was brief, just thinking about the difficulty made them feel anxious. Old Lady Yi, not understanding the details, noticed the maid's expressions and couldn't help but ask quietly, Sister Er, "Did you say something wrong?" Before Sister Yi Er could respond, the plump maid asked, "Can you actually make the repair?" Sister Yi Er cautiously replied, "Can I take a closer look in the sunlight?" After a moment of hesitation, the thin maid finally took the dress out of the carriage and brought it into the sunlight for Sister Yi Er to examine closely. Sister Yi Er first looked carefully at the fabric of the dress, then studied the embroidery for a while. Finally, she nodded and said, "It can be repaired, but first, we must find silk thread that matches both the material and color. Second, the repaired area will never look exactly like the original. I can only try my best to make it look seamless on the surface, but the back will definitely not have the same neat threads as it does now." Upon hearing the second message from Sister Yi Er, both nannies felt a chill, but they sighed in relief after finishing it. As long as the surface could be repaired to look fine, no one would care about what was behind it. The thin nanny decisively said, "I'll take you to see the lady." She immediately took Sister Yi Er to meet Madame Qin. Madame Qin was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Sister Yi Er to have such insight and skills. However, she knew that the two nannies must have confirmed everything before bringing her to meet. So, she did not raise any doubts and directly told Li Fu, "Pass the word down that once we reach Tianjin, we will rest there. We will continue our journey after Sister Yi Er fixes the skirt." After that, she explained to Sister Yi Er, "You need to repair the skirt, so you can't rush.
You need to find a place to rest.
Also, it's easy to buy things in Tianjin. Just tell Li Fu what you need, and he will find a way to get it. But don't feel pressured. Since the skirt is already damaged, just do it according to your own ideas." Sister Yi Er was surprised by her trust and excitedly replied, "Madame Qin, you can count on me. I will do my best." On the other hand, the previously eager Lady Yi felt quite pressured. She hadn't realized that fixing a skirt could be so complicated. So, when Sister Yi Er supported her toward the back of the group to have a meal, she couldn't help but say, "When you have free time these days, help your sister-in-law take care of Qingtian." 3 days later, the Qin family's convoy finally arrived outside Tianjin City. The towering city walls and the bustling crowds at the gates were even more spectacular than Shanhaiguan. Especially among the crowd entering and exiting the gates, there were many people dressed in very strange styles. Red hair, yellow hair, green eyes. They looked like creatures straight out of a fantasy novel. The young boys from the Yi family instinctively hid behind the adults, tightly gripping their clothes, fearing they would be taken away by monsters. Qingtian was also peering out of the carriage window, captivated by the sights. Wei Yan was beside her, supporting her and explaining the history of Tianjin, while also letting Qin Hishuan and Yi Chongrui listen in. Tianjin is located at the mouth of 9 rivers and is a crucial point for rivers and seas. Since the founding of the previous dynasty, it had been a military stronghold, responsible for protecting the capital. However, until the end of the previous dynasty, Tianjin was still just an inconspicuous earthen city. Inside the city, there were only military officials, no civil officials, and only soldiers, no civilians. Until this dynasty, Tianjin Wei first became the endpoint for transporting grain from the south to the north. Many people, while transporting grain, would also bring southern specialties and goods to the north, gradually forming several large markets around the docks. Merchants from various northern regions sensed the opportunity to make money and rushed to Tianjin Wei to trade goods. As a result, various restaurants, tea houses, theaters, bathhouses, and inns began to emerge. However, the true reason Tianjin Wei became so prosperous was not the grain transport, but the lifting of the maritime ban by the Great Qi over 100 years ago. Compared to grain transport, maritime trade, though riskier, offered astonishing profits. This combination led to a dramatic transformation in Tianjin Wei compared to previous dynasties. The strange-looking people were not monsters, but Westerners who traveled across the ocean to Great Qi. It's no wonder Madame Qin said that after coming to Tianjin Wei, buying anything became convenient. Here, one could find specialties from almost any place in Great Qi, as well as Western goods, with a wider variety than in the capital. The Qin family's convoy waited a short while before entering the city. Once inside, the Yi family felt even more amazed. The clean, smooth roads, the closely packed shops, the bustling crowds, and the lively calls of vendors. Everything was so new and vibrant, a level of prosperity and excitement they had never imagined. The convoy passed through the streets and turned into an alley, stopping in front of an inn. A servant sent by Li Fu to scout ahead hurried out, bowing to Madame Qin's carriage and saying, "Madam, young master, we have booked this inn, and the rooms are ready. Please go up and rest." Although the innkeeper did not know the Qin family's background, he was very attentive to guests who could afford to book the entire inn. However, once Li Fu entered, the innkeeper stepped back and the Qin family servants took over all the inn's affairs. The already clean rooms were carefully tidied up by the maids, and all the items on the beds, couches, and tables were replaced with their own belongings. Li Fu also arranged for 2 suites to be prepared on the second floor. One was for Wei Yan, with a small hall outside that could serve as a study for continuing lessons with the children. The other suite, the brightest room in the inn, was reserved for Sister Yi to mend her clothes. Looking at the Yi family situation, it was much simpler. Under the guidance of Grandma Yi, each family member divided the ordinary guest rooms on the east side of the first floor. As noon approached, Sister Yi remembered to prepare lunch and went to ask the innkeeper, "Hello, where's the kitchen in our inn?" The innkeeper regarded the Yi family as servants of the Qin family and led her to the kitchen without asking much. "We have a head chef, 2 assistants, and several cooks in our kitchen. You can either cook for yourselves or ask them to prepare meals for you. Our head chef has learned his skills in the south and can cook all kinds of dishes from both the north and south. Although our inn is a bit out of the way, thanks to the chef's excellent cooking, we still attract many guests." Upon hearing this, Sister Yi felt a bit inferior and decided not to rush to the kitchen. She stopped and said, "Since there is a head chef, let's let him handle lunch." "Sure, just leave it to him." The innkeeper was confident in his chef skills and assured her, "I guarantee your husband and young master will be satisfied." Sister Yi nodded absent-mindedly and returned to her room. Seeing this, Brother Yi asked curiously, "Didn't you say you were going to cook? Do you need my help?" "No, there are several people in the kitchen, so I don't need to cook," she replied. Noticing her unusual expression, Brother Yi took her hand and said, "I've been worried seeing you cook for so many people these days. Now that someone else is cooking, you can finally take a break. We can enjoy the benefits of the Qin family's hospitality." Sister Yi felt much better after hearing this and nodded. "How come you suddenly became so good with words? You've made me feel much better." It was the first time for the Yi family to stay in an inn, and everyone couldn't help but explore their rooms, finding everything new and interesting. Guo looked at the spacious and tall room, touched the soft bedding, and her eyes were filled with envy. "If the rooms on the first floor are this nice, I wonder what the upper rooms where Mrs. Qin is staying are like. If you want to know, just go upstairs and ask sister-in-law," Brother Yi said, just returning from outside, and more informed than Guo. "What?" Guo was taken aback. "Sister-in-law is staying upstairs? The steward has prepared a room for her upstairs, saying the light is good there for her to do her needlework." Guo immediately couldn't sit still, jumping up and rushing upstairs. She had just gone upstairs and was passing by Wei Yan's door when she suddenly heard his voice from inside. "What kind of food is this for lunch? It's terrible." After saying that, he slammed his chopsticks on the table and unhappily declared, "Take it all away, I won't eat it." When Guo heard this, her eyebrows nearly shot up with joy. If she weren't afraid of being caught eavesdropping, she would have laughed out loud. She knew that her sister-in-law's cooking skills were only praised a little in the village. How could they impress the nobles in the capital? The Qin family and Mr. Wei probably just found it new since they had never tasted it before. Now that the novelty had worn off, she was nothing. In a great mood, Guo walked into Sister Ye's room. The rooms on the second floor were suites, with a whole row of large street-facing windows that made the room very bright when opened. Even the furniture was of a much higher quality than that on the first floor. Gua had thought that the room on the first floor was the best she would ever stay in, but seeing Sister Ye's room now made her feel a pang of envy. Just because she could sew a little, she got to live in such a nice room? As Gua was looking around the room, she happened to run into Sister Yi, who was carrying Qingtian. Sister-in-law, could you help me look after Qingtian this afternoon? Sister Yi had been trying to find ways for her sister-in-law to spend more time with Qingtian these past few days. As soon as Gua saw Sister Yi, she exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this sister-in-law?" Sister Yi, sensing the sarcasm in her tone, chose to ignore her. But Gua, oblivious to the disdain, continued, "Sister-in-law, why do you need the second sister-in-law to help you with the child? Do you have something to do this afternoon?" "Yes, my husband and I are going out this afternoon to the market to buy some groceries," Sister Yi replied, feeling a bit obliged to respond since they were sisters-in-law. Upon hearing about the groceries, Gua became even more excited. "Oh, buying groceries. Are you cooking dinner tonight?" Sister Yi was puzzled by her question and replied, "What else would we eat if I don't cook?" "Sister-in-law, stop pretending. I heard everything when I went upstairs," Gua said, unable to hide her smile. "What did you hear?" Sister Yi asked, even more confused. Mr. Wei said that lunch was so bad that he got angry and threw down his chopsticks, refusing to eat. "I think we country folks shouldn't always try to reach for high branches. After taking 50 taels of silver from the Qin family, they don't realize how high the sky is, thinking their cooking is so great," Gua said, trying to pull Sister Yi into her camp. "Sister, when you have time, you should talk to the elder sister. After all, your Chongrui is still studying with Mr. Wei. If the elder sister annoys him, it won't be good for you either, right?" Gua's words left both elder sister Yi and second sister Yi confused.
What is she talking about?
But Qingtian directly said, "But my mom didn't cook at all for lunch." Second sister Yi added, "Yeah, wasn't lunch made by the kitchen at the inn? All the dishes were too sweet for me. I prefer what the elder sister cooks." Qingtian nodded repeatedly. "Mom's cooking is the best. Mr. Wei even asked me why Mom didn't cook for lunch." Second sister Yi curiously asked, "What? Didn't you eat lunch?" Gua was caught off guard by the question. Of course, she had eaten, but she was so happy about staying in a nice house that she didn't pay attention to what she ate. Seeing her awkward expression, second sister Yi finally realized what she meant and frowned, saying, "Sister-in-law, there are some things I didn't want to say, but you need to know we're family. Mom always says that when one person does well, we all do well, and when one suffers, we all suffer. No matter who is good, it's good for our Yi family." Second sister Ye's words were already restrained, but they still made Gua's face turn red and pale. "Sister, what do you mean?" "I didn't say anything. I was just reminding the elder sister. Am I not doing this for the good of the Yi family? Truly, it's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart." After saying this, she tossed her sleeve and left angrily. Elder sister Yi and second sister Yi exchanged glances, feeling helpless. Second sister Yi couldn't help but say, "Fourth brother is such a good young man. It's a shame he ended up with such a wife." "Don't say that. If she hears, there will be trouble again." Elder sister Yi was also frustrated with Gua. "It was fine on the road, but now that we live upstairs and downstairs, everyone can hear any commotion. It's so embarrassing." Just then, elder brother Yi came up looking for someone, saying, "Steward Lee is going out to buy things and asked us to wait and go together." "That's great. I was worried that the city is so big, and what if I got lost when going out?" Sister Yi quickly handed Qingtian to Sister Yi. But Qingtian held onto Sister Ye's hand tightly, looking at her and saying, "Mom, I want to go too." Sister Yi replied, "There are many people and cars outside. What if we run into someone who tries to take children? You stay here with Anair and I will bring you back some treats, okay?" Qingtian really wanted to go out, but hearing Sister Yi say that, she didn't want to make it hard for her, so she reluctantly let go of her hand and nodded obediently, "Okay." Yi Laoda couldn't stand seeing his daughter so upset and immediately said, "If Qingtian wants to go, then let her. I will carry you." Why do you always have to go against me?" Sister Yi intended for Sister Yi heir to benefit from Qingtian's good luck, but she couldn't say that directly to Yi Laoda. Li Fu had already prepared the carriage and came to find them, saying, Sister Yi heir, you should come with us to the market. We need to buy some thread, and it has to be approved by you. If we buy the wrong thing, it will delay everything. Hearing this, Sister Yi heir quickly picked up Qingtian and said, Perfect. Let's all go together. Guoshi was in the room sulking when she heard the noise outside, so she opened the window to look. She saw the three of them holding Qingtian getting onto the carriage with Li Fu. Guoshi was so angry that she slammed the window shut. Yi Laosi was taking a nap and woke up startled by the noise, asking what happened. Nothing happened, just go back to sleep, Guoshi said harshly, then suddenly thought of something and pulled Yi Laosi, saying, Let's go out and take a look. But Yi Laosi just lay back down, saying, Do you have money? Are we just going out to look around without buying anything? Guoshi hit him in frustration. Stop making noise. I'm exhausted from pulling the cart this morning. Let me sleep a bit more. Yi Laosi mumbled, turned over, and soon started snoring again. Guoshi sat on the edge of the bed, feeling angry for a while, but then suddenly remembered that she didn't have any money. But didn't Sister Yi have 50 silver notes? With so many people at the market, Sister Yi would surely be too scared to carry the notes with her. Now, the three of them are not at the inn, and it's a quiet time in the room. Guo felt increasingly restless. After glancing at the soundly sleeping Yi Laosi, she quietly slipped out and, taking advantage of the empty surroundings, entered Yi Laoda's room. There are 5 main markets in Tianjin, namely Renhou Market, Baoquan Market, Huachuan Market, Didao Market, and Fuyou Market. The opening times of these markets vary, but generally, at least 2 markets are open every day. Today, we're going to Baoquan Market. Everyone sat in the carriage, and soon they arrived at the market entrance. Yi Laoda jumped down first, helped Yi Deseo down, and then carried Qingtian down. As soon as Qingtian saw the bustling market, her eyes widened in amazement. Yi Deseo was also surprised, saying, Wow, there are more people here than those waiting to enter Shanhaiguan. The variety of goods at the market was dazzling. There were grains, oils, bamboo materials, drinks, snacks, all kinds of utensils, and even flowers, birds, fish, and insects. You could find almost anything you could think of. Li Fu said, I've asked around. All kinds of fabrics and sewing supplies are in the west. Let's go there first to get what we need, and if we have time, we can explore other areas. Everyone agreed, and followed Li Fu westward. On the way, Yi Laoda bought a candied hawthorn for Qingtian. It was Qingtian's first time seeing candied hawthorn. She was captivated by the bright red fruit covered in a shiny sugar coating and didn't know how to eat it. Tentatively, she stuck out her little tongue and licked the sugar. Wow, it's so sweet. Qingtian laughed with her eyes sparkling. Yi Laoda instructed her, Don't lick it, just bite into the first hawthorn. Qingtian opened her mouth wide and bit into the sugary hawthorn, making a satisfying crunch. The sweet and sour flavor filled her mouth. Is it good? Yi Laoda asked. Delicious. Qingtian nodded vigorously and held the candied hawthorn up to Yi Laoda's mouth, saying, Daddy, eat too. Daddy's not a child anymore, so I won't eat that. You enjoy it. Seeing his daughter being so thoughtful made Yi Laoda feel sweeter than the candy itself. Qingtian then reached out to offer the candied hawthorn to Yi Deseo. Good girl, Mommy won't eat it either. You enjoy it yourself. You don't need to save any for your brothers. I'll buy something for them on the way home, okay? After hearing this, Qingtian finally stopped offering and slowly enjoyed her candied hawthorn. Li Fu couldn't help but say, Wow, Qingtian is such a thoughtful child. No wonder even my wife likes her. Hearing someone praise their daughter, Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo couldn't help but smile. As they spoke, the group quickly reached the far west end of the market. The person before was right. This place was truly a sea of fabrics. Rolls of all kinds of cloth were neatly stacked, from affordable and sturdy cotton to expensive satin and silk. There were also stalls selling various silk threads, arranged by color and shade, likely numbering in the hundreds. Yi Deseo was amazed and quickly walked over to take a closer look. Li Fu hurried to follow her and reminded Yi Laoda, you all stay nearby and don't wander off. Yi Deseo was dazzled by the many fabrics and stepped closer to examine them, but she hesitated to touch anything. Yi Dage, holding Qingtian, said, I brought some money with me. If you like any, we can buy it. I have clothes to wear, so I don't need to buy anything, Yi Deseo said, but her eyes were glued to the colorful fabrics. I just want to buy some cloth to make clothes for Qingtian. Since Qingtian arrived, she had only worn old clothes that were altered, and she didn't have a single new outfit.
Buy it, Yi Laoda said boldly.
Get a few pieces. My daughter is so beautiful, she must be dressed nicely. In the past, they wouldn't have been so generous. But now, with the 50 silver notes from the Qin family, they felt confident enough to buy some fabric, even if they didn't want to spend too freely. So, they brought Qingtian to the fabric stall. What would you like, ladies? The stall owner asked warmly, not judging them for their simple clothing. We're just looking. We want to buy some fabric to make clothes for our child, they replied. The stall owner immediately pulled out 7 or 8 rolls of fabric and placed them in front of Yi Deseo. Sister, take a look at these. They are the trendiest from the south this year, with bright colors and lively patterns, perfect for children's clothing. As he spoke, he unfolded a roll of fabric and handed it to Yi Deseo. Children have delicate skin. Feel this fabric. It's soft and fine, very comfortable to wear. Measure it against your child to see how it looks. After seeing the clothes on Qingtian, the stall owner became even more enthusiastic. He pulled out several pieces of fabric, holding them up to Qingtian. Wow, your daughter is truly beautiful. Her skin is so fair, she can pull off any color. Sister Yi was confused by the vendor and thought all the fabrics looked nice. She even started imagining how beautiful the clothes would look on Qingtian. Dear, do you think these fabrics are good? Sister Yi asked. Brother Yi replied, I don't know much about these things. If you like them, just buy them. Anyway, Qingtian looks good in anything. That's true. The vendor got even more excited and said, Don't worry, sister. You've seen and touched these fabrics yourself. You know the quality. Then should we take them all? Sister Yi asked, turning to Brother Yi, ready for him to pay. Qingtian suddenly turned and said, Mom, let's go find Aunt Air. Wait a moment, after I buy the fabric, we can go. But Qingtian, acting differently than usual, shook Brother Yi's neck and said, Dad, let's go find Aunt Air. Brother Yi was worried she might fall, so he quickly reached out to support her, leaving him unable to take out his money. Now a bit more alert, he suggested to Sister Yi, how about we check if our sister-in-law has all the silk threads first? Seeing the sales slipping away, the vendor quickly said, Sister, how about this? If you buy 5 pieces, I'll give you 1 for free. However, this backfired. Sister Yi immediately became suspicious. Why would he give her a piece for free? That meant he still made a profit. She quickly put the fabric back on the stall and said, Oh, I forgot. We don't have any money with us. It's all with the kids and Air. Let's go find her and come back to buy later. After saying this, she pulled Brother Yi away quickly. Once they were far enough, she sighed in relief. Thank goodness for Qingtian. I almost got tricked. The family continued walking inside, and Sister Yi finally regained her sharpness. She asked for prices at each stall, only asking and not buying. That last vendor was really dishonest. After checking several stalls, Sister Yi said angrily, he claimed to be cheap and reasonable, but his prices were clearly the highest. That's why you need to compare prices, Brother Yi said. The 3 of them soon followed the crowd to Sister Yi, who was still picking out silk threads. Li Fu wondered how she could tell the differences in 2 bundles of thread that looked the same. The vendor initially treated him with extra care, thinking he was a servant from a wealthy family. However, he quickly became impressed by Sister Yi's skills and grew even more respectful. Sister Yi chose over 20 different colors of silk thread and then asked, Do you have embroidery needles and gold or silver thread? The gold and silver thread is too expensive. I don't have any, the vendor replied, bringing out a large box. But I have embroidery needles in all sizes. Sister Yi looked and said, I need the finest ones. Let's start with 50. Sister Yi was startled by this and quickly glanced at Li Fu's expression. She leaned in and asked Sister Yi's sister-in-law, "Why do you need so many embroidery needles?" She was worried that buying so many would upset Li Fu. Before Sister Yi could explain, Li Fu quickly said, "Sister Yi, it's fine. They're just embroidery needles. Buy as many as you need. Is 50 enough? Should we get 100 instead?" Li Fu understood that embroidery needles weren't very expensive, and the skirt would cost much more. As long as Sister Yi could fix the skirt well, he wouldn't mind buying her a whole box of needles. The vendor, understanding the situation, smiled and explained to Sister Yi, "You two are a bit out of your depth here. The thread she picked is the finest quality, so she must be planning to create something very detailed. This means the needles need to be not only the finest, but also the sharpest. We might not notice, but those who use them do. After a while, the needle tip isn't as sharp as when it's new. For ordinary work, that's fine, but for detailed pieces, you need to change the needle often. Otherwise, the work won't be delicate enough." Li Fu realized there was more to it and quickly said, "How many do you have?" "We'll take them all." Sister Yi quickly stopped him, saying, "We don't need that many. We can always come back for more." The vendor, being clever, said, "Oh, no need to worry about that. If she wants 50 needles, I'll throw in another 50 for free and take you to buy gold and silver thread." He was calculating. Compared to the profit from the fine silk thread Sister Yi just bought, these embroidery needles were nothing. Moreover, taking them to buy gold and silver thread would mean the stall owner would definitely take a cut, so it would be a guaranteed profit for him. Li Fu didn't care about the amount of money. He chose this stall mainly because it had the most complete selection of silk threads. For him, it was more important to buy everything at once and hurry back to start fixing the skirt. So Li Fu nodded and handed a silver note to the stall owner, saying, "If you can help us buy all the gold and silver thread, there's no need to give change." The stall owner took the silver note and immediately smiled, knowing he could earn at least a couple of silver coins. He quickly tucked the note away, called his apprentice to look after the stall, and led the way himself. Soon, the stall owner brought everyone to a small stall where an old man was sitting. The stall had only a few embroidery needles and bamboo supports. The old man was leaning against a big tree, squinting and dozing off. Seeing this, Li Fu felt uneasy. However, he understood that appearances can be deceiving, so he didn't show his concern. The stall owner seemed worried that the group might think the old man was unreliable, so he quickly explained, "Uncle Zhang's skill in making gold and silver thread is the best in Tianjin. I'm not lying to you. You'll see for yourselves. Uncle Zhang, we have customers. Quickly show your gold and silver thread," the stall owner urged the old man. The old man didn't even open his eyes and replied, "I don't have any."
What?
The stall owner was surprised. "Didn't you just make a batch? How could you be out already?" "I sold out this morning," the old man said impatiently, pulling down his hat to cover his face and waving his hand as if shooing away flies. "Just go away and don't bother me." Hearing this, Li Fu quickly stepped forward and said, "Sir, could you make some more gold and silver thread for us? We really need it, and money is not an issue." Before he could finish, the stall owner quickly tugged at his sleeve. Li Fu, confused, stopped talking, not realizing he had said something wrong. The old man suddenly took off his hat, opened his eyes, and angrily said, "What? Just because you have money, you think you're special? I don't need your money. Even if I had gold and silver thread, I wouldn't sell it to you." Li Fu then realized he had upset the old man with his words. However, he didn't know that the old man had such a sensitive issue, which felt quite unfair. "Master, I'm sorry. I spoke out of urgency. Please forgive me and don't hold it against me." Unfortunately, the old man was very stubborn and started to pack up, ready to leave. Li Fu was anxious and looked to the vendor who had brought them for help. The vendor, looking helpless, shook his head and said, "Uncle Zhang is very stubborn. No one can change his mind. Why don't you tell me where you are staying? If he makes something new later, I will let you know." Li Fu felt downcast, wondering how long he would have to wait. Still, He gave the vendor the address of the inn and then asked, "Do you know any other places that sell gold and silver thread?" The vendor replied, "Of course, there are other sellers. But honestly, from the silk thread you just bought, I can tell you want something special. Besides Uncle Zhang's gold and silver thread, I'm afraid the quality from others won't match what you need." Hearing this, Li Fu sighed even more. Was their recent good luck with the Qin family about to end here? Suddenly, Qingtian, held in Yida's arms, said, "Mom, why do you keep poking me?" Her voice was clear and drew everyone's attention. Yida's face turned red. What could she do? She hoped Qingtian would try harder to change the old man's mind. Unfortunately, after several pokes, Qingtian was too busy enjoying her candied hawthorn. Feeling everyone's gaze on her, Yida awkwardly said, "I just wanted to measure her size to buy some fabric for her clothes." After saying that, she quickly added, "But that can wait. Let's focus on the important matters first." Li Fu responded, "Today I messed up the important matter. I'll think of another way. Let's go look around and buy some fabric for Qingtian's clothes." Upon hearing this, the vendor eagerly said, "I might not be able to help with the gold and silver thread, but if you want to buy fabric, I know a lot about that." He then led everyone through some twists and turns to a fabric stall and called out, "Lu, I'm bringing you some business." Lu was a tall, thin man who quickly got up to greet them. "Feel free to look around. Since you're introduced by Brother Qian, I'll give you the best prices." The vendor spoke for Yida, "Sister, if you want to make clothes for the child, show her what's trendy and affordable this year." "Got it." Old Lu skillfully took out 7 or 8 rolls of fabric and placed them in front of Sister Yi. "Take a look at these. They are all new stock for this year. Do any of them catch your eye?" Sister Yi noticed that they were quite similar to what the first vendor had recommended. She whispered to Brother Yi, "It seems that person isn't too bad. Although the price is high, at least they didn't try to fool us with old stock." Just as she finished speaking, a loud shout came from behind. "You, old Lu, have some nerve trying to steal my business." Sister Yi thought the voice sounded familiar. When she turned around, she was shocked to see that it was vendor Qian who had led them around and ended up right across from the first stall. Old Lu quickly replied, "Wang Dachui, what are you talking about? The customers can choose where to buy. I didn't take anyone from your stall, so how is this stealing your business?" Wang Dachui came over, looked at the fabric in front of Sister Yi, and angrily pointed, "This lady clearly told me she would come back after getting the money. Look, I still have the fabric set aside for her." Sister Yi felt guilty upon hearing this. She had indeed made an excuse about not having money at the time, promising to return with it. But she knew that was just a polite way to say she wasn't ready to buy. Seeing Sister Yi at a loss for words, Wang Dachui became even more aggressive, pointing at the fabric and saying, "You say this isn't stealing my business? The fabric is the same. You must have been secretly watching what this lady wanted and then turned around to offer a lower price to steal my customer. Old Lu, I never realized you were this kind of person." His words were somewhat unreasonable. There were only so many popular fabrics each year, and since Sister Yi also needed to buy for her children, the options were even fewer. Any stall at the market would have similar items. However, both vendor Qian and old Lu looked uneasy and didn't dare to argue back. Wang Dachui was tall and strong, and he was quite a presence at the market. Old Lu had been in trouble with him before and was hesitant to provoke him. Brother Yi said sternly, "This market isn't yours. We can buy from whoever we want. How can you complain when your prices are so high?"
What do you mean by that?
Wang Dachui replied, rolling up his sleeves and moving closer, while 2 young men from his stall surrounded them. Yi Laoda handed Qingtian to Yida Saw and said, "You all move back a bit." But Yida Saw held onto his arm tightly, worriedly saying, "We're in an unfamiliar place. Please don't get into a fight." Yi Laoda replied, "They've already bullied us. How can we just stand by?" He added, "Don't worry, they can't beat me." Yida Saw countered, "How do you know they don't have other helpers?" She continued, "We came with stewardly. Let's not cause trouble for the Qin family." Her words successfully convinced Yi Laoda. Just as he was about to lower his fists, he heard Li Fu calling the servants, "Come here. Let's see who dares to fight today. Is there no law anymore?" Two servants from the Qin family immediately stepped forward, standing beside Yi Laoda. The two sides were evenly matched, and a tense standoff ensued. Just as it seemed a fight was about to break out, a small boy, around 3 or 4 years old, suddenly ran out from the crowd. The child ran right into the middle of the two groups and stood frozen, seemingly scared. "Get away, you little brat!" Wang Dachui shouted. The child was frightened and began to cry loudly, but didn't move.
Hey!
Wang Dachui, angry, lifted his foot to kick at the child, shouting, "Didn't you hear me tell you to go away?" Watch out!" Yi De Saw and Yi Er Saw screamed in fear. Wang Dachui was big and strong, and with a kick like that, the small child could be seriously hurt. But Yi Laoda reacted instantly, rushing forward, bending down to scoop up the child, using his own back to absorb Wang Dachui's kick. "Dad!" Qingtian shouted anxiously, his voice trembling with tears. Yi De Saw was so scared her legs went weak, but Yi Er Saw quickly supported her to keep her from falling. "Cut it out trying to be a hero." Wang Dachui spat, lifting his foot to kick Yi Laoda again. Fortunately, Yi Laoda rolled on the ground, protecting the child and avoiding the second kick. "How can you kick a small child? Are you even human?" Yi Laoda said, both hurt and angry, his face turning red. Yi De Saw handed Qingtian to Yi Er Saw and hurried over to check on his injuries. Wang Dachui picked at his ear with his pinky, blew on the earwax and sneered. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you." Just as he moved closer, the crowd suddenly parted, and a group of soldiers rushed in, surrounding everyone. Sister Yi was truly frightened this time. Her legs went weak, and she fell down next to Brother Yi, thinking the officials were there to arrest her man. Unexpectedly, the first official who rushed in saw the child being protected by Brother Yi and immediately showed joy, shouting to the others, "Captain, we found Tiger. He's right here." Soon, a strong man in official attire, with a long knife at his waist, walked over quickly. He picked up the child from Brother Ye's arms, sighed in relief, and couldn't help but complain, "Tiger, why did you run off? You haven't been punished for days. Are you getting restless?" Tiger hugged the man's neck and pointed at Wang Dachui, saying, "Dad, he kicked me. Arrest him." Wang Dachui had been around the market for many years and naturally recognized the officials responsible for the area. Hearing that the child he almost kicked was actually the captain's son, he was instantly scared, and his legs felt weak. "Captain Zhang, what brings you here today?" Captain Zhang shot him a glance but didn't reply. Wang Dachui wiped the sweat from his forehead and awkwardly continued, "So this is your son. He looks so lively." Captain Zhang ignored him and frowned, asking his son, "Tiger, what happened?" Tiger, feeling secure in his father's arms, spoke up, though not very fluently, "I wanted to find Grandpa, but I ended up here." He pointed at Wang Dachui, saying he was about to kick me. "And then this uncle saved me." Captain Zhang followed his son's finger to look at Brother Yi, who was still sitting on the ground, covered in dirt and unable to stand due to back pain. With his hands full holding his son, Captain Zhang angrily shouted to his subordinates, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and help him up." "Yes." Two officers quickly went over to assist Brother Yi. Old Liu, being considerate, offered his chair for Brother Yi to sit down. Captain Zhang said, "Thank you, brother, for saving my son. If you ever need anything from me, Zhang Xingdong, just let me know." Brother Yi waved his hand, saying, "Captain Zhang, you're too polite. The child is so young. Anyone would help in this situation." Wang Dachui, looking distressed, said, "Captain Zhang, I really didn't know he was your son." "What do you mean? If he's not my son, does that mean you can kick any other child?" Zhang, the head of the guards, frowned. No, that's not what I meant." Wang Dachui wiped his sweat, unsure of what to say. Just as he was feeling awkward, Tiger suddenly shouted, "Grandpa." Everyone turned to see an old man walking over with his hands behind his back. Zhang said, "Dad, where have you been? We've been looking for you for a long time." Li Fu's eyes lit up when he recognized the old man. This was truly a moment of unexpected fortune. Tiger's grandfather was none other than the old man who had just sold gold and silver threads. Seeing his beloved grandfather, Tiger felt a rush of emotion and pouted, almost crying, reaching out for a hug. The old man quickly reached out to take his grandson. "What's wrong? Who bullied my grandson?" As soon as he said this, he looked up and saw Li Fu and the others, his eyebrows raising. "Did you bully my grandson?" Zhang hurriedly explained, "No. Dad, you've got it wrong. They saved Tiger."
Ah.
The old man's anger immediately faded, and he awkwardly cleared his throat, whispering, "What a coincidence." Zhang didn't catch what his father mumbled and briefly told him what had happened. The old man looked at Yi, and then at his grandson. Seeing that Tiger was only a bit dusty but otherwise fine, he felt a bit embarrassed but still thanked Yi. However, after thanking him, the old man quickly turned to the excited Li Fu and said, "You don't need to be so excited. I know how to separate things clearly."
Li Fu's smile instantly faded.
Zhang noticed Yi was hunched over, clearly in pain. He had dealt with many similar situations before and was somewhat suspicious of Ye's behavior. Wang Dachui, although often careless, had only been involved in minor disputes over business. He shouldn't be rough with a 3-year-old he didn't know. So Zhang's first thought was that Yi might be trying to get money. Thinking this, he quickly said, "Sir, can you walk? The clinic is just ahead. I'll accompany you to check it out." He then signaled to his men. The guards understood and helped Yi to the nearest clinic. Ye's wife, not caring about buying fabric anymore, hurried to follow. Ye's sister-in-law also rushed to carry Qingtian and catch up. When they arrived at the clinic, Big Brother Yi followed the doctor's instructions and took off his shirt, revealing a large, swollen bruise on his lower back that looked quite terrible. The heel area was the worst, with broken skin from the impact, and after rolling on the ground, it was even more bruised and bloody. Old Zhang and Captain Zhang's faces darkened upon seeing Big Brother Ye's back. Wang Dachui had kicked too hard. If it could do this to such a strong man, they couldn't imagine what would happen if it hit someone like Tiger. Captain Zhang felt both angry and regretful. He had thought that Big Brother Yi was just pretending to sit on the ground to get money from his own family. Now, seeing the injury, he realized that Yi was not getting up because he was in too much pain. This made Captain Zhang even more furious with Wang Dachui. "You, Wang Dachui, are really ruthless. Someone, go and arrest Wang Dachui. Lock him up for a few days first." The officers quickly left to catch Wang Dachui. Qingtian squirmed in Sister Ye's arms, signaling her to put her down. She then ran to Big Brother Ye's side and looked at his back, instantly getting teary-eyed. "Dad, does it hurt?" she asked softly. "Dad, doesn't hurt." Big Brother Yi quickly reassured his daughter. "Be good, don't look." As he tried to turn to pick up Qingtian, he winced in pain. "I'll blow on it for you," Qingtian said, rushing over to blow gently on his back. "Mom said blowing on it makes it feel better." Hearing this made Big Brother Ye's heart ache. This must have been something Sister Yi said to comfort Qingtian when she was hurt. The fact that the child remembered it and came to help him made him feel both touched and guilty. His injuries were nothing compared to how she had been before. As Qingtian blew on his wound, he felt a slight breeze, and whether it was psychological or not, it really did hurt a little less. "Wow, it really works. Our Qingtian's blowing makes it feel better." Seeing Big Brother Yi like this made Captain Zhang think better of him. A man who could still patiently comfort his daughter while in pain couldn't be all bad. This kick was quite serious, the doctor said as he examined Big Brother Yi. "Fortunately, there are no broken bones, but I can't be sure if there are any internal injuries. I'll apply some medicine for you. Make sure to rest for a few days after you go home, and if you feel unwell, remember to see a doctor right away." When Sister Yi heard there might be internal injuries, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Although Qingtian didn't fully understand what the doctor said, seeing Sister Yi about to cry made her tear up as well. "Dad."
Sobi.
Seeing this, Captain Zhang quickly said, "Doctor, please check on this brother carefully and use the best medicine. Don't worry about the cost. I'll pay." Old Zhang stood beside his grandson, increasingly worried. He hesitated and walked over to Sister Yi, asking, What is your relationship with them? Sister Yi was focused on Yi Laoda's injury and replied, That's my older brother and sister-in-law, and their daughter, Qingtian.
Who asked you that?
I'm asking about your relationship with that old man. Sister Yi then realized he was referring to Li Fu. What relationship? She paused, unsure how to respond, and finally said, We met at Shanhaiguan. Their family is kind and brought us in, so we traveled together.
Something like that.
Old Zhang asked again, So who wants to buy the gold and silver thread? Suddenly, Sister Yi had an idea and said, I want to buy it. Old Zhang didn't believe her. If you want to buy it, why is he so eager? Really, I took a job to help someone fix a dress, Sister Yi quickly explained. Uncle Li just wanted to help me. Old Zhang's expression softened a bit as he asked, How much do you need? Not much, just a bit more silver thread, and a little gold thread will be enough. Sister Yi estimated the lengths and showed him. Can you help me with this? Old Zhang nodded modestly, saying, Who told you that your brother saved my grandson? A little gold and silver thread is nothing. He glanced at Li Fu and quickly added, But I need to make it clear that this gold and silver thread is for you, not for that old man. Sister Yi found this amusing. Old Zhang was quite stubborn. However, the urgent matter was to get the right gold and silver thread, so she nodded repeatedly, saying, Of course, I'm the one buying the gold and silver thread. It has nothing to do with him. All right, once it's ready, my son will deliver it to you. Old Zhang returned to his usual reserved self, nodding. Don't worry. It won't delay your work. After the doctor treated Yi Laoda's injury, Captain Zhang paid and took Yi Laoda back to the inn before leaving. Yi Erseo returned upstairs and finally found a moment to talk to Li Fu about the gold and silver thread. Oh, this is great news. Thank goodness you're so clever, Li Fu exclaimed with joy. It's really thanks to your older brother. Who would have thought the child he saved was the old man's grandson?
Isn't that right?
It was quite a coincidence, Yi Erseo agreed. Now that we have all the materials, I can start mending the skirt tomorrow. Li Fu happily said, Since we met your family, everything has gone smoothly. Yi Erseo smiled and replied, I think it's because our families are connected. You've helped my family too. Before she could finish her sentence, they suddenly heard a loud cry from downstairs. Since coming to the Yi family, Qingtian hadn't cried at all. Now, suddenly crying so hard, could it be that Yi Laoda's injury had worsened? Thinking of this, Yi Erseo hurried her steps. The door to Yi Laoda's room was open, and without thinking, she walked right in. To her surprise, several children were in the room, all trying to comfort Qingtian. Qingtian, don't cry. We don't really like candied hawthorn, Yi Chongrui said, nudging Yi Chongxue beside him. Yi Chongxue swallowed hard and nodded, saying, Yeah, what's so good about that? We ate it all the time back home and got tired of it. Yi Chongzhao reached out to wipe Qingtian's tears. Yi Chongrui swatted his dirty little hand away. It's just a candied hawthorn. Why cry over it? Although Yi Chongfeng said this, his eyes kept glancing at Qingtian, concerned for her. Yi Chongnian was so tempted that he had saliva pooling in his mouth, afraid to speak, worried he might drool. He could only cover his mouth with his hand, nodding along with whatever his brothers said. Yi Erseo didn't understand what was happening. Hearing about the candied hawthorn, she said to Yi Deseo, Sister-in-law, if Qingtian wants a candied hawthorn, just buy her one. How can you let the child cry like this? Yi Deseo, wiping Qingtian's tears with a pained expression, replied, It's not that she wants a candied hawthorn. When we went to the market before, didn't I buy her a bunch? She ate one, and then said she wanted to save the rest for her brothers. I told her she could eat it all, and before we came back, I would buy each brother one. But then so much happened, and your older brother got hurt. I completely forgot about it. Upon returning and seeing a few older brothers, she immediately started crying, saying she had eaten all the candied hawthorns and couldn't be comforted. Sister Yi, hearing this, couldn't help but smile through her tears. She gently rubbed Qingtian's little head and said, Our Qingtian is just too considerate, always thinking of her brothers. Don't cry, I'll ask your second uncle to go out and see if we can find someone selling candied hawthorns. Qingtian looked up at her, sniffling, and asked, "Can we buy some?" "Don't worry, if we can't buy any today, we'll go to the market tomorrow. They will definitely get to eat some." Hearing this, Qingtian gradually stopped crying. "Then I'll trouble the second one." "I'll get you some money," Sister Yi said. Sister Yi quickly opened her pillow and took out her bundle to give her money. "It's just a few candied hawthorns. Does my son not eat? Do you really need to spend money?" Sister Yi would not take her money and quickly turned to leave. But Sister Yi suddenly paused while searching for money in her bundle. Inside the bundle were the best clothes for her and Brother Yi, the kind they only wore during festivals. Hidden in the clothes were a silver hairpin, a pair of silver bracelets, and a pair of tiny gold earrings, all part of her dowry. Besides that, there were some loose coins. This bundle contained all her and Brother Ye's wealth. So, after receiving 50 silver notes that day, she had put it in the bundle and tucked it into her clothes. But now, as she opened the clothes to find the coins, she discovered the silver notes were missing. Sister Yi felt cold all over, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Fearing she might have misremembered the location, she took everything out of the bundle to search again. The hairpin, bracelets, and earrings were all there, even the loose coins, but the 50 silver note was nowhere to be found. In a panic, Sister Yi reached out to push Brother Yi, who was lying on the bed. She pushed right on his lower back, causing him to exclaim in pain. But Sister Yi, now frantic, asked, "Did you take the silver note?" She could only hope that Brother Yi had taken it for safekeeping. However, Brother Yi replied, confused, "Isn't the silver note with you? I don't even know where you put it." Sister Yi felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her, and she collapsed onto the bed in tears. "Finished. The silver note is lost." Sister Yi cried uncontrollably, repeatedly blaming her carelessness in her heart. How could she have thought that the Qin family would rent the entire inn and let her guard down? Although she lost a 50-tael silver note, for Sister Yi, she also lost her recent plans and dreams for the future. Since receiving the silver note, she had been thinking about how to use the money. Once back home, if they split up, she could use this money to buy a house or build a small one. The rest would be saved to prepare a dowry for Qingtian. If they didn't split up, then it would all be kept for Qingtian. She had imagined various uses for the money, but never thought it would be lost. The children who had been around Qingtian were startled by Sister Ye's sudden crying, and all looked over at her. When Brother Yi heard that the silver note was lost, he disregarded his back pain and struggled to sit up, asking, "Where did you put it? Look again." The Qin family has rented the whole inn, so no outsiders should be here. It shouldn't be lost. Sister Yi trembled as she held a few pieces of clothing, crying, "I put it right here. I've searched everywhere. It's gone." Qingtian didn't know why Sister Yi was crying, but seeing her tears made her forget her own sadness. With red eyes, she crawled over to Sister Yi and reached out her little hand to help wipe her tears. "Mom, don't cry. I don't want the candied hawthorn anymore." But Sister Yi couldn't stop crying, even as she held Qingtian close. Qingtian, confused, started crying too. The other children, seeing this, didn't dare to ask and quietly slipped out under Yi Chengshue's lead. Yi Chengshue kindly helped them close the door. Brother Yi propped himself up and rummaged through the clothes and bundles again, confirming there was no silver note before frowning. This situation was suspicious. First, there were no signs of a struggle in the room. This meant the person must have known where Sister Yi hid things and went straight for the bundle. Second, the gold and silver jewelry in the bundle was untouched. Only the silver note was taken. If it were a thief, wouldn't it be better to just take the whole bundle? But this thief only wanted the silver note. What did this mean? It meant there was not an outsider, but a traitor at home. Gold and silver jewelry is hard to hide and could easily lead to being caught, so only the silver note was taken. And just thinking about the word traitor made her shudder. The first thing that came to Yi Dage's mind was Gui's figure. "Don't cry, keep looking," said Yi Laoda. "I'll go tell mother." As Yi Laoda spoke, he struggled to get up and walked towards Yi Laotai's room. Passing by Yi Laoxi's room, he noticed the door slightly ajar and couldn't help but peek inside. Guo was just about to step out, and upon seeing Yi Laoda, her expression became a bit awkward. She quickly raised her hand to fix her hair to cover her face and greeted him with a smile. "Big brother, looking for Laosi?" Yi Laoda stared at her for a moment, noticing her evasive gaze and increasingly unnatural demeanor, which made him suspect she was hiding something. Gua felt uneasy under his gaze and finally heard him say, "Not looking for Laosi. I'm going to see mother." "Oh, haha. Big brother is really filial," Gua replied hastily, quickly turning back into her room and slamming the door shut. Yi Laoda's suspicions grew, but he lacked evidence. When Yi Laotai saw her eldest son coming, she was about to ask about his injury, but when she heard that the banknotes were missing, she almost fainted. She pointed at Yi Laoda and scolded, "Are you and your wife foolish? How could you leave things lying around when no one is home? Isn't it because we were going to the market? I thought with so many people around, it might get stolen." Yi Laoda, scolded, hung his head low and could only defend himself quietly. Yi Laotai, frustrated, said, "Even if you had left your things in my room before you left, I would have kept an eye on them. Do you think I would steal from you? How could you two be so careless, leaving banknotes and valuables just lying around? I thought since there were family members around, nothing would happen." Yi Laoda's confidence dwindled as he spoke, and by the end, his voice was barely audible. Yi Laotai said, "You better pray for blessings. This could be an inside job. If the thief is from our family, I have a good chance of helping you catch them. But if the thief is not from our family, it could be someone from the Qin family or an outsider. We can't catch outsiders, and since the Qin family has helped us so much, I can't bring this up with them. You'll just have to bear this loss." Yi Laoda understood this reasoning all too well and quietly shared his suspicions with Yi Laotai. Upon hearing this, Yi Laotai frowned and said, "Laoxi's wife does have her flaws and can be selfish, but I haven't noticed her being dishonest before. This is serious. If you don't have evidence, you can't make baseless accusations. Don't blame anyone without reason. It might ruin your brotherly bond with the fourth one." Although Grandma Yi did not like Gua as a daughter-in-law, she was always reasonable and focused on the facts. Since she had been in the family for a while, she hadn't noticed any wrongdoing from the fourth son's wife, so it wouldn't be fair to accuse her without proof. "Mom, what should we do now?"
Yi Laoda siket, feeling helpless.
Qingtian and her mother are still in the room crying. Grandma Yi replied helplessly, "Go call the second, third, and fourth sons.
Tell them I need to speak with them."
Soon, all four sons gathered. "Mom, what's the matter?" Yi Laosi asked casually. "Today, I lost a banknote in my room," Grandma Yi said. "Really? How did you lose a banknote? Did a thief come in?" "Mom, please look again." How much was the banknote? Except for Yi Laoda, who knew what was going on, the others started to worry.
"Keep your voices down. Grandma Yi frowned.
I stayed in my room all day, so I can be sure no thief came in. It was just family members coming and going. I'm not saying there's a thief in the house, but there are so many kids. What if one of them, out of curiosity, took it because it looked nice? Now that we live with the Qin family, I don't want this to become a big deal. Whoever did it, our family's reputation is at stake. Mom, just tell us what to do."
Yi Laosi said.
Yi Lao nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mom, there's nothing we should hide from each other." Yi Lao Sand, being quiet, just nodded along without speaking. "I was thinking you all could go back, avoid drawing attention, and search around. If anyone finds it, just quietly bring the banknote back to me."
"Don't worry, Mom.
As long as it's still in our house, we'll definitely find it," Yi Lao Si promised confidently. Yi Lao was a straightforward person and genuinely thought the kids had taken Grandma's belongings, so he told his wife about it when he got home. The couple searched their room thoroughly and even called back their twin sons, undressing them under the pretense of changing clothes. They searched through the clothes they had taken off but found nothing, and only then did they all breathe a sigh of relief. Sister Yi was gathering the dirty clothes and said, "Thank goodness it's not our child, otherwise I would have surely given him a good smack." Sister Yi Sen didn't find anything either, but she had other suspicions in her mind. She quietly ran upstairs, knocked on the door, and whispered to Sister Yi. "Sister, do you really think Mom lost the banknotes?" "Mom said it, so how could it be fake? Is she trying to trick us?" "Oh, that's not what I meant." Sister Yi Sen lowered her voice. "Let's not talk about that. You've been married for so many years. Have you ever seen Mom exchange banknotes?" Sister Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, no. Grandma Yi had a box for saving money, where she usually kept copper coins. When she saved enough for 5 coins, she would send her son to exchange them for silver. Grandma Yi always said that banknotes are just thin pieces of paper. If the bank collapsed, wouldn't they just be worthless? There's nothing more reassuring than real silver and copper coins." Now, with everyone fleeing from disaster, people were anxious, and the banks in the city had collapsed. At this critical moment, Grandma Yi would certainly not take her hard-earned savings to exchange for banknotes. Why would Mom say she lost money if she didn't? Sister Yi was still trying to understand. "Asked my son Nian Nian. He was just playing with Qingtian in Big Brother and sister-in-law's room. I vaguely heard sister-in-law mention banknotes, and then she started crying. Later, Chang Shui came out with a few kids."
Think about it.
Sister Yi's eyes widened as she asked, "Are you saying that what was lost was actually Big Brother and sister-in-law's 50 taels of silver?" "I think that's very likely," Sister Yi-sen sighed. "This could be a big problem."
Sister Yi anxiously slacked her high.
Sister Yi-sen said, "If Big Brother's family lost the banknotes, it wasn't us, and it couldn't have been Mom either. Who else could it be? Could it be?" Sister Yi was startled by her words. Could she really have the guts to do something like that? That's 50 taels of silver, not just 5 coins. If Big Brother and sister-in-law report it, she could be in serious trouble. As long as Mom is around, do you think Big Brother and sister-in-law would dare to report it? Sister Yi-sen shook her head. "Fourth brother is a straightforward person. Let's see if he can find the banknotes first." After saying this, Sister Yi-sen's eyes shifted, and she leaned closer to Sister Yi and asked, "If it turns out she did steal them, do you think Mom would let fourth brother divorce her?" Yet felt anxious after what she said and pushed her, saying, "Stop talking like that. Who wants a thief in their home?" The two sisters-in-law whispered to each other upstairs, and Yi Lao-si was also feeling uneasy. After returning to the room, Guesher asked him, "What did your mother want you for?" "Nothing much, just said that since we are staying at the same inn as the Qin family, we should be careful. She said to keep our voices down and not to break anything in the guest room. We should change our clothes often and keep things clean so they don't think we're messy and noisy country folks." Upon hearing this, Guesher felt a bit relieved and said, "Mother is overreacting. Is it really necessary? Didn't the Qin family treat us fine on the way here?" "Still, it doesn't hurt to be cautious," Yi Lao-si replied. "I heard there's a place to bathe at the inn. Let's both take a nice bath tonight and change our clothes. There's a well behind the inn. You can wash the dirty clothes tomorrow and hang them up." "Okay, let's wash them." Guesher thought about the 50 taels of silver notes and agreed without hesitation when she heard Yi Lao-si mention bathing. However, Yi Lao-si felt a weight in his heart. Though they had been married for a short time, he felt he knew Guesher somewhat. She was usually very lazy and would always try to avoid work, bargaining, and delaying until the last moment. Even when asked to sweep the floor, she would argue for a long time just to make him do more of the work. Today, when he asked her to wash the clothes, she didn't refuse, complain, or bargain at all. Yi Lao-si, though loud and boisterous, was not foolish. His instincts told him that something was off with Guesher. He quietly finished dinner, then heated 2 large pots of water. He returned to the room and said to Guesher, "I've heated the water. Let's go take a bath." On their journey, they had no place to bathe, and even having hot water to wipe down was a luxury. So when Guesher heard the water was ready, she was naturally happy and quickly grabbed her clean clothes, heading to the bathing area at the end of the corridor. Just as she was about to close the door, Yi Lao-si suddenly squeezed in behind her. "What are you doing?" Guesher was startled. "It's really cold. Let's wash together. It'll be warmer." "Oh, you." Guesher blushed, thinking Yi Lao-si was feeling bold and might try to do something embarrassing. who knew that Yi Laosi quickly took off his clothes and started washing up. Guoshi couldn't keep up with his speed. By the time Yi Laosi finished washing from head to toe, Guoshi had just finished washing her hair. Yi Laosi said, "All right, you take your time. I'm heading back." Guoshi felt a mix of emotions. She couldn't believe he really just came in to take a bath. When she finished her bath and turned around, she noticed that her clothes, which she had hung on the rack, had been moved. Guoshi was startled and began to suspect what had happened, feeling a mix of confusion and anger. She couldn't tell if she was more upset or more anxious. The usually honest Yi Laosi had learned to lie to her. Guoshi lost her desire to continue bathing, and without caring that her hair was still dripping, she quickly got dressed and rushed to her room. When she burst through the door, she found Yi Laosi searching under the pillows and blankets. "Yi Laosi, what are you looking for?" Guoshi asked, frustrated. Yi Laosi paused a search, then said, "Aren't you afraid of bugs? I'm just checking to see if the bedding is clean." Guoshi felt as if she had been hit hard in the chest, not from being touched, but from anger. "So, Yi Laosi, you've learned to hide things from me now?" she said, walking to the bed and glaring at him. "Are you trying to help me find bugs, or are you accusing me of stealing? I don't understand what you're saying." Yi Laosi looked away. "If you have nothing to hide, why can't you look me in the eye when you talk?" Guoshi's anger grew. "Yi Laosi, when we got married, you promised you would never lie to me. It's only been a few months, and not only are you lying, but you're also doubting me? If you think I'm a thief, then why don't you just turn me in?" Guoshi's accusations were so strong that they left Yi Laosi speechless, making him think he might have misjudged her. But just as he was about to apologize, he sensed something was off. He stared at Guoshi, who was passionately speaking and getting emotional, and suddenly asked, "What did you see that has you going on and on?" "I just looked under the pillow." "Are you still denying it? Why did you come in to bathe with me if it wasn't to check my clothes?" Guoshi felt justified, and her eyes were red with frustration. "Yi Laosi, if you keep this up, we won't be able to live like this anymore." After saying this, Guoshi stood with her arms crossed, waiting for Yi Laosi to comfort her. This was a trick her mother taught her before she got married to deal with men. To her surprise, Yi Laosi coldly replied, "You're right. I also think we can't go on like this."
Yi Laosi, what do you mean by that?
"We've only been married for less than 6 months, and you're already changing your mind?" Guoshi said, both shocked and angry, unable to keep her voice down. Yi Laosi had only had a slight suspicion about Guoshi, but now it had grown significantly. He sat down on the edge of the bed and sighed, saying, "My mother just said that if we quietly return the items, she will pretend this never happened. If you really did this, just give me the things, and I'll take them back to her. I can help you plead for mercy. As long as you don't do this again, we can move on from this." "Don't talk nonsense. Who are you trying to move on with? If you can move on, why can't I?" Guoshi said, hands on her hips. "Am I not part of the family? Why is it that when something good happens, you forget about me, but when something bad happens, I'm the first one you suspect?" Seeing Guoshi's attitude, Yi Laosi realized the items were definitely not in the room and wondered where she had hidden them. He lowered his head, ran his fingers through his hair, and sighed helplessly. That night, lights went out in every household one by one. Yi Dazhao lay in bed unable to sleep. Yi Laoda said, "Stop overthinking and sleep. If you keep tossing and turning, you'll wake the baby." In reality, Qingtian was wide awake. She understood that her parents had lost money, but she wasn't quite sure how significant 50 taels of silver was. However, she remembered that when they were at the Shan family's, Mrs. Shan had argued with Mr. Shan for half a month over him spending half a tael of silver on drinks. 50 taels must be a lot, which is why her mother had cried so much before. Qingtian turned over and snuggled into Yi Dazhao's arms, wrapping her little hands around her neck, and softly said, "Mom, don't be sad. When I grow up and get married, you'll receive a bride price." Yi Laoda and Yi Dazhao thought Qingtian would say that she would earn money for them when she grew up. To their surprise, she followed up with that statement. Yi Dazhao quickly sat up, holding Qingtian in her arms, and asked, "Who told you that?" "Yes, it was in the past." Qingtian was unsure what to call Aunt Shan, so she simply jumped in and continued. They said that when I get married, the bride price will help my brother find a wife. Aunt Yi couldn't take it anymore. It hurt her more than losing a silver note. Yi Lao angrily slammed his hand on the bed. Aunt Yi hugged Qingtian and said, "Good child, forget everything they told you before, okay? Just remember what your parents say from now on, understand?" Qingtian nodded, still a bit confused. Yi Lao gently rubbed her little head, unable to understand why anyone would be so cruel to such a well-behaved child. He regretted not being tougher on Shan Lao back then. "Qingtian, remember, your parents can take care of you. We won't use you to earn a bride price. You just need to grow up safely." Qingtian seemed to understand a little, but she was still thinking about Aunt Yi. "But Mom must feel really bad about losing the silver note," she cried. Qingtian said softly. Aunt Yi held Qingtian close and suddenly felt much better. Mom's not sad anymore, and Qingtian shouldn't think about it either. "Let's sleep together, okay?"
Aunt Yi again tickled.
"Okay." Qingtian snuggled into Aunt Ye's arms and quickly fell asleep. Once Qingtian was breathing evenly, Yi Lao said angrily, "Shan Lao and his wife really deserve it. They never think about what nonsense they tell the children." Luckily, Qingtian hasn't been led astray by them, Aunt Yi said. "I've realized that the silver note was just an unexpected gain. Now that it's lost, maybe it's heaven's way of saying we shouldn't have that extra money. Let's consider it a blessing in disguise." The Yi family slept peacefully, while across the hall, Yi Lao Si and his wife had a troubled night, sleeping back to back. Guoshi had a night full of chaotic dreams and woke up feeling anxious. While sewing, she pricked her fingers several times. She decided to put down her needle and thread and go for a walk in the yard. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw several children, including Qingtian, climbing the old pear tree in the yard. Guoshi's face changed instantly, and she hurried over, shouting, "Yi Changshui, have you lost your mind? How dare you take your siblings to climb a tree? What if someone falls?" Yi Changshui was climbing well when her loud shout startled her, almost causing her to fall. When Gua arrived, she realized that only Yi Changshui and Yi Changzhao were actually in the tree. Yi Changrui was learning from Mr. Wei, so Yi Changshui had taken the lead among the children at home. He was usually mischievous and was now climbing higher than anyone else. Yi Changzhao followed closely behind, but halfway up, he struggled to move, clinging to the trunk and feeling a bit stuck. Yi Changfeng stayed out of it, watching from a distance under the eaves. Meanwhile, Yi Changyan was at the bottom of the tree with Qingtian, cheering for his two brothers who were climbing. However, when Gua shouted, both of them immediately fell silent. Gua nervously glanced at the trunk and saw that Yi Changshui and Yi Changzhao were still up there. She scolded them, "If you don't come down, do you want me to call your parents to discipline you?" Yi Changzhao, already struggling, lost his grip and slid down the trunk. But Yi Changshui ignored Gua, looking for his next foothold while reaching for a higher branch. Seeing his feet moving nervously near the trunk made Gua's heart race. She wanted to rush over and pull him down. Just as she was about to shout again, Qingtian quickly explained in a low voice, "Aunt Gua, my second brother is climbing to help me get something." Though she didn't know why, Qingtian felt a bit scared of Gua. Gua was different from the other aunts. She seemed to dislike her. Children are sensitive to such attitudes, and even if they can't explain it, they instinctively try to stay away. But since her brothers were climbing to help her, she didn't want them to be scolded by Gua, so she bravely spoke up. "What are you trying to get?" Gua asked, frowning. Qingtian pointed to the top of the tree. Gua squinted and looked for a long time before finally spotting a shuttlecock hanging from the treetop. It was hard to see at first glance. "It's the shuttlecock my third uncle made for me," Qingtian explained quietly. "We were playing with it in the yard and accidentally kicked it into the tree." Gua's worry eased a bit, and she said, "Did you really need to climb for that? It's such a tall tree. What if you fall? Besides, that shuttlecock is at the very top. What's the point of climbing up? Don't you see how thin the tree branches are? Do you think you're a cat? Why can't anyone just find a stick to poke it down?" Before Gua could finish speaking, a man in his 30s quickly walked in. The man had clearly heard the conversation in the yard and bent down to pick up a stone from the ground. He looked up, aimed a little, and threw the stone. Whoosh, thud. With 2 quick sounds, he knocked the shuttlecock down from the tree. Wow, that's amazing. The children were stunned by his skill, and it took a moment before cheers erupted. The man bent down to pick up the shuttlecock and handed it to Qingtian, smiling. Little girl, do you remember who I am? Your Uncle Zhang, the constable. Qingtian had a good memory and smiled as she took the shuttlecock from him. Guo was startled to hear that the visitor was the constable. Zhang said to Qingtian, I'm here to find your dad. Can you take me to him? Guo trembled even more. Why was the constable looking for Yi Laoda? Had they really reported something? My dad is resting inside. I'll take you there, Qingtian said, handing the shuttlecock to Yi Changyan. You all play for now. I'll take Uncle Zhang to find my dad. Several boys followed Zhang like little tails, mainly because his earlier move was so cool. Meanwhile, Yi Changxue, still up in the tree, felt anxious and wanted to come down quickly. He slipped and almost fell. Fortunately, he often climbed trees and had good balance. As he lost his footing, he quickly grabbed the tree trunk with both hands to steady himself. Seeing this, Zhang approached to help Yi Changxue down, but he got hit on the head by a piece of bark that fell. Kid, now you're scared? Zhang teased, reaching to lift Yi Changxue from the tree. You must have pulled hard. You even took off some bark. Let's see if you dare to climb trees again. Yi Changxue felt something was off and said, Wait, uncle, there seems to be something here. What is it? Zhang laughed, not taking it seriously. Be careful. You might pull out a big bug. To his surprise, Yi Changxue pulled out a folded piece of paper from where he had removed the bark. Zhang reached out to lift Yi Changxue down and took the paper from him. When he unfolded it, he discovered it was a 50-tael silver note. Is this a banknote? Captain Zhang was momentarily confused. Who would hide such a large banknote in a place like this? Wouldn't it get ruined in the rain? However, his instincts as a professional kicked in. Could this be stolen property? When Qingtian heard it was a banknote, her eyes lit up. She tugged at Captain Zhang's sleeve and whispered when he leaned down, Uncle Captain, my parents lost a 50-tael banknote yesterday. Upon hearing the amount matched, Captain Zhang quickly pocketed the banknote and picked up Qingtian, saying, Let's go find your parents. Seeing this, Guoshi broke into a cold sweat. Her legs felt weak, and she leaned against the pillar at the door, too scared to move. If she left the support of the pillar, she would collapse to the ground and wouldn't be able to get up. In just a moment, her back was soaked with cold sweat, sticking to her skin and making her shiver in the breeze. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but she felt that when Captain Zhang carried Qingtian inside, he looked at her with a meaningful gaze. A group of children rushed in after Captain Zhang. At that moment, Guoshi could no longer hold herself up and slid down the pillar, sitting on the ground. The banknote she had worked so hard to hide, thinking it was perfectly concealed, had been accidentally discovered by Yi Changxue. That was one thing, but why was the captain at her home? Did her brother and sister-in-law report the lost banknote? No, the captain seemed to know Qingtian. The more she thought, the more confused she became, feeling like she wanted to bang her head against the wall. But she knew it wasn't the time to relax. She awkwardly got up from the ground and hurried into the inn. Taking advantage of the empty hallway, she pressed her ear against the door to listen to what was being said inside. When Sister Yi opened the door, she saw Captain Zhang standing outside with a smile, holding Qingtian. Sister, I'm here to check on Brother Yi. She quickly put on a smile and welcomed him, saying, Come in. He's lying down inside. Brother Yi heard the voice and tried to sit up, but Captain Zhang gently pressed him back down, saying, Brother, just lie still. We don't need any formalities. I came to see how you're doing and to deliver some gold and silver thread on behalf of my father. As he spoke, Captain Zhang took out a small cloth bag from his pocket. Unfolding it revealed 2 small rolls of gold and silver thread inside. Sister Yi quickly took over and said, Thank you so much for your elder. How much do these cost? Captain Zhang immediately replied, Sister, talking about money feels distant. Brother Yi got hurt saving my tiger, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. To mention money for such a small amount of gold and silver thread feels like a slap in my face. Captain Zhang, you may not know, but this gold and silver thread was meant for the Qin family.
My sister-in-law was just helping them.
Earlier, your elder was upset, so we didn't dare to say anything. Now that you're here, there's nothing to hide. So, this money must be given. Elder Yi nodded and said, yes, even if we truly wanted to use it, we can't take it for free. Let alone if someone else used it, it should be paid for. Not to mention the cost of the gold and silver is already considerable, and your elder worked overnight to help us. We are already very grateful, and his payment should not be less. Although it was clear that Brother Yi and Sister Yi were honest people, Captain Zhang was still touched by their sincerity. The couple could have accepted the gold and silver thread and then asked the Qin family for money, but they chose to tell him the truth without hesitation. All right, we can discuss this later, Captain Zhang said, looking down at Qingtian. Qingtian, would you like to go play outside with your brothers? Uncle needs to talk to your parents. Okay. Qingtian nodded obediently. The other children looked at Captain Zhang eagerly, but didn't dare to interrupt the adults. Yi Changxue stood at the door and, hearing this, opened the door. At that moment, Guo was leaning against the door, trying to listen closely to what was being said inside. The door suddenly swung open from the inside, and Guo, caught off guard, stumbled in and fell. Sister Yi didn't expect Guo to do such a thing in front of Captain Zhang. Wasn't this embarrassing for the Yi family? She frowned in anger and asked Sister Four, "What are you doing?" Guo stammered, unable to find the right words. Seeing this, Captain Zhang smiled and said, "It seems Sister Four is quite interested in me. Let me introduce myself. I am the captain from the government office, and I came specifically for Brother Yi and Sister Ye's matter today." Upon hearing this, Guo's heart began to race. Did brother and sister really mean business? After all, 50 taels of silver is not a small amount, and catching the thief will lead to a heavy sentence. Guo nervously asked, "How long will the sentence be?" Zhang, the head constable, turned to Guo and asked, "Why do you want to know this?" Guo quickly covered up, "I was just curious since you mentioned it." Zhang said deliberately if someone is really caught, they would either be sent to the army or face at least 10 years in prison. 10 years. Guo was so frightened that she fell to the ground, not caring about the pain. She quickly got up and ran away. Yi and his wife, listening to their conversation, looked at Guo and then at Zhang, completely confused. Once Guo had left, Ye's wife hurriedly sent away the children who had gathered at the door and closed it, asking, "Head constable, how did you know we lost the silver note?" Then Zhang took out a silver note from his pocket and asked her, "Sister, is this yours?" As soon as Ye's wife took the note, her eyes turned red. She had seen this note countless times, and although it had a few more creases, she recognized it immediately as hers. "Yes, it's this one." Ye's wife cried with joy, holding the note and saying to Yi, "Look, we found the silver note." "Head constable, where did you find this?" Yi was astonished. "Well, it's quite a coincidence." Zhang explained how he discovered the note and then asked, "That person seemed nervous, didn't they?" "I just teased her a bit, and she got scared like that?" Guo rushed back to her room after leaving Ye's house. She slammed the door shut and leaned against it. Then she slid down to the floor, sitting there and breathing heavily. At that moment, Guo deeply regretted her actions. After all, it was 50 taels of silver, not just 5. Who could just let that go? If she had known that her brother and sister-in-law would report it, she should have run away as soon as she got the silver note. With that much money, she could live anywhere. Why stay with the Yi family? But now that the note was found, and the head constable seemed to suspect her, all her options were closed off. Just thinking about the long knife at the head constable's waist made Guo shiver. It felt like the knife would be at her throat any moment. If what the head constable said was true, and she faced 10 years in prison, she would rather be dead. Guo hugged her knees, sitting on the floor and trembling. The fear of going to jail has been deeply engraved in her heart since childhood. When she was young, her uncle was arrested for a crime and spent 2 years in prison. When he returned home, he was a shadow of his former self, looking much older and frail. His health was ruined, and he could no longer work in the fields. He passed away just 2 years after coming back. So, the thought of possibly going to prison made Gua feel extremely anxious. She only hoped that this matter could be resolved within her family and not escalate to the authorities. Suddenly, someone pushed the door from the outside, hitting her back but not opening it. Gua was startled, thinking it might be the constable coming to arrest her.
Who is it?
She called out. Are you in there? Why can't I open the door? Came the voice of Yi Laosi from outside. Gua sighed with relief, got up from the floor, and opened the door a crack. She looked around to see if anyone else was there, then quickly pulled Yi Laosi inside. Why are you sneaking in like a thief? Yi Laosi started to say, but then noticed Gua's tear-stained face. What happened? Head of the household. Gua suddenly knelt in front of Yi Laosi. What are you doing? Yi Laosi jumped back in surprise. Please help me. Gua clung to Yi Laosi's leg, crying with snot and tears. I was just confused for a moment. She sobbed as she explained how she had been foolish enough to steal a banknote, how she hid it in a pear tree, and how she had refused to admit it out of fear. Now that her older brother and sister-in-law had brought the constable, she was terrified and regretted her actions, not wanting to go to prison. Yi Laosi was infuriated, feeling a pain in his chest. How could you be so bold? That was 50 taels of silver. You dared to steal it? I felt like I was possessed. I didn't even know what I was doing. I didn't really want to steal the banknote. I just thought my mother was treated unfairly. Since we hadn't split the family, why should all the money go to my brother's family? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and by the time I realized what I had done, the banknote was already in my hands. Think about it. If I really meant to steal the money, wouldn't I have run away with it instead of staying here waiting to be caught? Compared to Yi Laosi, Gua was clearly much more persuasive. With just a few words, she confused Yi Laosi, and for a moment, he felt that Gua Shi had a point. To put it simply, it was because he still had feelings for Gua Shi, and since they had not been married long, he had not fully realized her true nature. He knew that Gua Shi often liked to stir up trouble, but he always thought she wouldn't dare to do anything too outrageous. As Gua Shi cried and watched Yi Laosi's reaction, she noticed his expression soften and immediately pleaded, Dear, I really know I was wrong. There's a saying, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. 100 days together is like a deep sea. We have been together for more than 100 days, haven't we? If you don't help me this time, I will be truly finished. Yi Laosi's heart began to soften as he listened to her cry. He sighed and helped Gua Shi up, saying, Now that it has come to this, how can I help you? Please talk to my mother and ask her to speak kindly to my older brother and sister-in-law. We are all family, and since the money has been found, can we not pursue this any further? Do they really want to imprison me? As soon as Gua Shi mentioned Grandma Yi, Yi Laosi snapped back to reality and immediately shook his head, saying, No, if you truly regret your actions, I can accompany you to apologize to my brother and sister-in-law. How can you think of using our mother to pressure them? Besides, do you really think that going to our mother will make her speak on our behalf? Yi Laosi's words reminded Gua Shi that compared to Grandma Yi, sister-in-law Yi was actually easier to talk to. But your brother and sister-in-law even brought the constable. Can they really forgive me? Gua Shi hesitated, hoping Yi Laosi would help her plead her case. After all, the 4 brothers of the Yi family had always had a good relationship. When sister-in-law Yi came into the family, Yi Laosi was just a little child. Yi Laosi often said that his brother and sister-in-law treated him like a son. If he was willing to speak up, there might still be a chance. However, Yi Laosi said seriously, Whether or not my brother and sister-in-law can forgive you, you should first sincerely apologize. Gua Shi had previously thought Yi Laosi was easy to manage and believed she could control him after marriage. But now she was frustrated with his stubbornness. She gritted her teeth and said, I am already pregnant. Even if you don't care about me, can't you think about our future child? If I am really sent away or imprisoned, it will mean the end for both of us. Yi Laosi, can you really be so heartless?
What?
You're pregnant? Yi Laosi was first happy to hear this, but then he became a bit suspicious. Guosher lowered her head and said, "Since we escaped from the disaster, I haven't had my period. These past few mornings I've felt nauseous and wanted to gag. I was planning to tell you around your birthday to surprise you, but who knew?" Although Yi Laosi was a newlywed, he had lived in the same courtyard with everyone for years. Yi Er Saw and Yi Sen Saw had given birth several times, so he had a basic understanding of these matters. Not having a period and feeling nauseous seemed to be signs of pregnancy. What Guosher said matched up with that. Thinking back to before they escaped, they had been newlyweds, often together. By the timeline, it made sense that she could be pregnant. Yi Laosi quickly helped Guosher sit on the edge of the bed and said, "Since you know you're pregnant, why aren't you being more careful? This journey has been so hard, and if the baby is fine, it will surely be a good child when born." But Guosher's tears fell in streams as she cried, "I can see I'm about to be captured. What future is there?" Caught between his older brother and sister-in-law and his newly pregnant wife, Yi Laosi felt torn. Yi Laosi tried to choose his words carefully, trying not to upset Guosher. "Even if you're pregnant, you made a mistake, right? What should I do then?" Guosher cried, slapping her thigh. "Nothing works. I see you don't want to help me at all. Are you hoping to see me captured so you can find a new wife?" "That's not what I meant," Yi Laosi said helplessly. "Please stop crying. It's not good for the baby." But Guosher seized on his words. "Now you only care about the baby. My well-being doesn't matter, does it?" "No," Yi Laosi couldn't argue back, feeling overwhelmed. "Fine, I'll go check with your mother." When Yi Laosi explained his intentions to Yi Laotai, she was so angry she clutched her chest. She feared she might choke on her anger and end up harming herself. It wasn't worth getting so upset over this situation. Thinking back to yesterday when the eldest son suspected Guosher, she had thought Guosher wouldn't dare do something like this. Madame Yi suddenly felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped several times. "What do you want me to say about your wife's actions? How can I face your brother and sister-in-law?" But she is pregnant now," Yi Laosi stammered. "She truly knows she was wrong and promises never to do it again." "Mother, please just help your son, okay?" Madame Yi looked at her son and finally sighed. With a stern face, she went to Yi Laosi's room and looked at Gua sitting on the bed. "Pregnant? This child really knows how to choose the right time." Gua cautiously said, "Mother, I haven't had my period, and at first, I thought it was because of the exhaustion from fleeing, so I didn't pay much attention. But these past few days, I've been feeling nauseous and dry heaving, so I thought, could I be pregnant?"
All right.
Madame Yi said, "No matter what, being pregnant is a good thing. Yi Laosi, hurry and call a doctor. We've been exhausted from fleeing these days, and now your wife is suddenly pregnant. We need to be extra careful." Fortunately, we are staying in Tianjin for a few days and can find a doctor to check on your wife properly. Guo wasn't sure if Madame Yi was being intentional or if she was just overly sensitive, but she felt that the last 4 words were emphasized heavily, making her uncomfortable all over. Yi Laosi was gone for a while and finally returned with an elderly doctor with gray hair. Madame Yi said, "Doctor, please take a look. My daughter-in-law is pregnant." The doctor finally caught his breath, took out his pulse pillow, and sat down to check Gua's pulse. He placed his fingers on Gua's wrist. Gua immediately became so nervous that she hardly dared to breathe. The doctor, unlike Yi Laosi, knew to avoid suspicion when there were many people around. He frowned but couldn't help saying, "Sister-in-law, relax a bit. Don't be so tense. Your heart is racing so fast."
Cough, cough.
Gua quickly interrupted the doctor. I'm just a bit nervous because it's my first pregnancy." Hearing this, the doctor's expression softened slightly. It's normal for first-time mothers to be overly anxious. He had seen many young couples like this. He focused again on checking her pulse, but his expression gradually became serious, and he even changed hands to check again. As a result, Gua, who was already feeling guilty, became even more anxious. She didn't even need to pretend to dry heave. Her stomach began to churn. Madame Yi had been calm all along, because she was very sure that Guo was lying. She was waiting for the doctor to expose Guo's lies, so she could take the opportunity to teach her son a lesson. However, the doctor took a long time to respond. Old Lady Yi couldn't help but glance at Yi Laosi, wondering if this young man had also been influenced by Guo and had made some prior arrangement with the doctor. But seeing Yi Laosi's clueless expression, she dismissed that thought. Never mind, he looks too foolish to be scheming. Finally, the doctor raised his hand, put away the pulse pillow, and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, old lady, and congratulations to the young couple. It is indeed a sign of pregnancy. However, it is still early, not even 2 months along, so I had to check the pulse several times before confirming."
Ah!
The 3 people in the room exclaimed in unison. Old Lady Yi was in disbelief. Guo was filled with mixed emotions of joy and surprise. Yi Laosi was beaming, realizing he was going to be a father. Seeing Yi Laosi grinning foolishly, the doctor couldn't help but chuckle. "You're so happy to be a first-time dad, aren't you?" Old Lady Yi was the first to regain her composure. She paid the doctor and thanked him, asking Yi Laosi to see him out. After the doctor collected his fee and gave a few more words of advice, he left with Yi Laosi. As soon as the door closed, the polite smile on Old Lady Yi's face vanished. Guo, however, was trembling with excitement, sitting up straighter, her eyebrows nearly flying up. She could now say she had some power as a mother. At least before the child was born, she felt like she had a protective charm. As for after the child was born, it had been so long that no one would likely pursue the matter. But before she could enjoy her happiness for too long, Old Lady Yi coldly spoke up. "This time, you are lucky, and heaven is on your side, so I won't pursue this further. I will speak on your behalf to the eldest couple, but I hope you remember." Old Lady Yi's gaze swept over Guo's belly, which showed no visible signs of change. Guo felt a chill run down her back and instinctively placed a hand over her stomach. "The Yi family does not lack children. I have plenty of grandsons, and now even granddaughters. One more in your belly is not a big deal, and losing one wouldn't matter to me. So, if you think you can control me with that little one, I must say you are still too young.
I want to be clear with you today.
If you ever make such a mistake again, you can leave with that burden inside you. The Yi family does not need someone like you causing trouble. If Lao Si can't bear to part with you, then he can leave with you. I won't miss him." Guo was so frightened by Grandma Ye's words that she trembled all over, and her previously straight posture instantly slumped. "Mother, I know I was wrong. I was just momentarily confused. I promise I won't do it again. For now, you need to stay in your room and take care of yourself. Stay out of trouble." Although Grandma Yi was strict with Guo, she couldn't help but sigh after leaving their room. In the village, others admired how united the Yi brothers were and how well the sisters-in-law got along. Who would have thought that they would end up with such a troublesome person? But Grandma Yi still held on to some old beliefs. No matter what happened, her first reaction was to try to keep things under wraps and resolve them internally. It would be too embarrassing if word got out. Now that Guo was truly pregnant, she had to think about the child, so she decided to take the blame for the situation. With that thought, Grandma Yi stood up and went to the room of Yi Laoda. At this moment, Captain Zhang had already left, and only Yi Laoda was lying on the bed. "Mother, what brings you here?" Yi Laoda asked as he tried to sit up upon seeing her enter. "Lie down. Why are you getting up?" Grandma Yi quickly said. "How is your back? Are you resting well?" "Mother, I'm fine," Yi Laoda replied, sitting up but unable to hide his smile. "It's just that the doctor told me to rest for a few days, and then Qingtian kept coming to check on me. I didn't even go to study with Mr. Wei today. I feel like I'm sneaking around just to move a bit. You need someone who can keep you in check," Grandma Yi said, smiling along with her son. "Qingtian is a really good child. You two made a good choice. By the way, where are your wife and Qingtian?" "Mother, my wife took the kids out to buy candied hawthorns." Yi Laoda noticed that Grandma Yi was bringing up various topics and guessed she had something important to say. "There's no one else here, so please just say what's on your mind," Hearing this, Grandma Yi sighed deeply. Seeing her in such a difficult position, Yi Laota took the initiative to say, "Mother, I actually know why you came. I actually discussed this with my wife. Since we have found the silver note, let's just move on from this matter." Grandma Yi never expected that her eldest son would take the initiative to say this. It was one thing for her son to say it, but hearing it from her daughter-in-law surprised her even more. "Did your wife really say that?" Eldest Yi nodded and replied, "She said that we also made mistakes and were too careless. First, we are living with the Qin family now, and if this escalates, it would be embarrassing for our Yi family. Second, even though the fourth daughter-in-law acted improperly, it's not the fourth son's fault. We watched him grow up, and we don't want him to feel distant from us in the future. Third, Mom, you must have already talked to them. As long as they don't make the same mistake again, we won't bring it up anymore." After hearing her eldest son's words, Grandma Yi couldn't help but feel emotional. Why is there such a big difference between people, even among daughters-in-law? However, there were some things Grandma Yi still needed to clarify with her eldest son. "It's not that I don't want to support you, or that I favor the fourth family. To be honest, when I first learned about this, I thought about having the fourth son divorce his wife. But then, coincidentally, Guo was pregnant. I initially thought she was lying, but after having a doctor check, it turned out to be true. I can't disregard the fourth son or her, but for the sake of the child, I can only ask you two to bear with it. Mom, as long as the fourth daughter-in-law realizes her mistake and lives a proper life with the fourth son, that's enough. Fortunately, you both are understanding children. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to put my old face," Grandma Yi said with relief. Unexpectedly, eldest Yi suddenly added, "But, Mom, I have something to say that I'm not sure if I should." Hearing this made Grandma Ye's heart race. Usually, when someone says this, what follows isn't good news. What is there that you shouldn't say? Just go ahead. Eldest Yi continued, "Once we settle down back home, we should start thinking about dividing the family. We didn't divide before because the fourth son wasn't married, but now he's about to become a father. Since we came here with nothing, it would be easier to divide the family now." Grandma Yi was taken aback by eldest Ye's sudden statement. It's not that she hadn't thought about dividing the family. Once her sons grew up, it was inevitable. But she didn't expect that these words would come from her hard-working eldest son. However, it makes sense. The eldest couple is finally having good days, while the fourth daughter-in-law is not doing well. The thoughts of the eldest couple must be very different from before. When Yi Laota saw that Yi Laotai didn't respond after he finished speaking, he continued, "Mother, don't worry. No matter if we split the family or not, you will always be our dear mother. You can choose to live with whoever you want, and we won't object. In terms of being filial to you, we will provide money and help. We will definitely take care of you." Yi Laota's words were very clear, but Yi Laotai hesitated to agree right away. "Okay, Laota, I will keep this in mind. But first, we don't know how things are back home. Second, it wouldn't look good to split the family right after arriving. Let's see the situation first, okay? All right, Mother. Don't worry too much." Yi Laota noticed Yi Laotai's expression and felt a bit guilty, softening his previously firm stance. "I just mentioned it casually. I didn't mean to rush you into splitting the family. Don't worry, Mother knows what to do." Although Yi Laotai said this, her figure as she walked out looked lonely and pitiful. Yi Laota was also worried about Yi Laotai, but he still stood firm on his position regarding this matter. Even close brothers can become distracted over time, let alone sisters-in-law. It's better to split sooner rather than later, and having Yi Laotai think about it now to prepare herself isn't a bad thing. As soon as Yi Laotai stepped outside, she saw Yi Dezhao holding Qingtian, returning with several children. Each child was happily holding a candied hawthorn stick. "Mother, are you here for something?" Yi Dezhao asked quickly upon seeing Yi Laotai at her door. "Nothing much. I just came to check on the eldest's injury," Yi Laotai replied. "I was wondering why it was so quiet at the inn. Turns out you took these little rascals out." Qingtian, in Yi Dezhao's arms, held up a candied hawthorn stick to Yi Laotai's mouth and said, "Grandma, eat." "Oh, my dear child. You even know to share with Grandma. How can you be so sweet?" Yi Laodai reached out to touch Qingtian's little face. But Grandma is getting old and can't eat this anymore. If I eat it, my stomach will hurt. You enjoy it yourself. After Mrs. Yi finished speaking, she noticed that Sunny was holding 3 candied hawthorns by herself. Dear daughter-in-law, I'm not saying you shouldn't spoil the child, but you can't let her eat so many candied hawthorns at once. Can her stomach handle it? Mom, I would never let her eat 3. Sister Yi quickly explained, the other 2 are for young Master Qin and Chongrui. She insisted on buying them. As soon as Sunny heard this, she immediately wiggled her body, signaling that she wanted to get down. Sister Yi understood what she wanted to do, bent down, and placed her on the ground, adjusting her clothes and saying, walk slowly, don't run. Be careful not to fall. Sunny held the 3 candied hawthorns and carefully made her way up the stairs step by step. Wei Yan was explaining today's lesson to Shanhaiguan and Yi Chongrui when he heard a soft knock on the door. Come in, Wei Yan called out. The door opened a crack, and Sunny squeezed in holding the candied hawthorns. Seeing the 3 candied hawthorns in her hands, Wei Yan's eyes lit up for a moment. However, Sunny only raised 2 of them high and said, Brother Qin, big brother, have some candied hawthorns. Wei Yan's bright eyes dimmed a little, but he couldn't bring himself to take food from his students. Then let's take a 15-minute break. We'll continue after you finish eating. Once Mr. Wei left, Yi Chongrui picked up Sunny and placed her on the chair next to him. He took the 2 candied hawthorns from Sunny's hands and hesitated before cautiously offering one to Shanhaiguan. He wasn't sure if someone of Shanhaiguan's status would eat something bought from the street. But this was Sunny's kind gesture, and he didn't want to disappoint his sister. Fortunately, young Master Qin was not picky. He accepted the candied hawthorn and even thanked Sunny. Sunny immediately smiled brightly. Brother Qin, you're welcome. After saying this, she turned to look at Yi Chongrui, which was something her big brother had just taught her a few days ago. That's right, that's how you say it. Yi Chongrui quickly nodded and praised her. Sunny is really smart. You remembered it after just one lesson. Hearing this, Shanhaiguan held back for a moment but finally asked Sunny, do you still remember the poem I taught you before? I remember, Sunny nodded, ready to continue eating her candied hawthorn when she noticed Shanhaiguan's eager gaze. She had to recite the 4 lines of the poem again. Yi Chongrui seemed to be competing with Shanhaiguan and immediately said, Sunny, didn't your big brother teach you to recite Ode to the Goose yesterday?
But.
Qingtian pouted. I want to eat candied hawthorn. Why do I have to recite poetry instead? Shanhaiguan felt he had the upper hand and smiled slightly. Yes, let Qingtian enjoy her candied hawthorn. Yi Chongrui didn't know why, but he felt like he had lost somehow and looked at his sister with a hint of sadness. Why did it seem like his sister got along better with young Master Qin? Qingtian sighed, finding it very difficult to please both of her brothers. Upstairs, the 3 kids gathered to eat candied hawthorn, while downstairs, a few boys were running around the yard with their own treats. Guosher peeked through a slightly open window and saw her nephews eating candied hawthorn. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but salivate. She squinted, resting her hands on her stomach, and lightly kicked Yi Laosi, who was helping her massage her calves, saying, I want to eat candied hawthorn too. I'll go buy some for you. Yi Laosi readily agreed, as it was not an unreasonable request. Although they hadn't split the family finances yet, and all the money was in the hands of Grandma Yi, the sons were all married now, so Grandma Yi couldn't possibly keep all the money from them. When he first got married, Yi Laosi had saved about 4 taels of silver. However, within 2 months of marriage, Guosher had spent most of it. Now, he only had a little over 200 coins left. If they hadn't been fleeing from a disaster and had no place to spend money, he probably wouldn't have any left at all. After leaving with the money, he wandered around the inn for a long time, walking through several nearby streets, but couldn't find anyone selling candied hawthorn. He didn't know if the vendor had gone home after selling out or if they had moved on to another place. After searching for a long time, Yi Laosi had to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, Guosher was thinking about the taste of candied hawthorn, imagining the sweet and sour flavor, and couldn't help but drool. When she saw Yi Laosi return without anything, disappointment washed over her. "Where's the candied hawthorn?" Guosher asked unhappily. "You were gone for so long, and came back empty-handed?" "I searched everywhere and couldn't find anyone selling it. I asked around, and they said the old man who sells candied hawthorn only comes in the morning. Once he sells out, he goes home, and we can only wait until tomorrow morning to buy some," Yi Laosi explained as he pulled out 2 small paper packages from his pocket and placed them on the table, smiling. "Although I didn't get the candied hawthorn, I bought some mountain hawthorn and rock candy. Just make do today, and I'll go out early tomorrow to get you." Before Yi Laosi could finish his sentence, Guosher interrupted. "Listen to yourself. Does that make any sense? How can it be the same?" She knew very well that she couldn't control old lady Yi. But when it came to Yi Laosi, she definitely had the upper hand. Sure enough, under Guosher's accusing gaze, Yi Laosi finally gave in and said, "Fine. You are the boss now. I'll go out again and get it for you." Yi Laosi had to leave the house again, but it felt like he was cursed. He asked for directions and made his way to the market, yet he still couldn't find a single vendor selling candied hawthorns. As the sun climbed higher, approaching noon, Yi Laosi had no choice but to return home empty-handed. When Guosher saw him come back without anything, she immediately exclaimed, "Yi Laosi, I just wanted 1 candied hawthorn. Why is that so hard?" At first, Guosher only wanted to tease Yi Laosi by saying she wanted the treat. But after thinking about it all morning without having any, she truly craved the candied hawthorn. "I even went to the market, but I swear, there wasn't a single vendor selling them," Yi Laosi said, still out of breath and without even a sip of water, trying to calm Guosher down. "But I really want to eat one," Guosher insisted, her eyes turning red with frustration. Yi Laosi sighed, "I'll go out early tomorrow and get one for you, okay?" Suddenly, Guosher said, "Oh, I just saw Qingtian go upstairs with 3 sticks of candied hawthorn. Why don't you?" Yi Laosi's anger flared up immediately upon hearing this. "Are you really going to take a child's candied hawthorn? I can't do that. She has 3 sticks. Can't I just have one?" Guosher replied, displeased. "Yi Laosi, let's be clear. It's not just me craving the candied hawthorn. It's your son who wants it." Bang! A loud noise interrupted Guosher's words. Yi Laosi could no longer contain his anger, but couldn't take it out on Guosher. He turned and punched the wall, making it shake. "There should be limits to your nonsense. Even if it were my father who wanted it, I wouldn't dare to ask for it." Seeing that Yi Laosi was genuinely upset, Guosher reluctantly fell silent. The next day, once the sun was fully up, Yi Er finally started mending her skirt. Sister Yi was worried about any issues on her side, so she brought Qingtian over early in the morning. She said she came to join the fun, but really hoped that Sister Yi Er could finish her work smoothly. Sister Yi Er first figured out the direction of the embroidery thread around the damaged area, then carefully used small scissors to remove the damaged embroidery. Sister Yi didn't dare to interrupt, fearing that her words might disturb Sister Yi Er's work. Qingtian, however, was content, whether following Mr. Wei to class or staying here with Sister Yi Er. She patiently played with a few scraps of cloth for half the day. As noon approached, Sister Yi needed to go prepare lunch. She quietly discussed with Qingtian, "Qingtian, I'm going to make lunch. Can you stay here and keep Sister Er company?" "Okay." Qingtian nodded. Although she didn't know what Sister Er was doing, she felt it must be important. Her mother had stayed with her all morning and now entrusted her with this important task. She puffed out her little chest, promising to complete it. Sister Yi Er spent the whole morning finally removing the embroidery around the damaged area, revealing the original fabric. Just as she stretched her sore back and stood up, she heard Sister Yi calling from downstairs that lunch was ready. So, Sister Yi Er bent down to pick up Qingtian and said, "Let's go see what delicious food your mother made today." As soon as they opened the door, the delicious smell wafted up the stairs. Qingtian couldn't help but sniff and swallow. Sister Yi Er's stomach also growled, and she closed the door with a smile, saying to Qingtian, "How can your mother cook so well?" Just the smell is enough to make someone hungry. Hearing someone praise Sister Yi, Qingtian immediately smiled happily. Shanhaiguan came out of the study and saw Qingtian smiling brightly. He paused, and Wei Yan, who was walking behind him, almost bumped into him. However, Wei Yan didn't notice this and focused on Qingtian, asking, "Why didn't you come to read today? Aren't you happy without reading?" He was joking, but Qingtian took it seriously and explained, "I like reading, but today I need to keep Sister Air company." Although Wei Yan didn't understand why Sister Yi Air needed Qingtian's company while doing needlework, he figured that since Qingtian was still young, it didn't matter much. She could learn a few poems at most, so he didn't dwell on it. At that moment, he was completely distracted by the delicious smell coming from downstairs. Sister Yi Air smiled and said, "I just praised your mother's cooking, and it made this child so happy." When it comes to Sister Ye's cooking, Wei Yan immediately has something to say. Not to mention anything else, Sister Ye's cooking is really good. Anyone who can make home-cooked dishes taste this great must have some talent in the kitchen. After Wei Yan finished speaking, he noticed Qingtian looking at him with bright eyes and then smiling sweetly. "Hey, you really enjoy hearing others praise your mom, don't you?" Qingtian immediately praised, "Mom's cooking is the best." Wei Yan nodded in agreement. That's right. The old man and the child reached a kind of understanding and smiled at each other. While they were talking, everyone had already come downstairs to the hall. The inn's hall already had tables and chairs, and after they moved in, the Qin family servants rearranged them. Mrs. Qin and young Master Qin's dining area was separated by a screen, making it the best and most private spot. They originally planned to set up a separate table for Wei Yan, but he insisted on eating with the Yi family. The Qin family servants waited until they finished eating before coming to have their meal. Wei Yan first glanced at the dishes on the table. Besides a big bowl of braised pork, there were several stir-fried dishes and 2 cold dishes. Previously on the road, the conditions were limited, which affected Sister Ye's cooking. Now that they were at the inn, the cooking area was spacious, the seasonings were complete, and Li Fu had arranged for 2 helpers for her. Sister Yi found it much easier to cook, and the variety of dishes on the table had doubled. The Yi family's children were eating without looking up but were not making any unpleasant sounds. Wei Yan picked up a piece of braised pork and enjoyed it so much that his eyes squinted with delight. It's rich but not greasy, tender and fragrant, with just the right amount of sweetness. Sister Yi really has mastered the cooking perfectly. "Mr. Wei, please stop praising me so much," Sister Yi replied with a smile. Every time it was time to eat, Sister Yi would blush from Wei Yan's compliments. Now, after some time, she had gradually gotten used to it and no longer felt flustered when praised. Sister Yi scooped up 2 pieces of braised pork, mixed them with a bit of gravy and rice, and prepared to feed Qingtian. The white rice grains coated in brown sauce glistened, making it look very appetizing. Wei Yan watched, swallowing hard, but being older and now teaching the 2 children, he felt embarrassed to eat like a child. Sister Yi first fed Qingtian a piece of meat and smiled, asking, "Is it good?" A piece of meat filled Qingtian's little mouth, and she struggled to chew, unable to speak, only able to nod vigorously. Sister Yi Air laughed and said, "Qingtian loves to hear others praise you. When she hears it, she can't stop smiling." Sister Yida felt very happy but pretended to be casual and said, "Oh, kids are like that. They think their parents are the best. When they grow up, it will be different. I think daughters are more caring," Sister Yi San said enviously. "If I had a daughter as well-behaved as Qingtian, I would spoil her every day." While they were talking, they saw Lao Si just coming down from upstairs. "What's wrong with Lao Si? You usually eat first, but today, when Sister Da made braised pork, you took so long to come down?" Sister Yi Sen asked curiously. Lao Si had been a bit worn out by Guisher these past few days. He came down with a big bowl and shyly said to everyone, "Feng Ying said she wasn't feeling well, so she won't come down for dinner. I'm just taking some food up to her." Everyone knew that Guisher was pregnant, so seeing Lao Si's expression, Sister Yida comforted him, saying, "Lao Si, women feel unwell during pregnancy and can be a bit irritable. especially since this is your wife's first pregnancy and her family isn't nearby. Plus the hardships she's facing, you should be more understanding and patient with her." Hearing Sister Yi say this, Lao Si felt even more embarrassed and lowered his head, saying, "Yes, Sister Da, I understand. Don't worry." Lao Si took a few pieces of braised pork and some other dishes into his bowl, then slowly went back upstairs. Lao San asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Lao Si? Shouldn't he be happy about becoming a father? Food won't keep your mouth shut." Sister Yi San said, putting a piece of meat directly into his mouth. Lao Sen gasped from the heat, but didn't want to spit out the meat in his mouth, so he finally swallowed it down awkwardly. After lunch, Sister Yi didn't dare to rest. There were only a few hours of good light each day, so she had to make the most of her time to work. She used a very fine embroidery needle to thread many strands of silk and then began to mend the fabric, weaving it like cloth. Li Fu happened to see this scene and was amazed. "I never expected Sister Yi to have such a skill. You really are full of surprises." Sister Yi felt shy from the praise and said, "It's not a special skill. I just learned this craft from my mother when I was young." At first, she was a bit proud because she was talented in needlework and learned faster than her sisters. Her mother noticed she was getting a bit restless while working, so she taught her this skill to help calm her down. Eventually, her temperament improved and she became skilled at the technique. However, after marrying into the Yi family, everyone wore simple clothes, and no one in the whole county used such advanced techniques, so she hadn't practiced in many years. This time, she found it surprisingly easy to work on the dress, even managing to avoid any mistakes during the process, which left her feeling quite amazed. Sister Yi worked tirelessly, but in one afternoon, she only managed to mend a small section. Fortunately, the damage to the dress wasn't too large. Otherwise, just gathering the materials would have been exhausting. As the sun began to set, the light in the room faded, and Sister Yi had to set the dress aside until tomorrow. After resting her eyes for a moment, she picked up the dress again and carefully examined the area she had just repaired. After confirming that it was indeed smooth and secure, she felt relieved. She hadn't done this in so long, and she was surprised at her own skill. Feeling a bit proud, she spent 3 full days finally mending that small section of the dress. She called Li Fu over to check it, and if everything looked good, she would start on the embroidery. Li Fu examined the dress closely and, aside from expressing his admiration, had no suggestions. If it weren't for the missing embroidery making it so noticeable, he could hardly tell where the repairs were. "Your skills are amazing. You could even work as an embroiderer in the palace," Li Fu said, growing more excited. He decided to take the not-yet-finished dress to Mrs. Qin to share the good news. To be honest, Mrs. Qin didn't have much faith that the dress could be repaired. She thought of it as a last-ditch effort. So when she saw Li Fu bring the dress, she was genuinely surprised. If she hadn't seen the damaged dress before, she wouldn't have believed that the one in front of her had been repaired. Mrs. Qin examined it closely and said, "I never expected the Yi family had such a skilled person hidden away. Truly impressive." At that moment, she felt a bit more confident that the dress could be beautifully restored. The next day, when Sister Yi began to mend the embroidery, Madame Qin couldn't help but bring her maid to watch. Sister Yi first selected several strands of different colored silk threads and threaded them onto the embroidery needle. Then, following the original embroidery pattern, she started to mend it stitch by stitch. Occasionally, she had to add gold and silver threads, which was quite complicated. Madame Qin couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly dazzling. You managed to stay so composed. That's really impressive." After seeing Sister Ye's skill, Madame Qin finally felt relieved. It seemed that the dress was saved and would not go to waste. To avoid disturbing Sister Yi while she worked, Grandma Yi specifically ordered her grandsons not to go into Sister Ye's room. However, for several days, Sunny was left in Sister Ye's room by Sister Yi, and Grandma Yi did not object. But this meant that Sunny had to stay there alone without anyone to talk to, which was quite boring for a child. It was surprising that she could endure it. Did Sunny actually enjoy embroidery? Sister Yi pondered this. With Sister Ye's excellent skills, if Sunny wanted to learn, It could become a valuable skill for her future. So, when Sister Yi finished her work that day and Sister Yi came to pick up Sunny, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you like embroidery, Sunny? Do you want to learn from your aunt?" To her surprise, Sunny immediately shook her head vigorously. "Oh my, no need to shake your head like that. Do you dislike it that much?" Sister Yi laughed and became curious, leaning in to ask, "Then what does our Sunny want to learn?" Sunny tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "I want to learn poetry from Mr. Wei." Sister Yi didn't expect this answer. She thought Sunny didn't like embroidery because she wanted to learn cooking from Sister Yi.
Sister Yi was also surprised.
It seemed that after just a few poetry lessons with Mr. Wei, Sunny had developed a love for reading. She reached out and patted Sunny's head, saying, "Although girls can't take the imperial exams, being able to read and write is still a good thing. If you really like it, I will find a way to send you to a girls' school." Sunny had no idea what the imperial exams or girls' school were. The reason she said she liked reading was simply because she enjoyed the atmosphere of studying with her older brother and Shanhaiguan, especially since Mr. Wei liked her and was never strict with her. He always told her stories and played with her, making it easy for her to memorize the poems.
Who wouldn't like that?
Yi Chongrui sometimes watched from the side, unable to help but envy his sister. You see, Mr. Wei was quite strict with him and young Master Qin. But it must be said that Mr. Wei is indeed very talented. Just by following him for a few days, Yi Chongrui felt he had made significant progress. Unfortunately, once the Qin family arrived in the capital, such good days would come to an end. "Sister-in-law, if you're done with your tasks, could you come down and help me figure out how to cut this part of the dress under the arms?" A few days ago, Sister-in-law Yi finally went out to buy some fabric and had been busy making clothes for Yi Laoda and Qingtian. When Sister-in-law Yi came downstairs to take a look, she didn't even need to compare. She just picked up the scissors and quickly made the cuts. "Sister-in-law, I told you to come up and work with me. The light is better in my room, and we could keep each other company. If you have any questions, you could ask me." But Sister-in-law Yi shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No, I can manage on my own. I wouldn't want to disturb you." The Qin family had rented the entire inn, and every extra day they stayed cost real money. Not to mention that Li Fu sent someone every day to buy fresh vegetables and meat, covering the food and drink for the Yi family as well. Looking back at her own family, all they could do for the Qin family was cook and mend clothes. Every time Sister-in-law Yi thought about this, she felt her family had really struck a good deal. However, while she was worrying about the expenses, little did she know that Mrs. Qin, looking at the dress that was nearing completion, had already started discussing with Li Fu, "It's truly a stroke of luck to meet the Yi family along the way. We must not treat them poorly." Think about how much compensation would be appropriate for Sister-in-law Yi. 2 days later, Sister-in-law Yi finally finished mending the dress, and the embroidery was mostly restored to its original appearance. After completing the work, she first showed the dress to Grandma Yi and Sister-in-law Yi. "Everyone, please take a look and see if there are any issues. My eyes are getting tired from all the work, and I can't tell if it looks good anymore." Grandma Yi held the dress up to the sunlight, examining it from different angles. If she hadn't seen the dress in its damaged state before, she would almost think someone was trying to trick her. "My goodness, I never realized you had such skills." Sister-in-law Yi smiled and replied, "I never needed this skill at home. Mending clothes was never that difficult." Mrs. Yi looked over the dress and thought there was nothing wrong with it. She then handed it to Sister Yi and said, "You sisters-in-law should take a good look at it. I'm getting older and my eyesight isn't what it used to be." Sister Yi was speechless when she saw the repaired dress. She had only stayed with Sister Air for 1 day because she was worried about Qingtian, and after that, she only brought Qingtian in the morning and took her back in the evening. To her surprise, after just a few days, the dress that had been torn was now mended perfectly. Sister San couldn't stop talking. "Sister Air, your skills are amazing. Can I learn sewing from you?" "Oh dear, I'm already so old. Can I still learn? Even if I can't be as good as you, I just want to be better than I was before." "That's no problem. Just follow me and you'll learn," Sister Air replied eagerly. "If there are no issues, I'll show it to Mrs. Qin." Sister Sand immediately said, "There's no problem at all. You can't even tell where it was mended." Sister Yi was more careful and checked from different angles. She also felt the fabric to see if it was smooth before nodding and saying, "I think it looks good too." Qingtian was beside Sister Yi, leaning on her arm to look at the dress. Although she had been with Sister Air these days, she still found it amazing to see how beautifully the dress was repaired. The dress sparkled with gold and silver threads in the sunlight. It was truly beautiful. Seeing her admiration, Sister Air asked, "Qingtian, would you like to help your aunt check it out?" "Aunt, you've worked so hard on this. Mrs. Qin will surely be pleased." Qingtian had noticed all of Sister Air's efforts these days. Hearing her words made Sister Air feel a bit emotional. "Lucky you, Sister Yi. I wish I had a thoughtful daughter like you. All right, you all go back to what you were doing. I need to talk to Sister Air for a moment," Mrs. Yi said, sending everyone away except Sister Air. "Let me share some personal thoughts with you. You should have an idea of what kind of family the Qin family is. I mentioned your skills on purpose to let you take on this job, so you could make an impression on Mrs. Qin. As long as Mrs. Qin is satisfied with your work, you won't have to worry about getting more jobs in the future. Someone casually introduced a few people to come and work for you, and you would earn a lot. Besides, our family has benefited a lot from being with them. So if Mrs. Qin doesn't mention your payment later, please don't take it to heart or feel embarrassed." "Mom, do you really think I'm that kind of person?" Sister Yi couldn't help but laugh. "The Qin family has helped us so much. I'm just getting a dress fixed. I never even thought about payment." Old Lady Yi thought to herself, "I used to think Guo wasn't the type to steal money. But what happened?" However, Sister Yi has been part of the family for so many years, so Old Lady Yi felt she could trust her. "Don't worry, I'll take the dress to Mrs. Qin for her to see." Since Li Fu comes every day to check on things and reports back to Mrs. Qin, she is very aware of Sister Yi's progress and knows the work will be finished in a couple of days. When she heard the maid announce Sister Yi's visit, she immediately said, "Please let her in." Mrs. Qin's room is the best in the inn, consisting of 3 rooms. Upon entering, there is a guest room, with a bedroom to the east and a small sitting area to the west. It can be used to entertain close friends or as a study. The furnishings have already been replaced with Mrs. Qin's daily items, and Sister Yi was almost dazzled upon entering. Though the items aren't extravagant or flashy, they exude elegance and taste in a subtle way. Seeing Mrs. Qin come out from the inner room, Sister Yi quickly composed herself and approached with the dress, saying, "The dress has been repaired. Please take a look, Mrs. Qin." The plump maid stepped forward to take the dress, and along with the thin maid, they unfolded it to show Mrs. Qin the repaired areas, but they couldn't find any signs of repair. They examined the hem closely and finally turned to Sister Yi for help. Sister Yi stepped forward and said, "The damaged part was right here at the pomegranate opening, and it's been fixed now." Upon hearing this, the plump maid immediately remembered, saying, Yes, I recall. It was at the pomegranate seed." She had thought at the time, why did it have to be damaged in such a significant place? Originally meant to symbolize good fortune, wasn't it like stabbing a knife into someone's heart? After she mentioned it, the thin maid also remembered. The 2 maids, forgetting to show Mrs. Qin, hurriedly leaned in to find the pomegranate opening, their eyes widening in surprise. "This place. Has it really been repaired before? How can it not show any signs at all?" The plump maid reached out to touch it, and even the embroidery blended perfectly with the surroundings, showing no signs of repairs. "Madam, take a look." Madam Qin stood up and walked to the window, carefully examining her skirt in the sunlight, her eyes showing great satisfaction. Just as she was about to praise it, she suddenly remembered what Sister Yi had said earlier, that the back of a repaired skirt would not be as neat as the original. So, she flipped it over to check the back. The back was easy to distinguish, revealing where it had been patched. In that small area, the stitches were a bit messy, and the threads were tangled. Seeing the disordered back, Sister Yi awkwardly explained, "Madam Qin, this was mainly to align the patterns on the front. Many of the stitches hidden on the back couldn't be concealed like the original embroidery, so it inevitably looks a bit messy. What does it matter if the back is a little messy? Besides, this hardly looks messy at all." To have the skirt repaired like this is already beyond my expectations. Hearing Madame Qin say this, the plump maid immediately took out the prepared banknotes and handed them to Sister Yi. Sister Yi repeatedly declined, but the plump maid firmly held her and directly placed the banknotes in her hand, saying, "Sister Yi, your skills are so good and you've helped my lady so much. This is what you deserve. If you refuse to accept it, my lady won't feel comfortable asking you for help again in the future." These words left Sister Yi stunned. It seemed that the old lady hadn't said that before. How did it change so quickly in the plump maid's words? However, she was no match for the plump maid and was easily persuaded to accept the banknotes. After leaving Madame Qin's room, Sister Yi finally remembered to look at the banknotes in her hand. When she saw the words 20 taels, her breath quickened. Sister Yi only told old lady Yi and Yi heirs about receiving the 20 taels. Having learned from the experience of Sister De losing her banknotes, the three of them kept it quiet. Although the family guessed that the Qin family must have paid for the work, they had no idea of the amount. Others didn't inquire at all. Walguo was anxious to know but didn't dare to ask. Now that the skirt was repaired, everyone began to pack their things in preparation for the trip to the capital. The day before their departure, Li Fu specially came to see old lady Yi at the request of Madame Qin. "Old lady Yi, before we return to Beijing, we plan to go to the market to buy some things. If you or your family need anything, you can come with us. It's better to go together in a larger group to avoid being taken advantage of. I can also help you negotiate prices." Old lady Yi looked surprised, clearly not expecting Li Fu to do this, and she hesitated about whether to agree. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "Is Steward Li trying to take my job?" Li Fu turned around and saw Captain Zhang walking in casually dressed. He suddenly realized that someone had already gotten there first. Captain Zhang approached and said to Li Fu, "Steward Li, how about I join you for a stroll?" Li Fu quickly agreed. "That would be great. Thank you, Captain Zhang." As the saying goes, local officials are not as effective as those on the ground. Even though the Qin family had influence in Beijing, they were not as well connected in the market of Tianjin. Guo originally wanted to join the trip to the market for fun, but upon seeing Captain Zhang, she quickly made her exit, saving old lady Yi from a lot of trouble. With a group of over 20 people, they arrived at the market and were amazed by the variety of goods. Not only the children, but even the adults were dazzled. Sister Yi looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "The city is truly different. I thought the market here would only be 2 or 3 times larger than our county's big market. If I hadn't come to see for myself, I wouldn't have known there were so many goods in the world." Old lady Yi had long wanted to buy some gifts, especially since they would soon reach their destination. It was a bit embarrassing for her. At her age, with so many grandchildren, she had never visited her in-laws or met any of their relatives. Now that they were almost there, she felt a bit anxious. But seeing so many items in the market left her unsure of what to choose. "What do you want to buy, Auntie? I can help you look," Captain Zhang asked. Old lady Yi replied helplessly, "I don't even know who is at home now, whether the elders are still around, or how many adults and children there are. I don't know where to start." Captain Zhang suggested, "Auntie, if that's the case, why not consider buying some fabric and dried goods? These items are easy to carry and store, and whether for gifting or personal use, they won't go to waste." His words struck a chord with Grandma Yi. After all these years, the situation back in Grandpa Ye's hometown was uncertain. Would people look down on their family of country folks? It was all unknown. When preparing gifts, one must consider not only what to give, but also the possibility of not giving or not wanting to give. In this case, fabric and dried goods were indeed the best choices. "Thank you for your advice, Captain Zhang." Grandma Yi nodded in response. Sister Yi said, "Since Mom wants to buy fabric, it's easy. We can go to the stall where I bought from last time." With that, she took him to Old Lu's stall. Old Lu was a straightforward person, and upon seeing Captain Zhang, he was even more attentive, helping to choose some fabric suitable for making clothes for all generations. This way, even if they couldn't give the gifts away, the Yi family could still use them. After buying the fabric, they looked at dried goods and other items. They spent most of the day at the market, and everyone found plenty to take home. The adults bought fabric, dried goods, tea leaves, and tobacco. The children each held a small, inexpensive toy, bouncing happily as they walked. Qingtian held a roly-poly toy, sitting in Yida's arms, looking farther than her brothers and smiling, showing her little white teeth. Even Captain Zhang, who was accompanying them, ended up with several bags of items by the end of the day. By noon, everyone was tired from shopping, so Captain Zhang took them to a lamb stall where they all enjoyed lamb soup and meat together. The hot, fragrant lamb soup made everyone glow with happiness and sweat from the warmth. After the meal, they returned to the inn with their bags full, feeling very satisfied. Before leaving, Captain Zhang stuffed some items into Yida's arms and said, "Brother Yi, even though we just met, I already feel like we have a deep friendship. Now that you're leaving, who knows when we will meet again? Please accept this small gift from my family." Yida hurriedly declined, saying, "Captain Zhang, you shouldn't say that. I can't accept your things. Brother Yi, if you don't accept it, it means you don't want to acknowledge me as your brother." Captain Zhang said, his expression turning serious. As the captain, he had a strong presence. He was friendly when smiling, but when his face turned serious, it could be quite intimidating. Yida awkwardly turned to look at Sister Yi, and then at Grandma Yi. Finally, Old Lady Yi spoke up. "Eldest, this is a kind gesture from Captain Zhang. You should accept it." After saying this, she turned to Captain Zhang and said, "We are going to settle in Rongxi Village, Fengli County. If you ever need anything from us, please don't hesitate to send someone to let us know." Seeing Old Lady Yi nod, Yi Laoda finally agreed to accept the gift and thanked Captain Zhang repeatedly. Captain Zhang then smiled again, patted Yi Laoda on the shoulder, and said, "It's good that you understand, Auntie. That's the right way to be." That evening, everyone packed their bags, and the next morning they left the inn, preparing to exit the city. Captain Zhang made a special trip early in the morning to see them off, bringing along Huzi. He noticed that Qingtian was wearing the headband he had given her the day before. He happily said to Yi Laoda, "Brother Yi, Qingtian is about the same age as my Huzi, and we have such a connection. Who knows, they might become in-laws in the future." Yi Laoda looked at Huzi, who was still sucking his thumb, and showed a somewhat complicated expression. Yi Dajia playfully pinched Yi Laoda from behind and laughed. "Well, it depends on the children's fate. Who can say for sure? If they do become in-laws, it would be a lovely thing." After leaving the city, Yi Dajia couldn't help but complain to Yi Laoda, "The children are still so young." Captain Zhang was just joking. He wasn't proposing anything serious. "Why do you have to look so grumpy? Some jokes are fine, but some shouldn't be taken lightly," Yi Laoda said, gently patting Qingtian's head. "My daughter is beautiful and well-behaved. Not just any boy is good enough for her." Seeing Yi Laoda's serious expression, Yi Dajia started to worry about their future son-in-law. It seemed that dealing with the father-in-law would not be easy. They would need to wish for the best. After leaving Tianjin, everyone traveled at a leisurely pace for 2 days, and the capital was now within reach. Li Fu approached Old Lady Yi and Yi Laoda and asked, "Do you want to enter the capital with us or go directly to Rongxi Village? If you want to see the capital, we can continue traveling together. If you want to go straight to Rongxi Village, we will part ways tomorrow." Yi Laoda immediately caught the main point and asked, "If we go to the capital first and then to Rongxi Village, isn't that a bit of a detour?" "That's correct," Li Fu nodded. "That's why Madam asked me to check with you. If you want to visit the capital, you are naturally welcome. If we want to avoid unnecessary detours and return home sooner, we should say goodbye for now." Elder Yi turned to look at Elder Ye's wife upon hearing this. After thinking for a moment, Elder Ye's wife said, "If the household no longer needs my sons to continue as guards, then we won't take the detour to the capital." She was curious about the capital, but didn't want to cause trouble for the Qin family. The two families had different statuses, but traveling together had somewhat blurred those lines. However, once the Qin family returned to the capital, things would surely change. Rather than making things awkward later, it was better to part ways while they still had a good impression of each other. "That's fine. Now that we are in the capital's territory, it is relatively safe. My men have also recovered and are ready to escort you and the young master safely into the city." Seeing they had made a decision, Li Fu picked up a stick and drew a few lines in the dirt, explaining to Elder Yi, "After we set off tomorrow morning, we can travel together for a while longer. When it's time to turn, I will remind you. After the turn, remember the route. Follow the main road for about 2 hours, and you will see a broken temple by the roadside. Once you reach the temple, turn, and you will see a river. Follow the river upstream until you reach the foot of the mountain, and that will be Rongxi village." "Thank you, Steward Li." Elder Yi committed the map and instructions to memory. Li Fu patted Elder Yi's shoulder with a hint of nostalgia, saying, "After traveling together for so long, it feels strange to part ways." It wasn't just Li Fu who felt this way. The Qin family also had a good impression of the Yi family. Except for Gua, the Yi family members were all honest, hardworking people. Elder Ye's sister-in-law was a great cook, and Elder Ye's second sister-in-law had excellent skills, while others often helped the Qin family servants with tasks. Even the two nannies had formed a bond with Elder Ye's wife. "Dear sister, I really don't want to say goodbye," the plump nanny said, holding Elder Ye's hand. The thin nanny also expressed her reluctance, saying, "If your relatives were in the capital, the three of us might still have a chance to meet." After hearing Li Fu's report, Madame Qin asked her son in the carriage, "He Xian, as we prepare to part, I want to send something to the Yi family. What do you think we should send?" The Qin family had plenty of money, but the Yi family, having fled here, surely had many needs. Madame Qin felt that if she directly gave cash, Grandma Yi would surely refuse it, making it seem like she looked down on others. Shanhaiguan was searching for something in his book box and said, "If Mother wants to help the Yi family, it would be better to help introduce some sewing work for second sister Yi, so they can earn more themselves, rather than just giving money." "That's a good idea," Madame Qin nodded. Seeing her son still searching, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking for?" "I'm looking for some books for Chongrui." The two children had been studying together lately and had become quite familiar with each other. Shanhaiguan's words reminded Madame Qin, and she quickly called over the fat nanny to give her some instructions. The nanny and her team searched through boxes for a long time before finally bringing a box to Madame Qin for her to see. "Is this the set you meant, madam?" "Yes, that's it. Give it to me." The next morning, after everyone had breakfast and was ready to leave, Madame Qin specially took Shanhaiguan to the back of the line where the Yi family was. The Yi family members quickly got up. "Madame Qin, if you have something to say, just let Butler Li know." "Why have you come in person?" Grandma Yi asked. Madame Qin smiled and said, "Hshuan said he has something to give to your Chongrui, and I also have a small gift for Qingtian, so I came along." Shanhaiguan was unexpectedly pushed forward by his mother, and his usually pale face had a bit more color. He handed the books he was holding to Yi Chongrui and said, "When you go back home, you need to keep studying hard. I'm waiting for you to get into the official school in the capital." Yi Chongrui was surprised that the usually aloof young Master Qin would say such things, and even give him several books. For young Master Qin, it might not mean much, but for Yi Chongrui, books were definitely precious. Since he started learning, he had never owned a book of his own. Yi Chongrui's eyes turned red with excitement as he tightly hugged the books and nodded vigorously, saying, "Okay, I will definitely pass." After Madame Qin waited for her son to finish giving his gifts, she walked over to Qingtian and said, "I am most grateful to you, Qingtian. Mr. Wei has agreed to come back to our house to be a teacher for Hshuan. As you know, Mr. Wei cares for Qingtian the most, so this is a small gift I prepared for you. Please don't refuse it." "Then thank you, Madame Qin." Since Madame Qin had already said this, Sister Yi didn't know how to refuse and felt embarrassed to open it in front of her. She saw that the box was not very big and guessed it might be a toy for children, so she thanked them and accepted it. Qingtian quickly thanked Mrs. Qin and say goodbye to Mrs. Qin and young Master Qin. "Thank you, Mrs. Qin." "Goodbye, Mrs. Qin." "Goodbye, Brother Qin." Qingtian waved at them. Mrs. Qin took her small hand and said, "Next time you come to the city with your parents, remember to visit us." "Okay." Qingtian replied softly. Then, Shanhaiguan stepped forward, took out a booklet from his pocket, and handed it to Qingtian, saying, "Don't forget the poems I taught you. Also, I copied some poems in here for you. Let your brother teach you when you get home. I will test you next time we meet." Mrs. Qin was surprised by her son's words and laughed. "Be careful, or you might scare Qingtian away." "I won't." Qingtian hugged the little booklet Shanhaiguan gave her and said in a sweet voice, "I remember all the poems Brother Qin and Mr. Wei taught me." Hearing this, Wei Yan, who had been standing at a distance, felt a bit emotional. Fortunately, his beard covered most of his expression, so others couldn't see his feelings, making him seem quite mysterious. However, he felt a bit regretful that he wouldn't be able to enjoy the meals made by Sister Yi after going to the capital. If he hadn't discovered that Shanhaiguan was indeed a good student, he would have wanted to go to Rongxi village with the Yi family. The next day, after traveling for less than an hour, they reached the turn where the Yi family needed to part ways. Li Fu came over to inform them, and after the Yi family said their goodbyes to Li Fu and the servants from the Qin family, Yi Laoda and Yi Lao Si pulled the flat cart and took their family down another road, gradually moving away from the Qin family's convoy. Mrs. Qin watched her little son peering out of the car window and felt that he had become more like a child under the influence of Yi Chongrui and Qingtian in the past few days, which made her quite happy. Rongxi village is only 2 hours from the capital. We will definitely have the chance to see each other again. "Yes, mother," Shanhaiguan replied. On the Yi family side, it was still before noon when they passed the broken temple mentioned by Li Fu and followed the river upstream, finally arriving at the village entrance. At the village entrance, there was a very large banyan tree, and on a stone beneath it were carved the words Rongxi Village. Clearly, the village name was closely related to this big banyan tree. Mrs. Yi was excited when she saw the banyan tree and said, "This is definitely the place. Your father once told me that when he was young, he would climb up the big banyan tree at the village entrance to take naps. One time, he fell asleep and rolled off the tree, breaking his arm, and when he got home, his parents gave him a good scolding." As Mrs. Yi recalled the stories her late husband had shared about his hometown, she realized that many details matched, which eased her anxious heart. As the saying goes, things change, but people should not change too much, right? At that moment, a young woman with a slightly rounded belly returned home with a basket. Mrs. Yi quickly approached her and asked, "May I know your name, young lady?" "My surname is Jiang, and my husband's surname is Wang," the woman replied. Noticing the Yi family had come with many people, she asked, "Where are you all from? Are you visiting relatives or something else?" "Miss Jiang, we are here from outside the pass to find family," Mrs. Yi politely inquired. "Do you know the Yi Wei family? Or the Yi Donglin family?" Yi Wei was the father of Mrs. Ye's late husband, and if he were alive, he would be in his 70s or 80s, so he likely had passed away. Yi Donglin was Mrs. Ye's husband's brother, and it was more likely that Miss Jiang would know him. Sure enough, when Jiang heard they were looking for Yi Donglin, her expression changed immediately. She looked over the Yi family suspiciously and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for Yi Donglin?" Mrs. Yi took out a letter from her late husband to his family and said, "My husband is Yi Donglin's brother, Yi Donghai. He went outside to seek a living and never returned. This year there was a disaster outside, so we—" Upon hearing this, Zhang's already troubled expression grew darker. "You've come to the wrong place. There is no Yi Wei or Yi Donglin in our village." After saying this, Jiang turned and quickly left. She hurried home and shouted, "Something bad has happened." Zhang's mother-in-law, Widow Lu, was sweeping the yard. Upon hearing this, she frowned and threw down her broom, scolding, "You didn't sweep the yard or feed the chickens all morning and just disappeared. Now you come back saying something bad has happened? You must be asking for trouble." While scolding, Widow Lu yelled into the back room, "Dalong, can you please manage your wife?" "Mom, something really happened," Jiang said urgently, not bothering to explain. "The Yi Donghai family has returned." "Who?" Widow Lu was momentarily confused. "It's Yi Donglin's older brother, Yi Donghai," Jiang exclaimed, stomping her foot. "I saw them at the village entrance. a whole family with luggage, saying they escaped from outside the border.
What?
Widow Lu finally remembered, slapping her thigh. Is that true? His family is still alive? Mom, would I lie to you? They are already at the village entrance. They'll probably come knocking soon. Widow Lu, fuming, raised her eyebrows and said, anyone who dares to come here will be thrown out. I've lived in this house for almost 10 years. Let's see who dares to ask for it. Hearing Widow Lu, her two sons, Wang Dalong and Wang Dahu, came out of the house. Exactly. Who knows if they are real? What if they're just trying to trick us? Wang Dalong said, picking up a hoe. Wang Dahu grabbed a firewood stick and said with a serious face, there are more people with the surname Wang in our village than with the surname Yi. If they want to come back and take our house, they better think twice about their abilities. Even Wang Dalong's son, Wang Zhengbao, came out, swinging a wooden sword his father made for him and making playful sounds, eager to join the fight. Widow Lu, reminded by her younger son, quickly instructed her grandson, Zhengbao, go call your uncles and cousins. Tell them someone is trying to take our house. While Widow Lu's family was on high alert, the Yi family was discussing what to do at the village entrance. Yi Laosi said, the letter clearly mentioned Rongxi village and the big banyan tree at the entrance looks just like what Dad described. How could we be at the wrong place? Maybe the newly married ones don't know the situation, said Grandma Yi, though she felt a bad premonition. Let's not block the entrance. Let's go into the village. Your dad said our old house is the third one from the east side of the village, with 2 persimmon trees in front.
We'll know when we see it.
Okay, Yi Laodao said, pulling the cart as the whole family entered the village. At this time, most families were preparing dinner, and the small paths in the village were quite empty. According to Yi Laodao's father, Fengli County was known for its prominent Yi family, with a high status in the county. However, Yi Laodao's family was not the main branch, just a distant relative barely related within 5 degrees of kinship. Even the Rongxi village where the Yi family lived was one of the poorest villages in Fengli County, with the fewest members of the Yi clan. The Wang family made up most of the village, with a few households being distant relatives of the Yi family and some newcomers. The village wasn't very big, with only about 30 families, so they quickly found the house with 2 persimmon trees at the entrance. Seeing the smoke rising from the chimney, Yi Dazhong smiled and said, someone's home. The rest of the Yi family also felt happy. Nothing was more joyful than seeing loved ones after a long journey. Only Grandma Yi frowned. Yi Dazhong stepped forward to knock on the door, but suddenly, the gate opened, and Wang Dalong rushed out with a hoe. Yi Dazhong quickly stepped back, spreading his arms to protect his family, and asked, brother, let's talk calmly. What are you doing? As he spoke, he glanced quickly into the yard. Besides the man with the hoe at the door, there was an elderly woman, a strong young man, and Jiang, whom they had met at the village entrance. Jiang pointed at the Yi family and said, Mom, these people came from outside the pass to take our house. The Yi family was confused by this accusation. Grandma Yi was already thinking of many possibilities. She remembered Jiang had said her husband's last name was Wang. But wasn't this the Yi family's house? How could it belong to someone with the Wang surname? Could it be that Donglin was gone, and his wife found someone else? This kind of thing was common in the countryside. Some women, after losing their husbands, would find another man to help with farming and raising children if they had a house and land. So Grandma Yi tentatively asked, are you Donglin's wife? Is this Donglin's son? Don't misunderstand, we are not bad people. I am Yi Donghai's wife, and we... Grandma Yi didn't finish her sentence when a stone suddenly flew out from the yard. Yi Dazhong kicked the stone away, his expression darkening as he pulled a wooden stick from the cart. The other 3 Yi brothers also took out their tools and stood beside Yi Dazhong. Although they didn't want to fight, they wouldn't back down if someone tried to bully them. Qingtian, scared, hid in Yi Dazhong's wife's arms but peeked out to watch him. Seeing so many people from the Yi family, especially 4 strong men, Lu Guafu realized they couldn't win in a fight. So, she sat down on the ground, crying and pounding her thighs.
I don't know any Yi Donglin.
There's no one named Yi Donglin here. You outsiders, do you think you can just barge in and claim to be family like bandits? Old Lady Yu was very angry and said, "That's too much. We just came to find our relatives. We barely knocked on the door, and your family looked ready to fight. Now you want to turn this around on us?" Widow Lu ignored her words and continued to cry, "My poor husband died young. As a widow, raising my children is hard enough. It's a struggle to survive. Now we have to face bullying from outsiders. Oh, heaven, will you let us live?" Yi Laoda saw that Widow Lu was impossible to reason with, so he turned to Wang Dalong and said, "Isn't this the Yue family? Who are you people?" Wang Dalong rolled his eyes and replied, "My family name is Wang. I've never heard of anyone named Yue. You outsiders should leave quickly, or I will report you." In the past, such words would have frightened the Yi family. But when they were at Shanhaiguan, Li Fu had already helped the Yi family get the necessary permits to enter, so they were no longer considered outsiders. However, Wang Dalong's words successfully angered the four Yi brothers, who stepped forward together. Wang Dalong was scared and backed away, but stubbornly shouted, "What do you want?" "Let me tell you, Rongxi village is not a place for the Yi family to act tough. My Wang family is not easy to bully." Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Wang Zhengbao finally arrived with some relatives. Suddenly, more than 10 people showed up, both men and women, all holding tools. They rushed in and blocked the Yi brothers from advancing. "Sister-in-law, what's going on?" An older man in his 50s asked Widow Lu. Widow Lu cried, "These outsiders suddenly came in and claimed this is their house. Isn't that clearly bullying us?" The old man squinted and looked down at the Yi family. "What are you doing here, bullying a widow and her children? You must be tired of living." Old Lady Yi was furious at his words. Who is really bullying whom? Besides, her grandson was already grown. Who isn't a widow these days? But now the numbers were clearly in favor of the other side. Yi Laoda made a gesture, signaling his 3 brothers not to act impulsively. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Especially for families with both the elderly and children, conflicts can easily lead to trouble. Before leaving, he told the Widow Lu, "The house belongs to whoever it belongs to. The government has records. It's not right for anyone to just take it." Watching the Yi family walk away, Widow Lu stopped crying and gritted her teeth, saying, "Uncle, we cannot let them stay in the village." Yi Laoda pulled the cart and finally stopped at an open space on the edge of the village, planning to settle there for now and think of a solution. As it was getting late and the children were hungry, Yi Dezhao called her sisters-in-law to prepare a meal, while the men discussed important matters with Grandma Yi. "Mom, what should we do?" Yi Laoda asked. Grandma Yi thought for a moment and said, "How about we go find the village chief to ask?" "Okay," Yi Laoda nodded, "I'll go with you." Before leaving, Grandma Yi took a piece of fabric from the cart and tucked it into her sleeve, then took the little girl Qingtian from Yi Dezhao's arms. "Come on, Qingtian can go with Grandma, okay?" "Okay." Although Qingtian didn't know what they were going to do, she agreed happily. "What does this mean? Why are we taking Qingtian with us?" Hua asked, looking confused. "You don't understand. Having a child makes it easier to talk," Yi Sen said. "What don't I understand? I'm about to be a mother too," Hua said, gently touching her belly. Yi Sen couldn't help but say, "You should save that for later. Wait until you're showing." The 3 of them returned to the village and were about to ask where the village chief lived when they encountered a friendly-looking woman in her 40s. "Excuse me, can you tell us where the village chief lives?" The woman, startled by being approached, looked at the strangers with some caution and asked, "Which village are you from? Why do you need the village chief?" "We are from out of town, looking for relatives, and want to ask the village chief about the situation." The woman, seeing Grandma Ye's kind face and the cute little girl in her arms, relaxed and pointed. "Do you see that roof? The village chief's house is the only brick house in the village. If you head that way, you'll find it quickly." Following her directions, the 3 soon found the village chief's house. After all, most of the houses in the village are low, mud brick homes. The few that are in better condition only have some tiles on the roof, while most are still thatched. So, the only tall brick house stands out in the village. When they arrived at the village chief's house, Elder Yi gently knocked a few times. "Who is it?" A middle-aged woman quickly came to the door. Seeing 3 strangers outside, her first instinct was to close the door. Elder Yi quickly stepped forward and said, "Ma'am, we are here to see the village chief." Noticing that Elder Yi was holding a little girl, the woman felt a bit less scared, but still only opened the door a crack. "What do you want?" Elder Yi replied, "We just returned from outside the village to visit relatives and wanted to ask the village chief about some matters." As she spoke, she slipped some fabric through the door crack, saying, "Don't worry, this is my eldest son, and this is my granddaughter, Qingtian.
We are not bad people."
The woman took the fabric and discreetly checked its quality, her expression softening a bit. "All right, you can come in," she said, opening the gate. Elder Yi smiled and asked, "May I know your name, ma'am?" "My surname is Huang, but everyone in the village calls me Sister Wang," the woman replied. Elder Yi felt a jolt in her heart. If that was the case, then the village chief must also have the surname Wang. Was this a problem?
As she thought, she followed Ms.
Huang inside. "Please sit. I'll go get him," Ms. Huang said as she went into the inner room. Before long, Ms. Huang returned with a man in his 50s and introduced him. "This is my husband." Since the fabric was satisfactory, Wang Guangping's attitude was quite friendly. He nodded and said, "I'm Wang Guangping, the village chief of Rongxi village. No need to be polite. Please sit and talk." Elder Yi and Elder Ye's eldest son quickly stood up to greet him, saying, "Hello, village chief." Wang Guangping quietly observed the 3 members of the Yi family and asked, "I heard you came to visit relatives? Which family are you looking for?" "I am the wife of Yi Donghai," Elder Yi began. Upon hearing that name, Wang Guangping's expression changed slightly and he straightened up, interrupting her. "Oh, you are from the Yi family? You should have said so earlier. To be honest, even though I am the village chief, matters concerning the Yi family are handled by your clan leader. I can't manage things when I first arrive, and I don't know how to manage them either. I definitely don't dare to manage them. So, if you have any issues, you must go to the county town to find your clan leader. It's useless to come to me." Wang Guangping made his point clear, and Grandma Yi understood. "Indeed, we were too forward. We won't disturb you any longer." After saying this, she stood up, holding Qingtian, and walked out. Yi Laoda felt reluctant and glared at Wang Guangping but ultimately held back and turned to leave with Grandma Yi. After the 3 of them left, the curtain of the inner room was lifted, and Widow Lu came out with Huang. Widow Lu smiled broadly, saying, "Thank you so much, village chief, for helping us widows and orphans." Wang Guangping's attitude was completely different now. "Old sister, we are all family. I wouldn't favor you over anyone else." Widow Lu quickly replied, "When Defeng returns from the city, I'll have them come visit you." Wang Guangping smiled even more at this. "Your son-in-law is doing great things in the capital. He must be very busy and won't have time to visit me. When he has some free time, I'll come to your house for a visit. Just don't mind me." "What are you saying?" "My son-in-law always says they are far away and busy, so they rely on the village chief to take care of us." "Old sister, you are too polite. In the future, if you have any issues, just have your Dalong or Dahu let me know." Once they left the village chief's house, Yi Laoda asked, "Mom, are we just leaving like this? What else can we do? They are all surnamed Wang, they are family, and we are outsiders. Didn't you hear the village chief's implication? Do you want to wait until they force us out? What should we do then?" Yi Laoda understood, but felt frustrated. Grandma Yi gritted her teeth and said, "Tomorrow, you take me to the county town to find the clan leader. After all, we are from the old Yi family. The clan leader can't just watch us get bullied." As the mother and son talked, they walked towards the open space and suddenly noticed the woman they had asked for directions was still standing in the same spot. Seeing them return, the woman asked, "Sister, from your accent, are you from outside the pass?" "Yes."
Grandma Yi nodded.
The woman looked Yi Laoda up and down and found some familiar features. "You wouldn't happen to be related to Donghai, would you? How did you know?" Old Lady Yi has faced many difficulties today. When she suddenly heard someone ask her a question, her nose tinged with sadness, and she almost cried. Really? The woman was surprised. I meant your son looks a lot like Brother Donghai. Yes, the oldest son looks most like his father. Old lady Yi nodded. I wonder how to address you? The woman quickly introduced herself. Sister-in-law, my name is Yi Waner. I should call Brother Donghai cousin. Oh, so you're my cousin? Old lady Yi became warm and friendly. I feel embarrassed. After so many years of marriage, I haven't been able to come back even once, and I don't recognize the relatives here. You can just call me Waner, Yi Waner said. I've heard that Brother Donghai was coming back. Why has it taken so many years? Old lady Yi's eyes turned red as she choked out. To be honest, I wanted to come back years ago, but then your brother Donghai suddenly fell ill and passed away shortly after. I was left to raise 4 sons by myself, and life was tough, so I gave up the thought of visiting home. Fortunately, now that all 4 sons are married, and with the severe drought outside, we decided to return home to seek refuge with Donglin. Yi Waner gasped, Brother Donghai is gone too? Old lady Yi immediately grasped the meaning behind her words.
What did she mean by gone?
Who else was gone?
Waner, what do you mean by that?
You need to tell me. Old lady Yi anxiously grabbed Yi Waner's arm. Yi Lauda felt a heavy weight in his heart but still advised, Mother, let's not stand here talking. Let's find a place to sit and listen to cousin talk slowly. Okay. I was too anxious. Old lady Yi quickly released her grip. They returned to an open area, and old lady Yi called her sons and daughters-in-law over. Come over and meet her. Call her cousin. You kids, come over and greet her. Call her auntie. The area was soon filled with voices calling out. Yi Lauda brought over a few benches for old lady Yi and Yi Waner to sit and talk. Waner, please tell me what happened. Why are the Wang family living in our old house? To be honest, we just went home and were chased out by someone. Even looking for the village head was useless. She felt increasingly frustrated. Yi Waner sighed. If I had known it was you, I would have stopped you from going earlier. The village head is too busy currying favor with Widow Lu's family to help you. Did the Donglin family move away? Actually, the Donglin family has not been here for a long time.
What?
Grandma Yi suddenly shook at this news. They are all gone? Although she had never met her relatives from her hometown, she had heard many stories about them from Grandpa Yi over the years. During the hard times, everyone had relied on the hope of reaching out to family for support. Now, hearing that they were all gone, even Grandma Yi, who had faced many challenges in her life, felt overwhelmed. Eldest Yi quickly supported Grandma Yi, and Qingtian anxiously called out to her. Sister Yi hurriedly served a bowl of warm water with a bit of sugar for Grandma Yi to drink. Gradually, Grandma Yi calmed down and, with red eyes, asked, Waner, what is going on? This story is quite long. Yuan sighed before telling the family about the past. When Yi Donghai wrote to say he would return home for a visit, his father, Yi Wei, was overjoyed and told everyone in the village that his eldest son was coming back. Unfortunately, due to illness, Grandpa Yi delayed his trip, and soon after, Yi Wei also fell ill. Being older, he passed away after being sick for more than half a month, never having seen his eldest son one last time. This left only Grandpa Yi's younger brother, Yi Donglin, and his family living in the old house. Yi Donglin had married a daughter from the Fong family in the neighboring village, and they had 2 sons. Yi Donglin was a hardworking farmer, tending to the land left by his parents. Life was not wealthy, but they had enough to eat and wear. Sadly, the eldest son, Yi Qingsong, was not healthy and passed away in his 20s without marrying. The younger son, Yi Qingshan, was a good young man who was already engaged and just waiting to marry. However, due to the urgent military situation in the northwest, the government came to the village to recruit soldiers. According to the official records, the Donglin family had 2 sons, so one had to enlist. With the eldest son gone and the younger son still unmarried, Yi Donglin was unwilling to let him go to war. But the officials only cared about the records, not the people. Since the eldest was not at home, they took the younger son instead. Thus, Yi Qingshan was taken away to serve in the military. After that, there was no news for several years, until someone returned with his clothes and 2 taels of silver. They said Yi Qingshan had died on the battlefield, and his body could not be brought back, as he was buried where he fell. According to the court's order, they sent back a set of clothes and 2 taels of silver for funeral expenses, so the family could set up a grave to honor him. Yi Donglin and his wife lost 2 sons in a row, leaving no grandchildren behind. Unable to bear the grief, they both fell ill and soon passed away. As a result, the Yi family was left with no one, and their house and land became empty. "Aunt, how did the Wang family move in?" Yi Laosi asked anxiously. Years ago, it was Wang Dafeng, the daughter of widow Lu, who was engaged to Qingshan. When Donglin and his wife were gone, widow Lu insisted she was Qingshan's mother-in-law and had the right to live in his house. Yi Laotai was taken aback and asked, "What? Hasn't her daughter been waiting for Qingshan all this time?" Although they were only engaged and never married, if the girl had truly waited for so many years, it seemed reasonable for her to stay in the old house. However, when Yuan heard this, she spat and exclaimed, "Waiting? She married and is living a good life in the capital. She's already married, so how can her family still have the nerve to stay in our house?" Yi Laosi was furious. Isn't it because her daughter married well? Even though he was a widower, he has status in the capital and earns a lot. Otherwise, why do you think the village head is so eager to please her family? Hearing this, Yi Laotai felt a chill in her heart. What should they do now? Was it really impossible to get their house back? "Sister-in-law, let's not talk about that for now. You haven't eaten, right? Come to my house for a meal," Yuan said generously. "No matter how big the problem is, we need to fill our stomachs first." Yi Laotai looked at Yuan's patched clothes and knew her family must be struggling, so she was reluctant to accept the invitation. "Look, the eldest daughter-in-law has already started cooking, so we won't go today. Now that we are back, we will have plenty of time to spend together, so there's no rush." After finally declining the enthusiastic Yuan, once she left, the mood of the Yi family, except for the young child who didn't understand, was heavy. Yi Dajie finally mustered the courage to ask, "Mother, are you hungry? What should we eat?" Although Yi Laotai had no appetite, there were children in the house. They had eaten breakfast early before setting off, and they must be very hungry by now. "Just make something simple. Whatever you have will do."
Yi Laotai vavet headhunt.
Sister Yi quickly responded and got busy. Even if they wanted good food and drinks, there were no ingredients available now. On their journey, the brothers could catch some wild game anytime. But since arriving in Tianjin, staying in an inn, they had no place to hunt. The meat they had saved during the journey was almost all eaten because it couldn't be stored for long. They thought that once they settled in the village, they could just buy whatever they wanted, but who would have thought it would be like this? Now, Sister Yi only had about 10 wild duck eggs left, along with some potatoes and cornmeal. Sister Yi asked worriedly, "Sister, with just this, what can we cook?" Sister Yi looked at the jar with a bit of lard left and said, "Let's make some cornmeal porridge, fry the duck eggs, and boil some potatoes to eat with soy sauce." "All right." Sister Yi nodded, started cooking the cornmeal porridge, placed the potatoes on a steamer, and covered it with a lid. Sister Yi used another pot and fried all the duck eggs at once. The lunch was very simple and was ready quickly. There weren't enough fried eggs for everyone, so Sister Yi only gave them to Grandma Yi, Gua, and a few children. After serving, there were still 2 eggs left. The others hesitated and didn't want to take them. Yi Laosi quickly picked up his bowl and held it close, saying, "I'm tired of eating wild duck eggs every day on the road." "You all eat them," Yi Laoda said in a deep voice. "I don't usually like eggs. Whoever wants them can have them." Yi Lao and Yi Lao San just focused on their porridge and didn't even look at the fried eggs. Gua quickly finished her egg and immediately set her eyes on the remaining ones. Grandma Yi was annoyed by her greedy look, but knowing she was pregnant, she said, "Today, Lao Da and Lao Si pulled the cart, so let's give the last 2 to them." Everyone agreed, and Gua's eyes lit up. Grandma Yi divided the 2 fried eggs between Yi Lao Da and Yi Lao Si. Yi Lao Si immediately placed his in Gua's bowl. Yi Lao Da was also about to give his egg to his wife, when they heard laughter nearby. The Yi family looked up and saw many villagers gathered at the edge of the open space, led by Wang Dalong. He was munching on sunflower seeds while pointing at the Yi family, saying, "Look at these poor beggars from outside the pass. They have to push each other to get a fried egg. Being this poor, no wonder they have the nerve to come to my house to cause trouble." The villagers, watching, all laughed loudly at the words. Yi Lao Si clenched his fists in anger and was about to stand up when Yi Lao De pressed down on his shoulder. "Big brother," Yi Lao Si said, looking defiant. "One person can't take on many. No matter how skilled you are, how many can you fight at once?" Seeing the dozen young men by the empty space, Yi Lao Si could only grit his teeth and sit back down. Wang Dalong immediately shouted, "Hey, why are you backing down? What happened to the courage you had when you came to my house? What happened to the strength you showed when you wanted to hit me? I'll just stand here waiting for you to come and fight me. Come on. What's wrong? Lost your nerve? Haha, I thought you were tougher than this." Wang Dalong's words pierced the hearts of a Yi family like sharp needles. Even though everyone still held their bowls, they couldn't eat anything. Yi Lao De said in a low voice to his younger brothers, "Don't pay attention to him. He's just trying to provoke us." Yi Lao Si was so angry that he nearly bit his own teeth, his eyes turning red. "Are we just going to let him insult us? A gentleman takes revenge. It's not too late after 10 years. Yi Lao De could only comfort his brother this way. After the family finished their meal in frustration, Yi Lao De stood up and said, "Mother, since we have nothing to do this afternoon, I thought I'd take Lao Er and Lao San into the mountains for a walk. We can see what we can find. Even if we don't find anything, gathering firewood is better than staying here. All right, go ahead." Grandma Yi was also worried that her sons would stay here too long and might really get into a fight with the Wang family. Hearing this, Yi Lao Si quickly said, "Big brother, I want to go too. Where do you think you're going?" Yi Lao De firmly rejected. "You stay here to take care of your wife and the house." Yi Lao Si instantly felt deflated. Ever since Guosher got pregnant, he had been quite busy. Now, just when he finally had a chance to go out, he was left out again. Yi De Saw also spoke up, "I want to go to the mountains with you. We might find some mushrooms this season." Going to the mountains was better than staying here and being treated like a spectacle by the villagers. When Yi De Saw said she wanted to go, Qingtian immediately protested. She put down her half-eaten potato and dove into Yi De Saw's arms, hugging her neck and saying, "Mom, I want to go to the mountains too. The mountains are hard to walk in, and there are many bugs." Yi Lao De didn't really want to take Qingtian. This place was different from their hometown, and he wasn't sure what the mountains were like. It was one thing to take his wife into the mountains for the first time, but Qingtian was young and delicate. If anything happened, it wouldn't be a joke. Who would have thought that Sister Yi readily agreed, saying, "Sure, if we want to go on a sunny day, I'll carry you." After saying this, she turned to old Yi and said, "We'll just take a stroll nearby. Nothing will happen." The villagers watching couldn't help but laugh at their conversation, teasing each other loudly. Look at them, thinking they can go into the mountains and find something. It's hilarious, right? I've never seen anyone go up the mountain carrying a child. The nearby mountains have already been nearly flattened by people from the surrounding villages. What could they possibly find? Oh, come on, what if they get lucky? Wang Dalong laughed the loudest, saying, "Haha, let's see how lucky they can really be." Hearing the Wang family's mockery, old Yi tightened his grip on the sickle. Sister Yi, worried he might lose his temper, quickly handed Qingtian to him. Old Yi tossed the sickle into the backpack and said, "Let's go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return." Sister Yi also put on her backpack and, thinking they hadn't eaten much, grabbed a small basket to take some flatbreads with them. Old Yi Er and Old Yi Sin also took empty backpacks, and together they headed into the mountains with Qingtian. The villagers called by Wang Dalong saw that the Yi family didn't react much and, feeling bored, slowly dispersed and went home. Old Lady Yi sat in the cart, pondering what to do next. She didn't want to trouble the Qin family over this matter, but they were unfamiliar with the area, and a strong force couldn't easily overpower the locals. It seemed she would have to go to the city first to see what the clan leader's attitude was. While old Lady Yi was racking her brain for a solution, old Yi and his group had already entered the mountains. It was Qingtian's first time in the mountains, and she looked around curiously in old Ye's arms. Sister Yi followed behind them, while old Yi Air and old Yi San brought up the rear. "Mom, let's go that way." Qingtian suddenly pointed in a direction. Sister Ye's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly tapped old Ye's arm, saying, "Did you hear that? Our daughter wants to go that way." Since they were just wandering aimlessly, it didn't matter where they went. Old Yi was happy to please his daughter and immediately changed direction to follow where Qingtian pointed. Not long after, the four of them were blocked by a few fallen trees ahead. 6 or 7 trees, thick enough for 2 or 3 people to hug, were piled haphazardly together, taller than old Yi, blocking everyone's view. Seeing this, Yi Laoda prepared to turn around, but Qingtian insisted, "Dad, don't turn, keep going forward." "Qingtian, be good. We can't go this way. Let's find another route, okay?" Yi Laoda patiently coaxed his daughter. Unexpectedly, Yi Dasaw suddenly said, "What's the big deal? Just climb up and take a look." Saying this, she lifted her skirt and climbed onto the fallen tree first. "Be careful." Yi Laoda didn't understand why his wife was so determined, but since she had already climbed up, his initial warning turned into a reminder. After climbing up, Yi Dasaw looked to the other side, but didn't notice anything at first. However, she believed in Qingtian's luck, so she carefully observed her surroundings for anything unusual. When she finally discovered something valuable, she was so excited that she didn't know what to do and shouted to the others below, "Come up quickly. I found something great." Hearing this, the 3 brothers climbed up one after another. "Big sister-in-law, what did you find?" "I don't see anything." Yi Lao Air looked to the other side, puzzled. "Isn't this side just like the other? What's the difference?" "Look more closely." Yi Dasaw pointed to the trunk of the fallen tree below. The 3 brothers focused and finally saw it. The side of the fallen tree was covered with a dense growth of mushrooms. The gray-black mushrooms almost completely covered the trunk. At first glance, they thought it was the original color of the tree. Without hesitation, Yi Lao Air and Yi Lao San jumped down and started picking them, filling their baskets as they went. Yi Laoda, carrying the child, was more cautious and sought stability. He first handed Qingtian to Yi Dasaw, then climbed down and took Qingtian back. Although Yi Dasaw was the first to discover the mushrooms, she was the last to climb down. But when she reached the bottom and looked back, she was even more amazed. It looked like a wall of mushrooms. Yi Dasaw set down Qingtian and took out a cushion from her basket, placing it on a nearby stump. "Qingtian, you stay here and play nicely, okay? Don't wander off." "Okay, I'll be good," Qingtian replied eagerly. After settling Qingtian, Yi Dasaw quickly joined the others in picking mushrooms. The 4 of them worked hard for half a day, and their baskets were nearly full, yet the mushrooms on the fallen tree seemed endless. Yi Laoda wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Air and San, do you remember the way back?" "Yes, why?" "Go back and take these baskets of mushrooms. Also, call your wives to help. Having more people is good." Yi Air was so happy picking mushrooms that he only realized his basket was almost full when his older brother called out to him. He quickly agreed, "Okay." Yida then walked to the side and covered the top of the basket with some fallen leaves. Yi Sen asked in confusion, "Big brother, what are you doing? What do you think? If so many mushrooms are seen, people will follow you." "You're right." Big brother thinks ahead. Yi Air and Yi Sen also started covering their baskets with leaves. Yida helped them carry the baskets down the mountain, with one in front and one in back. Before long, the 2 returned with their wives and even brought extra baskets. "Did anyone ask about you?" Yida inquired. On the way back, someone from the village asked what we were doing with so many leaves. I said we were saving them to make our beds warm at night. Yi Air laughed. That person saw us carrying 2 baskets each and didn't suspect anything, probably thought we were a bit silly. Although Yi Air's wife and Yi San's wife had heard about it on the way, they were still shocked to see so many mushrooms. "Oh my, I've never seen this many mushrooms in my life." "Stop talking and hurry up and pick. Yi Er jumped back into picking mushrooms. While farming is essential for a farmer's livelihood, as the saying goes, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains. The excitement of finding wild goods in the mountains is hard to describe. Once you start picking, you forget about being tired. The adults kept picking mushrooms, while Qingtian, having nothing to do, got up and wandered around nearby. She picked a flower here and a piece of grass there, amusing herself. Yida's wife occasionally looked back to ensure she was still in sight. But just as she turned back, she heard a thud behind her. Turning around, she saw that Qingtian had tripped and fallen to the ground. Fortunately, the thick layer of leaves on the ground in autumn cushioned her fall, and she was dressed warmly. So, instead of getting hurt, she found it fun and started playing with the leaves in front of her. Yida's wife hurried over, picked her up, and brushed off the dust from her clothes. On a sunny day, both of Sunny's hands were holding fallen leaves, but she was still looking at the spot where she had just fallen. Aunt Yi quickly stepped forward, brushed aside the leaves on the ground, revealing the soil underneath. Although it didn't look different, she picked up a stick and tried to dig a little. Suddenly, she uncovered a brown, oval-shaped object. Sunny didn't recognize what it was and tilted her head, saying, "Sweet potato." Aunt Yi initially thought it was a sweet potato too, but after brushing off the dirt and taking a closer look, she exclaimed in surprise, "Head of the family, come quick. Is this not a gastrodia?" When Uncle Yi heard this and came over to look, he nearly dropped his jaw. "Isn't it gastrodia? How did you find it?" You see, at this time of year, gastrodia grows underground without sprouting, making it very hard to find. This winter gastrodia is also called dream herb, meaning you can only find it if you dream of where it is, highlighting its elusive nature. Only very experienced mountain runners can find it based on subtle clues. Others can only rely on luck. However, this type of gastrodia has better medicinal properties and sells for a higher price. "I found it by chance when Sunny fell just now," Aunt Yi casually covered. Luckily, Uncle Yi was just asking out of curiosity. As long as they found the gastrodia, that was what mattered. Worried about damaging the gastrodia, Uncle Yi decided to dig with his hands instead of using tools, quickly uncovering a small pile of it. Sunny squatted nearby, picking one up each time Uncle Yi dug one out. Seeing this, Aunt Yi handed her a small basket she had been carrying. So, Sunny began to collect every piece of gastrodia Uncle Yi dug into the basket. After searching around for a while and confirming there were no missed spots, Uncle Yi straightened up. By then, Sunny's basket was already overflowing. These gastrodia were of excellent quality and should sell for a good price in the city. Uncle Yi couldn't help but smile. He wanted to pick up his daughter, but, seeing his dirty hands, decided against it. Uncle Yi looked up at the sun, which was starting to set, and called to the few people still picking mushrooms. "Everyone, hurry up. We need to get down the mountain before dark." Okay. Uncle Yi's second and third sons were also a bit tired from picking, so they quickly agreed. "You all keep picking. I'll find a place to wash my hands." Yi Lao just dug up a lot of mud, so he walked toward the direction of the sound of water. Romshi village got its name not only because there is a big banyan tree at the entrance, but also because there are small streams all over the mountains. The water from these streams flows down to join the river by the village. When everyone is picking mushrooms, they can always hear the sound of water nearby. Following the sound, Yi Lao soon reached the water's edge. The water was wide. It looked more like a small river than a stream. As Yi Lao crouched down to wash his hands, he noticed a dark shadow darting quickly beneath the surface. Upon closer inspection, he saw that there were quite a few medium-sized carp lazily swimming in the clear water. "Erga, Sanga, come quickly and catch some fish." Yi Lao, afraid of scaring the fish away, tiptoed far out before calling out loudly. A few people hurried over in response. Qingtian also came to the water's edge, curiously peering into the water. Yida Saw quickly reached out and held her tightly, worried she might fall in. "Mom, fish." Qingtian happily pointed at the water. "Yes, there are so many fish." Yida Saw was also surprised. "Mom, give me some cake." Qingtian asked Yi to saw for a small piece of corn cake, crumbled it, and tossed it into the water, instantly attracting all the fish. Seeing this, Yi Laoda quickly grabbed a basket and dumped the mushrooms on the ground. He took off his shoes, jumped into the water, and scooped with the basket. Hey! Yi Laoda tightened his arms and pulled the basket out of the water. Water leaked through the gaps in the willow basket, leaving behind a dozen lively carp inside. Since his clothes were already wet, Yi Laoda decided to catch a few more baskets full of fish. Although most of the fish had been scared away, he still managed to catch a good amount, filling more than half the basket with carp. Meanwhile, Yi Lao Air and Yi Lao San had started a fire nearby. Elder brother, come up and warm yourself by the fire. Today was definitely worth the trip up the mountain. Sister-in-law, let's do the fish tonight, so that those people can smell it but not eat it, making them crave it. Okay, let's do the fish. Although Yi Saw didn't have any ingredients, she had plenty of seasonings from the market in Tianjin, which would come in handy now. As evening approached, Wang Dalong began wandering around the open space where the Yi family lived. The villagers were very curious and gathered spontaneously to see what was happening without Wang Dalong needing to call them. Some speculated, they've been up the mountain for so long, they must have found something good. Wang Dalong sneered and said, do you really think you know what the back mountain is like? If they could bring back anything good, I'd give you my head as a stool. Don't you need to bet something? Haha, I won't bet with you. It's obvious I'd lose. Hearing this, Wang Dalong's expression relaxed, and he laughed along. While he was laughing, his son Wang Zhengbao ran up from the foot of the mountain, shouting, Dad, they're back. Sure enough, soon they saw several people from the Yi family carrying baskets on their backs as they walked back. Although they looked tired, everyone had excited smiles on their faces. Seeing their expressions, Wang Dalong thought, could they really have found something good? Unable to hold back, someone called out, did you find something good? Not much, just caught some fish and picked some mushrooms, Yi Laoda casually replied. When Wang Dalong heard it was just fish and mushrooms, he felt relieved. These were common in the mountains, and every family had gathered some, so they weren't anything special. However, just as he was about to continue mocking the Yi family, he saw Yi Laoda take a large bucket from the cart and dump the fish from the basket into it with a splash. There were over 30 big fish that flopped around in the bucket, making a loud noise. Wang Dalong's mouth dropped open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. This was just a little fish? Then he saw the others from the Yi family also empty their baskets, quickly piling up a small mountain of mushrooms on the ground. Wang Dalong became even more unsettled. This was just a little mushroom? Do people from outside really talk so big? The villagers, who had come to see the joke, couldn't hold back anymore. Where did you pick so many mushrooms? How did you get so many? Yi Laoda said with a simple smile. We picked them in the mountains. There were some fallen trees over there, and we found a lot of mushrooms on them. Don't we have mushrooms growing on our mountains? I've been running around outside for many years and have never seen so many mushrooms. Maybe it's because the soil here in the capital is better. Yi Laoda spoke with admiration. The person who asked was speechless. I've never seen that either. Another person stepped forward and asked, did you use to fish outside? How did you catch so many fish? There are many carp in the rivers and streams. My daughter threw some cornmeal cakes into the water, and the fish came right over. We just scooped them up with the basket. Big brother Yi showed more envy and said to the old man, Sir, this place really is a treasure land. No wonder people say those inside the pass live better than those outside. If we had known, we would have come back sooner. The old man was at a loss for words. Having lived here for most of his life, he never realized how easy it was to catch fish and gather mountain goods. Wang Dalong was so angry that his face turned red. While others were busy asking Big Brother Yi questions, he quickly slipped away. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Would he wait for them to come after him? A few villagers, ignoring their earlier mockery of the Yi family, surrounded Big Brother Yi, asking him questions despite his indifferent attitude. Sister Yi glanced at them and called for Yi Si to start a fire to cook fish. While waiting for Big Brother Yi to dry his clothes on the mountain, Sister Yi had already caught a few fish by the river, making things easier now. Weren't you just laughing at how little we eat? Let's see who will be drooling soon. The fire quickly blazed up. Sister Yi added a spoonful of lard to the pot, then tossed in garlic, ginger, and various spices. The aroma of the spices was instantly released by the hot oil. The villagers, who had been focused on Big Brother Yi, couldn't help but glance over at Sister Yi. What dish is that? It smells amazing. It's a scent I've never smelled before. Big Brother Yi was tired of answering their endless questions and went to help Sister Yi with the firewood. The villagers, now even less inclined to leave, wanted to wait for the Yi family's dinner to be ready. When the fish was almost done, Sister Yi lifted the pot lid and began to place cornmeal pancakes around the edge of the pot. Now, not only the aroma of the spices filled the air, but the fresh scent of the fish blended with the seasonings, becoming richer and more inviting. Those who had been lingering around the area stretched their necks to see what was cooking, but they knew the Yi family wouldn't share any with them. Rather than continue to suffer here, it was better to head home for dinner. The adults prepared to leave, but the children were still drooling and reluctant to go. Stop staring and hurry home. Let's go home for dinner. The adults had to call and pull their children back home. When they saw there were no outsiders around, Yi Lao asked in confusion, "Big brother, didn't you say we should keep this a secret? Why are you showing off in front of everyone tonight?" Yi Lao replied, "Before, I didn't want you to say anything because I was worried it would attract people from the village to the mountain. Now that we've picked all the mushrooms from the mountain, there's nothing to worry about. Besides, we are living in this open area, and everyone in the village can see our every move. What can we hide?" "Big brother is right," Yi Lao nodded. "Mushrooms need to be dried, and with so many, where can we hide them? It's better to show them openly. If we try to hide them and someone finds out, the rumors will only get worse." Only then did Yi Lao pull out a small basket and hand it to Yi Lao Tai. "Mom, look at this." The basket was covered with a small cushion. When Yi Lao Tai lifted it, she was surprised to find it full of cordyceps. She gasped and quickly covered it again, asking, "Where did this come from?"
"From the mountain," Yi Lao said.
"It would attract too much attention to dry this in the village. I was thinking of going to the capital tomorrow if the weather is good to sell it at a medicine shop." But Yi Lao Tai said, "I want to visit the clan leader in the county tomorrow. We need to discuss your father's burial and the fact that our house and land have been taken over. We need to address that." Yi Lao immediately said, "Okay, Mom, I'll go with you to the county first." Once the pancakes were cooked, Yi Saw called everyone to prepare for dinner. Yi Lao Tai said, "Serve a fish and a few pancakes to send to your aunt." "Sure, I'll do that," Yi Lao took on the task. "You all eat first. Don't wait for me." After Yi Lao left with the fish and pancakes, the others began to eat fish with the corn pancakes from the pot. While Yi Saw fed Qingtian, she occasionally glanced in the direction Yi Lao had gone. Before she saw Yi Lao return, she noticed a little girl standing at the edge of the open area. The girl was desperately trying to smell the delicious fish stew while swallowing her saliva. Yi Saw, who loved children, called out to her, "Little girl, come here. Auntie will give you some fish." The little girl hesitated for a moment, but the smell of the fish was too tempting. In the end, she couldn't resist and walked over to Yi Saw. "What's your name? How old are you this year?" Aunt Yi asked. Before the little girl could answer, her stomach growled loudly. Aunt Yi quickly moved aside to make a little space for her to sit down and offered her a piece of tender fish meat without bones in a bowl. "Can you eat by yourself?" Aunt Yi asked. Shanhaiguan nodded, took the chopsticks from her hand, and softly said, "Annie, my name is Shanhaiguan, and I am 5 years old this year." "Then you are older than my Qingtian. You are the big sister." "Big sister." Qingtian immediately called out. Shanhaiguan looked at Qingtian and finally showed a faint smile. "You use chopsticks so well, Shanhaiguan, that's great."
"Aunt Yi praise."
Hearing this, Qingtian quickly said, "Mom, I want to use chopsticks too." Aunt Yi smiled and replied, "You are still little. There's no rush. When your little hands grow a bit more, I will teach you how to use chopsticks." Qingtian looked at her small hands and then at Shanhua's hands, realizing that hers were indeed much smaller. She had no choice but to continue accepting Aunt Ye's feeding, wondering when she would be able to eat with chopsticks by herself. Shanhaiguan, however, cast an envious glance at Qingtian, who was sitting in Aunt Ye's lap. She had never enjoyed such treatment at home. The piece of fish was quickly finished, and Shanhaiguan licked her lips, feeling she should leave. But Aunt Ye unexpectedly offered her another piece of fish, carefully removing the bones and also giving her a sweet-smelling corn cake. If you like it, eat more. There's plenty in the pot, so it won't matter if you have a few more bites, Aunt Ye said. Shanhaiguan hesitated while holding the bowl when suddenly she heard someone calling from a distance. Shanhaiguan? Shanhaiguan? Where has this child gone again? Aunt Ye recognized the familiar voice, and her expression changed slightly. Shanhaiguan was startled and quickly stood up, ready to put down the bowl, but it was too late. Jiang rushed over quickly. Aunt Ye didn't expect that Shanhaiguan was the child of Widow Lu. Why hadn't she seen her in their yard before? When Jiang saw Shanhaiguan at Aunt Ye's place, she rushed over, grabbed her arm, and pulled her to her side. Then, with a furious expression, she shouted at Aunt Ye, "What do you want? If you have something to say, come at us directly. What's the point of involving a child?" Aunt Ye replied angrily, "Who is hurting the child? I didn't even know Shanhaiguan was your child. Who would believe that?" Jiang spat. "Would you really be so kind as to invite a stranger child to eat?" Sister Yi was so angry that her hand holding the bowl was shaking. Sister San Yi helped her respond, saying, "Some people are so dark-hearted themselves that they see everyone else as the same. Look closely, we are all eating fish cooked in the same pot. How can that harm anyone?" Jiang couldn't argue back, so she resorted to being rude, saying, "I'm not afraid to tell you that my family has connections in the capital. I suggest you give up on getting your house and land back. Stop plotting behind our backs. If anything happens to my Shanhaiguan, you can expect to be in big trouble." After saying this, Jiang forcefully pulled Shanhaiguan and headed home, continuing to shout insults at her. "You little brat, have you never eaten fish in your life? When someone offers you food, you just take it. With your greed, why not just be reborn as a pig?" The insults became increasingly harsh. Qingtian, listening to Jiang's insults, couldn't help but recall some unpleasant memories and lost her appetite for fish, turning to hide in Sister Ye's embrace. Sister Ye's expression was also not good. She wrapped her arms around Qingtian and gently stroked her back. After dinner, with nothing else to do, everyone tidied up and quickly lay down. Sister Yi had already prepared the bedding early. After lying down, Yi Lao sighed and said, "Who knew that returning to our hometown would mean sleeping outside like during the famine? At least it's warmer here than outside the pass. Sleeping outside isn't too bad." Sister Yi tucked Qingtian in and quietly asked, "But this can't go on forever. What is Mother planning?" Yi Lao shook his head and said, "Tomorrow I will accompany Mother to the county to see the clan leader and see what he says." Sister Yi sighed, "Since we're going to the city, you should ask about the rent for houses and how much it costs to buy a courtyard. It would be good for us to know." "What, do you want to move to the city?" Sister Yi replied, "You saw the situation in the village. We don't know if it can be resolved. It's getting colder, and with the elderly and children at home, and the fourth daughter-in-law pregnant, we can't keep living outside. We need to be prepared." "Okay, I'll pay attention to that." Yi Lao nodded, helped Sister Yi adjust her blanket, and pulled her closer, saying, "Where there's a will, there's a way. Don't think too much, just get some sleep." The next morning, the leftover fish soup from the night before was cleaned out by Aunt Yi, and the seasonings and food scraps were placed in a bowl, which had now turned into a deep brown fish jelly. She used a spoon to slice through the jelly a few times, and then poured out a pile of clear cubes. Everyone enjoyed the fish jelly with pancakes and porridge, having a tasty breakfast. After breakfast, Yi Lao took a cart to bring Grandma Yi to Fengli County to find the head of the Yi clan. He had gathered some information from Yi Waner when he delivered fish the day before. Although the Yi family was often overshadowed by the Wang family in Rongxi village, they were undeniably a prominent family in Fengli County. Even the county magistrate sometimes needed to consult the head of the Yi clan for matters. Without the Yi family's support, many things in the county could not be carried out. The current head of the Yi clan, Yi Dongming, was nearly 50 years old. Although he was of the same generation as Grandpa Yi, he still had to refer to Grandma Yi as sister-in-law. However, he was a direct descendant of the Yi family, while Grandpa Yi was from a more distant branch. Trying to establish connections through family ties would not work, so Grandma Yi and Yi Laoda brought some gifts they bought in Tianjin Wei, planning to present them to the clan leader and see how things went. Rongxi village was not far from Fengli County, and with Yi Laoda's quick pace, they arrived in less than an hour. Following the address given by Yi Wana, they reached the entrance of a courtyard. Grandma Yi got out of the cart and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A young boy about 10 years old came out to answer. Seeing Grandma Yi and Yi Laoda at the door, he asked, "Who are you looking for?" "We are members of the Yi clan returning from outside, here to pay our respects to the clan leader." The boy, having heard Grandma Yi's accent, changed his expression and said, "What do you mean returning from outside? You look like you've come back from fleeing the border. Go away. My master doesn't have time to see you." With a loud bang, the door was shut, leaving Grandma Yi and Yi Laoda outside. Grandma Yi had thought about how to speak, but she never expected to be denied even a meeting with the clan leader. Yi Laoda clenched his fists in anger. "So, what if we came from outside? We're not here begging for food." He wanted to knock again, but Grandma Yi stopped him, saying, "We are in an unfamiliar place. Let's not cause trouble. What if they report us and you get arrested? What will I do as an old lady?" Hearing this, Yi Laoda reluctantly held back his anger. "Mother, should we go back now? What else can we do but go back?" Old lady Yi got into the car and quietly murmured, "If I had known this would happen, I would have brought Qingtian along." "Mother, what did you say?" Yi Laoda turned around to ask. "I said we should first go to the pharmacy in the county to ask about the price of tianma, so you'll have an idea when you sell it later." "Good thinking, Mother. By the way, Qingtian also asked me to find out about the housing prices in the county." Although they were disappointed not to see the clan leader, they were excited to hear that fresh dream grass could sell for about 1 or 2 silver coins per pound. With that basket of tianma weighing at least 20 pounds, that could mean 20 silver coins. Unfortunately, their happiness didn't last long. When they heard that a house big enough for the whole family in the county costs over 100 silver coins, they were both shocked into silence. How could they afford that? Would the whole family have to go hungry? After returning to the village for lunch, old lady Yi urged Yi Laoda to hurry to the capital to sell the tianma. After all, fresh tianma loses weight if left too long. And what it loses is not just water. It's money. Fortunately, Yi Laoda was strong. Although he had gone to the county with old lady Yi in the morning, it was nothing compared to the hardships of fleeing. After lunch, Yi Laoda and his brother Yi Lao set off with the tianma. By that time, those who stayed in the village had already spread out the mushrooms they picked yesterday to dry. The open space and surrounding areas were filled with mushrooms laid out by the Yi family. Meanwhile, several children were running around with sticks, chasing away birds that came to peck at the mushrooms. Yi Laoda and Yi Lao didn't need to pull a cart. After walking for more than 2 hours, they arrived in the capital. Following the information old lady Yi had gathered from the 2 old women, they headed straight to the biggest pharmacy in the city, Renhitang. "Shopkeeper, do you buy medicinal herbs?" Yi Laoda asked as soon as he entered. A man in his 40s came out and asked, "I'm the second shopkeeper here. Are you two looking to sell herbs? I found some dream grass in the mountains and wanted to know if you buy it." As soon as the second shopkeeper heard dream grass, he became interested and said, "Please come in. Do you have the goods with you? Dream grass is hard to dig up. It seems you two are lucky." Dream grass is a common name, but in pharmacies, it is usually called winter grass. Winter grass is hard to find because it hasn't sprouted, and it relies heavily on luck. However, the tubers of winter grass are more substantial and have better medicinal properties than tianma harvested at other times. The second shopkeeper led them inside and, after checking the tianma brought by Yi Laoda, was very excited. "Indeed, that's correct. They are all winter mushrooms and they are quite large. What's rare is that there are a lot of them. Spring mushrooms are easy to find, but winter mushrooms are hard to come by. In the capital, there is no shortage of wealthy people. They don't care about the price, only the quality. So when the second shopkeeper suddenly saw a full basket of large, high-quality winter mushrooms, he was very pleased. When discussing the price, the second shopkeeper paused for a moment and said, "You came straight to my shop, so you must have done some research beforehand. My shop is the largest medicine store in the capital, and we have a good reputation. I'll give you a price, and you can see if you can accept it." The second shopkeeper was a bit worried when he quoted the price, afraid that it might scare them away. "How about 1 tael and 2 coins per pound?" Both Yi Laoda and Yi Liar were stunned. Although the price was only 2 coins more than what they would get in the county, Yi Laoda had found a lot of winter mushrooms this time. Selling for 2 coins more per pound means that for 10 pounds, it's 2 taels, and for 20 pounds, it's 4 taels. Seeing the two of them silent and stunned, the second shopkeeper thought he had offered too low a price. Worried about losing the deal, he quickly explained, "Gentlemen, it's not that my price is low. It's mainly because we buy in large quantities. If you sell them yourself, you might get a slightly higher price. But I can say that very few people can buy all these winter mushrooms in one go." Think about it, isn't that the case? Little did he know that Yi Laoda and Yi Liar were just surprised by his offer.
Ahem.
Yi Laoda cleared his throat and said, "All right, since you've put it this way, we trust your shop and came here because of your good reputation." The second shopkeeper was delighted to hear that. "Exactly. In the future, if you find any more medicinal materials, you can bring them to our store to sell. We will definitely treat you fairly." As he spoke, he hurriedly called a worker to bring a scale and weighed the winter mushrooms that Yi Laoda had brought. 23.5 pounds, the worker announced after weighing, then turned the scale for Yi Laoda and Yi Liar to see.
All right.
Yi Laoda didn't hesitate, checked the weight, and nodded. "That totals to 28 taels and 2 coins. The second shopkeeper took out the silver and weighed it carefully, then handed it to Yi Laoda. With nearly 30 taels of silver suddenly in his arms, Yi Laoda felt much more at ease. Before leaving, Yi Laoda asked the second shopkeeper, "Do you know where I can sell wood ear mushrooms?" "Walk east along this street, past a silk shop, and then head north for a while. You will see a mountain goods store that buys wood ear mushrooms." The second shopkeeper was in a good mood after collecting so many high-quality gastrodia and happily gave them directions. He added, "When you go there, just say Lu Chung from Manhwa Hall sent you.
They won't cheat you."
Old Yi thanked him and went to the mountain goods store to inquire about selling dried wood ear mushrooms, which were priced at 50 coins per pound. Although it was not as valuable as gastrodia, the price was higher than Old Yi expected, and with so many mushrooms collected at home, they could make a good profit after drying them. After finishing their tasks, the two brothers finally had time to admire the luxury and prosperity of the capital city. Yi Er couldn't get enough of the sights and kept saying, "Once we settle down, I must bring my wife and kids to see this." At that moment, Yido was also thinking about his sister-in-law and Qingtian. There were many snacks along the streets of the capital that they had never seen before, and they would surely love them. As night fell, the brothers didn't want to delay any longer. They bought some food and hurried back to their village. Back in Rongxi village, the family had already finished dinner, and the children were still awake, playing with Qingtian. "Sister, look what Big Brother made for you." Yi Chongrui held up a bunch of grass and, without knowing how, had twisted it into a rabbit with long ears. "It's a little rabbit." "Thank you, Big Brother." Qingtian happily accepted it, gently touching the rabbit's ears. Yi Chongxue, not wanting to be outdone, took out a red maple leaf she had found earlier that day. "Qingtian, look at this leaf. It's red. How pretty." Qingtian cheered. "Second brother is so amazing." Yi Chongzhao had nothing to show, but after searching the ground for a while, he suddenly brightened up and grabbed a little bug, putting it in Qingtian's hand. At first, Qingtian didn't know what it was, but then she felt the bug's little legs scrambling in her palm, which scared her, and she cried out, "Wah! What's wrong?" Hearing her cry, Yida and the two sisters-in-law rushed over. Don't cry, don't cry." Yida, unsure of what happened, immediately picked up Qingtian to comfort her. Yi San's wife, quick to act, snatched the bug from Qingtian's hand and threw it far away, saying it's okay. Qingtian, the bug won't bite. You little rascal. How could you scare your sister with a bug? Yi Er's wife scolded, giving Yi Changzhao a couple of playful swats on the backside. Yi Changzhao was crying loudly and didn't even understand why he was being punished. Back in their hometown, everyone liked to catch cicadas in the fields and watch them struggle with their little claws, which was really fun. Why didn't his sister like it, and ended up crying? Qingtian still had tears on her face, but when she saw her brother getting hit, she quickly shouted to Aunt Yi Er, "Aunt, don't hit third brother." Aunt Yi Er had to teach her son, saying, "Your sister is a little girl, different from you boys. From now on, don't scare her with bugs, okay?"
Got it.
Yi Changzhao nodded vigorously, holding back his tears. What happened? I could hear the crying from far away. Yi Laoda and Yi Lair came out from the dark village path. When Yi Changzhao saw his dad coming back, he quickly ran over and hugged his leg. Yi Lair patted his son's head and asked, "Did you make your mom mad again?" "It's nothing, just kids playing around." When Yi Dazhao saw the two return, she got up and handed Qingtian to Yi Laoda. She stirred the pot and said, "There's some soup in here. I'll heat it up for you too. The fish is already marinated, just needs to be grilled." Yi Laoda, holding Qingtian, wiped her tears with a soft, clean sleeve and magically pulled out an oil paper bag, saying, "Qingtian, look what I got you." When the oil paper bag was opened, it revealed snacks Qingtian had never seen before. They were rolled in red, white, and yellow colors, covered with a thick layer of bean flour, and sprinkled with a bit of sugar on top, looking delicious. Yi Laoda called the other kids over and gave each of them a piece. "I bought these in the capital. They're called donkey rolls. Try them and see if they're good." Yi Laoda held one out for Qingtian. She took a bite, and the donkey roll was soft and chewy, filled with a rich bean flavor, complemented by the fragrant bean flour and sugar. It was the best snack she had ever tasted. "Is it good?" Yi Laoda asked. "Delicious." Qingtian nodded with sparkling eyes. "Dad should eat too." "I've had it in the capital," Yi Laoda told her. "You eat it yourself. Give some to Mom." Qingtian immediately twisted her body to find Yi Dazhao. Yi Dazhao was busy heating food for Yi Laoda and Yi Lair. Hearing her daughter call her, she pretended to take a bite and then stuffed the rest into Qingtian's mouth. There were only 8 pieces of donkey rolls in total. After 6 children shared them, 2 pieces were left. Yi Laoda took them to Yi Laodai. "Mother, you should try some too." "Just put them here," Yi Laodai said, thinking about important matters. "Did we sell the tianma?"
Yes.
Yi Laoda pulled out some silver from his pocket and handed it to Yi Laotai. Yi Laotai knew that the tianma was discovered by her eldest son's family, so she wanted to decline. "Mother," Yi Laoda quickly said, "we all went up the mountain to gather goods. It doesn't matter who found it. I shouldn't keep it all for myself. Besides, given the current situation, we might really need to rent a house in the county for the winter. It's better for you to have more money for expenses." Hearing this, Yi Laotai accepted the silver. As soon as she held it, she felt something was off and quietly asked, "How much did we sell it for?" 28 taels and 2 qian, Yi Laoda whispered. "Keep it safe and don't let anyone know." Yi Laotai understood why it was important to keep it quiet. Guo, on another cart, was too far away to hear what was being said and was very anxious. "Did you hear? How much did we sell it for?" she called to Yi Laosi. "I don't know. I saw my brother coming and avoided him," Yi Laosi replied quietly. "You're foolish." Guo was frustrated. That spot was perfect for hearing. "Why did you move away?" "To avoid suspicion," Yi Laosi said and ran over to help Yi Deseo cook fish. Guo felt stifled by his words and angrily hit the cart. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Mother, I'm pregnant now, and it's getting colder. How much longer do we have to stay outside?" Yi Laodai, putting away the silver, asked her, "What do you think we should do?" When the question turned to her, Guo's voice immediately became quieter. After a long pause, she said, "If it really comes to it, we can rent a place in the county. Did you and my brother not check for houses while you were there this morning? Honestly, Gua sure wished Yi Deseo would take out 50 taels of silver, thinking they could buy a big house in the county to live together. But remembering Yi Laotai's warning, she didn't dare to say it directly, so she suggested renting instead. Yi Laotai remained silent. She indeed had such thoughts. However, the county's housing prices made her hesitant, and giving up their old home so easily felt too quick. Although she couldn't think of a good solution right now, she was reluctant to let go so easily. What do you all think? Grandma Yi hesitated and turned to ask her son and the other 3 daughters-in-law. Elder Yi said, "In our family, we listen to Mom." Everyone else agreed. Even Yi Si nodded along. Seeing his silly expression, Guo was very angry. Then Grandma Yi made a final decision. The weather isn't too cold right now. I felt warmer last night than when we were traveling outside the pass. Let's hold on for a few more days. If it doesn't work out, I'll think of another way. Gua turned away and rolled her eyes dramatically. If they wouldn't even see them when they went to visit, what other options did they have? Were they supposed to wait for the clan leader to come to the village to see her? Unexpectedly, the next morning, the clan leader Yi actually came to the village. The Yi family was busy drying wood ear mushrooms in the open space when a boy of about 10 ran over and said, "Aunt, my mom asked me to tell you that the clan leader is in the village now, at the village chief's house. If you have something to say, hurry up and go."
Whose child are you?
Elder Yi asked, but the boy had already run off. Elder Ye's wife said, "Are you silly? He called you aunt, so he must be from our aunt's family. Besides, who else in the village would help us?" Hearing this, Grandma Yi didn't want to waste time. She took a tightly wrapped box from the cart and headed to the village chief's house. Her 4 sons worried she might be at a disadvantage and hurried to follow her. Gua couldn't help but say, "Why are so many people going? If others didn't know, they might think we're going to fight." However, the 3 sisters-in-law ignored her completely. Grandma Yi rushed to the village chief's house, saw the door wide open, and went straight into the main room. In the main room, a middle-aged man in fine clothes was sitting across from Wang Guangping. The middle-aged man had a round face and no beard, looking quite plump. Behind him stood a young boy, the same one who had turned Grandma Yi and Elder Yi away yesterday. It was clear that this middle-aged man was the clan leader, Yi Dongming. After confirming this, Grandma Yi stepped forward, placed the box on the table, and tears streamed down her face. "Dear, I finally brought you back to your roots. Seeing the clan leader gives me confidence. Someone will speak for us." Once Grandma Yi started crying, she couldn't stop. All the hardships of raising her sons over the years and the grievances she had suffered in the village flooded her mind. Wang Guangping did not expect her to take such action, and his face darkened as he looked at the square box on his 8 immortals table. Yi Dongming had no idea who the old lady was and was confused by her tears. The young boy behind Yi Dongming also became nervous, fearing that the old lady would tell Yi Dongming something bad about him. Yi Dongming glanced at the old lady and the young people behind her, instinctively asking, "Who is in charge here? Where are they?" "The clan leader. I am in charge of Yi Donghai. He went to the border many years ago to make a living, but unfortunately, he died there before he could return home." The old lady cried while stroking the box in front of her. Before he left, he kept saying he wanted to come back home. Sadly, he has been gone for over 10 years, and I finally have the chance to fulfill his wish and bring him back. It's all my fault for being useless. When Yi Dongming heard that the box contained bones, he was so startled that he instinctively recoiled, and his cheeks trembled. Wang Guangping couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling sorry for his 8 immortals table, which seemed ruined. Yi Dongming didn't remember who Yi Donghai was, but he assumed they were of the same generation based on the name. He turned to ask, "Village Chief Wang, is Yi Donghai from your village?" Wang Guangping gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, but he went with merchants to the border and never returned." Later, his father passed away, and his brother's family also died one after another. The village thought his family was gone. No one expected that after all these years, his family would come looking for him. Wang Guangping spoke while giving Yi Dongming a subtle hint, but unfortunately, Yi Dongming did not catch on. Yi Dongming spoke gently to the old lady. Please stop crying, madam. As long as your late husband is indeed a member of the Yi clan, you can return to your roots and bury him in the ancestral grave. Please prepare, and I will go back to find someone to choose a date and then have them notify you. There are many members of the Yi clan, and not just Yi Donghai went out to seek a living. However, as long as they are recorded in the family tree, there will be a place for them in the ancestral grave. Some who died outside without anyone knowing cannot be helped. But as long as a clan member wishes to return home and has not done anything wrong, Yi Dongming naturally had no reason to stop them. Hearing the clan leader's words, the old lady wiped her tears and said, "Thank you, clan leader. I have one more question. Now that my in-laws and my younger brother's family are gone, does the property left by my in-laws belong to my family?" That was just. Yi Dongming was about to nod when he suddenly remembered that the reason he came to Rongxi village today was to help widow Lu with her property dispute. He immediately became alert and glanced at Wang Guangping, who was trying hard to signal him with his eyebrows. Yi Dongming quickly understood the meaning behind Wang's earlier words. Yi Dongming's attitude changed noticeably as he asked Grandma Yi, "What property did your in-laws leave behind?" Grandma Yi replied, "There are houses and farmland, and these should be documented with the authorities." Yi Dongming frowned and joked, "If that's the case, it can certainly be verified. However, after so many years, it's not easy to find out, right? So let's not rush. I'll go back to the county to check." He had just entered and sat down, and he hadn't even had a sip of tea or discussed this matter with Wang Guangping, so he wasn't very clear on the situation. He could only speak cautiously, avoiding any direct statements. Seeing this, Wang Guangping quickly added, "You all need to understand this situation better. Although everyone in the village knows that Donghai went to the frontier and hasn't returned since, we can't be sure if he's alive or dead. While there have been occasional letters, no one has actually seen him, right? Besides, regardless of the circumstances, the Dalong family is related to Donglin, so it makes sense for them to stay there, don't you think?" Hearing Wang Guangping's words, Yi Dongming couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. No wonder Rongxi village has always been so poor. The village head doesn't seem very sharp. By saying that, Wang was practically admitting that the house and land occupied by widow Lu's family belonged to Yi Donghai's family. The village head is absolutely right. Grandma Yi seized the opportunity and nodded eagerly. But now that our family has returned, shouldn't the house and farmland be returned to their rightful owner? Even though Qing Shan had an engagement with his family, they never married, and his daughter is married now, isn't she? As for the Dalong family, even though they have lived in my house for so many years, I don't plan to pursue it. I'll consider it as them helping to look after my property. The same goes for the farmland. Our return is timely, and with the autumn harvest approaching, my family can continue to farm it next year." No matter how Wang Guangping twisted the reasoning, Grandma Yi was determined about one thing. Widow Lu's family had lived in her house and farmed her land for years without paying. Now, she was generous enough not to pursue it, only asking for the property to be returned. The widow Lu's family should not be angry, they should be grateful instead. That's not quite right. Wang Guangping started to sweat, surprised that a rural old lady from outside the city was so understanding. He was struggling to come up with excuses while Yi Dongming stood by, looking calm and showing no intention of helping. Just when Wang Guangping couldn't think of any more excuses, Wang Zhengbao suddenly ran in and said, "My uncle and aunt are home. My grandmother asked me to check when you all will come over." Before Wang Guangping could respond, Yi Dongming smiled and quickly stood up, saying, "I'll go right now." Seeing this, Yi Laosi got anxious and stepped forward to block Yi Dongming's way, pointing at Wang Zhengbao and saying, "Leader, they are taking over our ancestral home and land. You are our clan leader. If you don't stand up for us, will you side with the Wang family?" Yi Dongming's expression darkened at these words, and he immediately revealed his trump card. "I originally wanted to believe you. And considering that you might live in the village in the future, I didn't want to say anything unpleasant in front of village head Wang. But since you said that, I must ask, you claim to be a family member of Yi Donghai, but do you have any proof?" Wang Guangping's eyes lit up at this, thinking that Yi Dongming was indeed clever. He wished he had thought of such a good reason. He quickly chimed in, exactly, words alone are not enough. Do you have any evidence? The old lady hurriedly took out a letter she had kept close to her heart, saying, this is a letter my father-in-law had someone write for us back then. She intended to hand the letter to Yi Dongming, but Wang Guangping snatched it away. Without even looking at it, he tossed it into the teacup on the table. The rice paper quickly absorbed the water, and the already faded ink blurred into a mess, making it impossible to read. Seeing her carefully preserved letter ruined, the old lady felt a sharp pain in her chest and collapsed. Yi Laoda quickly supported her. The other three brothers of the Yi family glared at Wang Guangping, their eyes nearly blazing with anger. Wang Guangping continued, not to mention whether the letter is real or not. Even if it is real, it doesn't mean it belongs to you, right? What if you found it on the way or got it from someone else? Right? Hearing this, the Yi family felt a rush of anger rising to their heads. What are you taking from someone else? Does he really think this letter was stolen from his own home? You can't just determine our identity based on a letter. What if you are pretending to be members of the Yi family, trying to take over the property and land? Do you think you can just grab some bones from a random grave and bury them in the Yi family's ancestral tomb? Not even the clan leader would agree to that, and neither will I. Yi Dongming had been silent, allowing Wang Guangping to vent his anger on him. Indeed, foolish people can sometimes be useful. However, he never expected Wang Guangping to go too far and insult the deceased. Wang village head, watch your words. Yi Dongming frowned and interrupted him, but it was too late. Yi old lady, who had not yet recovered, felt a wave of discomfort at his words and fainted in Yi oldest's arms. Mother, what's wrong? Wake up. Yi oldest quickly held Yi old lady and desperately called for her. Yi old second and Yi old third rushed over as well. One was patting her back to help her breathe, while the other rubbed her icy hands to warm them. Seeing this, Yi old fourth could no longer contain his anger and stepped forward, punching Wang Guangping hard in the face. Ouch! How dare you hit me? Wang Guangping shouted in shock, anger, and pain, covering his face. I'm hitting you, you old fool! Wang Guangping was used to giving orders in the village and had never encountered someone so bold, let alone being punched. Are you rebelling against me? He shouted angrily. Do you believe I can make sure your whole family can't leave Rongshi village? Hearing this, Yi old fourth raised his fist again. Then I won't let you leave this room today. Wang Guangping, frightened, quickly hid behind Yi Dongming. Yi old fourth's punch was not to be taken lightly. He couldn't handle another one. Meanwhile, with the efforts of her three sons, Yi old lady finally regained consciousness, though her face remained pale. Hearing Yi old fourth arguing with the village head, she anxiously said, Old fourth, don't be impulsive. However, her weak voice was drowned out by a pretentious female voice. Oh my, why is it so lively at the village head's house? I could hear it from outside. The speaker, as she entered the room, was Lu Widow's daughter, Wang Dafeng. Wang Dafeng, in her 30s, wore bright makeup and colorful clothes, with hairpins and ornaments jingling as she walked. Once inside, she didn't even glance at the Yi family and smiled brightly at Yi Dongming, saying, Chief Yi, village head Wang, why are you still here? My husband brought some fine tea for you to enjoy together at home. Oh, Mrs. Yang, you're too kind. You didn't have to come personally, Yi Dongming replied, his face beaming upon seeing Wang Dafeng. Zheng Bao is just a child, and I couldn't get you two to come, so I had to come myself. Wang Dafeng smiled, her bright red lips curving.
Don't say that.
Village head Wang and I were just held up by a few people. We were just about to head over. Hearing this, Wang Dafeng turned her gaze to the Yi family, snorting, Are these the outsiders you mentioned? Yi Laosi, still angry, clenched his fists and waved them in front of Wang Dafeng, saying, Watch your mouth. Just because you're a woman doesn't mean I won't fight you. Fight me? Wang Dafeng laughed. What? Are you planning to rob me? That house and land belong to my family, Yi Laoda said in a deep voice. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it so. I could say it's mine too. Wang Dafeng pulled out a handkerchief to cover her mouth, laughing loudly. I'll let you know. My house and land have all the proper deeds. What do you have? Just empty words? The Yi family was momentarily stunned by her words. Yi Laotai felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Her original support was the government's records. If she reported it, they would surely check the old documents, and it would be clear whose house and land it was. But if what Wang Dafeng said was true, and the deeds had been changed, then even if they reported it, they would undoubtedly lose. Seeing that the Yi family was speechless, Wang Dafeng grew even more arrogant, saying, "Chief Yi, village head, don't waste time with these troublesome people. If they have the ability, let them report it. Let's see if the county magistrate believes us or these outsiders who came here fleeing." As Yi Dongming and Wang Dafeng prepared to leave, Yi Guangping finally lost his temper. Yi Laoda carried Yi Laotai and Yi Laosi held a box, as the five of them were pushed out, standing at the village head's door, unsure of where to go, feeling too ashamed to face their family. Yuan'er had previously sent her son to deliver a letter, and she still felt uneasy. Not wanting to offend the village chief, she quietly came to check on the situation. Seeing several people looking downcast, Yuan'er sighed and said, "Sister-in-law, I told you that you can't compete with Widow Lu's family. Don't just think about your own family. Which family in our village with the surname Yi hasn't been bullied by Widow Lu? But what can we do? Her son-in-law is from the capital and has power. We common folks can't afford to offend her. Regardless." "Thank you," said old Lady Yi, tears streaming down her face.
Sister-in-law. Sigh.
Yuan'er sighed again and couldn't help but ask, "What are your plans now?" Old Lady Yi lowered her gaze and said, "If it doesn't work out, we'll go to the county and rent a place to settle down. We can't keep living outside. As for everything else, we'll take it slow." Hearing this, Yuan'er thought they hadn't given up yet. "Sister-in-law, let me give you a piece of advice. You can't fight against the strong. I'll help mediate for you, hoping we can bury Donghai-ge in the family grave. Let go of the other disputes. We can't win those." Yuan'er's words weighed heavily on the hearts of the mother and her children. Back in the open space, when Gui saw their expressions, she couldn't help but say, "Second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, what did I just say?" "I said." Old Lady Yi couldn't muster the energy to respond. Suddenly, Yi Laoda shouted, "Shut up." It was the first time Gui had seen Yi Laoda angry, and she felt somewhat defiant. Old Lady Yi was her mother-in-law, so it was fine to say a few words to her. But why was Yi Laoda yelling at her as the elder brother? However, Yi Laosi showed no intention of defending her and instead said, "Mother isn't feeling well. You should say less." Gui's face instantly darkened. The children, though not understanding the adult matters, could sense the atmosphere and shrank back like quails. Yi Chongrui cautiously asked Yi Dasaw, "Aunt, can I take my younger siblings to pick some fruit?" Yi Dasaw didn't object but reminded him, "Just play by the edge of the woods. Don't go too deep." "Don't worry, Aunt. I'll keep an eye on them," Yi Chongrui said as he picked up Qingtian and prepared to gather his younger siblings to look for wild fruits. However, Qingtian was restless in his arms, squirming and reaching out towards old Lady Yi, calling out, "Grandma, Grandma." Yi Chongrui was still a child. It was easy to hold Qingtian when she was calm. But once she started to struggle, he found it hard to hold on. Old Lady Yi called her grandson over and took Sunny from his hands. "Does Sunny miss Grandma?" Sunny reached out to hug old Lady Yi's neck and pressed her little face against hers. Feeling Sunny's small, soft body close to her, old Lady Yi felt her heart warm up instantly, and the earlier heaviness in her chest eased a bit. She hugged Sunny and said, "Oh, having a daughter is wonderful. Daughters are like little warm blankets for their parents. Too bad I wasn't so lucky. I had for little boys." The four Yi brothers exchanged glances at this. Well, they couldn't really be blamed. Holding Sunny, old Lady Yi calmed down and finally said, "Let's discuss what to do next." "No need to discuss." Wang Guangping's voice suddenly rang out. "Your staying here is seriously affecting the villagers' normal lives. You have 3 days to leave the village, or I will report this to the county magistrate and you will be treated as vagrants. When that happens, it won't be me chasing you out, but the officials. Everyone in the Yi family was stunned and turned to look at Wang Guangping. Behind him stood a smug Lu widow and her family. Wang Dafeng mockingly said, "The village chief is really kind, giving them 3 days to leave." Wang Dalong laughed wildly. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and pack your things." Just as the Yi family was getting very upset, Sunny suddenly pointed towards the village entrance and said, "Grandma, there's a cart." Her distraction made everyone instinctively look in the direction she was pointing. Wang Dafeng followed Sunny's finger and couldn't help but laugh. She's just a naive country girl, getting so excited over a mule cart. But when she saw the driver's face clearly, she suddenly shivered, and cold sweat soaked her inner clothes. The others were not interested in the mule cart, thinking Sunny just hadn't seen much of the world. But Sister Yi didn't think so. She squinted and carefully looked at the mule cart in the distance, then suddenly tugged at Yi Dazhong's sleeve. "Dear, you need to look." Yi Dazhong glanced up casually, then suddenly stood up straight and rubbed his eyes hard. Could it be that he was seeing things? The driver on that cart looked a bit familiar. While he was still doubting himself, he heard Sister Yi whisper, "Look, isn't that the Qin family's coachman? I think it looks like him too." Wang Guangping was originally waiting to see the expressions of the Yi family when they were driven away, but to his surprise, they completely ignored him and focused on the mule cart instead. He had heard that life outside the city was very poor, but surely they had seen a mule cart before? This family really had no experience at all. What Wang Guangping didn't notice was that as the cart approached, Wang Dafeng's legs grew weaker, and she could barely stand. Soon, the mule cart stopped at the edge of the open space. The coachman jumped down, set up a footstool, and as the door opened, a familiar figure stepped out. It was none other than the plump nanny who had been with the Yi family. "Nanny!" Qingtian called out cheerfully. "Oh, did you miss me, Qingtian?" The plump nanny walked over to old lady Yi, ruffled Qingtian's hair, and frowned as she looked around, asking, "Sister, I came to find you as soon as I entered the village. I heard from the villagers that you were here in the open space. I thought you were working here. Why are you still living outside?" Old lady Yi was still in shock, staring at the plump nanny and asking, "Why you came here?" "Sister, I came to see how you were settling in." The plump nanny realized something was wrong, likely due to unsuccessful family connections, so she didn't mention her true purpose. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down old lady Ye's face like a burst dam. In front of her children and grandchildren, she had to stay calm as the family support, so she had been holding back her emotions. Seeing the plump nanny now felt like finding a source of strength, and she couldn't help but cry. The plump nanny sighed and said, "Sister, since we parted, not only have I missed you, but the lady and young master have also been talking about you. Before I left, the lady told me to check on you and see if you were settled and well. She wanted to invite you to the city for a visit. Who would have thought you were living in such conditions? If you ask me, there's nothing good about this poor place. You might as well pack your things and come back to Beijing with me." Wang Dafeng looked at the plump nanny in confusion, then at the Yi family, and couldn't see how they could be connected to the Qin family. Her face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, sliding down her cheeks and ruining her makeup. The widow Lu noticed something was wrong with her daughter and shouted, "Dafeng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The plump nanny turned her head at the sound, and was slightly surprised to see Wang Dafeng. "Yang Xing's family, what are you doing here?" Lu, being perceptive, sensed something was off when she heard the nanny address her that way. However, Wang Dalong foolishly shouted, "Who are you to call my brother-in-law by his name? Do you believe I—" "Ouch, Mom. Why did you hit me?" Before he could finish, Lu slapped him aside. Having spent many years with Madame Qin, the nanny understood the underlying issues. She glanced at Wang Dafeng, ignored Lu and her family, and took Elder Ye's hand, saying, "Sister, I told you not to come back. It would have been better to come to the capital with us. As the saying goes, it's good to lean on a big tree for shade. With the madam supporting you, wouldn't life be much better than in this poor mountain village? Sigh, you are just too proud and want to do everything by yourself." Before the nanny could finish, there was a loud thud. Everyone turned to see Wang Dafeng had collapsed to the ground. Wang Dalong and Wang Daohu were stunned, not understanding what had happened to their sister. Lu was now panicking inside, trying to stay calm as she told her two sons, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and help Dafeng back home." Seeing Lu's family suddenly leave, Wang Guangping was confused, unsure whether to stay or go. Once home, Lu closed the door and asked, "Dafeng, what happened? Who is that old lady?" At that moment, Wang Dafeng was no longer the confident Madame Yang. She trembled as she said, "It's Nanny Jiang." How could it be Nanny Jiang?
Wait.
How could she come to the village? How does she know that family? Yang Xing, who had been drinking tea with Yi Dongming in the inner room, rushed out and asked, "What did you say? Who came to the village?" "I saw Nanny Jiang, who is with the madam." Wang Dafeng grabbed Yang Xing's arm. She knows the family from outside the pass, calling them old sister, and saying the madam and young master mentioned them, asking them to pack their bags and return to the capital with her. Yang Xing's expression changed immediately. Although Lu always claimed her son-in-law was a noble in the capital, his true identity was just a steward in the Qin residence. Although his position was enough for him to act arrogantly in Rongxi village, even Yi Dongming had to greet him with a smile. However, compared to Grandma Jiang, he was far from impressive. Grandma Jiang was always by the lady's side, while he could hardly see his master even once a year. As the steward, he naturally had more information than Wang Dafeng. He had heard that the lady and the young master had a pleasant encounter with a family while returning to the capital. Could it be the family, now living on flat land? What a coincidence. I need to check this out. You all stay alert and be ready, Yang Xing said as he left. Ready for what? Widow Lu felt a bad premonition and hurried after him to ask. Of course, to prepare for giving someone a place to stay. Widow Lu felt dizzy upon hearing this and almost fell to the ground. Wang Dalong shouted, "Sister, what do you mean? What is this about a grandma? Isn't she just an old servant? Isn't brother-in-law the steward at the Qin residence? How could he be outdone by an old servant?" Wang Dafeng's face darkened at her brother's question. "You don't understand anything, just be quiet." Meanwhile, Yi Dongming, who was still in the inner room, overheard Widow Lu's family and was also taken aback. He recalled that he hadn't said anything to offend the Yi family today. After a slight sigh of relief, he couldn't help but complain about old Lady Yi in his heart. "If your family has such strong connections, why didn't you say so earlier? Would it have caused so much trouble?" Yang Xing hurried over to the open area. Wang Guangping thought he had come personally because he was dissatisfied with Wang Guangping's work and quickly approached him, saying, "Steward Yang, why did you come here personally?" To his surprise, Yang Xing ignored him and went straight to Grandma Jiang. "Grandma, what brings you to Rongxi village today? If I had known you were coming, I would have waited to help you with your carriage." "Oh, isn't this Steward Yang?" Grandma Jiang said leisurely. "Just call me Yang Xing. No need for titles. It's embarrassing. I didn't mistake you, right? That woman all dressed up is your wife, isn't she? Isn't that right? My mother-in-law's family lives here, and since I have some free time today, I'm accompanying my wife to visit her family." Wang Guangping was completely stunned. Who was this plump old lady that even the manager of the Qin family treated with such respect? "I just heard my wife mention this today. I didn't know that the house where my mother-in-law's family lives actually belongs to someone else. Perhaps the original owner hasn't been in the village for years, so the village chief allowed my mother-in-law's family, who are in a difficult situation, to stay temporarily. Now that the original owner has returned, it's only right to give them back their space." Wang Guangping rubbed his ears, thinking he must have misheard. How did it suddenly turn to giving up the house? The Yi family was also shocked by this sudden turn of events. However, Granny Jiang, wanting to press further, asked, "How many years has your mother-in-law's family lived in someone else's house, and how long have they farmed their land?" Yang Xing understood her meaning. Though it pained him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I understand. The rent for the years and the land use will naturally be compensated." Granny Jiang nodded. "You're more sensible than your wife." What else could Yang Xing say? He could only bow and smile beside them. When old lady Yi heard this, she quickly interjected, "Granny, there's no need for rent or land fees." Granny Jiang replied, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Listen to me, my brother-in-law's family has been gone for years. If the house and land have been left empty for so long, they must be in bad shape and unusable. I've been through tough times as a single mother, so I understand the difficulties involved. It's already generous of them to return the house and land to us." Old lady Yi knew that if they didn't handle this carefully, they could make things worse. Granny Jiang couldn't stay in the village forever, and they still had to live there. If they pushed too hard, not only could Widow Lu's family retaliate, but the villagers might also think they were being too harsh. So, even though she had been furious earlier, she had to help Widow Lu's family. Granny Jiang's earlier words were meant to intimidate Yang Xing, waiting for old lady Yi to intervene. Now that old lady Yi had indeed said that, Granny Jiang silently gave her a thumbs up in her heart. She had noticed on the way that old lady Yi was quite perceptive. With her leading the Yi family, their future would surely be bright. However, Granny Jiang insisted on playing her role to the end. "Old sister, you are just too soft-hearted. Well, it's your family matter, so I will listen to you." Yang Xing quickly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Granny Jiang." Granny Jiang glanced at him and replied, "You don't need to thank me. It's just my kind heart." Right. Thank you, Elder Yi. I will go call my mother-in-law to clear the house." After saying this, Yang Xing hurriedly left. Yi Dongming suddenly appeared from nowhere and quickly walked up. Before he could speak, Elder Yi introduced him to Granny Jiang, saying, "Granny, this is the head of our Yi family. Yesterday, I went to the county with the eldest but couldn't find him." Hearing this, Yi Dongming froze. Oh no, this is going to be a complaint. But Elder Yi hadn't completely dealt with Widow Lu's family, so she wouldn't easily offend the head of the family. "I was thinking of going back in a couple of days, but who knew he would come to the village today to help my family solve problems?" Granny Jiang looked at Yi Dongming upon hearing this. Yi Dongming quickly forced a smile and said, "It's what I should do as the head of the family. I just went to Wang Dalong's house to discuss the matter of the house and land. It wasn't going well, and I was worried about how to explain it to you." Who knew that with Granny Jiang's arrival, such a tricky matter was easily resolved. Yi Dongming's face was so thick that he didn't even blush while lying. "Once you are settled, we can discuss the matter of burying Donghai brother in the ancestral grave." Elder Yi knew that Yi Dongming couldn't play tricks now. He might even open doors for them. She nodded and said, "We will follow the head's lead. Everything will be done according to the Yi family's rules. We have no other demands." Yi Dongming immediately praised, "Sister-in-law is truly reasonable. If all the family members were like you, I wouldn't have to worry so much as the head." Wang Guangping, standing nearby, was dumbfounded, realizing they were treating him like a fool. When Yang Xing returned home and mentioned moving, Widow Lu immediately sat down on the ground, pounding her thighs and crying loudly. "Why is my life so hard? I bought a house but can't live in it, and now I have to give it up for others." Wang Dalong and Wang Dahu, the two brothers, were jumping around the yard, shouting all sorts of fierce words. "I won't move, and if anyone dares to make me clear the house, I'll fight them." Exactly. I don't care if she's a granny or a caretaker. Who does she think she is? Are they really coming to our house? Jiang was also causing trouble with her pregnancy. Who told us to vacate? I'll show them what I can do. If it comes to it, we'll haunt them as ghosts. Yang Xing was so frustrated by his mother-in-law's family that he felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. He could only vent his anger at Wang Dafeng. "Can you control your family? They just need to move out. It's not like we're asking them to die. If this keeps up, I might lose my job as the manager. Do you want me to stop working at the Qin residence? If I lose my job, we'll all be in trouble together." Widow Lu pounded the ground and said, "Dafeng, you need to say something." What could Wang Dafeng say? She could only cry and plead. "Mom, please stop. That Granny Jiang is a trusted aide of the lady. Not to mention, she wouldn't lie about the lady and the young master. Even if it were just her, we can't afford to offend her. Is that true? Mom, even if you don't trust her, Can't you trust me? Would I lie to you? Wang Dafeng stomped her foot in frustration. If this continues, my husband and I might lose our jobs at the Qin residence. At this point, Widow Lu finally understood that no matter who that nanny was, they couldn't afford to offend her. If things went wrong, it could affect her son-in-law and daughter's future. Widow Lu was making a fuss to gauge her son-in-law's attitude. Hearing her daughter and son-in-law say this, she finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Although she usually acted unreasonable, she wasn't foolish. She knew what was important. The houses and land in the village were not worth as much as her daughter and son-in-law working at the Qin residence. Once she understood this, she immediately stopped her dramatic display and turned to her two sons and daughter-in-law, shouting, "All right, stop the fuss and quickly pack your things." Wang Dalong was stunned and asked, "Mom, what did you say?" "I said to pack up and move," Widow Lu said angrily. "What? Have you two gotten so bold that you don't listen to me anymore?" Both sons had been raised by Widow Lu and always obeyed her, not daring to act out. But Wang Dahu couldn't help but ask quietly, "Mom, where are we moving to?" Widow Lu paused for a moment and then said, "First, let's move everything back to the old house, and we'll figure out the rest later." Wang Dafeng quickly advised, "Yes, we don't have time to find another place right now. Let's move everything over for a few days, and later we can rent a house in the county for you." Wang Dalong and Wang Dahu had no choice but to start packing their things. Jiang Shi saw that her husband was silent and dared not speak, so she quietly stood by and wiped her tears. Yang Xing and Wang Dafeng were returning with a donkey cart, which was just right for moving things. So Lu Guofu and Wang Dafeng stayed at home to pack. Wang Dalong and Wang Dahu were in charge of loading the cart and transporting it to the old house. After several trips, they finally finished moving everything. Yang Xing, of course, couldn't help with the heavy work. He moved a chair and found a good spot to enjoy the sun. After more than 2 hours, Wang Dafeng came over and said, "Head of the family, everything has been moved." Yang Xing had almost fallen asleep, but upon hearing this, he quickly got up and hurried to Jiang Momo to take credit. At this time, Jiang Momo and Yi Dongming were still in the open space. Jiang Momo was chatting with Grandma Yi, while Yi Dongming explained the procedures and rules for the funeral to the eldest Yi. He confidently assured them, "Don't worry, I've got this. I'll find the best organizer from our clan for you. You won't have to worry about anything, just follow his arrangements." So, Jiang Momo accompanied Grandma Ye's family to look at the house. Upon entering, everyone was stunned. This home was completely emptied. Not only was the yard stripped bare, but even the stone used for pressing pickles was gone. Inside, apart from the Kong and stove, there was nothing left. Even the iron pot on the stove had been taken away. If there had been more time, they might have even taken the door and window frames. Yang Xing didn't expect that. Despite his repeated emphasis on the importance of the situation, his mother-in-law's family could clean out the place so thoroughly. Usually eloquent, he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Momo frowned but said, "It's good, nice and clean. This will make it easier for you to put your things in." Yang Xing felt uneasy and quickly walked a few steps to explain. However, Jiang Momo directly issued a dismissal, saying, "Yang, you should go help your mother-in-law's family with their things. After moving so much, they need to tidy up properly. We have plenty of people here, so it will go quickly. You don't need to bother yourself with it." Seeing that Grandma Jiang didn't even glance at her and directly helped Old Lady Yi into the courtyard, Yang Xing outside was so angry he was stomping his feet. Since they had already given up the house, why did they have to be so harsh? Now, not only did they not gain anything good, but they also left a bad impression on Grandma Jiang. It felt like he was caught in the middle. Although everything inside the house and courtyard had been taken away, Old Lady looked around and felt very satisfied. The old house, though made of mud bricks, was built solidly back in the day and needed no repairs at all. The layout of the house was modeled after a traditional courtyard. As you entered the courtyard, there were 2 rooms on each side, one for cooking and the other for storing firewood. Facing the entrance were 3 main rooms, with 2.5 side rooms on each side, perfectly accommodating her 4 sons and their families. As for furniture and other items, they could gradually add those later. What made Old Lady Yi even happier was that, although it was hard to tell from outside, the courtyard was quite spacious. The front yard was now empty except for a grape trellis, but Old Lady Yi had already thought about where to place the chicken coop in the future. The backyard was twice the size of the front yard and served as the family garden. However, the radishes and cabbages had already been taken by Widow Lu's family, leaving behind a patchy ground. But as long as they tidied it up in the spring, they could plant enough vegetables to last the family for half a year without needing to buy any. After the whole family finished looking around the front and back of the house, they returned to the front yard. Old Lady Yi took out the memorial tablet of Old Master Yi from her bundle and placed it on the ground in the east of the main room. She took out a cloth and wiped the tablet, saying, "Old man, we finally made it home. I hope I have not let you down with your last wishes. If you are watching over us from above, please bless our family and let our lives become more prosperous." Yi Dongming somehow got a string of firecrackers and hung them on a tree branch at the entrance. Then he went inside and called out, "Sister-in-law, since you are moving into a new home, we need some noise to celebrate. Eldest brother, set up the pot. Our family will settle down and live well in the village. Second brother, light the firecrackers. Our future days will surely be bright and prosperous. Eldest, you place the iron pot on the stove." Old Lady Yi then held on to Qingtian and taught her, "Come, take a handful of rice and sprinkle it into the pot." Qingtian followed her instructions and took a handful of rice to sprinkle in, but unfortunately, her hands were too small, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't grab much. Yi Dongming looked puzzled. Shouldn't this be something for the grandchildren to do? However, Grandma Yi had her own reasoning. With so many grandchildren, who should we choose? Qingtian is the youngest, and as the saying goes, small hands can grab treasures. With the rice that Qingtian collects, our family will surely have a better life in the future. Her words seemed to make some sense, and besides, as long as the children were happy, that was what mattered. While they were talking, a loud sound of firecrackers suddenly erupted outside. The kids immediately ran out to see, pulling Qingtian along with them. "Stay back. Be careful." Sister Yi quickly chased after them. Grandma Yi watched the children covering their ears and crowding together to watch the firecrackers, then looked at her smiling son and daughters-in-law, unable to hold back her tears. Yi Dongming approached, trying to be helpful. "Sister, the house looks empty. Let me accompany you to the county to buy some things." "Don't worry, I'm very familiar with the county, and I won't let you be taken advantage of." To his surprise, Grandma Yi politely declined. "Thank you, but we brought plenty of belongings from home to manage for now. As for furniture, my third son has skills and can make it himself." "I didn't know your third son had this talent." Yi Dongming laughed. "Having skills is great. He can earn money. If anyone needs furniture, I'll send them to your third son." Although Grandma Yi didn't want to offend Yi Dongming, she still felt uneasy about him, and since she wasn't feeling well, she had little energy to deal with him. Seeing this, Grandma Jiang said, "Sister, you don't look well. Let me help you inside to rest." Yi Dongming then realized, right, sister, you should rest since you're not feeling well. If you're not in a hurry to go back, why not stay for a meal? Grandma Yi offered politely, "But this place is no seating, so I hope I won't inconvenience you." Yi Dongming wanted to stay, but didn't want to offend Grandma Jiang. Watching her expression, he said, "It's getting late. I should hurry home and not disturb your rest. I've already explained everything about Dong Hai to your eldest son. We can follow the rules from now on. As the saying goes, Tu Yi, characters can't be written with one stroke. If anything comes up, just send your eldest son to find me in the city." Grandma Yi nodded in agreement and called out, "Eldest, the clan leader is leaving. Come over and see him off." After Yi Dongming was finally sent away, Granny Jiang couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Old sister, I think this leader of the Yi family is much harder to deal with than your village chief. You should be careful." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Grandma Yi replied, patting Granny Jiang's hand. "You must have come here for something, right?" Oh dear, I almost forgot to tell you, Granny Jiang said, slapping her forehead. Actually, it's about this. It's because your second daughter-in-law's sewing skills are really impressive. My young master is returning to the capital for the first time this year, and with the year-end approaching, he needs to pay visits to many important people. My lady wants to make a few nice outfits for him. But after searching several embroidery shops in the capital and being unsatisfied with the samples, I brought the materials to ask for your help. Don't say ask. As long as the lady doesn't mind your second daughter-in-law's skills, making a few outfits is no trouble at all. Don't worry, the lady will definitely treat you well. You're being too polite. You just helped us with such a big favor. Making 2 sets of clothes is nothing. As Grandma Yi said this, she called in Yi Erseo. Granny Jiang then stood up and said, "Old sister, you look unwell. You should rest. We'll talk in the West Room." Once in the West Room, Granny Jiang asked the coachman to bring in her things. After cleaning the Kong, she laid out the materials for Yi Erseo to see. I actually came here to ask for your help, but it turned out to be quite fortunate that I did. Isn't that right? Yi Erseo replied, her eyes red. If you hadn't come today, my mother might have been driven to her wits' end by those people. That shows we have a connection. Granny Jiang remarked. Let's not talk about unhappy things. That's all in the past. Yi Erseo smiled again and asked, "Who are you making clothes for?" "Right, for my young master. I've already taken the measurements and brought everything, and if there's anything missing, I can have someone bring it over later." Yi Erseo felt a bit uncertain. "Granny, to be honest, I'm not afraid of sewing. But if you want me to make clothes, I really don't know what's currently in fashion in the capital. What does fashion matter? The most important thing is that my lady is satisfied." As Granny Jiang said this, she pulled out a stack of paper with drawings of clothing designs. "Look, these are from the best embroidery shops in the capital, all the latest styles. It's a pity that my lady doesn't like any of them. I thought I would bring them for you to consider." Sister Yi understood what Aunt Jiang meant. These were all things Madame Qin disliked, so it was best to avoid them. However, she still had no idea what to do. Aunt Jiang brought many fabrics in various beautiful colors. Qingtian entered quietly and stood by the bed, focused on the fabrics. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the piece closest to her. Seeing this, Sister Yi picked her up and asked, "Which one do you think is best for young Master Qin?" Upon hearing this, Qingtian's big eyes started to dart around as she looked at each piece spread out on the bed. She grabbed a bright red fabric from the pile. Sister Yi smiled and said, "This color is festive, perfect for wearing during the new year." However, Aunt Jiang hesitated. Young Master Qin usually preferred simple colors and had never worn anything like this. But then she thought, since Madame had chosen this fabric to include, maybe she felt it was time for something more cheerful for the new year? Qingtian chimed in, "Brother Qin looks good in white. This will look nice on him." Aunt Jiang suddenly remembered that Madame Qin had praised Qingtian's red dress before, saying it made her look fair and festive. "All right, we'll go with this one." Aunt Jiang decided, then coaxed Qingtian, "Since we're at it, why don't you pick another piece?" Qingtian looked at the fabrics again and pulled out a piece of bluish-green fabric with bamboo leaf patterns. "Oh, this fabric looks fresh. How are the bamboo leaves made?" Sister Yi had never seen such a fabric before and held it up to examine closely. Qingtian really knows how to choose. "This is new fabric sent from the south called something like Duan Mo. I'm not sure, but it's very popular in the capital this year. This way, we have one festive piece and one more subdued." Aunt Jiang was very pleased and said to Sister Yi, "These 2 outfits will be your responsibility. Please estimate the time needed, and I will send someone to pick them up later." "About half a month should be enough for one outfit," Sister Yi replied. Half a month was a bit tight, but she worried that Madame Qin might not be satisfied with her work, so they would have time to think of other solutions. Aunt Jiang understood and said, "How about 20 days? I'll send someone for the first outfit then." "Don't rush. Take your time to make it well." "Don't worry, Grandma. I will do my best," said Sister Yi happily. Grandma Jiang didn't mention payment, and Sister Yi didn't ask. After all, the Qin family would never treat her unfairly. Now that the family was settled and had a place to stay, the house was empty and there was no food stored for winter. Even if they could plant crops next year, they wouldn't have food until the autumn harvest. This meant they would need to buy food for almost a whole year. She didn't have the skills of her sister-in-law, who could sell a recipe for 50 taels of silver. So, Sister Yi cherished this opportunity. If she could make something that pleased Madame Qin, even a little sewing work from the large Qin residence would be enough to help support her family. After discussing the clothing work, Grandma Jiang began to pack up other materials to go home. At this point, Old Lady Yi had recovered quite a bit and wouldn't let her leave. She pulled her back and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's almost dark. Wouldn't it be dangerous to go back now? Tomorrow at noon, we are having a housewarming feast and invited my cousin's family to join us. You are a great contributor. How can you not stay for a drink? Although we don't have much, we do have enough bedding. Tonight, the two of us can sleep on the Kong in the East Room. What do you think?" Hearing this, Grandma Jiang couldn't help but swallow. Although the food in the capital was exquisite, she still missed Sister Ye's cooking. "All right, I won't be polite then," Grandma Jiang replied. "How is Mr. Wei doing at the residence?" Old Lady Yi climbed onto the Kong to chat with Grandma Jiang. "He's doing well, but he's a bit greedy," Grandma Jiang laughed, covering her mouth. To keep him comfortable teaching the young master, Madam is currently looking for chefs in the capital. If he knew I came here and enjoyed a meal, he would be so jealous. The next morning, Sister Yi got busy right away. She first went to the county town to buy vegetables and meat, and when she returned, she didn't take a break. The Yi family didn't even have furniture in their house, but thankfully, Yuana had planned ahead and sent her husband and son to bring over 2 Kong tables. By noon, there was a table in both the east and west rooms, and Yuana's husband, Lu Quan, couldn't refuse and was almost forced to take the main seat, while the 4 Yi brothers sat at the lower end to keep him company. Lu Quan, as a son-in-law, had never experienced such treatment before. He felt both excited and shy, and even before drinking, his face turned bright red. More people entered the west room. Yuan brought her son in and was immediately invited by Grandma Yi to sit on the Kong. Yuan looked around and, not seeing any unfamiliar faces, quietly asked, "Wasn't there supposed to be a nanny from a wealthy family in the capital? Where is she? I heard she has more skills than Defeng's husband, which has made me nervous since yesterday," she added. "Jiang Nanny is in the kitchen helping the eldest daughter-in-law with cooking," Grandma Yi said with a smile. "She's very easygoing, so you don't need to worry." "Oh, I told you I wouldn't come, but you insisted on having the child call me," Yuan said, feeling a bit awkward as she tugged at her clothes, worried about embarrassing herself in front of Jiang Nanny. Grandma Yi looked at her son and asked, "Is this your son? I've seen him once before. He really looks lively. His face shape is like his father's, and his features are like yours. He really took the best from both of you." This compliment not only praised the child but also flattered Yuan's good looks. Hearing this, Yuan smiled widely and nudged her son, saying, "Xiang Lei, hurry up and greet them. And hello. Hello to all the sisters-in-law." Yuan and Grandma Yi are of the same generation, so even though Yi Xiang Lei is about the same age as Yi Chang Rui, he is considered a younger generation. The other boys from the Yi family had to call out together, "Hello, uncle." Qingtian, hearing this title for the first time, was a bit slow and needed Yi Chang Rui to help her say it twice before she managed to get it out. "Hello, uncle." Yi Xiang Lei looked at Qingtian and thought to himself that this little niece was really beautiful, much prettier than the girls in the village. Grandma Yi continued to chat with Yuan. "Is this your only child?" "Not at all. My eldest daughter is 23 and married to a neighboring village a few years ago. She already has 2 children. My eldest son, Xiang Xian, is 17 and is currently an apprentice in a shop in the county. He can only come home once a month. This is my second son. He is 11 this year." Grandma Yu was surprised to hear this. "You have 2 older ones? I thought Xiang Lei was your eldest. You look so young. I really can't believe your children are this big." "Young?" Yuan laughed and said, "Old sister-in-law, we are of the same generation." "That's nonsense. Generations are generations, and age is age. There's a saying, a 3-year-old grandfather and an 80-year-old grandson. So how can that be accurate? If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were still under 30. Oh dear, I'm already over 40 and a grandmother. You only say nice things to make me happy. Although this statement is polite, it must be said that compared to Grandma Yi, who has weathered many hardships, Yi Wan'er's home, though modest, feels much younger. When they sit together, it clearly shows the difference between the generations. While the two were talking, Yi Xianglei, having nothing to do, started to play with the little girl next to him, Qingtian. How old are you this year? Qingtian replied, Uncle Su, I'm 3.5. What's her name? My name is Qingtian, she said, then quickly added, I'm the Qingtian from the poem. After the rain, the misty scene is green. The sunny day disperses the remaining clouds. The east wind returns with spring, and flowers bloom on my branches. Yi Xianglei was taken aback. Are kids in the countryside this impressive? This little girl can recite poetry? He immediately regretted teasing her. He should have just stayed quiet. But of course, what he feared came true. Although Yi Wan'er was talking to Grandma Yi, she still heard Qingtian reciting poetry. She was first surprised and said, Wow, Qingtian can recite poetry at such a young age? That's much better than your uncle. Then she naturally seized the opportunity to educate her son. Xianglei, look at Qingtian. She's only 3.5 and can recite poetry. Now look at you, you're already in your teens. What have you learned? Your father and I work hard to send you to school, not so you can waste your time. At least learn a few poems, so your father and I don't feel like we wasted our money. Yi Xianglei felt ashamed and couldn't lift his head. At this point, Yi Erseo, hearing Yi Wan'er mention the private school, was genuinely interested and also wanted to help Yi Xianglei out of his embarrassment. She asked, Aunt, is there a private school in our village? Yes, it's right next to the Wang family's ancestral hall. Xianglei studies there. Why, do you have kids at home who want to attend? Grandma Yi continued, Of course. My eldest grandson, Chang Rui, attended private school for a few years while he was outside. The 3 younger ones are also at the age to start learning. We originally planned to settle down first, but since you brought it up, it's good to ask around. Aunt, how is the private school teacher? Yi Erseo was more concerned about the teacher's qualifications. After all, Chang Rui had even received praise from Mr. Wei, so they couldn't let their children fall behind. The private school in our village is run by a scholar who is quite knowledgeable. He passed all the exams properly, from county to provincial to academy. Unfortunately, I never passed the local exams, so when I was nearly 40, I decided to return home and open a private school. I had no trouble teaching children from their early learning all the way to the county exams. However, if they want to continue their studies after that, they will have to go to the county or the capital. Yi Wan'er said this and couldn't help but give her son a disapproving look. It's a pity that my 2 sons are not ambitious. The older one studied for a few years, learned some characters and did some math, but then went to the city to be an apprentice. I had hoped the younger one would do better, but he turned out to be just as unmotivated. So, I have no idea what the situation is like in the county. Compared to where they should study after passing the exams, Yi Sensao was clearly more worried about money at this moment. Aunt, how much do we have to pay for the private school here? Young children cost half a tael of silver per month, while others cost 1.5 taels per month. Of course, gifts for the 3 festivals and birthdays should not be overlooked. But don't worry, since we are all from the same village, there's no need to give anything too expensive. A piece of meat, a pack of snacks, or 2 packs of tea will show respect for the teacher. Yi Wan'er spoke lightly, but when the Yi family heard the prices, they all gasped in shock. Things are different near the capital. The teacher's fees are surprisingly high. Yi Erseo thought about the 20 taels of silver notes she had, which she thought was a fortune, but it turned out to be just enough for her older son to study for a year. Not to mention that the 2 younger ones also needed to start their education, which made Yi Erseo feel overwhelmed. Yi Sensao felt bitter as well. Her son Chang Shui was already at the age to start school. But he was too mischievous to sit still, so she planned to wait until he was a bit older and more sensible before sending him to school with Yi Er-saw's sons, Yi Chong-zhao and Yi Chong-feng. Who would have thought the private school would be so expensive? She couldn't compare to Yi Er-saw, who at least had some sewing skills. Now, just after arriving in the village, people from the Qin family were already looking for her to make clothes. As for herself, she had no skills to offer, and how could she earn half a tael of silver each month for tuition? Thinking about all this made her give up on her earlier hopes of splitting the family. After Yi Wan'er finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to remember something and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Oh, I forgot to mention, the teacher at our village's private school is actually the village chief's father." Yi Laotai and Yi Er-saw, along with Yi Sin-saw, fell silent upon hearing this. To get the house back this time, I might have really offended the village chief. Can I still attend the private school? The cheerful atmosphere in the room suddenly became a bit heavy. Food is served. Sister Yi brought in the last dish, breaking the silence. Grandma Jiang followed her inside. When Yi Wan'er saw Grandma Jiang, she quickly stood up and said, "Grandma, please take a seat." Grandma Jiang kindly replied, "Since you are both a relative and a guest, you should sit in the main seat." Old Lady Yi pushed both of them onto the kong.
Stop arguing.
You two sit next to each other, and I will sit beside you. Since it was a housewarming feast, Sister Yi prepared 10 dishes, 5 meat and 5 vegetarian, beautifully arranged on the table. Although Grandma Jiang and Yi Wan'er had tasted Sister Yi's cooking before, they still praised the spread. Sister Yi wiped her hands on her apron and said, "I don't know what customs there are for housewarming feasts in the capital. I just prepared a few dishes. I hope you all like them. If anyone dislikes them, then my cooking will be." Before Yi Wan'er could finish her sentence, her son chimed in, "Then it would be like pig food." "You little rascal." Yi Wan'er playfully slapped her son but couldn't help laughing. "But you're not wrong. I told my husband that I'm good at everything as a daughter-in-law, but my only flaw is that my cooking isn't great. But if I had cooking skills like my eldest daughter-in-law, I wouldn't have looked twice at that dull guy." All the women in the room burst into laughter. The children didn't understand what the adults were laughing about. They just focused on eating. While eating, Yi Xianglei quietly teased Qingtian, "Your mom's cooking is so good. You're so lucky. How about we switch places, and I become your mom's son?" It was just a casual joke, but Qingtian's face suddenly turned pale. Initially, she was happy to be near her uncle because he praised her mom's cooking, but after hearing that, she quickly moved away, almost losing her balance. Yi Chongrui quickly set down his bowl and caught Qingtian to prevent her from hitting her head on the kong. He pulled her close and looked at Yi Xianglei with concern. "What did you say?
Why did you scare Qingtian like that?"
His question drew everyone's attention to Yi Xianglei. Yi Wan'er didn't ask any questions and slapped her son, saying, "You've learned some skills, and now you're bullying your niece?" Yi Xianglei felt wronged and quickly explained, "I was just playing with her, saying I wanted to swap and be a son for my sister-in-law." Once the Yi family heard this, they immediately understood the situation. Sister-in-law Yi lovingly picked up Qingtian and kept assuring her, "Don't be afraid. You are your parents' treasure. Not even for your uncle would we trade you for anything." Qingtian whispered to sister-in-law Yi, "Does Mom want a son?" "No, Mom only wants you," sister-in-law Yi said without hesitation. Hearing her firm tone, Qingtian felt relieved but also wondered if she was being a bit selfish. However, her parents were so wonderful that she didn't want to share them with anyone else. The 4 younger kids in the Yi family forgot about their meal and stood in a line, glaring at Yi Xianglei. Even if he was their uncle, he absolutely couldn't bully his sister. Yi Xianglei felt that no matter how many times he explained, it wouldn't help. He pleaded, "Qingtian, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Please don't be angry, okay? How about this, in the afternoon, your uncle will take you fishing by the river." Yi Wan'er immediately gave her son a light smack on the head. "Fishing by the river? That's too dangerous. You behave yourself. Then how about we go pick walnuts instead?" Yi Xianglei thought quickly. "There are walnut trees on the back hill, and I know a good spot. I can take you to pick walnuts this afternoon." Yuan finally softened her expression and said, "Picking walnuts is fine, but you carry Qingtian. She's too young to walk that far." "Don't worry," Yi Xianglei assured her repeatedly. Seeing sister-in-law Yi looking worried, Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay. That place is just a short walk into the back hill, where there are a few walnut trees. These walnuts are small and not very meaty, usually picked by people who like crafts to make pretty bracelets. However, the walnuts from those trees have always been oddly shaped and not very nice. A few years ago, people would come to pick them, but now only the village kids go there to have fun. Sometimes, if they're lucky, they can find a nice one and trade it for a few coins to buy candy." Upon hearing this, the 4 younger kids in the Yi family couldn't sit still any longer. They quickly finished their meals and eagerly stared at Yi Xianglei. Yi Xianglei felt stuck, unable to eat or not eat. Finally, he put down his bowl and said, "All right, let's go pick walnuts."
Oh,
"We're going to pick walnuts." The children rushed outside excitedly. Once the kids left, Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with Qingtian?" "Aunt, I'm sorry, but this isn't really your Xianglei's fault," said Sister Yi apologetically. "It's mainly because there's a family back home that mistreats their daughter after having a son. They either hit or scold her, and even talked about selling the child. Qingtian is scared because they made her think we might not want her anymore." "Oh dear, that's terrible. What's wrong with having a daughter?" Yuan had her first child as a girl and didn't have a son until years later, so she looked down on those who mistreated daughters after having sons. Jiang Mama knew the background and, hearing Sister Ye's words, realized she truly intended to raise Qingtian as her own daughter and didn't want anyone to know about her past. This made her respect Sister Yi even more. While the adults chatted and drank inside, after the kids went out, Yi Changrui quickly picked up Qingtian and handed Yi Changnian to Yi Xianglei. "Uncle, carry Nian Nian. He's too young to walk far." Seeing slim Qingtian replaced by chubby Yi Changnian, Yi Xianglei felt being an uncle was exhausting. But everyone else was already waiting with their baskets, so he reluctantly bent down to pick up Yi Changnian. However, he couldn't lift him on the first try. "I guess I'll carry you," Yi Xianglei said, carrying Yi Changnian and leading the way. Following behind were Yi Changrui with Qingtian and the other 3 boys from the Yi family. Yi Xianglei was out of breath and asked while adjusting Yi Changnian, "Aren't you all refugees? How come you're so chubby?" Yi Changnian was too young to remember the complicated explanations from Grandma Yi, so he simply said, "It's all thanks to the blessings of the Buddha for our family." Yi Xianglei wanted to roll his eyes at that answer. Fortunately, the walnut trees weren't far from the village, and they arrived quickly. The grass on the ground was starting to turn yellow, mixed with fallen leaves from the trees, thick like a giant blanket. Yi Xianglei set down Yi Changnian, wiped his sweat, and bent down to signal everyone, "Let's search on the ground. There might be walnuts under the leaves or in the grass. Put any you find to the side, and we'll crack the shells together at the end." Northeast China also has mountain walnuts, also known as autumn nuts. The family's children were not unfamiliar with picking walnuts. After hearing Yi Xianglei's words, they immediately rushed to the ground to search everywhere. Yet Changrui chose a spot a bit away from his younger brothers to set Qingtian down and patiently squatted beside her, using a stick to sift through the fallen leaves in search of walnuts. "You can't just stay in one place to pick walnuts," Yi Xianglei started to say, but then he saw a dark green walnut with its outer skin being pulled out from the grass by Qingtian. "Is this it, Cousin Sue?" This was Qingtian's first time picking walnuts on the mountain. She had only seen others bring them back and crack off the outer skin to dry by the roadside, which looked very different from the one rolling out in front of her now. "Yes, that's it," Yi Xianglei nodded. "But it looks different from what I've seen before," Qingtian said curiously. "The walnut has a layer of skin on the outside. You have to crack it open to see the inside," Yi Xianglei explained. He picked up a stone from nearby, placed the walnut Qingtian had just found on the ground, and raised the stone to smash it down. The outer skin of the walnut fell away, revealing a hard shell covered in grooves. Qingtian picked up the walnut to examine it closely. "It's so small. Is there any meat inside?" "Big brother will crack it open for you to eat," Ye Changrui said, picking up a stone to help her. No, no, this isn't for eating, Ye Xianglei quickly interrupted. This walnut needs to be looked at. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in surprise. In Qingtian's hand, the small walnut was not only plump but also had 8 clear, symmetrical edges. The last time he saw such a perfect jingbalong was in a collectible shop in the capital. As the name suggests, jingbalong refers to wild walnuts produced in the mountains near the capital, characterized by their 8 edges. The better the appearance and the smaller the size, the more valuable they are, making them popular among people of all ages in Beijing. The small walnut in Qingtian's hand was nearly a perfect jingbalong. Qingtian, you are so lucky. This can sell for a good price, Ye Xianglei said excitedly, his eyes shining. And the more you have, the more the money increases. If you can gather a string of 18, it will be worth a lot. As soon as she heard that the walnut was valuable, Qingtian perked up. She no longer cared that the walnut was small and lacked meat. She quickly tossed the walnut into the basket and grabbed a stick to continue searching eagerly. Seeing this, Ye Xianglei smiled and said, I didn't realize our Qingtian is a little money lover. Our village has only a few trees that bear fruit. Take your time to look for them. Don't rush, and if you can't find any, don't cry. Before he finished speaking, he watched as Qingtian's small hands quickly dug through the grass, revealing a pile of walnuts. Yi Changrui followed behind Qingtian, picking up the walnuts and placing them in her little basket. This. Yi Xianglei didn't like studying and was quite mischievous. Almost every month his pocket money was reduced to a few coins by yuaner. So, ever since he learned that beautiful walnuts could be sold for money, he started coming here to collect them, keeping the ones that looked nice. He would then give them to his older brother when he came home for the holidays, asking him to sell them at the antique shop in the county. If he worked hard collecting walnuts in the fall, he could earn enough pocket money for a whole year. It seemed simple and profitable, so why didn't anyone else come to collect them? That brings us to the uncertainty involved. This type of walnut tree only grows in the mountains near the capital, and there aren't many of them. The ones with perfect shapes are even rarer. Sometimes, after a whole autumn of work, you might not earn much, and for adults, it would be better to find a job. Only kids like Yi Xianglei would keep coming to collect them without getting tired. What Yi Xianglei knew, he had learned from his older brother. Usually, no one listened to him, but now he could use this knowledge to entertain the younger kids. He watched as several little ones eagerly searched for walnuts, bringing them to Yi Changrui to crack open, then excitedly showing them to Yi Xianglei. Uncle, look at this one I found. Uncle, this one is nice too. This one is about the same size as my sister's. No way, mine is closer in size. Before long, the kids were arguing, each claiming their walnuts matched the ones in Qingtian's hands. All right, stop arguing. Yi Xianglei intervened in their dispute. Show me what you have. I'm not saying you shouldn't be excited, but don't just call any walnut pretty. If it were that easy to find good ones, they wouldn't be so valuable, right? Top quality walnuts are rare. Some people go their whole lives without collecting a perfect set. Before Yi Xianglei could finish, he looked at the walnuts that had been handed to him and noticed they were indeed quite similar in size, unable to help but exclaim, Wow, this can't be true. How could you all find so many good ones just like that? Yi Changrui quickly covered Qingtian's ears, glaring at Yi Xianglei in annoyance. This uncle is really unreliable. How can he use bad words in front of children? I'm sorry. Yi Xianglei quickly apologized. If his mother found out, he would definitely get a couple of slaps. A few kids gathered around, asking questions. Uncle, is ours the same as the one from Qingtian? If we put them together, can we sell them for a lot of money? If we sell them, we can buy lots of candy. Quiet down, let me take a closer look. Yi Xianglei examined the walnuts and realized that although they looked similar in size to Qingtian's, they were not as good in quality. Some were not full enough, and some were not symmetrical. Each had its own flaws. If Qingtian's can sell for a decent price, yours can only sell for a few coins at most. What's wrong with a few coins? Isn't that still money? So, instead of feeling discouraged, the kids from the Yi family became even more eager to find walnuts. Qingtian was also digging around in the leaves, but the walnuts she found later were not as perfect as the first one. She decided to stop looking for walnuts, and instead asked Yi Xianglei about the special walnuts. "Cousin, why do they spend money on these walnuts? Rich people like to collect walnuts. Do you know what that means?" "Never mind, you wouldn't understand. If they are polished well, the walnuts will become very shiny and look like agate. But it takes a lot of work, so if you can gather a whole set and sell it, it could be worth a fortune." Qingtian clearly didn't understand. She held up the special walnut she first found and asked, "If I polish this one, will it also be pretty and valuable?" "Of course." Yi Xianglei was almost drooling at the walnut in her hand. He had been collecting walnuts for 2 or 3 years and had never found such a gem. "If you can gather a whole set, you'll be rich." Before long, everyone had gathered quite a few walnuts in their baskets, and the ground was nearly cleared. Yi Changnian, with his chubby little bottom, twisted around for a while and finally found a stray walnut, happily tossing it into his basket. Yi Xianglei walked over to Qingtian and said, "All right, we've gathered enough. Let's head back. The adults will start to worry if we take too long." After saying that, he bent down to pick up Qingtian. Who knew that Qingtian would suddenly turn and jump into Yi Changrui's arms? "Big brother, let's go back and crack walnuts." "Okay, let's go crack walnuts," Yi Changrui said as he picked up Qingtian. Yi Changnian then stood in front of Yi Xianglei on his own accord. Yi Xianglei had no choice but to carry the little chubby one again and lead the group of kids down the mountain to go home. Once they returned to the Yi family's yard, the kids each found a spot and began cracking the walnuts in their baskets. Yi Xianglei joined in too, smiling every time he found a nice-looking walnut, picking it up and tucking it into his coat. He was quite lucky today, collecting over a dozen walnuts that could be sold. Among them were 2 particularly nice ones, which he estimated could sell for quite a bit. Seeing that everyone was almost done, Yi Xianglei was about to ask Yi Changrui, who was around his age, how many good ones he had found, wanting to show off his 2 nice ones. But to his surprise, the other kids were all gathered around Qingtian, holding their cracked walnuts. "Qingtian, you go first." "Sister, all my walnuts are for you." "Sister, what do you think of this one?" Yi Changfeng, not as eloquent as the others, quietly raised his basket in front of Qingtian. Yi Xianglei was stunned. In the past, when his brother took him to the mountains to collect walnuts, he wouldn't have let him go first. It was a miracle if he didn't take them away. They often fought over the walnuts. They would come home covered in dirt and face Yi Waners, scolding together. Was this the difference between how brothers treat their younger siblings and how they treat their sisters? No, Yi Changrui seemed to be quiet. Yi Xianglei looked at Yi Changrui with a glimmer of hope, only to see him finishing cracking walnuts for Qingtian and starting to crack his own. With each walnut he cracked, he placed it directly into Qingtian's basket. Great, another sibling spoiling his sister. Yi Xianglei looked at the delicate Qingtian and suddenly felt an urge to give her all the walnuts in his pocket. So many walnuts were in front of them, yet Qingtian didn't want any, softly saying, "Let's put them together. When we sell them, we can buy candied hawthorns." However, she kept the nearly perfect walnut she found at the beginning tightly in her hand. When Yi Xianglei noticed, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that despite her young age, Qingtian was cleverer than all 5 brothers and knew to hide the most valuable one for herself. If she sold that walnut well, it would be worth more than all the others combined. Yi Xianglei told them, "Come over, I'll help you pick out the good ones. Then you can wash the walnuts with water, and later you can sell them at the antique shop in the county town." As soon as Qingtian heard they needed to wash them, she looked at Yi Xianglei eagerly and asked, "Cousin Sue, can you help me get a basin of water?" Yi Xianglei was speechless, wondering why she didn't ask her older brother for help. But seeing her bright, eager eyes, he eventually gave in and filled a basin with water, teaching her how to clean the small walnuts. In the end, Yi Xianglei rinsed the walnuts in the water, then took them out and dried them with his shirt. The walnuts, about the size of an adult's thumb, looked even more beautiful after being cleaned. They were round and plump, with clear, symmetrical ridges and attractive patterns that made them hard to resist. However, Yi Xianglei quickly snapped back to reality and handed the walnuts to Qingtian. "Thank you, Cousin Su," Qingtian said happily as she ran into the house. The adults were still eating. In the East Room, they were enjoying drinks, while in the West Room, a group of women were happily chatting without the kids around. When they saw Qingtian running in with a big smile, Sister Yi picked her up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Did you have fun outside?" Qingtian proudly showed Sister Yi the walnuts she had collected. Sister Yi didn't understand much about them, but kept saying they were nice. Qingtian then turned and handed the walnut to Granny Jiang, saying, "For Brother Qin." Granny Jiang was surprised and asked, "Is this for young Master Qin?" Qingtian nodded vigorously. Brother Qin had previously given her a poetry book he had copied, but at that time, she had nothing to give him in return. Now that she found this walnut, which Cousin Su said was nice, she thought it would make a good gift for Brother Qin. Cousin Su said it will look beautiful like agate. Although Qingtian didn't know what agate was, she knew jade was precious, so she figured it must be something good. At first, Granny Jiang didn't pay much attention to the walnut, but when she looked closely, she was a bit surprised. Having worked for the Qin family for many years, she had a good eye for quality. "Oh, Qingtian, this walnut is actually quite nice." After lunch, Granny Jiang took the small walnut that Qingtian had given to Shanhaiguan and left for the capital. Yi Dongming was also helped onto the carriage to return to the county town. The men in the East Room also got quite drunk. Yuaner took a look and saw her man sprawled out on the bed, snoring. "Sister-in-law, let him sleep with you for now. He'll know to go home when he wakes up." But Lu Quan heard her voice and jumped up, saying, "I'm not drunk. This afternoon, it's our turn to water the fields." Seeing this, Yi Laoda quickly stepped in to help Yi Wana get Lu Quan back home. He had also drunk a lot at noon, but he didn't seem drunk, just a bit flushed. After dropping Lu Quan off, he started to move closer to Yi Dazhao. "Hey, I'm working here, move aside." Yi Dazhao pushed him away. Yi Sansa laughed, covering her mouth. "Sister-in-law, hurry and take your brother-in-law back inside." Yi Dazhao's face turned a little red. When Yi Laoda drank too much, he became clingy. After all these years, the family knew this well. This man really doesn't know how to drink less. Yi Dazhao complained, but still helped Yi Laoda back to the room. Yi Erseo grabbed Qingtian, who was trying to follow them inside. "Qingtian, didn't young Master Qin give you a book? How about your brother teaches you to recite poetry?" "Sure." Qingtian nodded. "But the book is in my luggage. I need to ask my mom for it." So, they had to go find Yi Dazhao. Once the book was retrieved, Yi Chongrui took Qingtian to the persimmon tree at the entrance, opened the first page, and began to teach her to read. The white sun sets behind the mountains. The yellow river flows into the sea. The white sun sets behind the three. No, it's not three, it's mountains, the mountain. They took turns teaching and learning, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. Yi Laotai heard the sound of poetry from inside and felt very pleased. If only the other boys liked studying like Chongrui. Yi Sansa, who was cleaning the dishes, replied, "Isn't that the truth? If either of my two could be like Chongrui, I'd be so grateful." Just then, they heard Qingtian's sobs from outside. "Brother, woohoo, what happened?" Yi Erseo quickly dropped what she was doing and ran outside. "Chongrui, why did you make your sister cry?" Yi Dazhao rushed out of the room upon hearing the commotion. When they arrived, they found that Yi Chongrui had been hit by a persimmon that fell from the tree, and his head and face were covered in sticky persimmon pulp. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Dazhao picked up Qingtian and said, "What's there to cry about? You scared your mom." Big brother got hit. At this moment, Qingtian was still confused and didn't know how Yi Chongrui was ambushed. "You silly child. Why did you sit under the persimmon tree?" Yi Er-saw took out a handkerchief to wipe the persimmon pulp off her son's head and body, laughing as she did so. Yi Chongrui felt wronged for being hit and was embarrassed in front of his sister, but he held back his tears, looking very pitiful. Yi Da-saw comforted the still sniffling Qingtian, saying, "It's okay. Look up, that's the persimmon tree at the entrance." The ripe persimmons fell and hit your brother. Once we clean it up, it'll be fine. While wiping Yi Chongrui, Yi Er Saw also looked up at the tree full of persimmons. We should pick all the persimmons. The ones we can't eat can be dried into persimmon cakes, or the birds will peck them. That's true. After the brothers wake up from drinking, we should let them pick them. Yi Saw nodded in agreement. Dried persimmon cakes can be stored for a long time, and even if they don't sell them, they can be kept as snacks for the kids. Guichin, where did you go? Yi Ji's voice came from the east room. Yi Er Saw couldn't help but laugh, turning to take Qingtian from Yi Saw's arms, saying, "Sister-in-law, go inside quickly. Big brother is looking for someone." Yi Saw sighed and instructed Qingtian, "You behave and stay with Er Saw. Your dad drank too much, and I need to check on him." With that, she hurried back into the house. As soon as she entered, Yi Go pulled her into his arms. "What were you doing? I turned around and you were gone." "Ah, you really are something. Didn't you hear our daughter crying?" "Our daughter cried?" Yi Go looked around the room and, not seeing his daughter, immediately headed outside. "Where's Qingtian? Who dares to bully my daughter?" Yi Saw quickly grabbed him, saying, "Stop it. Qingtian is fine. She's playing with Mei. Then you lied to me just now?"
Yedage lanet kılısı ragain.
The two of them were affectionate in the house for quite a while, and it wasn't until evening that Yi Saw came out, tidying her hair and changing her clothes. Yi Er Saw and Yi Sin Saw were busy organizing things and laughed when they saw her. Yi Saw's face turned bright red, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, they had lived together in the same courtyard for so many years. Everyone knew each other's business. After being on the run for so long, everyone was holding back. Now that they finally had a place to settle down, what was so unusual about a couple being affectionate? Before long, the four brothers of the Yi family woke up and came out of the house to help move the large luggage. While everyone was busy, loud shouting suddenly came from outside. What happened? Sister Yi stood up and looked outside, worried that because Granny Jiang had left, Widow Lu's family might have gathered people to cause trouble again. Eldest brother Yi picked up a stick and said, "I'll go check it out." Sister Yi anxiously reminded him, "Just take a look, but don't get into a fight with anyone." The other three brothers followed him outside. Once they stepped out, they saw many villagers hurrying towards the river. The villagers were talking among themselves as they walked. How could the water wheel break like that? What will we do if the water wheel is broken before the autumn harvest? Who knows? I heard Lu Quan broke it. Isn't that him? He got drunk and went to water the fields, and he broke the water wheel. Fourth brother Yi scratched his head and asked eldest brother, "Isn't our uncle named Lu Quan?" Second brother Yi frowned. "It can't be the same name, can it?" Eldest brother Yi didn't say anything, but thought to himself, in the same village, a drunk person watering the fields named Lu Quan. Could there really be more than one? Let's go take a look. Seeing eldest brother Yi following the villagers towards the river, the other three brothers hurried to catch up. By the river, there was already a crowd of people surrounding the area. The Yi brothers struggled for a while before finally squeezing in. Upon closer inspection, the person at the center of the crowd was none other than their uncle Lu Quan, who had just shared a meal and drinks with them at noon. When the village chief, Wang Guangping, saw the four brothers arrive, he felt a pang of embarrassment. But, remembering that today's incident was Lu Quan's fault, he straightened up. "Uncle, what happened?" Eldest brother Yi asked. Lu Quan looked pale and hung his head, saying, I don't know what happened. I came to check the water wheel, as usual, to water the fields. Then suddenly, the water wheel got stuck. When I stepped down hard, I heard a crack, and then it wouldn't move at all. Wang Guangping immediately raised his voice. Everyone heard that, right? Lu Quan admits in public that he broke the water wheel. The villagers were in an uproar. This autumn, it hadn't rained much, and the ground was very dry. The soil was cracked, looking like little mouths of hungry children. Fortunately, there is a river by the village, and upstream, there is a water wheel built with money from the whole village, which barely ensures irrigation for the fields. With only half a month left until the autumn harvest, how could the water wheel be broken? This is a big problem. You see, many families in Rongshi village grow peanuts, and the village has its own oil mill. The peanut oil produced is sold in the capital, contributing to a significant portion of each household's annual income. No one can afford to be careless. If corn lacks water before harvest, it might just result in a smaller yield. But if late peanuts don't get watered, many will drop, leading to huge losses. Without the water wheel, everyone has to carry water themselves to irrigate the fields. If it stays like this for the last 2 weeks, who will have the strength for the autumn harvest? What if it rains unexpectedly? If we can't harvest in time, all our hard work this year will be wasted. So when they heard the water wheel was broken, almost everyone in the village rushed over. Lu Quan, being a son-in-law who moved in, was already looked down upon in the village. Now that he broke the water wheel, he became the target of everyone's blame. The villagers were shouting at him, making it hard for him to hold his head up. At this moment, Yuana also heard the news and rushed over. Seeing the broken water wheel, she was so anxious that she started to cry. She hit Lu Quan while scolding him. "I told you not to come. You insisted on rushing here, and now look what you've done. How can we fix this?"
"Aunt, don't worry.
"Let's think of a solution together," said Yi Laoda, glancing at the huge broken water wheel. "Anything that is used often can break. We can just find someone to fix it." "You don't understand. This is the latest water wheel, built with money from a whole village to hire officials from the capital to install it. Do you think just anyone can fix it?" "Exactly. My son works as a constable in the capital. He said that with the autumn harvest coming, the office is extremely busy. If we wait for them to fix the water wheel, it might be after the harvest before they get to us." The villagers immediately turned their attention to Yi Laoda. Just then, Yi Laosan, who had been quietly observing the water wheel, suddenly spoke up. "Big brother, let me try. I think I can fix it." Upon hearing this, the villagers became even more excited. "Village chief, you can't trust these outsiders."
"Right.
"Just because he says he can fix it, should we let him? Has he ever seen a water wheel before? Although fetching water and watering the fields is tiring, I think it's better to wait for the officials to send someone to fix it. This is a new type of water wheel invented a few years ago, and not just anyone can repair it." Even Yuana didn't believe that Yi Laosan could fix the water wheel. She sobbed and said, "Laosan, I appreciate your intention, but this thing isn't just furniture. It's difficult to repair." Moreover, she had another concern. The Yi family had just moved back and hadn't yet established themselves in the village. If they took the lead and couldn't fix it, their lives in the village would surely become harder. Others might not understand, but Yi Laoda knew that his younger brother never spoke without confidence. He pulled him aside and quietly asked, "Laosan, are you sure you can do it?" Yi Laosan replied, "Although I've never seen it before, I just went over and looked closely. Actually, it's just that the wooden axle in the middle is broken. If we make a new one and replace it, it should work." "All right, I understand." Yi Laoda turned and stood on a large stone by the river, raising his voice. "Dear villagers, please calm down and let me say a few words." The villagers temporarily stopped their noise and looked at Yi Laoda, but soon began to chatter again. "Who do you think you are to tell us what to do? Do you even know how to fix a water wheel? Our village isn't run by the Yi family. The village head is from the Wang family." Finally, an old man stepped forward to support Yi Laoda, saying, "All right, stop arguing. Listening to him won't cost you anything." The villagers gradually quieted down and focused their attention back on Yi Laoda. However, their gazes held a sense of scrutiny, wondering what he would say. Yi Laoda cleared his throat and said, "You don't know us well, so it's normal to have doubts. But my younger brother is an honest person who never boasts. If he says he can fix it, he means it and is confident. Think about it. Our family just arrived this year, and we haven't farmed or needed to water anything. What does the condition of the water wheel have to do with us? My brother wants to take on this task not only to help my aunt and uncle, but also because he genuinely wants to do something for the village." Hearing Yi Laoda's words, the villagers finally calmed down and began to seriously consider the matter. Just as he said, this issue had no direct benefit for their family, and if they couldn't fix it, They might even become the village's scapegoats. If he wasn't somewhat confident, there would be no reason for him to step up and take on this task. At that moment, the old man who had just spoken for him took a couple of steps forward and asked Yi Laosan, "How confident are you that you can fix it?" Yi Laosan hesitated and replied, "I should be about 80% sure." He then added quietly, "Even if I can't fix it, it won't get worse." Hearing this, the old man decisively said, "In that case, trying won't hurt. Yi Dongkue, vote in favor." After hearing Yi Dongkue's words, the villagers with the surname Yi immediately fell silent. It seemed that Yi Dongkue held some respect among his clan. However, there were more than just Yi family members in Rongshi village. While the Yi family agreed, the Wang family had different opinions. Just because he says it won't get worse. What if it does? Yeah, we should ask the officials first. Can he afford to pay if it breaks? At this moment, Yi Dongkue stepped forward and volunteered. "If you're still worried, I'll supervise him while he repairs it. I may not know how to fix the water wheel, but I can do carpentry work, so at least I can make sure it doesn't get worse." In truth, most villagers knew that it was unrealistic to expect someone from the capital to come and fix the water wheel. However, since Yi Laoda and Yi Laosan were newcomers, everyone was unfamiliar with them and lacked trust. When they heard Yi Dongkue willingly step up to vouch for them, the opposing voices quickly diminished. Wang Guanping thought for a moment. Whether Yi Laosan could fix the water wheel or not seemed to benefit him either way. If it was fixed, the villagers could continue using the water wheel for irrigation. If it wasn't fixed, he wouldn't even need to intervene. The other villagers would push them out, which would be a relief for him. With that in mind, Wang Guangping immediately said, "Then it's settled. All right, everyone disperse and go home to cook." The villagers quickly scattered, leaving only Yi Dongkue, Yi Wana, and the 4 Yi brothers by the river. Yi Wana, with red eyes, said, "Dongkue, you and the others shouldn't have to get involved in this mess with my family. If the water wheel isn't fixed, the village head and the Wang family won't let you off easily. I'm old enough. What do I have to fear?" Yi Dongkue scoffed, turning to Yi Laosan and saying, "You better not be just boasting." After saying this, he walked home with his hands behind his back. "Aunt, uncle, don't worry. It's getting dark. We can talk about it tomorrow." After everyone left, Wang Dalong, who had been hiding nearby and eavesdropping, emerged from the bushes. He brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and a bad idea quickly formed in his mind. If the Yi family messed this up, the villagers would surely not accept them. At that point, all he needed to do was stir up some trouble, drive them out of the village, and their house would naturally return to him. When the 4 Yi brothers returned home, they found that Sister Yi had already prepared a simple dinner. Although they had eaten most of the food at lunch, the stew was still simmering. With some potatoes and cabbage added, it became a steaming pot of goodness. The men had drunk alcohol at noon, so a warm soup in the evening would feel comforting. The children only needed to soak their rice in the meat broth and could eat by themselves, enjoying every bite. Occasionally, finding a piece of leftover meat made them happy for a long time. Qingtian slowly ate with a small spoon that Sister Yi had found for her. Watching her 2 sons devour their food, Sister San Yi couldn't help but envy, saying, "It's nice to have a little girl. Look how polite Qingtian is while eating, and then look at my 2 boys. She's not being polite. She just doesn't know how to use the spoon well yet and is afraid of making a mess." Sister Yi laughed as she wiped the rice off Qingtian's mouth. "But look at her nice outfit. Do you think she cried this afternoon when Chang Rui got hit by a persimmon? It was because she was worried about getting dirty and ruining the clothes her second aunt made for her." Hearing this, Yi Chang Rui suddenly looked at Qingtian with disbelief. So his sister wasn't crying because he got hit? Seeing Yi Chang Rui's hurt expression, Qingtian felt a bit guilty and placed a piece of meat she had just found into his bowl. She smiled sweetly and said, "Big brother, have some meat." Seeing the meat that Qingtian had given him, Yi Chang Rui felt much better. It wasn't that he needed the meat. He cared more about whether his sister thought of him as her big brother. So, he happily returned the meat to Qingtian's bowl and said, "You eat it. Today, carrying you up the mountain felt like carrying a feather." Eat more meat to grow strong and stay healthy, okay? After hearing Yi Chongrui's words, the other boys, who were focused on their meals, followed his example and put the meat they found into Qingtian's bowl. If this had happened at another time, Grandma Yi would have been very pleased. However, looking at her sensible eldest grandson and thinking about the village tutor's role, Grandma Yi couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After dinner, Grandma Yi said in a bit, "Make sure to heat the Kong in each room. You 5 boys will sleep in the west room, and Qingtian will sleep with me in the east room. You 4 can go back to your own rooms." As someone with experience, Grandma Yi understood that matters between couples shouldn't be disturbed by the children. Qingtian had never slept away from Aunt Yi, so she immediately turned to look at her. Aunt Yi stepped forward and picked up Qingtian, saying, "Don't worry, we can sleep together. You've been tired from the journey, so you should rest well tonight." Sister Yi 3 quickly covered her mouth and giggled. Sister Yi 1 shot her a playful glare and said, "If you keep laughing, I'll put Nian Nian in your bed." Sister Yi 3 quickly made a gesture of surrender and stopped teasing her. Families living near the mountains won't run out of firewood as long as they work hard. Even though Widow Lu took the dry wood when she left, the Yi family had already collected a large pile of firewood when they were living in the open space. Now, it was all stored in the firewood room. The 4 brothers carried the firewood over and quickly heated up the Kong in each room. Once the room warmed up, heavy clothes became too much. Seeing Qingtian's little face flushed, Aunt Yi quickly took off her outer and padded clothes, putting a small vest on her to keep her warm. The 4 rooms of the old house were all identical except for their orientations. Each Kong took up nearly half the room, with a firewall made of bricks and yellow mud at the head. The firewall worked on the same principle as the Kong. It was hollow inside, allowing the hot smoke from the stove to pass through the wall and the Kong before finally venting outside. So both the Kong and the firewall provided warmth to the room. After so many days, finally being back inside, Qingtian excitedly walked around the Kong, eventually collapsing onto the bedding from exhaustion. As Aunt Yi tidied up, she listened to Qingtian's footsteps and felt an immense joy in her heart. Having children truly makes a home feel alive. Although she and Yi Laoda had always had a good relationship and the boys were close to them, at night they still returned to their own homes, leaving just the couple in an empty house. Now, with Qingtian around, the home felt vibrant again, and her heart felt lively too, making life seem more hopeful. While thinking, she suddenly noticed the footsteps had stopped, so Sister Yi quickly turned around to look. She saw Qingtian lying on the bedding, sticking out her little tongue, like a small fish stranded on land. "You're sweating so much." Sister Yi reached out to touch Qingtian's forehead and quickly took off her vest. "Sit down and rest for a bit. If you keep running around, you won't be able to sleep." Qingtian obediently sat beside Sister Yi, watching her pack the luggage. "Mom, will this be our home from now on?" "Yes, this is our home." Even though the room was empty and there was nothing inside, with the luggage spread out on the bed and floor, Sister Ye's eyes sparkled with hope. "I'll ask your uncle to make a bed for us to store blankets and clothes. We'll put a cabinet against the wall and a table by the window, so you can learn to read and recite poems at the table in the future. How does that sound?"
Great.
Qingtian pressed her little face against Sister Ye's arm, cheering for everything she said. The door creaked open, and Brother Yi came in, asking, "What's so good?" "Everything is good," Sister Yi replied with a smile. "Isn't it? We finally settled down." Brother Yi sighed with relief. "I just checked the courtyard wall with the second brother and locked the gate, but we still need to be alert at night. Later, let's see if anyone in the village has puppies and bring back 2 to raise." "Puppies?" Qingtian looked up at Brother Yi. "Yes, when the puppies grow up, they will guard the house, and we can sleep peacefully. If bad people come, the puppies will bark, and when Dad hears them, he will get up and chase the bad people away." Qingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing Brother Yi could bring back a puppy right away. Meanwhile, in the Qin family's back courtyard, Madame Qin was trying hard to weave a net under the watchful eye of her youngest son. "Mom, you made a mistake here," Qin Huishuan reminded her. Oh, dear, you're really giving me a challenge. Madame Qin hadn't done this kind of work in years. Usually, the maids took care of these small tasks. But Shanhaiguan was stubborn and insisted that Madame Qin do it herself. Feeling guilty for not spending enough time with her youngest son, she happily agreed to his small request. However, after so many years, she was a bit rusty, and after a long night of weaving and unweaving, she finally got it right. Here, take a look. Is this okay? Madame Qin finally handed the finished product to her son. Looking at the walnut placed in the center of the dark green net, Shanhaiguan nodded in satisfaction, took it, played with it for a moment, and tied it to his belt. Early the next morning, Yi Dongkue and Lu Quan arrived at the door at the same time. They exchanged glances, knowing they were both worried about the water wheel. The Yi family was having breakfast, and when they saw the two men, Yi Laoda quickly stood up and greeted them. Uncle Dongkue, uncle, you're here. Sit down and have some food with us. No, we've already eaten at home, Lu Quan said, looking eagerly at Yi Lao-san. Yi Dongkue urged, hurry up and eat. A grown man shouldn't take so long to finish a meal. Under their watchful eyes, Yi Lao-san hurriedly drank his bowl of porridge and left without even finishing a pancake. Yi Laotai sighed, seeing that there was no furniture in the house, and everyone was squatting with their bowls to eat. If Yi Lao-san were to rely solely on himself, how long would it take to make enough furniture for the whole family? Not to mention that people had already been taken away, and it was uncertain when the water wheel would be repaired. Oldest son, Yi Laodai thought for a moment and decided, I don't think it's realistic for everyone to wait for Lao-san to make furniture. How about you and the second son go to the city today and see if there are any second-hand shops in the county? Buy some used tables and cabinets. As long as the price is right and the materials are good, it doesn't matter if they have a few minor issues. We can have Lao-san fix them. Otherwise, we have nothing at home and life will be hard. Okay, we'll go take a look. Yi Laoda originally planned to go hunting in the mountains today, hoping to catch something. But after hearing Yi Laotai's words, he realized this was more urgent and agreed immediately. As soon as they heard about buying furniture, the wives' eyes lit up. There was nothing in the house except for the Kong, and everyone felt it was inconvenient. But the men didn't know how to choose furniture. They could only tell if it was sturdy and couldn't distinguish beauty from ugliness. Several of them wanted to go along, but felt shy to speak up. Seeing this, Yi Laotai understood and said directly, by the way, I have something else to tell you. You should remember that the oldest son brought back a basket of winter hemp. Those winter hemp sold for a total of 28 taels and 2 qian of silver in the capital. Hearing this, Gua became excited. Is winter hemp really that valuable? Since the family isn't busy with the autumn harvest, maybe we should let Yi Laosi go to the mountains more often. He might find something. Then Yi Laotai continued, originally, I thought that since this winter hemp was discovered by that couple, the money should go to them. Upon hearing this, Gua immediately became anxious. After all, it wasn't just Yi Laoda and his wife who went to the mountains that day. How could it belong to them alone? But this did remind her to give Yi Laosi a warning. He must go to the mountains alone and never with his brothers. Otherwise, if he finds something valuable, it could lead to confusion. But Yi Laoda disagreed, saying that it was all of us who went to dig it up together. Now that we have money coming in, there are many things the family needs, so we should save it for household items. Yi Laotai said this on purpose for the other 3 daughters-in-law to hear. Although the money was now in her hands, she still needed to clarify its origin and who deserved the credit. With 4 sons now married, Yi Laotai knew she had to be fair to keep the family harmonious and minimize conflicts. Everyone except Gua looked at Yi Laoda with gratitude. Only Gua thought to herself that Yi Laoda was foolish for giving away money so easily. After Yi Laotai finished speaking, she went back to her room, used the key tied to her waist to open her money box, and counted out 12 taels of silver. She locked the box and returned to the main room, counting the silver in front of the whole family. There are a total of 12 taels of silver here, 2 taels for each family. Anything you don't spend will be yours to keep, but if you go over, you'll have to make up the difference. Since there's not much to do today, why don't you all go to the city together? What you buy or when you buy it is up to you. Just discuss it among yourselves. As for the remaining 4 taels, you can decide what the family needs, like tables, chairs, cabinets, or anything essential for daily life. After saying this, Yi Laotai handed the silver to Yi Laoda. Yi Laoda took the silver and tucked it safely away, saying, "Okay, Mom, don't worry, we won't spend it recklessly." With that, the number of people planning to go out suddenly increased. And when the children heard that their parents were going to the city, they all looked over eagerly. Sister Yi San directly told her 2 sons, "No, you can't walk that far. We need the car to carry furniture, so you 2 can't go this time." Sister Yi Er only needed to remind Yi Changzhao, "Did you hear what your 3rd aunt said? You stay at home." Then she turned to Yi Changrui and instructed, "Changrui, you're the oldest. Take good care of your younger siblings and play with them." "Okay." Yi Changrui readily agreed. However, Yi Laoda still favored his daughter. He bent down and quietly asked, "Qingtian, do you want to go? If you can't walk, I can carry you." Qingtian had never been to the county town, so she was naturally curious. But knowing that her brothers had to stay home, she hesitated and finally said softly, "Dad, I won't go. I'll stay home and play with my brothers." Yi Laoda was a bit surprised by her answer, but felt that Qingtian would choose that. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad inside. Qingtian was too well-behaved. He wished she could be a little more carefree and selfish, as a child her age should be. In the end, Yi Laoda said nothing more, just rubbed her head and said, "All right, you have fun at home with your brothers. Dad will bring you some treats." Meanwhile, over Aqua's side, she was urgently reminding Yi Laosi to pick out a few good, sturdy pieces of furniture. Just thinking about the furniture made Gua feel heartbroken. When they fled, she had only been married for 2 months, and all the furniture was brand new. Now they had to buy second-hand items, which felt very unfair. You need to keep track of what you need. Don't rush to buy everything you see. The most important thing is to buy a good Qingtian, just like the one we had before. For the rest, see what you can afford, and buy what you need most first. Remember? I've heard you say it 8 times. How could I forget? Seeing that everyone else had already left, Yi Laosi couldn't listen to Gua's chatter anymore and hurried out. With all the adults gone, Yi Changrui looked at his younger siblings and began to think about what they could do. If they were at home before, there would have been plenty of chores to do. The older ones could gather pig grass, and the younger ones could catch bugs to feed the chickens. They could also go up the mountain to collect firewood, acorns, and pine cones. But now that everyone has just arrived in a new place, they haven't even gotten familiar with the village paths, let alone the mountains. Yi Changrui didn't dare to take his younger siblings too far. After playing in the yard all morning, the children were getting restless after lunch. Yi Changshua thought for a moment and suggested, "How about we go find our little cousin and ask him to take us up the mountain? Our little cousin has to go to school, so he must be in class right now." As soon as Qingtian heard about school, her eyes lit up. "Big brother, what is school like?
Can we go see it?"
Except for Yi Changrui and Qingtian, the others weren't really interested in school. But since Qingtian wanted to see it, no one opposed. Yi Changrui thought for a moment. The school was in the village, so it should be safe. He nodded in agreement. After telling Grandma Yi, he took Qingtian by one hand and Yi Changyan by the other, followed by 3 little ones, and they headed out. Once outside, Yi Changrui asked someone for directions to the school and led his siblings there. The school was located near the center of the village, in a fairly large courtyard with 5 main rooms and side rooms. The gate was open, but there was no one in the courtyard. The students inside were busy studying. Hearing the sound of reading coming from inside, Yi Changrui felt a twinge of envy, wondering when he would be able to return to school and continue his studies. Qingtian, listening to the reading, remembered the scene when Qin Hishuan and Yi Changrui were reading in the carriage under Mr. Wei's watch. Suddenly, she missed Mr. Wei a little. The few of them were peeking at the entrance when they were quickly noticed by Yi Xianglei, who was distracted. Without thinking, Yi Xianglei immediately assumed they were looking for him. First, they only knew him as their peer in the village. Second, he didn't think anyone would willingly come to a place like school. After finishing his reading, Yi Xianglei was instructed by the teacher to start copying, and while he was teaching a few younger children in the back room, he took the chance to slip away. Just as Yi Chongrui was about to leave with his siblings, Yi Xianglei suddenly jumped down from the courtyard wall and landed in front of them. Little cousin Qingtian was startled, but when she saw it was Yi Xianglei, she politely greeted him. "Shu, keep it down." Yi Xianglei quickly made a shushing gesture and waved them over. "Follow me." A group of children followed Yi Xianglei without understanding why, and they didn't stop until they reached the edge of the village. Yi Xianglei happily said, "You came to play with me, right?" Yi Chongrui finally reacted, shocked, and said, "Cousin, how can you skip school?" For a good kid like Yi Chongrui, this was an unimaginable act. However, Yi Xianglei was already experienced in skipping school. To put it simply, the teacher had given up on him. Rather than keeping him inside and affecting others, the teacher would prefer him to go out and have fun. "Come on, I'll take you all up the mountain." Yi Xianglei usually played alone when he skipped school, so he was very happy to have a few companions this time. When he mentioned going up the mountain, Yi Chongrui hesitated a bit. Yi Xianglei quickly patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, I'm very familiar with the back mountain. It's just like wandering in my family's vegetable garden. I'll make sure you won't get lost." To convince Yi Chongrui to join him, Yi Xianglei even promised, "If little fatty can't walk later, I'll carry him."
Well,
Okay. Yi Chongrui finally nodded. Now that they were settled, this place was their new home. They would naturally need to go up the mountain to gather pig grass and collect firewood in the future. He also wanted to take this opportunity to get familiar with the back mountains environment. Meanwhile, Yi Laoda and his group arrived in the county town and asked around to find the location of a second-hand shop. When they arrived, the shopkeeper noticed they had 2 flatbed carts and wanted to buy old furniture, so he realized there might be a big business opportunity. He quickly instructed his assistant to watch the shop and came out to greet them, saying, "The shop is too small to hold much furniture. Those items are in my yard. Come on, I'll take you to see them." So, Yi Laoda and his group followed the shopkeeper to a large yard located quite far away. The shopkeeper took out a key, unlocked the door, and opened it to reveal a yard filled with furniture and various items. "Feel free to look around and choose whatever you like," the shopkeeper said, dragging over a stool, dusting it off, and sitting down. "Items in good condition are a bit pricier, while those with minor flaws are cheaper. You can pick first and we'll discuss the price later." After some selection and bargaining, the shopkeeper was satisfied and accepted the payment. He handed a large bundle of rope to Yi Laoda and helped them tie everything onto the carts. Once the furniture was secured, Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi eagerly stepped forward, each grabbing a cart to pull. Yi Lao Air was a step too late and couldn't grab it, so he said, "I'll switch with you later." Looking at the bulging muscles of Yi Laoda and Yi Laosi, the shopkeeper couldn't help but praise, "You brothers are really strong. If you need anything in the future, just come by any time. We'll get to know each other better." Choosing furniture took too long, and by the time they returned to the village, it was already dark. As they reached the village entrance, Yi Laoda noticed something was off. The village seemed noisy, and in the distance, faint flickers of firelight could be seen on the back mountain. "What's going on? What happened?" Yi Saw suddenly felt her heart racing for no reason. She hurried ahead into the village and stopped someone to ask, "Andy, what's happening in the village?" Hearing her accent, the old lady immediately asked back, "Are you from the old Yi family that just moved back?" "Yes, what happened?" "Oh, dear. You should go check. Xianglei took your children up the mountain and hasn't come back yet. Lu Quan is asking for help to find the kids."
what?
Upon hearing this, Yi Saw felt a rush of panic and ran towards the foot of the mountain without telling the others behind her. She ran to the base of the mountain and immediately spotted Yi Lao Tai. "Mom, the kids."
Yeda Sao Gaspet Forbidet.
Yi Lao Tai had been holding up until she saw her daughter-in-law, and then she couldn't hold back her tears any longer, letting them roll down her cheeks. Yi Saw felt dizzy, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Chongrui, Qingtian, Xianglei, Chongshui. After Yi Laoda and the others learned the situation, They immediately dropped the cart and joined the search for the children. The back mountain echoed with calls for the kids. If the children were still in that area and awake, they should have heard them. The Yi family was extremely anxious. After calling for a long time without finding anyone, they began searching deeper into the mountain. While everyone was looking for signs of the children, they suddenly heard running and shouting from a distance. Yi Laoda's ears perked up, and he faintly heard the sounds, immediately shouting, "Everyone be quiet. I think I hear someone calling for help." Everyone quickly fell silent, and the distant sounds finally reached them on the night breeze. Wolves. A pack of wolves is coming. Help. Hearing this, both families turned pale. First of all, it wasn't even the children's voices. Although there were some off-key notes, Lu Quan immediately recognized the voice of Wang Erden, the person from the village who loved to run in the mountains. The second reason was the mention of a wolf pack by Wang Erden. Everyone knew there were wolves in the deep mountains, but usually, as long as there was prey to catch, the wolves wouldn't come close to the village or town. However, if they came down from the mountains, even a few children would not stand a chance against them, let alone a few grown men. While everyone was silent for a moment, Wang Erden had already rushed down the mountain, tumbling and rolling. When he suddenly saw 7 or 8 people with long sticks and torches, he felt a wave of relief. With so many people around, he should be safe now, right? As soon as he relaxed, Wang Erden collapsed on the ground, unable to muster any strength. Yi Laoda rushed over, grabbed his arm, and asked anxiously, "Did you see any children on the mountain?" Wang Erden was too out of breath to speak, nodding and shaking his head, which nearly drove Yi Laoda to despair. At that moment, Lu Quan also ran over, panting, and said, "Erden, quickly tell us if you saw Xianglei and the other 6 children?" Wang Erden finally caught his breath and stammered, "I saw them in the mountains this afternoon. I told them to come back early and not to go too far, but then I didn't see them again." Hearing this, Lu Quan felt a chill run through him. Wang Erden usually left early to gather mountain goods. If he went far, the children would surely be deep in the mountains by afternoon. Lu Quan sat down on the ground, holding his head and crying softly. The fact that his own son was missing made him anxious, and now he had taken 6 other children with him. If anything happened to the kids, how could he explain it to the Yi family? Yi Laoda frowned, trying to stay calm as he asked, "Where did you see the children this afternoon?" Wang Erden pointed in a direction. Yi Laoda looked where he pointed, took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the stick, and started walking that way. Wang Erden panicked and shouted, "There's a wolf pack over there." "I'm not lying, there are more than 10 wolves." But Yi Laoda seemed not to hear and quickly disappeared from sight. The other 3 brothers from the Yi family followed silently in Yi Laoda's footsteps into the deep mountains. No matter if it was wolves or other dangers, they had to find the children. Crazy, they are all crazy. Wang Erden watched the 4 brothers of the Yi family disappear into the night, murmuring to himself. At that moment, Lu Quan, forgetting his tears, got up from the ground and stumbled after them. After all, his son was among them. It's over, they've all gone crazy. Are they going to feed the wolves? Old Lady Yi and a few of the daughters-in-law did not follow. It wasn't out of fear, but because they knew they wouldn't be able to help and might even slow everyone down. Yi Wana was on the verge of tears, supported on either side by 2 women just to stand. The others who had come to help, upon hearing about the wolves, were too scared to go further. They had come to assist because of their good relationship with Yi Waner's family, but since the children weren't their own, no one wanted to risk their lives. However, they didn't turn back home immediately. Under Yi Dongkue's direction, they started a fire at the original spot, as having many people and a fire could deter the wolves. They stayed there, hoping to see the children return safely. After a while, the 3 daughters-in-law helped old Lady Yi walk back. Looking around, they didn't see the 4 brothers or Lu Quan, only Yi Wana, who was surrounded by a few women and crying continuously. Old Lady Yi anxiously asked, "Where did everyone go?" Before Yi Wana could answer, someone nearby quickly explained the situation. Upon hearing that the children had gone into the deep mountains and that wolves had been spotted, Old Lady Yi began to feel weak. The three daughters-in-law, all mothers now, couldn't handle such a blow. The four of them sat down on the ground, crying together with Yi Wan'er. Meanwhile, in the deep mountains, Lu Quan was losing strength and was gradually falling behind the others. The three brothers of the Yi family were struggling to keep up with Yi Laoda's pace. Thankfully, the torch in Yi Laoda's hand provided light to guide them. Otherwise, they would have gotten lost in the dark, unfamiliar forest. Yi Laosi shouted while walking, "Big brother, wait for us." Yi Er shouted, "Big brother, we can look out for each other." Yi Sen stayed silent but tightened his grip on the stick in his hand. The group had all hunted outside the pass before and sensed that the atmosphere in the mountains was becoming increasingly unsettling. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if all the snakes, insects, and small animals were hiding in fear and dared not make a sound. Even the night wind seemed to sense the tense atmosphere and quietly paused. The sound of the treetops swaying was gone. In the forest, only the footsteps of the four brothers on the fallen leaves and branches echoed, along with their heavy breathing. Yi Laoda led the way with a torch, his mind filled with thoughts of Qingtian crying and calling for her parents. He pressed his lips tightly together, feeling anxious, and quickened his pace. Suddenly, he thought he saw some movement in the bushes nearby. Yi Laoda immediately stopped, alert, and looked over. The other three brothers instinctively paused as well, but instead of all looking in that direction, they kept watch for any signs of danger around them. Yi Laoda stared at the bushes for a while, but they remained still. Just when he thought he might have imagined it, he called softly, "Qingtian." At that moment, the bushes shook again. Soon after, a small head with a few dry leaves popped out from the bushes. It was indeed Qingtian.
Qing.
Just as Yi Laoda was about to rush over to pick her up, Yi Laodi grabbed his arm. "Eldest brother, don't rush." Before Yi Laodi could finish, the bushes shook again. This time, it wasn't one of the other children that emerged, but a little wolf cub. Then, pairs of glowing green eyes appeared on the hillside behind the bushes. Yi Laoda broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to move and called out, "Qingtian, are you hurt? Come over here to Dad, okay?" "I'm not hurt." Qingtian seemed confused about why Yi Laoda asked that. She climbed out of the bushes, using her hands and feet. Just as Yi Laoda felt a bit relieved, he saw Qingtian hugging the wolf cub and struggling to drag it closer to him.
Qing.
Seeing the pairs of glowing eyes behind her, Yi Laoda felt his throat tighten, unable to speak. "Dad, look." Qingtian proudly brought the wolf cub in front of Yi Laoda, a puppy. Yi Laoda was speechless. Before he could respond, Yi Laodi anxiously asked, "Qingtian, where are Chang Rui and the others?" Yi Laosen also asked, "Qingtian, where are your brothers?" Qingtian turned to look at the bushes she had just come from. "They're all here." She had come out because she heard Yi Laoda calling her. Yi Lao vaguely understood something and stepped forward, angrily saying, "Yi Chang Rui, why don't you bring your brothers out?" After a moment, the bushes shook violently, and the 5 boys from the Yi family emerged one by one. Lu Quan, who had finally caught up, saw all 6 children from the Yi family together, but his own son was missing. He felt a wave of darkness and nearly fell to the ground. Before he could cry out, his son stumbled out of the bushes, looking disheveled.
Xianglei.
Lu Quan felt a mix of great sadness and joy, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. As soon as Yi Xianglei emerged, he saw his father in a distressed state and instinctively turned to run away. Fortunately, Yi Laosi reacted quickly and grabbed him, saying, "Where are you running? There are wolves over there. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" To his surprise, Yi Xianglei replied without fear, "Those wolves don't hurt people." At this, Lu Quan's body shook even more. The 4 Yi brothers looked confused. "Wolves don't hurt people? Do you think they guard like dogs?" Unexpectedly, the Yi children all nodded in agreement. "They really don't hurt people. If it weren't for them, we would have been lost. They brought us here, otherwise, we wouldn't have found you." Qingtian nodded vigorously and concluded, "Dad, they are good wolves." Yi Lao felt a headache like never before in his life. Good wolves? Do those two words even go together? Only a child like Qingtian, who didn't understand, could say that. But regardless of whether the wolves were good or bad, the children were finally found. Yi Lao didn't want to provoke the wolf pack and urged everyone to hurry down the mountain while he stayed behind. Yi Lao picked up the twins, carrying one on his back and holding the other. Yi Lao San carried Yi Changnian and had Yi Changshui on his back. Yi Lao Si bent down to carry Yi Changrui. Yi Xianglei looked enviously at the Yi family and then at his father, silently sighing that he still had to fend for himself. Seeing everyone ready to head down the mountain quickly, Yi Lao bent down to pick up Qingtian. However, Qingtian refused to let go of the little wolf cub. Dad, the puppy is guarding us. Qingtian, that's a wolf, not a puppy. Let it go so it can find its parents. But Qingtian stubbornly held onto the little wolf cub, saying, Dad, this is a little puppy. It wants to come home with us. Looking at the little cub in Qingtian's arms, Yi Lao carefully examined it. The little one didn't seem to be a pure wolf cub after all. But whether it was pure or not, they couldn't take an unknown cub back with them. Besides, who knew if taking the cub would anger the wolf pack? With 5 adults and 7 children, how could they possibly fight against a dozen wolves? Not to mention that Lu Quan's fighting ability was practically non-existent. It was good enough that he could walk without slowing them down. After some effort, Yi Lao finally convinced Qingtian to let go. He picked up the child and urged everyone to move quickly. To his surprise, the little cub stumbled along behind them. Qingtian kept shouting, Doggy, Dad, bring the doggy. Meanwhile, the wolf pack was slowly moving with them, maintaining a similar distance without getting closer. Yi Lao found it strange, but realized that the wolves didn't seem to want to take the cub back. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, bent down, and picked up the little cub, tucking it under his arm before catching up with the others. Yi Lao Si was startled and exclaimed, Big brother, are you crazy? Let go of that cub. Didn't you notice the wolf pack has been following us? When Yi Lao took the risk to pick up the cub, he was actually very tense. However, the little cub was calm and allowed him to hold it without struggle. The wolves showed no signs of aggression either. This made Yi Lao begin to wonder if the wolf pack wanted to give the cub to them. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he shook his head, feeling influenced by Qingtian. At over 40 years old, how could he still have such wild thoughts? The group hurried back, and the wolf pack silently followed for a while. As they got closer to the village, the wolves finally stopped. After running for a bit longer, and realizing the wolves weren't pursuing them anymore, everyone sighed in relief. Lu Quan sat down and said, Let's rest for a bit. I really can't run anymore. Yi Xianglei looked at the Yi brothers, who were slightly out of breath despite carrying and holding each other, and then at his own father, who was sprawled on the ground without any burden, and sighed again in frustration. Both were fathers, but the difference was so vast. Fortunately, Lu Quan understood the situation and, after a short break, got up quickly without needing anyone to urge him, saying, It's dangerous in the mountains. We should get down quickly. The night grew deeper, and many villagers could no longer stay awake, gradually heading home to rest. Slowly, fewer people remained at the foot of the mountain. In the end, only 4 women, including Ye's mother-in-law and Yi Waner, were left. All of them had red, swollen eyes, unable to cry any more tears, but they still couldn't stop sobbing. Suddenly, Yi San's wife, who had been staring down the mountain path, suddenly shouted, Look, is someone coming down over there? Where? Ye's grandmother squinted her eyes and looked toward the mountain path. Ye's elder sister focused her gaze and immediately ran toward that direction. She rushed to Yi Lao, who was holding Qingtian in his arms. Overwhelmed with emotions, she didn't know what to say. Finally, all her feelings turned into a firm slap on Qingtian's bottom. You child, who gave you the courage to go into the deep mountains? Did you want to scare your mother to death? Ye's elder sister's slap was quite strong. Qingtian pouted, seeming to want to hold back her tears, but eventually, tears gathered and began to well up in her eyes. Yi Laoda was startled by his wife's action and quickly turned to protect Qingtian, whispering, "What are you doing? You can't hit a child." After hitting her, Ye's elder sister immediately regretted it. She knew how much Qingtian had suffered before. She had promised herself not to lay a finger on her, so why couldn't she hold back just now? Seeing Qingtian protected in Yi Laoda's arms, Ye's elder sister felt a lump in her throat. Would the child grow distant from her in the future?
Qingtian.
Ye's elder sister called out with a trembling voice. Qingtian, with red eyes, looked up from Yi Laoda's arms. Ye's elder sister's heart sank, and tears began to roll down her cheeks.
"I'm sorry, I shouldn't have."
Before she could finish, Qingtian reached out her arms and cried out, "Mom." Ye's elder sister quickly took her in her arms and cried, "I will never hit you again." Qingtian hugged her neck and shook her head, softly saying, "Mom is worried about me." Not just Ye's elder sister, but also Ye's second sister, Ye's third sister, and Yi Waner felt the same. Seeing the child return safely, they all cried and laughed, and after the excitement, they couldn't help but give a few slaps. Yi Waner was especially fierce, hitting Yi Xianglei until he cried out, "You little rascal! Why didn't you just stay in the mountains and not come back? Why didn't you let a wolf take you away instead? You skipped school to play in the mountains, and that's one thing, but you even took someone else's child with you? Don't you see how young Nian Nian and Qingtian are? What if something happens? How am I supposed to explain this to their parents?" Yi Xianglei initially wanted to maintain his dignity in front of the other children, holding back tears. But Yi Waner hit him too hard. In the end, he couldn't hold back and cried out loud. "You're crying? How can you still cry?" Yi Waner had hit her own palm red and was a bit tired, so she slapped him a couple more times, then stood with her hands on her hips, catching her breath. On the other side, Yi Changrui was also scolded by Yi Erseo. "You're the older brother. What did we tell you before we left? Taking your younger siblings to the mountains for a whole day, and even running into a wolf pack? Yi Changrui, how come I never noticed you were so capable before? If you like going to the mountains so much, why not quit school and just help your dad with farming?" Yi Changrui was too ashamed to look up, enduring the scolding and the hits in silence. Of course, the other 4 kids, though not the main culprits, couldn't escape punishment either, each getting a few smacks. While the wives disciplined the children, Grandma Yi stayed quiet. When she felt it was enough, she finally said sternly, "The family was worried sick, and you all caused such trouble going to the mountains. Do you understand your mistake? Will you dare to do this again?" With tears still on their faces, the kids replied, "Grandma, we know we were wrong. We won't do it again."
"Grandma."
Seeing all the kids admit their mistakes, Grandma Yi said, "All right, it's late. Let's go home now, and we can talk about this tomorrow." Grandma Yi led the shaken family back home, while the older brothers ran down to find the flatbed cart at the foot of the mountain to bring the furniture back. As soon as Yi Dajie entered the house holding Qingtian, she heard Guosher complaining from inside. "Why are you back so late?"
"I'm starving. Grandma, you felt her angry.
"Everyone has things to do at home, and you just stayed here all day. You didn't even think to cook something for us or check on the kids. All you care about is eating." Guosher lowered her eyes and replied, "I'm pregnant, and it's not even 3 months yet. What if I hurt the baby? Besides, I thought since you all came back, the kids must be fine, so I didn't ask." Sister Yi wiped her tears and said, "Mom, I will go make dinner." The group that went to the city to buy furniture didn't want to spend too much money, so they only brought corn cakes for lunch. After returning to the village, not only did they miss dinner, but they also searched the mountains for the kids and were now both tired and hungry. The kids had walked in the mountains all day. Although they had eaten some wild fruits along the way, they were all very hungry. Sister Yi Er and Sister Yi Sen also went to the kitchen to help. Grandma Yi said, "Just make something simple and warm to eat." "Mom, I understand," Sister Yi replied. Eldest brother Yi took out a large table and placed it in the center of the living room, then set up a smaller table in the west room. Yi Er and Yi Sen also brought in the stools they bought and placed them around the table. "Mom, this is enough for our family to eat," said eldest brother Yi. Grandma Yi looked at the table and chairs. Although they showed signs of use, they were indeed made of sturdy materials, so she nodded in approval. Yi Sen checked each piece and agreed. They are all quite sturdy. Not bad. Yi Si brought a basin of water and wiped down the table and chairs. Just as he finished, Sister Yi entered with a large pot of dumpling soup and placed it on the big table. Sister Yi Er followed closely behind, carrying another pot and setting it on the smaller table. Let's eat, Grandma Yi announced. Everyone was too hungry to care about the heat and started eating right away. After finishing a bowl of dumpling soup, everyone gradually felt better from their tired and hungry state. Only then did eldest brother Yi ask, Chang Rui, can you tell us what happened today? Although Chang Rui was not very old, he was always reliable, so everyone felt comfortable letting him look after his younger siblings. What happened today really didn't seem like something he would do. After lunch, we were bored at home. Qingtian said she wanted to see what the village school was like, so I took them to the school. Who knew our cousin saw us, and actually skipped class to take us to the back mountain to play. We didn't go far at first. We just wanted to see if we could find pine cones or mushrooms. While we were talking, Qingtian asked our cousin which family in the village had puppies because we wanted to raise a dog. Unexpectedly, my uncle suddenly said he had encountered a big dog in the mountains that looked very impressive and wanted to take us to find it. Then we walked and got lost. When Yi Changrui mentioned the dog, Yi Laoda remembered that the little pup he brought back was still lying in the yard. He got up to take a look and saw that the little pup was obediently lying at the door. Its head was resting on its front paws, but when it heard Yi Laoda come out, it immediately lifted its head to look. Yi Laoda took a closer look. The pup was definitely not a wolf, but it was also different from the typical village dogs. Since you insist on coming back with us, my home has enough food for you, but you also need to help us guard the house. Yi Laoda squatted down and said a few words to the pup. All right, you stay here for now. After we finish eating, I will get you something to eat. Inside the house, Yi Changrui was still talking about their day in the mountains. They had walked quite far without finding the impressive big dog that Yi Xianglei mentioned, and instead, they got lost. Nian Nian and Qingtian were too young to walk very far. Yi Changrui and Yi Xianglei had to carry them the whole way. Later, when Qingtian heard animal sounds, the group bravely went to investigate and found that someone had dug a trap in the mountains, and a little pup had accidentally fallen in and couldn't get out. Seeing the little pup, Qingtian insisted it was a puppy and wanted to rescue it and take it home. But the trap was not only large, but also quite deep. Not to mention a little pup and a few kids, even a wild boar, would have a hard time climbing out. The kids brainstormed and tried many ideas and finally managed to get the little pup out. After the little pup got out, it started making whimpering sounds, and then suddenly several wolves appeared. Although everyone knew the kids returned safely, they were still frightened when they heard this. Later, these wolves helped us find our way. Wolves can guide you? Yi Laoda said irritably. You can come up with such nonsense? I think you haven't been punished enough. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the kids immediately began to argue back. Yi Changxue, second uncle, it's true. If it weren't for those wolves, we would have kept walking deeper. Yi Changzhao, Dad, it's true. Whenever we went the wrong way, the wolves would block our path. When we went the right way, they followed us from behind. Yi Changfeng nodded in agreement. Yi Changyan spoke in the same tone as Qingtian, saying, They are all good wolves. Now, not only was Yi Laoda troubled, but Yi Lisan couldn't help but feel a headache too. Whether they are good wolves or bad wolves, the wolf pack didn't eat you today, so you are lucky. If you encounter wolves in the future, quickly stay away from them, do you hear me?
Yes.
We heard you. Understood. Seeing the children all agreed, Yi Laoda finally relaxed a bit. Yi Laodai, noticing it was about time, spoke up, All right, the meal is finished and everything is clear. You all take the kids back to rest. You four brothers stay for a moment. I have something to say. Guo had already finished eating and was sitting nearby waiting, all for the furniture. When she heard Yi Laodai telling everyone to go back to their rooms, she quickly asked, Mother, what about the furniture? What about the furniture? Is it going to grow legs and run away? Or Are you planning to sleep in the Kong tonight? Why the hurry? It won't be missing. Guo then realized Yi Laotai was in a bad mood and awkwardly got up to go back inside. The remaining sisters-in-law cleaned up the dishes and returned to take the children out. As soon as Qingtian stepped outside, the little puppy jumped up and rushed to her feet, rubbing against her legs and playfully tugging at her ankle with its tail. Qingtian, unsteady from the puppy's antics, couldn't stop laughing. Mom, the puppy hasn't eaten yet. There's just enough left in the pot, so I'll make something for the puppy. Yi Deseo took Qingtian into the kitchen, added a scoop of water to the pot, and stirred the fire to get it going again. Then Yi Deseo found a small piece of leftover pig lung from a basket hanging from the beam. She finally chopped the pig lung and tossed it into the pot to cook with the remaining broth. Yi Deseo then took a chipped porcelain bowl, served the cooked food, and placed it on the windowsill outside. It's too hot now. It will burn its tongue. Wait a bit until it cools down before giving it to the puppy. Qingtian squatted down with the puppy, waiting for its dinner to cool. Seeing no one else around, Yi Deseo also squatted down, gently rubbed Qingtian's soft hair, and quietly asked, Qingtian, are you mad at your mom? At that moment, Qingtian had completely forgotten about the earlier slap. She tilted her head, looking at Yi Deseo with confusion, and softly replied, Why would I be mad at Mom? Because Mom just slapped you. Sister Yi quickly explained. Mom was confused at that moment. She really didn't mean to hit you. Qingtian suddenly held Sister Ye's hand and smiled, saying, When did Mom ever hit me? I don't remember. Her small hand could only grasp one of Sister Ye's fingers. Qingtian pulled Sister Ye's hand, guiding her to pet the puppy. Doggy, this is my mom. You need to remember her scent and never bite her. When you grow up, you have to protect her.
Woof.
As soon as Qingtian finished speaking, the puppy barked, as if it truly understood her words. Seeing that Qingtian really wasn't upset about the slap, Sister Yi finally relaxed. As she stroked the puppy's soft fur, her mood gradually lightened. Meanwhile, in the main house, Grandma Yi was discussing important matters with her sons. Today, something unexpected happened that scared everyone. I almost let them go looking for your father. So, I thought about it and this can't go on. The eldest will go to school tomorrow to ask the teacher about the situation. Chang Rui will continue his studies and Chang Shui, Chang Zhao, and Chan Feng will also be sent to start their education. Nian Nian is still young, so there's no rush. In a couple of years, we can talk about it again. It's good for him to keep Qingtian company at home. But if the teacher refuses to accept our children, we will have to find a way to send them to the county to study. We can't let you four end up like those who can't read a word and live their lives in ignorance. Okay, we will listen to Mom, the four brothers agreed. Grandma Yi continued, no matter where they study, the tuition will not be a small amount, especially for the second and third. You all need to keep that in mind. Currently, the children studying at home belong to both families, but the money comes from the public funds. Grandma Yi was also worried that Yi Laoda and Yi Lao Si might have concerns. But Yi Laoda said, Mom, you don't need to worry about this. Qingtian's mother and I are not picky people. Besides, they are our own nephews. No matter who succeeds in the future, we will all benefit. Yi Lao Si quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Mom, don't worry, I have no objections either. Yi Lao Air felt the most pressure, as 3 of the 4 children going to school were from his family. Mom, once everything is settled at home, I will go to the city to see if I can find some work. Yi Lao Sen added, Mom, once I finish fixing the water wheel in the village, I will go too. Seeing that her sons were all clear-headed, Grandma Yi nodded with satisfaction. All right, let's settle it this way. Lastly, there's one more thing. A few families from the village came to help look for the child today. Although they did it for your aunt's sake, we should still show our gratitude. Eldest son, let your wife prepare some food tomorrow, and you can deliver some to each family to taste. It's a small gesture of our appreciation. By the time they found the child, it was already late. After eating a bit at home, everyone was extremely tired. After finishing their discussion, Grandma Yi told her 4 sons, you all worked hard today, so hurry back and get some sleep. We can deal with the furniture tomorrow. Okay, don't worry, Mom. You should rest early. Eldest Yi led his 3 younger brothers out of the main room and asked, "Third brother, how's the water wheel repair going?" "I worked with Uncle Dong Kue today, and it's indeed a bit tricky. We need the parts from the original water wheel to fit together perfectly. The water wheel is too big, and the village chief won't let us take that part off. What should we do?" Eldest 4 asked anxiously. "Third brother, I think the village chief is purposely making things hard for us. I think we can just make a rough version first, then I can climb up and manually polish it a bit. It should be close enough." Remembering the tall water wheel by the river, Eldest Yi worriedly said, "Let us know in advance when you plan to climb the water wheel, so we can help. It's really high, and falling down is no joke." "All right." Third Yi agreed, without hesitation. Then the 4 brothers returned to their rooms. As Eldest Yi entered, he heard his wife shushing him from the bed. He peeked in and saw that Qingtian had already fallen asleep. The puppy they found in the mountain snuggled up next to Eldest Ye's feet, immediately heading for the spot closest to Qingtian and curling up. Seeing this, Eldest Ye's wife chuckled. "This little one is quite sensible. It doesn't even try to jump on the bed." Eldest Yi had intended to throw it out but decided against it after hearing his wife. "As long as it behaves and wants to stay inside, it can stay. Is it a wolf or a dog?" "It should be a mix of both," Eldest Yi replied quietly while taking off his clothes. "I've heard old hunters say that sometimes wolves and village dogs have pups together. This little one looks like it just weaned. I guess the mother wolf doesn't plan to keep it in the pack and wants to send it near the village, but it ran into some kids in the mountains. This could explain why the wolf pack didn't harm the children." However, Aunt Yi clearly thinks otherwise. She believes the kids returned safely thanks to Qingtian. She leaned down and kissed Qingtian's rosy little face, tucked her in, and then had Yi Lao to blow out the oil lamp. The puppy on the ground whimpered, shook its back legs, turned over, and fell asleep too. In the west wing, Yi Lao Si's room, Guoshi was still excitedly asking him questions. "Tell me, what furniture did you buy?" "I bought a kongqin, a kong table, and a set of cabinets," Yi Lao Si replied, gesturing. "I measured the sizes, and they fit perfectly here." "What does a kongqin look like?" Guoshi had rested at home all day and didn't go up the mountain to find the kids, so she was full of energy now. But Yi Lao Si was so tired he could barely keep his eyes open. He casually replied, "A kongqin is just like that. What else could it be? Haven't you seen one before?" "Stop talking. I'm so tired. Let's sleep, and tomorrow morning when we unload the furniture from the cart, you'll see. You really are something," Guoshi teased, but her good mood about the furniture outweighed her annoyance. She happily thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and pushed Yi Lao Si, asking, "What about the leftover money?" Yi Lao Si was just about to fall asleep when she woke him up. He mumbled, "Leftover money? I barely had enough with 2 taels of silver. In the end, it was Big Brother who lent me some, so I could buy the few pieces I wanted." After saying this, he turned over and, before Guoshi could ask again, he was already snoring evenly, clearly exhausted. Upon hearing that there was no leftover money and that they even owed some, Guoshi became upset and spent the night unable to sleep, listening to Yi Lao Si's snores. The next day, just as dawn broke, Guoshi was the first to get up and called to the still sleeping Yi Lao Si. "Get up quickly. Let's unload the cart so I can see the furniture." Guoshi had been worried all night and thought if the furniture didn't meet her expectations, she would refuse to acknowledge the debt. Yi Lao Si rubbed his eyes and peeked outside. It was still dim. "Let's sleep a little longer. The older siblings probably haven't gotten up yet." However, Gwen insisted on going out immediately to check the furniture. Yi Lao Si, feeling helpless, got up, dressed, and yawned as he walked outside. To his surprise, he saw Yi Dage and Yi Deseo already in the yard, carefully untying the ropes from the furniture on the cart. "Big brother, why are you up so early?" Yi Lao Si hurried over to help. Yi Deseo made a gesture for him to be quiet and said, "Mother asked me to prepare some food for the neighbors who helped us find our child last night, so I need to go into town to buy some things." Your big brother suggested that we unload the furniture early so Mother can see if anything is missing, and it will be easier for us to bring it back together. Big brother is very thoughtful, Yi Laosi said as he rolled up his sleeves to help. Although the three of them tried to be quiet, they still made some noise. Before long, Yi Er and Yi Sen also came with their wives to join in unloading the cart. Various pieces of furniture quickly filled the yard, almost taking up the entire front area. When the children woke up and saw the yard full of furniture, they were very excited, running around and eventually playing hide and seek. Yi Laotai came out and was dazzled by all the items, saying, "You four should take your own furniture back first, and then I'll take a look. It's such a mess." "Okay, Mother, you rest for a bit. We'll move it right away." Actually, from the beginning of unloading the cart, Yi Dage had already planned ahead, placing each family's furniture as close to their doors as possible. Looking at the 6 Qingtian in the yard, Gua anxiously asked, "Yi Laosi, which one is our Qingtian?" She wanted to compare it with the others. Once they moved everything home, it would be inconvenient to check it out again. Yi Laosi pointed to the one next to her and said, "Look, it's right in front of you." Gua turned to take a look, then scanned the other Qingtian, showing a satisfied expression. While she couldn't say it was the best in the house, among the other 5, only the one next to Yi Laotai could compare to hers. As long as it was better than the ones in the other 3 sisters-in-law's homes, she would be content. Thinking of this, she began to examine the other pieces of furniture around her. Following what Yi Laosi said yesterday, she quickly matched them up. She found that the items she picked this time were quite good, making her feel even prouder. When Yi Laosi came to move the furniture into the house, she smiled and praised, "You did a great job this time. The furniture looks really nice." Yi Laosi replied with a grin, "We should thank my sister-in-law. She helped us pick out the furniture. She made sure we got the best pieces." However, when Gua heard this, instead of thanking her sister-in-law, her smile quickly faded. No wonder Yi Laosi came back with no money left and even owed his brother some. It turned out someone had pushed him to choose the more expensive furniture, and it was unclear what the sister-in-law was really thinking. "How much did my brother and sister-in-law spend on the furniture?" Gua asked with a serious face. Yi Laosi scratched his head. "I didn't really pay attention. It should be about the same, right? Everyone needs furniture, and we just don't have enough money." Even though Yi Laosi said this, Gua became more and more upset. She had forgotten that she had insisted Yi Laosi pick a good Qingtian. If she hadn't been worried he wouldn't choose well, he wouldn't have asked his sister-in-law for help. While the 4 brothers of the Yi family were busy moving furniture, Lu Quan and Yi Wanu arrived with Yi Xianglei. Both of their faces looked unhappy, with dark circles under their eyes. Yi Xianglei's eyes were swollen from crying, and he walked awkwardly, likely from being beaten up last night. "Aunt, uncle, you're here so early?" Yi Laosi greeted them. "It's all because of this kid. He caused such a big trouble. It was too late yesterday to disturb your rest. So, I brought him here to apologize first thing today." Yuana had also cried a lot yesterday, and her voice was hoarse from shouting and worrying. She had a big blister on her lip, and speaking hurt her. Struggling through the pain, she managed to say a few words before suddenly kicking Yi Xianglei behind his knee. He fell to his knees in front of Grandma Yi. Yuan said sternly, "You should bow to your aunt and admit your mistake." Yi Xianglei bowed his head and said, "Aunt, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken the kids up the mountain without telling the adults. Even if we went, I shouldn't have taken them to such a dangerous place. I truly regret it, and I won't do it again." He finished speaking and began to bow to Grandma Yi. This was the first time Grandma Yi had encountered such a situation. She was startled at first, but when she saw that Yi Xianglei was really bowing, she quickly reacted and rushed over to help the child up. She scolded Yuan, saying, "He's still so young, just a child. Children can be mischievous. As long as they know their mistakes, it's fine." "What are you doing?" Yuan huffed. "I just want him to remember this and think twice before doing something foolish again." Throughout the conversation, Yuan did all the talking, while Lu Quan stood by, nodding. It was clear to anyone watching who was in charge in their family. After her son apologized, Yuan prepared to go home, but Grandma Yi grabbed her and said, "Since you're here, stay for a meal." "That's not right. We came to apologize, not to stay for a meal." Yuana refused, but Grandma Yi held her arm tightly. "There's nothing fancy, just a simple meal. After eating, it would be good for the third one to help his uncle fix the water cart." Hearing this, Yuana stopped refusing and nudged Lu Quan, saying, "You go help move the furniture, and I'll help them with the cooking." Everyone worked together, and soon the furniture was in place, with a large table set up in the main room for the family to eat together. For breakfast, they made cornmeal porridge and flatbreads. Since there were guests, Sister Yi also prepared 2 bowls of side dishes with leftover food from yesterday. At this moment, Grandma Yi finally remembered to say, "Eldest, you're going to the city today. Buy some grain. We don't have much left. Besides coarse grains, make sure to get some fine grains too. We can't just eat corn all the time, especially during festivals." "Okay, Mom, I understand," Eldest Yi nodded. After breakfast, Yuana took her son home, while Lu Quan went with Eldest Yi to continue fixing the water cart by the river. Eldest Yi, carrying the silver Grandma Yi had just given him, hitched up the flat cart and prepared to leave. Sister Yi reminded Qingtian to stay at home and not run around. Qingtian nodded repeatedly. With a little puppy to play with at home, the outside world was not as appealing anymore. "Get on. Hold on tight," Eldest Yi said as he slung the harness over his shoulder, inviting his wife to get on the cart. Sister Yi shifted to sit down and then said, "All right, let's go." Yi Laoda pulled the cart and walked down the small path in front of their house. They encountered a few women carrying hoes, who seemed to be heading out to work in the fields. Although they didn't know each other, the couple smiled and nodded to greet them. Unfortunately, the women responded with a rather cold attitude. After passing by, Yi Laoda and Yi Desa heard them mumbling behind them. "Why is that woman sitting in the cart while the man pulls it? She really doesn't care about her husband at all." "Exactly. Women from outside are just like that. I've heard they can be quite rude." Hearing their comments made Yi Laoda grip the cart shaft tightly, his knuckles turning white. However, Yi Desa said, "Dear, I told you before we left that I didn't want to sit, but you insisted I should. Did you hear what those women said? This isn't right. We can't let it happen again." After hearing her, Yi Laoda's previously dark expression softened into a smile. "You can sit comfortably, don't you know? Men from outside care for their wives. Besides, if you had to walk, your mother would surely scold me." The women's faces turned a bit red after hearing this. However, since they were the ones who had spoken poorly about the couple, they didn't know what to say and quickly walked away, grumbling. Once they left the village, Yi Laoda and Yi Desa couldn't help but laugh loudly. "It's a pity we didn't see their faces. It must have been quite a sight," Yi Laoda said. "I didn't expect you to be so sharp-tongued. I thought you would tell me to let it go." "I learned it from Lao San's wife," Yi Desa replied with a smile. "In life, we can't always be accommodating, otherwise, people will think we are easy to bully. They spoke loudly on purpose to test our limits. If we back down this time, they will take advantage of us in the future." "That's true."
Ye Laoda nodded in agreement.
"Our family never starts trouble, but we can't be afraid when we're bullied." The couple chatted and laughed as they quickly reached the county town. Yi Desa already had a plan in mind. "Let's first stroll around the market, buy some vegetables and meat, and then go to the grain store. After we buy the grain, we'll head straight home." As soon as they arrived at the market, they saw a crowd gathered, making a lot of noise. Curious, Yi Laoda stopped to ask the onlookers what was happening. "Now I understand that someone's donkey broke its back and couldn't work anymore, so it was sold to the butcher, and it has just been killed." When Sister Yi heard there was donkey meat, she immediately became excited and urged him, "Hurry, and buy a big piece. I'm worried about what to send to the families who helped us yesterday. Let's make 5 spiced donkey meat. We can give each family a piece. It's delicious and impressive." Hearing this, Yi Laoda quickly parked the cart and, being tall and strong, protected Sister Yi as they squeezed inside. "Brother, how much is the donkey meat?" 30 won per jin for boneless, 20 won per jin for meat with bones, and 15 won per jin for the head and hooves. As soon as the butcher finished speaking, people around started complaining about the high prices. Yi Laoda was also taken aback. Pork was only a little over 10 won per jin, and this donkey meat was twice as expensive. The butcher replied, "Look at this donkey's teeth. It's not an old donkey that can't work anymore. It was only raised for 3 years. If it hadn't broken its back, I wouldn't have had to kill it for meat. You'll find this meat to be fragrant and tender." Sister Yi stepped forward to look at the donkey meat on the cart and confirmed it was indeed good quality. She asked, "If I buy a few more jin, can you give me a discount?" Seeing that others were just asking questions and complaining about the price, the butcher wanted to make a sale quickly. "How much do you want, sister?" Sister Yi thought for a moment and said, "I'll take the meat from both hind legs and also cut me 5 jin of rib meat." Hearing this was a big order. The butcher immediately smiled and said, "If that's the case, I'll charge you 28 won per jin and throw in some bones for soup." How does that sound? Sounds good. Sister Yi agreed readily. The butcher skillfully cut the meat from the 2 hind legs and then cut a large piece of rib meat. After weighing it, the hind leg meat totaled just over 6 jin, and the rib meat was exactly 5 jin. The butcher cheerfully said, "Sister, I'll charge you for 11 jin, and these 2 big bones are a gift for soup. Enjoy it. The flavor is amazing." Seeing Sister Yi buy so much meat, the other onlookers became anxious, fearing that the good meat would be sold out. "Cut me a jin of front leg meat. I want 2 jin of rib meat." Seeing that Sister Ye's order had opened up sales, the butcher happily added another piece of meat for her. After buying the donkey meat, the 2 of them picked up some vegetables and left the market, heading straight to the grain store in the city to buy corn, beans, rice, millet, and flour. Their cart quickly filled up again. Noticing it was getting late, they found a roadside stall where each had a bowl of hot noodle soup before heading home. When they got home, they found Mrs. Yi was taking a nap, and they didn't know where Yi Er and Yi Si had gone. So, Yida and his wife first put the grain, donkey meat, and vegetables in the kitchen, then planned to rest in their room. However, upon entering their room and seeing the mess, Yida's wife couldn't sit still. She told Yida to rest while she started tidying up the furniture.
Oh.
While cleaning, she suddenly found a box in their luggage. "Isn't this the gift Mrs. Qin gave to Qingtian? How could I forget it?" Hearing her name, Qingtian quickly came over. "Mom, what gift?" Yida's wife handed the box to Qingtian and said, "You can take a look. It might be a toy." Qingtian immediately shifted her attention from the puppy, took the box, and sat on the bed to play with it. After a while, she finally managed to open the lid. But when she looked inside, she was disappointed. "Mom, it's not a toy." "Not a toy? Then what is it?" Yida's wife looked up from the luggage, stunned when she saw what was inside. She quickly grabbed it and shut the lid with a bang. Qingtian was startled, thinking she had done something wrong, and kept her hands in the position of holding the box, staring at Yida's wife. "What is it? You scared the child." Yida quickly came over, picked up Qingtian, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Your mom isn't mad at you." Yida's wife began to doubt if she had seen it correctly. She held the box up to her eyes, opened a small gap to take another look, and immediately closed it again. "Husband, we really received the wrong gift. I shouldn't have been shy and just opened it to check." "What is it?" Yida curiously took the box, opened it, and was also stunned. Inside the box was a set of silver jewelry. In the center was a silver lock with a chain, engraved with some characters that were hard to read, surrounded by intricate patterns that showed excellent craftsmanship. There were also a pair of bracelets and a pair of anklets. It was indeed a gift for a child, but a farming family had never seen such an expensive present. Yi Laoda weighed each item and estimated that they added up to about 7 or 8 taels of silver. The intricate design suggested that the craftsmanship was also expensive. "What should we do?" Yi Deseo said, feeling troubled. "They helped us so much, and we accepted such a valuable gift. What kind of situation is this?" What Yi Deseo didn't say was that today, she had only planned to give them a walnut in return. If she had remembered the box, she would never have let Jiang Momo send a walnut back with young Master Qin. She wondered how they would feel about it after receiving it. Yi Laoda's expression was serious as he said, "Once we settle down at home, I'll go to the mountain and see if I can hunt something. I'll prepare some good hides to send to the Qin family as a return gift." "That's all we can do," Yi Deseo sighed. "We must repay this kindness, otherwise I won't feel right about it." After tidying up for a while, Yi Deseo was informed by Qingtian that Grandma had woken up from her nap. She quickly set aside what she was doing and went to the main room. "Mom, the grains have been bought," she said. "You asked me to prepare some food for the families that helped us yesterday. I ran into someone selling donkey meat at the market. It looked fresh and tender, so I bought a few pounds. I'll stew it this afternoon. I'll cut the best parts to send to a few families, and we'll keep the rest for ourselves." Donkey meat? Grandma Yi hadn't eaten it much, but she trusted Yi Deseo's cooking, so she nodded and said, "All right, call your aunts over for dinner in the evening." The families that helped that night were all close to Yuana, whom Grandma Yi didn't know well. To express their gratitude, they would need to ask Yuana for help, so it made sense to invite her family over for dinner as well. Yi Deseo had no objections to this. Yuana was the first in the village to show kindness to her family, and since they were relatives, it was normal to spend time together. After leaving Grandma Ye's room, Yi Deseo went to the kitchen to start preparing the stewed donkey meat. Thankfully, there were enough people in the family, and the iron pot was large enough. Otherwise, all that meat would be hard to fit in. Yi Laoda helped her start the fire, and soon the delicious aroma began to rise through the chimney. In the village, women often gathered under the big banyan tree in the afternoon, doing some sewing while chatting. So this place is also a hub for all the village gossip. They know everything unless they choose not to talk about it. When they saw smoke rising from the east side of the village, they couldn't help but comment. "Whose house is cooking at this hour? It looks like that new family from outside the village. I think people from outside are strange. Why are they cooking at such odd times? Don't even get me started. I saw the couple from that house leave this morning, and the husband had to pull his wife on a cart. It's just unbelievable. Is that true? Why doesn't she just stay home? Tai Jun's wife, isn't their house next to yours? Yes, let's go to your house to work and see what they are up to." Sister Yi had no idea that the villagers were gossiping about her. She had already prepared the donkey meat and seasoned it, putting it all in a pot with plenty of water to cook. At first, the pot released the strong aroma of various spices. But as time passed, the spice smell blended into the pot, and the scent of the donkey meat began to take over. The family's puppy, with its keen nose, ran to the kitchen early on, sniffing around Sister Ye's feet. It occasionally looked up with its big, wet eyes, as if asking, "What smells so good? Can I have a taste?" Sister Yi was ready for this. Earlier, when she boiled the meat, she set aside some small pieces to cool in a bowl. Now that they were no longer hot, they were perfect for the puppy. "You little thing, you're quite clever to know I have something tasty," Sister Yi said, gently tapping the puppy's head and placing the cooked meat in its food bowl at the kitchen door. The puppy immediately dove in, eating eagerly. "Slow down. Don't choke," Sister Yi said, noticing how happily it was eating. She patted its back, thinking it was easy to take care of. There wasn't much meat in the bowl, and the puppy quickly finished it, then began to beg for more. "No, you've had enough. There's nothing left," Sister Yi said, seeing the puppy's round belly. She didn't want to give it more, but felt soft-hearted and promised, "There are still some bones simmering in the pot. I'll let you chew on those later." The little puppy circled around Aunt Yi a few times, but when she didn't react, it finally gave up and went out to play with Qingtian. However, as the delicious smell from the kitchen grew stronger, not only did the puppy return to wait, but even the children in the house couldn't help but gather at the kitchen door. "Mom, what are you cooking?" Qingtian asked, swallowing hard, her words a bit unclear. The smell was so good, even better than any meat she had eaten before. The other kids, wanting to maintain their big brother image in front of Qingtian, were too shy to speak, afraid that if they opened their mouths, they would drool. So when Qingtian finally asked, all 5 of them perked up their ears, waiting for Aunt Ye's answer. Today I'm making stewed donkey meat, but it's not ready yet. You all should go do your own things, and you can eat it tonight, Annie said, waving her hand as if to shoo the kids away like little chicks. Normally, knowing they could eat meat tonight would keep the kids from leaving. But today, the smell was too tempting. Even their favorite games lost their appeal. The aroma also captivated a few women from next door. They had just moved their sewing from under the big banyan tree at the village entrance to Wang Tiejuan's house. From far away, they could smell the delicious scent, making them feel hungry. As soon as they entered Wang Tiejuan's yard, they saw several kids, led by Wang Taijun, pressed against the wall, greedily sniffing the aroma coming from Aunt Ye's house. Tiejuan's mother blushed and grabbed a broom nearby, swinging it at the kids. "What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed?" Usually, at this moment, others would step in to help Tiejuan's mother save face. But as soon as they entered the yard, the delicious smell became even stronger, wrapping around everyone. Everyone was lost in the aroma, and no one spoke. Tiejuan's mother intended to pretend to chase the kids away, but the kids seemed to be under a spell, refusing to move even after being scolded. Finally, she got so frustrated that she hit a few of them, causing them to cry and run back inside, too scared to come out again. "Oh dear, Tiejuan's mother, why are you hitting the kids?" Someone finally snapped back to reality and whispered, "Forget the kids. Even I feel dazed by this smell. I ate a lot at noon, but now I feel hungry." Another person laughed and said, "You're not hungry. You're just craving it." "What's wrong? Aren't you craving it?" Who wouldn't crave it? The smell is so good that even the gods in heaven would be tempted. While the neighbors were chatting, Sister Yu was checking how tender the donkey meat was. Seeing that it was almost done, she lifted the pot lid and set it aside, letting it simmer on low heat to reduce the broth. Now, the delicious aroma filled the air, spreading throughout the yard. At that moment, not just the children, but even Grandma Yi couldn't sit still in the house. After hesitating for a moment, she got up from her bed, walked to the kitchen, and asked, "Is it ready?" "Not yet, Mom," Sister Yi replied while stirring the donkey meat in the pot. "It needs to simmer a bit longer to soak up the flavor. It will take at least another half hour." Hearing it would take another half hour made Grandma Yi a little anxious. However, being older, she didn't want to show her eagerness in front of her daughter-in-law and the children. She forced a nod and said, "Okay, take your time. No rush." At that moment, Ms. Guo was also awakened by the tempting smell. She couldn't help but take a look in the kitchen but ultimately held back from asking Sister Yi for a piece, swallowing her saliva as she waited for dinner. In the evening, Sister Yi finally finished cooking the donkey meat and took it out to cool in a bowl. Then she asked Yi Laoda to help sharpen the knife and cut the 2 pieces of meat into thin, even slices. The sliced donkey meat was so thin and shiny that each piece displayed beautiful patterns of meat and sinew. Sister Yi called the children over and gave each of them a small piece of the irregular scraps to taste. The children immediately showed expressions of delight, chewing on the small pieces and reluctant to swallow. "Is it good?" Sister Yi asked with a smile. "Delicious. It's so good. Annie, can I have another piece?" The children chimed in excitedly. "Why don't you go play for a while? We'll all eat together tonight," Sister Yi said as she divided the sliced donkey meat into several portions and placed them on a large plate. She then covered the plate with a clean white cloth, picked it up, and headed to Yuan's house. After hearing Sister Yi's purpose, Yuan was quite surprised but fully supported her family's approach. "That's right. We're all from the same family, so we should get along well. You all came a long way from outside the pass, and you don't even know anyone here. If something happens at home in the future, won't we need to help each other as family?" "Aunt, you are right. My mother says the same thing. Even though we haven't spent much time together, I can see that your mother-in-law is very understanding and clear-headed." "Exactly. I need to learn more from my mother." Yuana remembered the family she had helped before. On the way, they carefully introduced her to each family's situation and then took her to deliver the prepared donkey meat to each home. Everyone came to help because of Yuana, but they didn't expect the Yi family to be so particular about their work. Especially since the donkey meat they received smelled so good, everyone greeted Yi Deseo with smiles. After delivering all the donkey meat, Yi Deseo insisted on taking Yuana home for dinner. Yuana repeatedly said, "No, no, I already ate at your house this morning. I can't keep coming over for every meal. Aunt, please don't refuse. Uncle and Dong Kue should already be at my house, and Chang Rui has gone to school to study with Xiang Lei. What will you eat at home?" Yuana couldn't resist, and was finally pulled back to the house by Yi Deseo. As soon as they entered, they found Lu Quan and Yi Dong Kue already sitting inside. Before long, Yi Xianglei was also called over by Yi Changrui. Yi Wana shot Lu Quan a glare when no one was looking, but she couldn't express her anger in front of Yi Dong Kue. At that moment, Lu Quan was staring at the donkey meat being served, completely unaware that his wife was upset. Although the family wasn't poor enough to not afford meat, this meat looked different from pork, beef, or lamb, and it even smelled different from what he had eaten before. "Dong Kue uncle, aunt, uncle, I just made whatever I had at home. Please don't mind it. With such good dishes, how could we complain?" Yi Dong Kue said, immediately picking up a piece of donkey meat. Yi Deseo quickly handed him a bowl of sauce and said, "Dong Kue uncle, dip this in before eating." Yi Dong Kue rolled the meat in the sauce, and then took a bite, instantly closing his eyes in delight. Lu Quan followed suit and picked up a piece without dipping it in the sauce, wanting to taste the meat's original flavor first. The meat had no gamey smell, and it was tender yet chewy, with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, along with a unique fresh aroma. "What kind of meat is this?" Lu Quan pondered for a while, unable to identify it, and finally couldn't help but ask. "Uncle, that's donkey meat," Grandma Yi said with a smile. "That can't be right." Lu Quan wondered. "I've had donkey meat before, and it was tough and dry, not like this at all." Although it's often said that dragon meat is heavenly and donkey meat is earthly, Lu Quan had always kept his distance from donkey meat because it didn't taste good the one time he tried it. Yuan blushed at his words, as she was the one who had cooked that donkey meat years ago. Back then, Xiang Lei was still young, and a family in the village had a donkey that was too old to work, so they decided to sell the meat. Lu Quan happily bought some, and the whole family was excited to eat it, but once it was served, no one wanted to take a bite after trying it. The meat was tough and lacked flavor, tasting almost like chewing on tree bark. After that, they never bought donkey meat again. However, Yuan would never admit her cooking was at fault. Seeing Lu Quan sneak a glance at her, she quickly said, "This meat is very tender. You must have bought old donkey meat before. Don't you know that?" Old Lady Yi quickly intervened, saying, "Donkey meat goes best with wine. Eldest, go get a jar of wine from the room to enjoy with Uncle Dong Kue and your uncle." Lu Quan initially declined, but the aroma of the wine was irresistible, and he soon found himself holding a wine cup handed to him by Old Yi. "This is good wine," he exclaimed after taking a whiff, and after tasting it, he couldn't get enough. Such fine wine was something he usually only bought for special occasions. However, he couldn't drink it all himself. He had to serve his guests. Lu Quan didn't know that these 2 jars of fine wine were bought by Old Lady Yi at the Tianjin market, originally meant as a gift for Yi Donglin's family. Unfortunately, since they were no longer around, she thought it better to serve 1 jar to guests and save the other for the new year. As Lu Quan enjoyed the wine's aroma, he couldn't help but observe the Yi family. They all wore simple clothes, most of which were patched, and they didn't seem very wealthy. Among the whole family, only Qingtian was dressed the brightest. Her clothes looked new, with no patches, and the fabric and stitching were quite exquisite. Plus, with her fair and pretty appearance, she didn't look like a country girl at all. Thinking of this, Lu Quan glanced down at the 4 dishes on the table. Besides the donkey meat and stir-fried pork with potato slices, there were also vinegar cabbage and cold shredded radish. The main food is corn pancakes, and they also made millet porridge for Grandma Yi and the children. It's not the best, but it's definitely good enough for the village. After all, it's not a holiday, and the villagers are usually reluctant to eat meat. Lu Quan was thinking when Yuaner snatched the wine cup from his hand. "Last time you drank, you broke the water cart, and it still isn't fixed. Do you dare to drink again?" Yi Dongkue replied, "Let him have a few sips. It's fine, I'll keep an eye on him. Brother Dongkue, please support him." Yi Wana wanted to give Yi Dongkui some respect, but she was still a bit unhappy. Yi Dongkui noticed this and took a sip of wine, smiling as he said, "San's skills are impressive. The water cart is almost ready. We just need to wait for him to make the final adjustments tomorrow. If everything goes well, everyone can use the water cart again by afternoon." Yuana was surprised and asked, "So soon?" She remembered that this summer, when a water cart broke in a neighboring village, it took days for help to arrive from the capital, and the workers took several days to fix it while causing trouble in the village. That's right. In just 2 days, Yi Dongkui praised Yi Lao-san, saying, "San's skills are truly remarkable. He has a good eye for detail." Grandma Yi felt proud of her son but didn't show it on her face. She smiled and said, "San has always liked tinkering with things. His father sent him to learn from a carpenter in the village for 2 years, and he ended up making things even better than the old carpenter. When we were outside the pass, villagers would ask him to make furniture for new homes." Yi Dongkui then patted Yi Lao-san's shoulder and said, "San's skills are indeed good. Now that your family isn't farming and there's no autumn harvest, if you're feeling restless, I can help you find a carpenter shop for some side work." Upon hearing this, Yi Lao-san's eyes lit up. He had always been interested in carpentry, but there weren't any good masters outside the pass, so he only learned some basics from the village carpenter. Most of his current skills came from practicing during his free time. The things he made were more than enough for his own use, but they still lacked a certain polish. If he could work at the carpenter shop in the city and see how others do things, it would surely be much better than figuring it out on his own. Seeing Yi Lao-san's eyes light up, Yi San-saw knew he would be willing but didn't know what to say, so she quickly kicked him under the table. Yi Lao-san then came to his senses and said, "I would love to go." "All right, I'll look into it for you," Yi Dongkui said. "If you work hard for a few years, opening a shop in the city won't be a problem." Yi Laotai was also thrilled. She believed her son's skills were just as good as any carpenter's. He just lacked experience compared to those in the city. She didn't expect him to open a shop in the city, but if he could work as a carpenter in someone else's shop, that would already be a reliable job. As long as Yi Lao-san was diligent, he would definitely be able to support his family in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Laotai quickly said, "Thank you for your help." After saying this, she gave Yi Laoda a look. Yi Laoda understood immediately, raised his glass, and said, "Uncle Dongkui, whether this works out or not, we appreciate your words. Let's toast to you." Hearing this, the other 3 brothers also raised their glasses. Yi Dongkui raised his glass and clinked it with the 4 brothers, saying, "What do you mean by whether it will work? You don't know how many families will have celebrations after the autumn harvest. This time of year, the carpenter's shop is the busiest. If I help them find such a skilled young man, only a fool would turn him down. By then, the shopkeeper might even invite me to dinner." This time, Yi Lao-san finally learned his lesson. Without waiting for his wife to kick him under the table, he raised his glass and toasted Yi Dongkui separately. Yi Dongkui happily drank to that. After spending these 2 days together, he genuinely liked Yi Lao-san. He was not talkative but worked quickly and well. Having been a carpenter himself, he knew many people in that field. So, he felt confident about helping Yi Lao-san find a job. Yuan only went into the house to join the kids for a bit before returning to find Yi Dongkui and Lu Quan with red faces from drinking. Yi Dongkui had previously promised Yuan that he would keep an eye on Lu Quan, but he ended up getting drunk first. Yuan sighed, and in the end, she didn't bother with him anymore. She told the Yi brothers to bring him back and then took her son home. Because they drank a lot the day before, a few people woke up later than usual the next day. When Yi Dongkui got up, his family had already finished breakfast and were busy with their own things, except for his wife, Zhao, who was in the yard feeding the chickens. While he squatted by the tree roots brushing his teeth and washing his face, he listened to Zhao's complaints. After drinking, you forget everything and talk nonsense when someone brings you home. You're old enough to know better than to drink so much. Now you'll wake up with a headache and stomachache, right? I saved some millet porridge for you, it's still warm. Hurry up and eat to help your poor stomach." Yi Dongkui shook his head but didn't feel too bad. He stood up and said, "The wine yesterday was good. I'm fine after a good sleep." Zhao paused feeding the chickens and asked curiously, really? Is her family so generous? They let you drink good wine? Yi Dongkue frowned and replied, her family is quite nice, and her kids are decent too. They treat me with respect. You should talk to the kids and suggest that our families spend more time together. And you, stop gossiping with those village women. I just go to listen. I don't gossip with them, Zhao said dismissively, continuing to feed the chickens. Yi Dongkue went inside, lifted the lid of the pot, took out a warm steamed bun, and revealed a bowl of millet porridge underneath. He brought both to the table, where there were also 2 plates of leftover pickles. He took a few sips of the porridge, and feeling the warmth in his stomach, he sighed in relief. Just as he was about to take a bite of the bun, his second son, Yi Qingfei, rushed in shouting, Dad, you're up? You should go to the river and take a look. The Wang family has gathered there and is causing trouble, saying you're deceiving everyone with the water wheel repairs, and they want to confront you.
Who said that?
Yi Dongkue jumped up, dropping the bun and heading outside. Yi Qingfei followed him to the river. They ran into the Wang family, who were coming to confront them. Seeing that the leader was Wang Dalong, Yi Dongkue understood immediately. They were using the water wheel issue as an excuse to settle old scores with the Yi family. We work hard every day to fetch water and tend to the fields, while they sit at home avoiding work. The sun is already high, and they still haven't shown up. Today was supposed to be our turn. We haven't watered our fields in over 10 days, and now Lu Quan has broken the water cart. My family, both the young and old, got up at dawn to fetch water, and we're still not done. Those who keep saying they will fix the water cart are just sleeping soundly at home. Wang Dalong's words stirred up the villagers' anger. Although Rongxi village is not far from the river, the low terrain by the river makes carrying water to the fields very tiring. Not to mention that 2 buckets of water are hardly enough. To thoroughly water the fields, they need to make several trips. What used to be an easy task of filling the water cart by the river now requires a lot of effort, and the villagers already feel frustrated. With Wang Dalong's encouragement, their discontent grew even stronger. Exactly. Tomorrow it's our turn to use the water cart. I wanted to see how the repairs were going, and if it would be ready. Right? I was hoping to check on the repairs, but when I went to the river, there was no one there. This is outrageous. Wang Dalong seized the opportunity to fan the flames. Are they really going to fix the water cart? Are they planning to drag this out until harvest time, hoping we won't need to water our fields anymore? His words made the villagers, who hadn't thought of this before, start to worry. Someone shouted, I saw Yi Dongkue and Lu Quan out drinking last night. Both of them came home drunk. This reminder made many recall the delicious smell of meat that had tempted half the village the night before. Now, even those who weren't in a hurry to use water felt a bit of dissatisfaction, grumbling about the Yi family. Why were they cooking meat out of the blue? It was infuriating that it smelled so good. It made the other families in the village restless, with adults craving and children crying. Let's go find them. Yes, let's go. We can't let them get away with this. Better not let us catch them in bed or else. Or else we'll drag them out and see if they still have any shame. Yes, let's carry them around the village. Seeing the anger of the group rise, Wang Dalong smirked. He no longer needed to do anything. The villagers were already fired up, each one adding fuel to the fire, eager to confront Yi Dongkue, Lu Quan, and Yi Laosan to vent their frustrations. Just as Wang Dalong was about to leave after achieving his goal, he was suddenly stopped by someone. Wang Dalong looked closely and saw that it was Yi Dongkue, whom he had just scolded for a long time. Despite his earlier bravado, Wang Dalong felt a bit intimidated in front of Yi Dongkue. Firstly, Yi Dongkue held a lot of respect among the Yi family in the village. Secondly, he came from a large family. Yi Dongkue had 4 brothers, and he was the third. All of them were now at an age where they had children and grandchildren. If anything happened, their family could easily gather dozens of people. In contrast, Wang Dalong's family was small, and with widow Lu's sharp tongue, their relations with the clan were not good. They might joke around together, but when it came to serious matters, they couldn't rely on anyone. Before Wang Dalong could think of what to say, others rushed in and surrounded Yi Dongkue. all speaking at once to blame him. Stop shouting. One at a time. I can't hear anything. Yi Dongkue was not affected by the chaos. He grabbed Wang Dalong, who was trying to slip away, and said, "Come on, you were the loudest just now. You speak." After a while, they realized that everyone was talking over each other, making it impossible to hear anything. Gradually, they quieted down, and all eyes turned to Wang Dalong. Some encouraged him, saying, "Dalong, you speak for everyone. Yes, what you said earlier was good. Don't be afraid. We've got your back." The Wang family stared at him, and Yi Dongkue fixed his gaze on him as well. Wang Dalong gritted his teeth and decided, "Fine, I'll speak. If you dare to do such things, don't blame others for pointing out your faults." Yi Dongkue crossed his arms and replied, "All right, I want to hear what Yi Dongkue, did to deserve being called out. If your reasoning is sound, I will apologize. But if it's not, don't blame me for not letting it go." As he stepped forward, his presence was intimidating, causing Wang Dalong to take several steps back to steady himself. Just as Wang Dalong was about to speak, he saw Lu Quan and Yi Laosen walking out of the village towards the river. He quickly pointed at them and said, "Let's wait to talk until those two troublemakers arrive." Wang Dalong's intention was to distance Yi Dongkue from this matter. After all, it was Lu Quan who broke the water wheel, and it was Yi Laosen who promised everyone he could fix it. Yi Dongkue was just a representative from the village to supervise the two of them. There was no need to involve him. Wang Dalong had good intentions, but Yi Dongkue had no plans to follow his idea and instead took all the responsibility upon himself. "I've been part of this village for many years. Everyone knows what kind of person I am, no need for me to say more. On that day, I publicly promised to supervise Yi Laosen in repairing the water wheel. Even if it can't be fixed, I won't let him damage our village's water wheel. You come to question me after just one day of work. Is my old face only good for a day's guarantee?" After hearing this, and seeing Yi Dongkue's serious expression, everyone felt a bit intimidated. The energy stirred up by Wang Dalong quickly faded away. At that moment, Lu Quan and Yi Laosen finally came down from the slope and approached the crowd. "Let's talk calmly. What's going on?" Lu Quan, used to being timid, felt especially uncertain since the water wheel was damaged while in his care. Yi Laosen looked puzzled, not understanding why everyone was blocking the way. "Everyone, please make way. I need to go fix the water wheel." "Oh, you still know you need to fix the water wheel?" Wang Dalong immediately replied sarcastically, "I thought you would sleep in late, and we would have to come and ask you multiple times before you would graciously come help us." His words were filled with sarcasm, causing others to join in with mocking expressions. Yi Dongkue knew Yi Laosen was shy and might struggle to handle this, so he was about to step in to help. But Yi Laosen, looking serious, replied to Wang Dalong, "Harvest time is approaching, and everyone in the village is waiting to use the water wheel to irrigate the fields. I need to fix it quickly. How could I sleep in?" "Stop with the pretty words," Wang Dalong scoffed. "As the saying goes, it's not about what you say, but what you do. You came so late. What excuse do you have?" Yi Laosen responded, "I got up early to work at home." He then took off the backpack from his back and pulled out two wooden parts that looked like gears. Although they were parts, they were larger than an adult's head because the water wheel was so big. It's no wonder Yi Laosen had to carry them in a backpack. As soon as Yi Dongkue saw the two wooden pieces, he couldn't take his eyes off them and ignored Wang Dalong, who was being a nuisance. He squatted down and picked up one of the wooden parts, looking it over. "What's this? Do you have a new idea?" "Yes, Uncle Dongkue, look." Yi Laosen immediately perked up and explained to Yi Dongkue, "At first, we thought about making a whole piece, but that would make it hard to install. Last night, I couldn't sleep and kept thinking about it. This morning, I saw my older brother cleaning up the bench we bought. When I saw the joint on the bench, I got an idea. Now, I've split one piece into two, which makes it easier to polish and adjust on the water wheel and also easier to install. Once everything is polished, we can just tighten the joints, and it will all come together perfectly." "Great idea," Yi Dongkue exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You young people are so clever. I can't believe I didn't think of that. After praising him, he noticed that Yi Lao-san had already made significant progress on the parts he thought of just that morning. While he had slept in, Yi Lao-san had gotten up early and worked hard without wasting any time. Yi Dongkue realized this, and so did the others. Those who had complained about them not fixing the water wheel properly felt embarrassed.
See?
They haven't been idle, Yi Dongkue said with enthusiasm, pointing at Wang Dalong and the others. What's left to say? Move aside, so Lao-san can keep working on the water wheel. Yi Lao-san had been focused on fixing the water wheel since morning and hadn't even realized that these people were bothering him. He thought they were just concerned he was working too slowly. Don't worry, everyone. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to use the water wheel for watering tomorrow. Hearing this, the families who needed the water wheel for the next day were thrilled and stopped looking for trouble, saying they had work to do at home and would come back to check in the morning. The rest of the people scattered. Some felt embarrassed and went home, while others wanted to see how Yi Lao-san would fix the water wheel, so they followed him to the riverbank. In the end, more than 20 people dispersed, leaving Wang Dalong standing there with a dark expression, gritting his teeth in frustration. Watching Yi Lao-san being surrounded by people as he left, Wang Dalong felt a surge of determination. Aren't you supposed to be able to use it tomorrow? Let's see what happens if you can't use it then. When they reached the river, Yi Lao-san immersed himself in repairing the water wheel again. The parts he had taken out were just rough shapes he made from memory. To install them on the water wheel and get it turning again, he needed to measure and refine them further. Seeing Yi Lao-san focused on his work eased the villagers' previous worries and doubts. Regardless of whether he could fix it, at least his work ethic was commendable, unlike what Wang Dalong had claimed. After watching for a while, several villagers gradually went home. Only Wang Dalong remained hidden in the bushes by the river, keeping a close watch on the 3 people working. Meanwhile, at the Yi family side, everyone was busy in their homes. The women were cleaning the furniture they had bought, asking their husbands to fix anything uneven or unstable, while leaving bigger issues for Yi Lao-san to handle when he returned. Yi Dazhao had already tidied up most of the house, so it didn't take long to finish. She first helped in Yi Lao-tai's room for a while, and when she saw it was getting late, she went to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. However, even though lunch was ready, Yi Lao-san still hadn't come back. Instead, someone came to the door with bowls and plates. "Fourth aunt, what brings you here? Come in and sit," Yi Dazhao exclaimed upon seeing Dong Shi, whom Yi Wan had introduced to her. Dong Shi's husband is Yi Dongxing, so Yi Dazhao called her fourth aunt. No, I just came to bring you some food," Dong Shi replied, handing a bowl to Yi Dazhao. "This is my homemade pickled ginger and sweet garlic. I'm not bragging, but in our village, if I'm second in pickling vegetables, no one dares to claim the first spot. The donkey meat you sent yesterday was delicious, and I don't have much at home, so I thought I'd share some pickles with you. If you like them, I can bring you more." "Fourth aunt, this is too kind of you. I can't accept this," Yi Dazhao insisted, looking at the large bowl of pickled ginger and garlic. But Dong Shi wouldn't take no for an answer and pushed the bowl into Yi Dazhao's hands before turning to leave. "Fourth aunt, wait. Let me pour some out for you." "No need, just have the kids bring it to me later." Dong moved quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sister Yi had just brought the pickles into the kitchen when someone came to the door again. "Is sister home? Is that you, Qingyuan?" Sister Yi hurried outside. "Come in. Have you eaten? If not, you can have something at home." "No, sister, this is some dried persimmon and sweet potato from my family. It's not anything special, just let the kids enjoy it." After Qingyuan finished speaking, he stuffed the bag into Sister Ye's hands and ran off. "Hey, Qingyuan, you. Yesterday, several families who received donkey meat seem to have made plans, all arriving around lunchtime to deliver items. Before long, Sister Yi received several gifts. One family brought pickles, another brought snacks, and another sent homemade salted duck eggs. These were all simple foods, nothing expensive, but they showed the family's goodwill and helped Sister Yi feel a bit more connected in the village. It also made her realize that Grandma Yi had a good plan, and she needed to learn more from her mother-in-law. Lunch had been ready for a while, but Yi Laosen still hadn't shown up. Seeing that the kids were getting hungry, Grandma Yi said, "All right, let's eat. We won't wait for him. Just leave some in the pot for him." After the family finished lunch, Yi Laosen was still nowhere to be found. Sister Yi-san, worried about her husband, packed 2 buns, some pickles, and a jar of water into a basket and handed it to Yi Changxue. "You know how to get to the river, right? Take this food to your dad." She added with concern, "Walk carefully, don't be silly, and don't run around. If you spill anything, just wait until I get to you." "Don't worry, Mom. I'll make sure Dad gets his food quickly." Yi Changxue took the basket, promising earnestly. Delivering food wasn't difficult, so Sister Yi-san didn't think much of it and turned back to continue tidying up. Just as Yi Changxue was about to leave, Qingtian ran over with a puppy and said, "Second brother, are you going to the river? Can I come with you and the puppy? I want to see the big water wheel." Since Qingtian asked, Yi Changxue couldn't say no. He thought for a moment. The path to the river was downhill and easy to walk, so Qingtian should be able to manage. Coming back would be uphill, but by then he wouldn't have to carry the basket, so he could carry Qingtian back. So, Yi Changxue nodded and said, "All right, just stick close to me and don't run around." "Do you think I'm you?" Yi Changrui came out of his house and said, "Let's go, I'll go with you." When they saw that their older brother, second brother, and Qingtian were heading to the riverbank, the other 3 younger ones couldn't stay behind and rushed out the door. The group, along with Qingtian, walked towards the riverbank. Just as they stepped out of their path, they were blocked by a few boys holding wooden swords. The leader was Wang Dalong's son, Wang Zhengbao. Wang Zhengbao pointed his wooden sword at Ye's children and asked, "Where are you going?" Yi Changxue immediately replied, "That's none of your business." Wang Zhengbao usually roamed the village with his friends, easily overpowering kids his age or slightly older. He had never encountered someone like Yi Changxue. "My grandma said you are poor outsiders who should be servants for wealthy families. This is our village, and you should leave." Wang Zhengbao was only 8 years old, and while he didn't fully understand what Lu Guofu meant, he could repeat everything he heard at home. Hearing this, Yi Changrui's face darkened. He was the only one in his family who had been educated, and he understood clearly that if they were to become servants, he would lose the chance to study and take the imperial exams. So, what Wang Zhengbao said was definitely not good. As for Yi Changxue, he didn't need to understand Wang Zhengbao's words. Just from his expression and tone, he knew the boy was being rude. Yi Changxue grabbed Wang Zhengbao's wooden sword and said, "Who are you talking about in such a dirty way?" Wang Zhengbao, seeing his weapon being taken, got angry. For someone like him, who aspired to be a hero, this was a great humiliation. Wang Zhengbao forcefully pulled his weapon back from Yi Changshue's grip. But he pulled too hard, and the wooden sword hit Yi Changnian on the head. "Wow!" Yi Changnian immediately cried out in pain. Then, before anyone could react, Yi Changxue suddenly placed his basket in the grass by the road and dashed forward, throwing punches. Wang Zhengbao usually caused trouble with his friends and occasionally got into fights. But those were always after long arguments, and they only fought when it was clear there was no winner. He had never seen someone come up and start hitting without a word. The others were equally surprised. Wang Zhengbao let out a cry, raising his hand to cover his nose and stepping back repeatedly, blood dripping from his fingers onto his clothes. Yi Changxue did not expect Wang Zhengbao to just stand there and let him hit him. Seeing that his punch landed squarely on Wang's nose, Yi Changxue proudly shook his hand. Although Rongxi village was in the countryside, it was close to the capital, unlike the rougher areas beyond the borders. Wang Zhengbao and his friends seemed like pampered pets compared to Yi Changxue, who had been through many fights. They lost badly right from the start. Looking at his bloodied hands, Wang Zhengbao felt a bit weak. But in front of his friends, he forced himself to say, "Why you dare to hit me? We're hitting you." Yi Changxue raised his chin and replied, "Who told you to say those nasty things? Who told you to hit my brother?" He waved his fist at Wang Zhengbao.
"You."
Wang Zhengbao wanted to say that Yi Changxue was being too much, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood filled it. His words were swallowed along with the blood. Yi Changxue immediately mocked, "Hey, is blood mixed with snot tasty?" This made Wang Zhengbao furious. Without thinking, he rushed forward, grabbing Yi Changshue's waist and trying to throw him to the ground. Yi Changxue had fought with other kids before and was prepared, so he didn't fall. Instead, they both ended up in a standoff. Seeing Wang Zhengbao, covered in blood, fighting Yi Changxue, his friends felt a surge of loyalty. None of them ran away. Instead, they moved closer, surrounding them. Noticing that there were quite a few of them, all around 8 or 9 years old, Yi Changrui worried that his younger siblings might get hurt. He told Yi Changzhao and Yi Changfeng to take Yi Changnian and Qingtian home. Suddenly, his younger siblings gasped in surprise. He quickly turned around to see Yi Changxue and Wang Zhengbao both on the ground, still gripping each other's clothes and rolling around. Wang Zhengbao's blood had splattered onto Yi Changshue's face and clothes, making it look like they were both in a messy fight. Second brother, Qingtian nervously watched the two on the ground, unsure of who was winning. Just when everyone's attention was focused on the two people fighting, no one noticed when Manhwa sneaked up behind the crowd. She grabbed Qingtian's arm and pulled her close, her voice trembling as she said, "Let go of my brother, or I'll have to hurt your sister." Qingtian looked up at Manhwa in disbelief. Just a moment ago, they had been sitting together eating fish. Why was Manhwa grabbing her now? Manhwa avoided Qingtian's gaze, but her grip tightened even more. Qingtian's wrist hurt from being held so tightly, and she felt wronged, her eyes quickly filling with tears.
"Sister,"
Qingtian called out pitifully. Manhwa hesitated for a moment at her voice, but seeing Wang Zhengbao being pinned down by Yi Changxue, she steeled herself, holding on to Qingtian tightly and shouting, "Let go of my brother." Seeing Qingtian being grabbed, the 5 Yi brothers immediately became anxious. Yi Changnian, ignoring the bump on his head, shouted at Manhwa, "Let go of my sister." The twin brothers, usually very different in personality, were in sync at that moment, approaching Manhwa from both sides, ready to rescue Qingtian. Yi Changxue pressed down hard on the struggling Wang Zhengbao with his knee, making it difficult for him to fight back. "Let go of Qingtian, or you'll regret it." Yi Changrui tried to keep his emotions in check and spoke gently, "Manhwa, don't you know Qingtian? You ate fish together last time. Qingtian has been saying she wants to play with you. Please let her go. You're hurting her." Manhwa avoided their eyes, biting her lip, but showed no sign of releasing her grip. Qingtian's wrist hurt from being squeezed, and as Manhwa dragged her around, she tripped and fell to the ground, finally unable to hold back, crying out loudly. Hearing Qingtian cry, the brothers all panicked. Yi Changrui abandoned his attempts to reason with Manhwa and started to step closer to her. Yi Changxue left Wang Zhengbao, who was still struggling, and ran over to save Qingtian. Manhwa tried to sound tough, but her voice revealed her uncertainty. "Don't come over, or I will." Chunhwa's words were cut off when a puppy bit her on the backside, causing her to scream and let go of Qingtian's hand. The puppy had been following Qingtian around, not understanding what everyone was doing, thinking it was all a game, and was excitedly jumping around. But when it saw Qingtian crying, it sensed something was wrong and became anxious, making whimpering sounds from deep in its throat. However, the little puppy, with its baby teeth not fully grown, did not attract the children's attention. The puppy was still looking for a chance. It jumped, opened its mouth. With a yelp, it bit Chunhwa's backside. Manhwa covered her bottom and, forgetting about Qingtian, knelt down and began to cry. Yi Changrui quickly stepped forward and picked up Qingtian, taking her to a safe place. The puppy quickly let go and scrambled after Yi Changrui, its eyes fixed on Qingtian in his arms. Yi Changrui wasted no time and carried Qingtian straight home. Once inside, he asked, "Qingtian, are you okay?" Tears were still on her little face, her eyes red and puffy as she sniffled. "Brother, it hurts." "Where does it hurt?" Seeing his sister like this, Yi Changrui felt a pang in his heart. Although Qingtian had faced many hardships before, ever since she came to the Yi family, Yi Chongrui and his wife treated her like their own daughter. They were so protective that even a small bump would make them worry for a long time. Who would have thought that just going out to deliver food would lead to her getting hurt? Yi Chongrui felt both heartbroken and guilty. Qingtian stretched out her arm, revealing her once delicate and fair wrist, now slightly red and swollen, marked by Chuanhua's earlier grip. Yi Chongzhao remembered that Qingtian had fallen and rushed over to ask, "Sister, where did you fall? Does your leg hurt?" Only then did Qingtian remember she had also fallen, looking down to see her once clean dress now covered in dirt, and she started to cry again. Yi Erseo was the first to hear the commotion and rushed out, asking what happened. Did Qingtian fall? As she spoke, she scolded Yi Chongrui. "Why didn't you watch over your sister properly?" Before Yi Chongrui could respond, Yi Chongnian chimed in, "Aunt, it's not brother's fault. There were bad people who hurt us." He said this while touching the bump on his head, tears welling up in his eyes.
Who hurt you?
Yi Erseo was shocked by this question. Could it be that even the children in this village are not spared? The noise outside quickly attracted the attention of others in the house, and everyone came out to see what was happening. Yi Deseo picked up Qingtian and, seeing her swollen wrist, felt heartbroken as she blew on it gently. "Mom's here, it won't hurt anymore." "Be good, Qingtian, stop crying." Seeing her daughter in such distress made Yi Deseo's heart ache. Yi Sansa helped Yi Chongnian with a bump on his head but noticed Yi Chongxue hiding behind the twins, looking disheveled. "Why are you hiding? You can escape for a moment, but not forever," she scolded her son. "You always got into fights in the village. Now that we've just settled down, you're starting again, aren't you?" Yi Chongnian cried, "Mom, it's not my brother's fault." "Exactly. He blocked us first and hit Nian Nian, otherwise I wouldn't have hit him. You little rascal, so you think fighting is justified?" Yi Sansa was so angry she wanted to scold him. Yi Laoda raised his hand to stop them and asked, "Can someone explain what happened?" The situation was quite complicated, and Yi Chongnian, being young, struggled to explain clearly, making it more confusing. In the end, Yi Chongrui took over and quickly clarified the matter. When Yi Laosi heard that the puppy had actually done something good, he patted its little head and said, "Good job. You're so small and already know how to protect your owner." Again, it's from Wang Dalong's family. Yi Laoda's expression darkened immediately. Yi Erseo, however, was focused on Chunhua. "It's true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I used to feel sorry for Chunhua, thinking she must suffer in that family. But now it seems they're all the same. Either they're full of bad intentions or they're ungrateful." Yi Sansa, rubbing her son's head, looked at the still sniffling Qingtian and said angrily, "Their family is really bullying us. If they have a problem, they should come at the adults, not the kids." Yi Laosi directly told his nephews, "You guys are really foolish. In the future, when something like this happens, just team up and give them a good beating. Back in the day when I was your dad's age, we used to."
Oh.
Before Yi Laosi could finish reminiscing about his glorious childhood, he got a smack on the back of his head from Yi Laotai. "Be quiet. Can't you teach the kids something good?" Yi Deseo held Qingtian and said, "Mom, we can't just let this go. Look, their child hurt Qingtian's hand, and now it looks like this. Tomorrow it might turn blue and purple. I have some ointment at home. Let me put it on her quickly," Grandma Yi said hurriedly. "Didn't you say she fell? Go inside, take off her pants, and let her see. Don't break the cover on the bed." Yi Laoda angrily said, "I'm going to ask them for an explanation." Before he could leave, Widow Lu and Jiang Shi had already come with the child. Widow Lu was holding Wang Zhengbao, calling him sweet names. "Why is my life so hard? I even gave you back the house, and we agreed you'd take the land after this fall harvest. Why can't you leave my family alone? My husband died young, and this is my only grandson. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off easily." Jiang Shi, with one hand on her slightly rounded belly and the other holding Chunhua, entered crying. "I only have these 2 kids, and I cherish them like precious gems. Who knew your wild kids from outside would bully them like this? You hurt my son, and even let your dog bite my daughter. Are you trying to ruin my family?" The two women cried and spoke at the same time, their voices rising and falling as if they were performing. Their commotion quickly attracted 7 or 8 village women who came to watch. "You should have some limits when being unreasonable," Sister Yi said, holding Qingtian, trembling with anger at the way the two women were turning things around. "Clearly, your child hit our Nian Nian first, and Shanhua hurt my Qingtian. I even invited you to eat fish before, and this is how you repay me." Hearing Sister Ye's words, Shanhua immediately lowered her head and forcefully pulled away from Jiang Shi's grip. Jiang Shi, unaware of Chunhua's thoughts, grabbed her arm and pushed her forward. Shanhua stumbled a few steps before managing to stand still. "Everyone look. My poor Shanhua is so small, and your dog bit her so badly, she can hardly walk. If she ends up with a disability, how will she ever get married?" News of the conflict between the Yi family and the Wang family quickly spread through the village. Upon hearing this, Yuan hurriedly put down her work and ran over to help, worried that the Yi family might suffer. On the way here, I noticed that several families we had previously visited with Sister Yi also had people coming out of their homes, heading straight to Old Ye's house. Soon, several villagers gathered to support Old Ye's family. Widow Lu frowned and thought, "Old Ye's family has only been in the village for a few days, and they are already winning people over?" She immediately signaled to Wang Ernyang, her closest friend in the village. Wang Ernyang quickly said, "In my opinion, it's normal for kids to play and fight. But you should never let your dog bite someone else's child. Don't you agree? Kids should solve their own problems." Before Wang Ernyang could finish, Yi Laoda suddenly bent down and grabbed the puppy that had been following Sister Yi. He held the puppy by the scruff of its neck and opened its mouth for everyone to see. "Look for yourselves. Even if my puppy bit someone, can it really bite through pants? Can it even hurt someone badly? If you're going to accuse us, at least have a good reason." Seeing the puppy's tiny teeth, everyone fell silent. Everyone's gaze quickly turned to Shanhua. "This puppy bit someone? It can barely bite anything. Such a young child already lying. It's true what they say about the environment shaping the person." The way she was limping earlier looked convincing. I almost believed her. Hearing the comments from the Yi family, Shanhua felt embarrassed and nearly cried. When the puppy bit her, she was more scared than hurt. She had been bitten by a dog in the village when she was younger, and the pain was still vivid in her memory. So when the puppy bit her on the bottom, she was genuinely frightened and felt pain. She limped home crying, and after being checked by Jiang, it turned out that there was no bite mark, not even a tear in her pants. Because of this, Jiang slapped her. But Widow Lu insisted, whether it left a mark or not, their dog bit our child. Are they going to publicly check Xunhua's pants? So Shanhua was brought along as evidence of Old Ye's family bullying Wang's child. However, the way Sister Yi looked at her and the comments from others made Shanhua feel even more ashamed. Forgetting about the possibility of being punished at home, she turned and ran away in tears. Sister Yi then saw Shanhua running very fast and immediately said, "Everyone can see that the child is quite agile. Look how fast she runs. Don't come back and blame us." As she spoke, she pulled Yi Changnian over and parted his hair for everyone to see. "Look, my son has a big bump on his head from being hit by Wang Zhengbao. Chang Xue only fought back to protect his brother. We have 6 children, and none of them said to bully the fewer. Who knew that Shanhua would be so clever, sneaking around to hurt Qingtian? Otherwise, why would my puppy bite her for no reason? We haven't even come to your house to ask for an explanation, and you come here to turn the tables." The crowd gathered around looking this way and that. Wang Zhengbao and Yi Changxue had rolled on the ground several times, both covered in dirt, making it hard to tell who looked worse. But the bump on Yi Changnian's head was real. Qingtian's clothes were dirty, and the swelling on his wrist was clearly visible. Madame Wang, who had been supporting Widow Lu, awkwardly said, "It's common for kids in the village to have little scuffles." Sister Yi-san interrupted her, saying, "You're right, but that shouldn't be directed at my family. 3 of my 6 children were hurt, and what did we say? Did we cause a scene? It's true we're new here, but my father-in-law grew up in this village. We often hear him talk about village matters and feel like it's the same as our own home. Right now, my husband is busy fixing the water wheel by the river and hasn't eaten since he left this morning. I just sent the kids to bring him some food, and I get bullied like this. Sister Yi Sen started to wipe away her tears. The few people who came with Widow Lu felt a bit embarrassed. They weren't all there to support Widow Lu. Most were just there to watch. But after hearing Sister Yi San, and considering how Widow Lu's family often acted arrogantly because of their daughter in the city, people's sympathy began to shift toward the Yi family. Yuan raised her hand to pat Sister Yi San on the shoulder and rubbed Yi Changmian's little head, ready to say something, when someone outside shouted, "The water wheel is fixed." "There's water now." "Oh, the water wheel is fixed. Let's go take a look." Hearing this, the people who came with Widow Lu quickly took the opportunity to slip away. Wang Ernyang smiled awkwardly at Yi San Saw and said, "Your husband really is skilled. He fixed the water wheel. The day after tomorrow, it's my turn to water the fields, so I'll hurry over to take a look." Seeing that everyone had left, including Wang Ernyang, Lu Guofu's already unappealing expression darkened even more. She looked at the house and yard where she had lived for several years, then at the Yi family standing in the yard. Lu Guofu ground her back teeth together. "Don't get too proud. Be careful, or you might face trouble." Thud. Before Lu Guofu could finish her sentence, a ripe persimmon fell from the sky, hitting her squarely on the head and splattering all over her face. Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing, and soon everyone else joined in. Lu Guofu, embarrassed and covered in persimmon, wiped her face, and the fierce words she had prepared vanished with that one fruit. Ultimately, she hurriedly left, pulling her grandson along amid the laughter of the Yi family. Seeing her mother-in-law and son had left, Zhang Shi, now alone, dared not say anything further and quickly followed after them. Old Lady Yi came over, thanking everyone repeatedly. "Thank you all for supporting my family today. We just want to live peacefully here, but the more we try to avoid trouble, the more it seems to find us." Yuan said, "Sister-in-law, don't say that. We are all from the Yi family. How could we just watch you get bullied? Besides, Lu Guofu's family has always been domineering in the village. Everyone here has been bullied by her family at some point. This time, your family getting your house back and making her family suffer a big loss makes us all feel good." "Exactly. Lu Guofu's family is no good. My child is always bullied by that little brat Wang Zhengbao. And that Wang Dahu, always stealing chickens and doing mischief in the village. Not just us, even their own relatives are fed up with him. That's right. He steals without caring if the name is Wang or Yi." Everyone chimed in, quickly turning the Yi family's yard into a place to air grievances against Lu Guofu. Previously, Lu Guofu's family had been arrogant because of Wang Dafeng's influence in the village, but now everyone realized that the Yi family knew someone even more capable than Yang Xing, someone whom the village chief and clan leader respected. They had long wanted to befriend the Yi family. However, other families with the surname Yi in the village were not as closely related to them as Yuan was, so they couldn't find an excuse to visit. So, when we helped to find the child on the mountain, it was not just for Yuana. We also wanted to show goodwill to the old Yi family. Thankfully, Grandma Yi knew how to build relationships and brought a bowl of donkey meat, which quickly brought our families closer together. So today, when we heard that Widow Lu's family was causing trouble again, everyone rushed over, worried that the old Yi family would be bullied. We all complained together, and during that time, our bonds grew stronger. Finally, Yuaner suddenly remembered. Didn't they say the water wheel was fixed? Let's go check it out. Yes, let's go see. Then everyone realized this was a big deal for the village. As we were heading out to the river, Yi Changxue suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, my dad's lunch." Before anyone could react, he dashed out ahead. Yi Changxue ran to the place where the fight had happened and found the basket he left by the road had been knocked over. He squatted down, trying to pick up the items. But the water jar was shattered, soaking the buns and pickles. The buns had been stepped on, and there were clear footprints all over them. Holding the squished bun, Yi Changxue felt sad. His family had always taught him not to waste food. He wanted to peel off the dirty parts of the bun to see if the inside was still good. However, the bun was too soggy from the water, and with a little pressure, it fell apart, making it ineatable. At that moment, the Yi family members came out and walked over. Yi San's wife saw her son squatting by the road and understood what had happened. She didn't scold him but helped him up, threw away the ruined bun, wiped his hands clean with a cloth, and handed him the basket she was carrying. Here, hold this carefully. We're taking lunch to your dad and checking out the water wheel. Yi Changxue held the basket tightly, as if afraid of another accident. Before we reached the river, we could hear the sound of rushing water from afar. Yuaner excitedly said, "They really fixed it. Old San is quite skilled." Everyone quickened their pace. Yi Changxue saw Yi Old Sen standing by the river and immediately ran over with the basket. "Dad, it's time to eat." By the river, many villagers had gathered, and the village head, Wang Guangping, was also standing next to the water wheel. Two young people were on top of a large water wheel, which was turning and continuously bringing water from the river into a pre-dug canal. The river water flowed through the canal into the nearby fields. At that moment, everyone in the village, whether their last name was Yi or Wang, showed happy expressions. Even Wang Guangping, who had some dissatisfaction with the Yi family, had to admit that Yi Laosan was indeed skilled. In just 2 days, he had really repaired the water wheel. If they had reported it and waited for officials to send someone to fix it, not only would they have to provide good food and drink for the workers, but they would also have to pay them for their hard work. It would cost a lot of money and take an unknown amount of time to complete. Thinking of this, Wang Guangping found a way to ease the situation and approached Yi Laosan, who was eating a steamed bun, and said, "I didn't expect you to have such skills. You have done a great service for the village by fixing the water wheel. Don't worry, the village will definitely reward you." Yi Laosan wanted to say he was only helping his uncle Lu Quan and not doing it for the village. Fortunately, he was still chewing and hadn't swallowed yet. Yi Laoda, who understood his personality well, stepped in to continue the conversation. Wang Dalong stood on the hillside, watching the smoothly turning water wheel and Yi Laoda happily chatting with the village chief, his expression twisted for a moment. "Don't celebrate too early. Be careful not to let joy turn into sorrow." The children of the Yi family were seeing the water wheel for the first time. They watched in amazement as the water was splashed up from the river. They all gathered around to see the excitement. Even Qingtian refused to stay in Yi Dasaw's arms and squirmed to get down to take a closer look at the water wheel. Yi Dasaw put her down and followed closely behind, worried she might accidentally fall into the water. After Yi Laoda finished chatting with the village chief, he turned and saw Yi Laosan squatting in a quiet spot eating a steamed bun. He walked over and said, "I told you before to call us when you needed to go up the water wheel. Why did you insist on doing it yourself? What if something dangerous happened up there?" Yi Laosan swallowed his food, took a sip of water, and smiled. "Don't worry, big brother. Today, Uncle Dongkue's 2 sons came to help. When I went up the water wheel, they tied a rope around my waist and secured the other end to a tree. I thought it was quite safe, so I didn't call you. Uncle Dongkue helped a lot this time too." Big brother Yi nodded and said, "Our families can spend more time together in the future." The 2 brothers were talking in a corner, while some kids were fascinated by the water wheel. Such a big thing that moves and splashes water is much more fun than a toy, right? Qingtian tried hard to look up to see it clearly, but unfortunately, she was too short and almost had to lie down to see anything. She turned her head and looked around, found Big Brother Yi, and ran over to him.
"Dad. Ouch."
As Qingtian ran, she bumped into Wang Guangping's leg. Wang Guangping was talking to Yi Dongkue while walking and was caught off guard when Qingtian tripped him. "Ouch, my goodness." Sister Yi was startled and quickly came over, first picking up Qingtian to check if she was hurt, then remembering to check on Wang Guangping. Wang Guangping had fallen hard and was sitting on the ground, groaning. Big Brother Yi and Yi Dongkue quickly helped him up. "Village Chief, I'm really sorry. I didn't keep an eye on the child and she ran into you." Big Brother Yi added, "Are you okay, Village Chief?" Should I carry you? Wang Guangping was about to get angry for falling for no reason. But seeing how small Qingtian was, he knew it wasn't intentional. Besides, the child had also fallen. If he got angry, it would seem unreasonable. Moreover, the Yi family had just fixed the water wheel. He didn't want to fuss over such a small matter with a child. It's fine, it's fine. The ground is covered with grass, so it's soft, Wang Guangping said, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. You should check on the child to see if she's hurt. Sister Yi quickly asked Qingtian, Did you get hurt? Qingtian shook her head and then said to Wang Guangping, Village Chief Grandpa, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have run around. Little Qingtian was already cute with her fair skin, and her slightly childish voice immediately eased Wang Guangping's irritation. Your girl is so well-behaved, Wang Guangping praised, then spoke to Qingtian in a higher pitch. You didn't mean to, so it's no problem. Though everyone tends to change their tone when talking to children, it felt a bit odd coming from someone as old as Wang Guangping. Qingtian quickly reached out to Big Brother Yi. Dad, can you hold me so I can see the water wheel? Hearing his daughter say this, Big Brother Yi couldn't refuse and quickly picked her up, walking toward the water wheel while saying, Do you like watching the water wheel, Qingtian? I do. Sunny nodded vigorously, saying, I've never seen one before. At that moment, Yi Laosan finished his meal and walked over, hearing Sunny's words. He said, If you like it, Sunny, I can make you a toy water wheel later. Really? Sunny immediately turned to look at Yi Laosan. Although the water wheel by the river was big and impressive, she couldn't watch it every day. If she had a toy water wheel, she could play with it at home. Thinking of this, Sunny looked at Yi Laosan with different eyes. Yi Laoda, noticing this, felt a bit jealous and said to Yi Laosan, Don't make promises to my daughter. If you can't make it, where will I find her a little water wheel? Yi Laosan smiled and replied, Big brother, you should know me better. I'm not someone who just talks nonsense. I've been figuring out the structure of the water wheel for the past few days. I might not be able to make a big one, but a small toy is not difficult. We'll see when it's done. Yi Laoda said, leaving with his daughter, without looking back. He continued to hold Sunny while watching the water wheel. Seeing his daughter staring at it with wide eyes, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He knew Yi Laosan was skilled, and what if Sunny thought her father was less capable than her uncle in the future? Sunny, do you like little rabbits? How about I go catch some for you on the mountain? Yi Laoda thought for a long time and realized that hunting was the only skill he had that was better than his brother's. Yes. Sunny replied excitedly, then couldn't help but swallow and said, The rabbit that Mom makes is so delicious. Yi Laoda initially planned to catch a few rabbits for Sunny to play with, but he didn't expect to make her crave them instead. But whether to keep them or eat them, as long as his daughter liked it, that was enough. Okay, tomorrow I'll go catch some rabbits for you. At this point, most of the villagers had left, and only the Yi family remained by the river for a long time. Finally, when the children were satisfied with watching the water wheel, the family strolled home. Wang Dalong, hiding behind the bushes, couldn't help but snort when they finally left. Humph. These country bumpkins from outside the city act like they've never seen anything before, getting so excited over a water wheel. Seeing that there were no more people by the river, Wang Dalong finally sneaked out from the bushes. Before leaving, he glanced at the working water wheel by the river, a mocking smile on his face. After returning home, Wang Dalong said to his brother Wang Dahu, Hurry back to your room and rest for a bit. We need to go out tonight. Widow Lu quickly asked, What are you two going out for? To see if we can find some food, of course. Wang Dalong replied, I'm so hungry I could faint. Wang Dahu immediately understood his brother's plan to sneak out for food and eagerly agreed, turning to lie down on the bed to gather his strength. He hadn't eaten well lately, not because there was no food, but because their old house had fallen into disrepair and the stove was broken. Widow Lu and her two sons were thinking about Wang Dafeng's promise to rent a house for them in the county, so no one wanted to bother fixing the old place. For the past few days, they had been making do with whatever they could find to eat. Just as Wang Dalong was about to take a nap, he heard his daughter Shanhaiguan crying outside. All you do is cry all day. I'm not dead yet, so why are you acting like this? he shouted. Stop saying such unlucky things. Widow Lu quickly replied. Jiang, feeling very upset, said in a whiny voice, It's not just her crying. I feel like crying too. The kitchen is unusable, the toilet is broken, and everything is inconvenient. The kids are starving, and I just want. As she spoke, she squeezed her legs together, unable to hold it in any longer. She was pregnant and needed to go to the bathroom more than usual, but it was difficult in the old house. Instead of fixing the broken parts of the house, Wang Dalong kept running outside every day, coming back covered in dirt. Before he could say anything, Jiang couldn't hold it any longer and handed Shanhua to Wang Dalong, whispering, Watch her for a moment. I feel like I'm about to burst. Wang Dalong had no choice but to hold the crying Shanhua as he followed Jiang to the overgrown backyard. Widow Lu rolled her eyes and waved her cloth in frustration. Some people just make a fuss. The grass in the backyard is almost as tall as me, and it's dark. Just find a spot. No one can see you. Besides, we're all family here. Who would care if you went to the bathroom? Wang Dalong agreed. Exactly. Hearing this, Jiang felt tears welling up in her eyes, wishing she could hit him. But she was at her limit and quickly lifted her skirt to find a place to relieve herself. Chunhua cried, Dad, I'm hungry. Wang Dalong immediately got angry and slapped her a few times on the bottom. Wow, Chunhua cried even louder after being hit. Jiang rushed out, quickly tied her belt, grabbed the child from him, and said angrily, What trouble did you face outside? You come back here and take it out on us women. Who are you calling a coward? Wang Dalong shouted back, getting upset. Just wait. Tonight I'll show you who the coward really is. Jiang frowned and asked, What are you planning now? Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. Not long after it got dark, Wang Dalong called Wang Dahu, and they headed out. He had planned to wait until late at night, but Jiang's words had stirred him up, so he left early. Since it was dark, no one in the village would be by the river. Wang Dalong and Wang Dahu went straight to the riverbank. Brother, what are we really doing? Just wait and see, Wang Dalong replied, his voice shaking with excitement. Tonight, I'm taking you for a big score. Once we drive them away, we can move back home. The two brothers quietly reached the riverbank, and Wang Dalong carefully lit a match, making a simple torch for his brother. Hold this and help me. After handing it over, Wang Dalong tucked his shirt into his belt, spat into his hands, rubbed them together, and climbed onto the water wheel. Wang Dahu understood his brother's plan. He wanted to break the part that Yi Lao-san had just fixed. Then the villagers wouldn't be able to use the water wheel and would surely blame the Yi family. Brother, you're really clever, Wang Dahu admired. Wang Dalong quickly climbed up, pulled out the axe from his belt, and started chopping at the new part that Yi Lao-san had installed. Just then, a familiar voice shouted from behind. Who? What are you doing? Wang Dahu jumped in shock. He recognized Wang Guangping's voice without a doubt. But why would the village chief come to the river at this time? Wang Dahu quickly dropped the torch and tried to stomp it out, hoping to hide their actions in the dark. But he forgot about Wang Dalong still on the water wheel. As Wang Dalong hurriedly climbed down, everything suddenly went dark, and he couldn't see anything. He panicked, slipped, and with a scream, fell into the rushing river. Wang Dahu, hearing the splash, was stunned and shouted by the riverbank, Brother, brother. Wang Guangping finally ran to the riverbank, out of breath, and shone his lantern, feeling furious. What trouble are you two causing at this hour? Wang Dahu, not caring about being caught by the village chief, shouted. My brother fell in. Fell in? Where did he fall? Wang Guangping asked, confused. He fell into the river. Wang Dahu leaned over the bank, desperately looking. It was dark, and the river looked completely black, making it impossible to see anyone who had fallen in. Even if they could see, the person would have already been swept away. Upon hearing that someone had fallen into the river, Wang Guangping became anxious and stomped his foot, saying, Your brother fell in, and you're just standing here. I can't swim. Am I supposed to jump in after him? Wang Dahu shouted in despair. Who told you to jump in? Wang Guangping replied, exasperated. You're young and quick. Hurry back to the village and get help.
Oh.
Wang Dahu finally understood and quickly got up, scrambling back to the village to call for help.
Dalong? Dalong?
Wang Guangping wandered nearby with a lantern, calling for a long time without any response. It seemed the person had been swept far away and was not nearby. Before long, Wang Dahu returned with villagers carrying torches. He was followed by the worried widow Lu and the crying Jiang family. Seeing this, Wang Guangping raised his voice and instructed, everyone, search along the riverbank downstream. Zhang Binayang, don't cry just yet. Dalong can swim, and with the recent drought, the river isn't deep, so he should be fine. After hearing the village chief's words, Jiang felt a bit reassured, wiped her tears, and stood aside waiting for news. Widow Lu slapped Wang Dahu on the back. Didn't you two say you were going out? Why are you by the river at this hour? Wang Guangping was also puzzled by this situation. Isn't it dark? What were you two doing here? Wang Dahu, not daring to tell the truth, mumbled. We were just bored and came to stroll around. Wang Guangping, noticing his hesitation and recalling the brothers' past misdeeds, became alert. Big Tiger, tell the truth. What are you and your brother doing by the river at night? Wang Dahu was confused and couldn't think of an excuse, so he defiantly replied, which law says you can't walk by the river at night? Wang Guangping was taken aback by his response and didn't know what to say. In the past, he might have let it go because Wang Dahu's brother-in-law was in charge of the Qin family. But after what happened earlier, Yang Xing's reputation in the village had taken a hit. Wang Guangping couldn't help but think, their whole family moved back to the old house, and he still dares to talk to me like this? Lu Guafu was almost driven to frustration by her foolish son. With the eldest son missing in the river, relying on the villagers to help search for him, he was still here arguing with the village chief. Lu Guafu raised her hand and gave Wang Dahu a few slaps, causing him to run away, holding his head.
Mom, why are you hitting me?
Why do you think? How can you talk to the village chief like that? After scolding her son, Lu Guafu quickly apologized to Wang Guangping, village chief. Please don't take it to heart. You know my second son isn't very bright. It's not worth getting angry over him. We need to focus on finding the eldest son. Wang Guangping replied, everyone is helping to look for him, aren't they? Lu Guafu noticed Wang Guangping was looking around with a lantern, as if searching for something. She couldn't help but ask, village chief, did you lose something? I fell by the river this afternoon and accidentally dropped my pouch. I was so happy when the water wheel was fixed that I didn't notice it was gone until I got undressed tonight. If I hadn't come to look for my pouch, I wouldn't have run into Dalong and who. Wang Dahu felt a surge of anger, but didn't know who to direct it at. If Wang Guangping hadn't come looking for his pouch, or if he had come at a different time, his brother wouldn't have fallen into the river. Wang Guangping remembered where he had fallen earlier and soon found his lost pouch in the grass. He picked it up, brushed off the dirt, and quickly tied it back to his belt before returning to the riverbank to ask, have you found anything? Everyone helping to search shook their heads. Jiang sure couldn't help but start crying again. Lu Guafu furrowed her brow, staring at the river. Her eldest son was true to his name. Unlike the second son, who couldn't swim, he had always been a great swimmer, able to swim back and forth across the river by the age of 10. Even at night, falling into the river shouldn't be too dangerous. However, seeing more than 20 people searching along the riverbank with torches for so long without finding anyone, Lu Guafu began to realize that things might not be as simple as she thought. Knowing her son well, Lu Guafu pulled Wang Dahu aside. Tell me honestly, what did you two do? How did your brother fall in? Wang Dahu was also very worried. Hearing Lu Guafu's question, he quickly explained, my brother said he wanted to cause some trouble for the new family and planned to break a part of the water cart. He was up top while I held the torch below to light the way. Suddenly, the village chief showed up. I got scared and quickly put out the torch, but then my brother fell into the river. Upon hearing this, Lu Guafu felt a wave of panic. The water cart was so high, and if he fell and hit his head or something else before landing in the water, it could be very serious. Jiang Shi, nearby, felt completely overwhelmed. She finally understood what Wang Dalong meant when he said to let her see something tonight. But now, instead of a show, someone had fallen into the river. Jiang Shi's knees felt weak, and she felt a heavy weight in her stomach. She collapsed onto the ground, thinking about how both her children were still young, and the one she was expecting would take a few more months to arrive. If anything happened to Wang Dalong, how would they manage? Unable to hold back, Jiang Shi began to cry. Lu Guofu scolded her. Why are you crying? My son will be fine. Stop this wailing. Jiang Shi's sobs stopped abruptly, but she couldn't help but sniffle occasionally. The villagers searching along the river had gone far, and the torches they held were now just small points of weak light. They searched all night, but found no sign of Wang Dalong. As dawn approached, everyone was exhausted, having to retie their torches several times. Eventually, they began to return, tired and hungry, collapsing onto the grass by the riverbank. Wang Guangping had also stayed by the river all night and was now yawning repeatedly. Jiang Shi, having cried all her tears, sat beside them, holding her stomach, her eyes vacant and filled with despair. The widow Lu also felt that her son might be in serious trouble, but since there was no body found, she still held onto a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu was already sitting under a big tree by the river, sleeping soundly. Wang Guangping saw the three of them and couldn't help but shake his head. Many people in the village had worked all night, yet the few from Lu's family didn't even think to bring some food or drinks to help everyone regain their strength. Who would want to keep helping them find someone under such circumstances? Wang Guangping thought that, as a widow, Lu was not as considerate as Elder Yi. However, he only thought this in his mind. He planned to remind Lu to at least show some appreciation. Otherwise, even as the village leader, it would be hard for him to ask everyone to continue searching while hungry. Just then, Yi Qingyuan, who was supposed to bring water to irrigate the fields, arrived early to work. Wang Dahu had called only Wang family villagers last night, so Yi Qingyuan had no idea that Wang Dalong had fallen into the river. After having breakfast at home, he was ready to start his work. Seeing so many people gathered by the river startled him, and he immediately stopped. He scanned the area and noticed Wang Guangping among them, so he hurried over to ask, "Village leader? Why are there so many people by the river so early? What happened?" Wang Guangping, feeling anxious, asked right away, "What are you doing by the river?" "I came to use the water cart to irrigate the fields." Yi Qingyuan was confused by Wang Guangping's question and hesitated, saying, "Is something wrong, village leader? Did the water cart break again?" Hearing this, Wang Guangping remembered that the villagers still needed to irrigate the fields and quickly replied, "The water cart is fine. You can use." He didn't finish his sentence before a thought struck him. The river, the water cart, the middle of the night, the Wang brothers, falling into the water. Individually, these things seemed fine, but when put together, Wang Guangping suddenly turned to look at the water cart by the river. His sudden movement almost caused him to hurt his neck. "Village leader, what are you looking at?" Yi Qingyuan asked, puzzled. Seeing the axe still embedded in the water cart, Wang Guangping felt dizzy and his vision blurred. Yi Qingyuan was startled and quickly stepped forward to support him, saying, "Village leader, don't scare me. If it's too much, I can just carry water myself instead of using the water cart." At this moment, Wang Guangping could no longer pay attention to Yi Qingyuan. With trembling hands, he pointed to the large tree by the shore and said, "You, help me over there." Yi Qingyuan thought Wang Guangping just wanted to rest for a moment, so he quickly helped him over. When Wang Guangping reached the tree, he kicked Wang Dahu in the side. "You two troublemakers, I knew you would come to the river at this hour for no good reason. I spent all night helping your family look for Wang Dalong. Ugh, what a waste of time. He has caused so much trouble. He deserves to be in the river. Let's go home. We're not searching anymore." Wang Dahu was sleeping soundly when Wang Guangping's kick made him jump up with a shout. "What happened? Who's there?" Seeing the situation was about to be revealed, Widow Lu immediately sat down on the ground, crying and hitting her legs. "My Dalong is missing and you, village chief, what are you saying?" Dalong, my son, you have an elderly mother and a wife and children. If anything happens to you, our family will truly fall apart. Wang Guangping had seen her cause trouble with others before, but he didn't feel it deeply until now. Her crying made his temples throb, and his head ached. The people who came to help find Wang Dalong were resting unsteadily on the grass by the river. Suddenly, hearing Wang Guangping's anger and serious words, they all turned to see what was happening. Yi Qingyuan was still supporting Wang Guangping, but kept glancing at the water wheel. He had come to use the water wheel today, so he was particularly focused on it. After looking it over for a while, Yi Qingyuan finally noticed something was wrong. Village chief, the water wheel isn't broken again, is it? As soon as he said this, there was an uproar by the river. Weren't they fixed yesterday? Yes, my family used it yesterday afternoon, and it worked great. I thought it was easier to use than before. Qingyuan, you shouldn't say things like that. With the autumn harvest just over 10 days away, every family in the village needed to water their crops again before then. So when they heard Yi Qingyuan's words, everyone's gaze immediately turned to Wang Guangping. Wang Guangping frowned tightly, unsure how to respond. Seeing his pale face, everyone started to feel uneasy. Could it be that the water wheel, which Yi Laosan had just fixed, was already broken again after just one afternoon of use? The crowd quickly shifted their gaze from Wang Guangping's face to the water wheel. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone look! There's an axe on the water wheel." "Why is there an axe on the water wheel? I'll go take a look." A young man couldn't sit still, stood up, tucked his shirt in. Could it be that the water wheel, which Yi Laosan had just fixed, was already broken again after just one afternoon of use? The crowd quickly shifted their gaze from Wang Guangping's face to the water wheel. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone look! There's an axe on the water wheel." "Why is there an axe? Who did it? Could it be that the neighboring village came to sabotage our water wheel? Do they have nothing better to do than mess with our water wheel? I heard their village planted a lot of peanuts this year. If our village's peanuts are reduced, theirs will sell for a higher price." By your reasoning, that's possible. While the villagers were anxiously discussing, Wang Jindo made a new discovery. "This axe looks familiar. Isn't it from Wang Dalong's house?" When Lu, the widow, heard this, she jumped up and shouted, "Jindo, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say things carelessly. Every family in the village has an axe. Why is it mine?" Wang Jindo replied, "This axe is definitely from your house. I borrowed it before and I remember it clearly. Your axe was black. I even asked Dalong about it, and he said it was accidentally knocked over by the stove last night and got burned. That's right. It's this axe. I remember it clearly. There's no mistake." Wang Jindo spoke confidently, but then he slowly started to realize something. Why was Lu's axe on the water wheel? Wait, did Wang Dalong break the water wheel? What? Wang Dalong? Why would he do that? What benefit would it bring him to damage the water wheel? The villagers argued for a long time, but couldn't come to a conclusion. As they gradually quieted down, someone cautiously asked, "So, did Wang Dalong accidentally drop it in the river while breaking the water wheel?" The riverbank fell silent. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask Wang Guangping, village chief, "What's going on? Please tell us." Everyone's attention turned back to Wang Guangping. After all, he was already by the river when everyone was called to help look for someone. "I lost my wallet by the river yesterday. I only realized it after dinner and hurried over with a lantern to look for it. I had just walked over there, and before I went down the slope, I saw a light from a torch by the river." Wang Guangping recalled the situation, many details coming back to his mind. The torch was probably being held up by someone, shining on the water wheel. But I was far away and didn't look too closely. I shouted to ask who was by the river, and then I saw that person suddenly throw the torch on the ground and stomp it out. I felt something was off and hurried over to check. When I got there, I saw Wang Dahu lying by the river, saying his brother fell in. I didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly told him to go back to the village and get help. After hearing Wang Guangping's words, anyone with common sense understood what had happened. The Wang brothers had come in the middle of the night to damage the water wheel, and Wang Guangping had caught them in the act, leading to Wang Dalong falling into the river. But what puzzled everyone was why the Wang brothers wanted to damage the village's water wheel. While others were confused, Wang Guangping knew exactly what was going on. Over the years, he had been well aware of the trouble Wang Dalong and Wang Dahu had caused in the village. He stared at Wang Dahu and questioned, "Did your brother say that if the water wheel was broken, everyone would blame Yi Lao-san, and then his family wouldn't be able to stay in the village, allowing your family to move back?" Wang Dahu, thinking he must deny it, was shocked that Wang Guangping guessed his brother's plan perfectly. He widened his eyes in surprise, looked up at Wang Guangping, and asked foolishly, "How did you know?" "That's exactly what my brother said." As soon as he said this, the people by the river erupted in anger. They had spent all night searching for someone, and now they were tired and confused, only to be told that the person they were looking for was the one who damaged the village's water wheel. No wonder the village chief was so angry earlier and said Wang Dalong deserved to fall into the river. Although Widow Lu knew her younger son wasn't very bright, she didn't expect him to admit it so easily, realizing that things were getting serious. Sure enough, the villagers who had been helping before now cast angry looks at her family. "Everyone knows my son Dahu has never been very smart. How can you trust what he says?" Widow Lu said awkwardly. Before she could finish, Wang Dahu directly contradicted her, saying, "Mom, I'm not lying. My brother really said that last night." Now it was confirmed, and the situation was clear. Widow Lu couldn't help but take 2 steps back, hiding behind Jiang. The villagers' gazes felt piercing, filling her with fear. "Village chief, what should we do now?"
Someone asked.
"What else can we do?" "I will go to old Ye's house and ask their third son to come see if he can fix the water wheel." The crowd exchanged glances, previously doubtful about whether Ye's third son could repair the water wheel. Even if he managed to fix it, the Wang family didn't feel grateful, as they believed Lu Quan was responsible for the damage. Ye's third son was only helping Lu Quan, and they felt no need to owe him anything. But now the situation was different. The Wang brothers had broken the water wheel, and seeking Ye's third son for repairs raised concerns. Would he still be willing to help? Would he ask for too much? Seeing everyone silent, Wang Guangping said angrily, "Do you have any other ideas?" His gaze swept over the crowd, and those caught in his stare quickly looked down. Then it settled. "I will go find Ye's third son." Wang Guangping turned and saw Widow Lu peeking from behind Jiang. He coldly stated, "The cost of fixing the water wheel will be covered by Wang Dalong's family. I will come to your house later to settle this." Without looking back, he left. The other Wang family members, already tired and hungry, were unwilling to help after Wang Dalong's actions and followed Wang Guangping away from the riverbank. Widow Lu panicked. "Please don't go. My Dalong is still missing. My Dalong." Jiang, holding her belly, cried with tears streaming down her face, pleading with everyone, "Please help us one more time. Can you help us look for him? My child is still small, and I am expecting another. If something happens to him, how will we survive?" Previously, everyone helped because they were all from the same clan, thinking they should support each other. But now, learning about Wang Dalong's misdeeds, their frustration surfaced. "We searched all night for your family, but your big tiger is sleeping soundly over here." "Exactly. We searched all night, and your family didn't even prepare some food or offer a cup of warm water. Whoever wants to help you, go find them. I'm not getting involved anymore. I still need to save my strength to fetch water and tend to the fields." The villagers quickly dispersed, leaving only Widow Lu, the Jiang family, and Wang Dahu, who still didn't understand what he had done wrong. On the other side, Old Yi had finished breakfast, packed his things, and was ready to head up the mountain to hunt. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Wang Guangping loitering at his door. Looking at the many footprints on the ground, he wondered how long Wang had been there. "Village chief, what brings you here?" "Old Yi, I need to trouble your third son again," Wang Guangping said awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Old Yi was so focused on hunting that he almost bumped into Wang Guangping. "What is it, village chief?" Old Yi thought Wang Guangping needed his third son to help with furniture repairs. This was common back in the northeast. Yi San was skilled and honest, and in the village, if something broke, people liked to ask him for help. Those who were considerate would treat him to a meal or drinks, while others would just ask for free help. Yi San didn't mind. He happily went to help everyone. That's why he had a great reputation in the village. Whenever people mentioned Yi San, they all gave a thumbs up. Old Yi thought the village chief was here for the same reason, but was too shy to ask because of their previous conflict. Although he felt Wang Guangping was a bit shameless, putting on a smile after their earlier disagreement, he knew they had settled in the village and couldn't afford to create more conflict. Besides, Yuan had mentioned that the only scholar in the village running a private school was the village chief's father. Thinking of this, Old Yi quickly said, "Village chief, Sand is at home. If you need his help, just ask him directly." Sigh, I feel embarrassed to bring this up, Wang Guangping sighed. But honestly, I have no other choice but to ask your third son. Old Yi turned and called out, "San, come out. The village chief needs you." Yi San's wife was washing clothes in the yard and muttered, "Has the village chief gotten used to ordering people around? He just fixed the water wheel and is already looking for more help." Old Ye's wife quickly turned and shot her a glare. Yi San's wife immediately fell silent, not daring to say more. Old Lady Yi lowered her voice and scolded her daughter-in-law, "Stop talking nonsense. Be careful, someone might be listening. Don't you want your son to go to school?" Sister Yi Sen suddenly remembered that the private tutor was the village chief's father. Her attitude changed quickly as she turned to Yi Lao-san, who was about to leave, and said, "When you go, make sure to help the village chief with his work. Understood?" Yi Lao-san was confused by his wife's sudden change and nodded absent-mindedly as he left. The women in the yard, although they didn't go outside, were curious and moved closer to the door to listen to the conversation. Wang Guangping, seeing everyone gathered, spoke up and briefly explained the situation. Yi Laoda was surprised to hear so much had happened last night. He exclaimed, "So Wang Dalong still hasn't been found?" Wang Guangping waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about that. I've arranged for people to search downstream, but in situations like this, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate." The women in the yard felt that Lu Guofu's family was truly malicious. To create trouble for their own family, they would resort to such actions. Then they heard Wang Guangping say, "Regarding last night's incident, we should thank your daughter, Qingtian." Upon hearing Wang Guangping mention their daughter, Yi Laoda and Yi Deseo perked up. "If it weren't for Qingtian bumping into me, I wouldn't have dropped my wallet. If I hadn't dropped my wallet, I wouldn't have gone to the riverbank at night to look for it. If I hadn't gone to the riverbank, I wouldn't have seen Wang Dalong and his brother doing something bad. By the time I woke up this morning to find the water cart broken again, I wouldn't have known who to turn to for help. So, in the end, we really should thank your daughter, Qingtian." Old Lady Yi listened in the yard, thinking that if it weren't for Wang Guangping discovering the issue, the blame would surely fall on Lao-san. After hearing this, Yi Deseo felt unsettled again. Since Qingtian had come into their lives, it seemed they had been avoiding misfortune. Even though she had always felt that Qingtian had a bit of good luck, she couldn't help but feel excited at that moment. Seeing that Yi Lao-san was still silent, Yi Laoda asked, "Village chief, you're looking for Lao-san about the water cart, right?"
Isn't that right?
Wang Guangping replied helplessly, "If it weren't for the villagers needing water, I wouldn't have the face to come to your family for help. But with so many families waiting for water, today it just happens to be Yi Qingyuan's turn." He happily went early in the morning to prepare the water cart, but unexpectedly, it broke down again. Right now, he's using a shoulder pole to carry water to the fields. Old Lady Yi turned to Sister Yi and quietly asked, "Is this Yi Qingyuan the same person who came to our house with persimmons and sweet potatoes that day?" "Yes, that's him. I heard from Aunt that he should be about the same age as our fourth son and is quite a decent young man." Old Lady Yi said, "Second son, fourth son, you two go help Qingyuan's family carry some water and water the fields." Second brother Yi immediately agreed. These days, Sister Yi has been busy making clothes for Shanhaiguan, and the room is filled with fabric and sewing supplies, leaving second brother Yi with no place to sit. He was eager to find something to do. Fourth brother Yi was inside talking to Guo when he heard his mother call him and quickly came out to ask, "Mother, What's the matter? Go with your second brother to help Qingyuan carry some water and water the fields. Before fourth brother Yi could respond, Wu came out and said, Didn't third brother fix the water cart? Why do we still need to carry water? The water cart got broken again, and the village head came to find your third brother to fix it. Fourth brother Yi was about to agree but was pinched by Guo on the back. Mother, I was sick last night and fourth didn't sleep well either, so please don't let him go. Old Lady Yi glanced at her fourth son, who felt ashamed under her gaze. He quickly said, Mother, I'm not tired. I'll go with second brother. He hurried to the door, grabbed the shoulder pole and water bucket, and rushed ahead of second brother Yi. Wang Guangping saw a figure dart past him and then noticed second brother Yi coming out of the courtyard with 2 empty buckets. What is this? Wang Guangping thought, confused. The Yi family doesn't even have fields to water. What are they doing? Oldest brother Yi and third brother Yi also looked surprised. Mother asked us to help carry water for Qingyuan's family, second brother Yi said briefly. Wang Guangping couldn't help but slap his thigh. Oh, look at that. Your mother is a sensible person. In the village, we should help each other. Oldest brother Yi smiled and said, Village head, that's natural. You can take my third son with you. But I have one request. Wang Guangping felt a bit disdainful upon hearing this. He had just thought that the Yi family was straightforward, but now they were immediately asking for something in return. He just returned from outside and seems to have hidden intentions. However, he quickly agreed. Feel free to ask for anything. Fixing the water wheel is important for the whole village and cannot be delayed. Don't worry, as long as our village can handle it, I, as the village leader, can promise you. I was worried when the third son went to fix the water wheel because it's so high. If he slips, it could be dangerous. Look, last night Wang Dalong fell into the river, and he hasn't been found yet. So when my third son goes to fix the water wheel, please arrange for 2 young people to help him. We must ensure his safety.
Huh.
Wang Guangping was stunned. Yi Laoda asked for nothing but made this request? What kind of request is that? Seeing Wang Guangping silent, Yi Laoda thought he was having a hard time. Suddenly, he wondered if everyone in the village was looking for Wang Dalong. Realizing this, Yi Laoda quickly said, I didn't think this through. If the village can't spare anyone, I won't go up the mountain today. I'll go with the third son to fix the water wheel. Yi Laosen said, Brother, you should do what you need to do. I was fine last time and I'll be fine this time too. Hearing his brother insist, Wang Guangping finally snapped back to reality. Oh, big brother, you're saying this, but your third son is helping the village fix the water wheel. As the village leader, even if I'm not the best, I can't neglect this basic responsibility. Just focus on what you need to do. I'll be there the whole time, and I'll make sure to bring him back safely. With the village leader saying that, I can relax. So Wang Guangping took Yi Laosen straight to the riverside, while Yi Laoda went hunting as planned. After walking halfway up the mountain, Yi Laoda began to set up homemade snares under some trees, hoping to catch some rabbits or pheasants on his way back. After setting up a dozen snares, Yi Laoda continued deeper into the mountains with his homemade bow and arrows. There were paths made by villagers over the years, but as he went further, it became dense forest, and thick fallen leaves covered the ground, making it hard to find any trails. Yi Laoda walked slowly, his eyes scanning the ground and surrounding trees for signs of animals. The ears and nose were also alert, focused on distinguishing the subtle sounds and scents in the mountains. Following his usual experience, Yi Laoda arrived at the riverbank where he had fished before. He hoped to be lucky and see if any animals were drinking water nearby. As he pushed aside the last bush in front of him, he immediately held his breath. His foot, which was about to step down, paused in midair. By the river, an adult spotted deer was drinking water, completely unaware of his presence. Yi Laoda maintained a steady stance, quietly drew his bow from his back, and took an arrow from his quiver, placing it on the bowstring. He pulled back the bow, aimed at the deer, and suddenly released the string. The arrow flew straight toward the deer's neck. The homemade bow and arrow had limited power and accuracy, but Yi Laoda still managed to hit the deer with his experience. Unfortunately, the arrow did not strike a vital spot, only injuring the deer. The deer, in pain, let out a cry and turned to run. Yi Laoda, fearing he might damage the deer's hide, quickly put the bow back on his back and hurried after it. He needed to subdue the deer quickly. Otherwise, losing the prey was minor compared to the danger of attracting larger predators with the smell of blood. Fortunately, although the arrow was not a fatal shot, it had pierced a major blood vessel in the deer's neck, causing it to lose a lot of blood. It didn't run far before collapsing to the ground, weak. Yi Laoda was thrilled and rushed forward to deliver a quick cut, severing the deer's windpipe. He dragged the deer to the riverbank, took out his knife, and let it bleed out. Though it was a shame to waste the deer's blood, he had no suitable container to collect it. If he walked while it dripped, it could attract dangerous animals. While feeling regretful, he also smiled at the sight of the intact and beautiful deer hide. Such a large deer would provide enough meat for the whole family to enjoy a meal, and the leftovers could be dried for later. Most importantly, the complete deer hide was valuable, and it would make a good gift for the Qin family in return. While Yi Laoda was preparing the deer on the mountain, Yi Er and Yi Si were helping Yi Qingyuan fetch water. The villagers' fields were mostly developed along the river for easier irrigation. However, to prevent flooding from rising water levels, the fields could not be right next to the river and needed to be elevated above the water surface. Carrying water to irrigate the fields is truly hard work. A few years ago, when the government promoted water wheels, the villagers pooled their money to build one by the river. Yi Qingyuan's land is not in a good location. It is quite far from the river. Using the water wheel is manageable, but carrying water by hand is exhausting. After just 2 loads, he was already out of breath. However, pouring 4 buckets of water onto the field barely made a difference. It only wet a small patch of land, which was quickly absorbed. Sighing, Yi Qingyuan turned to head back to the river with his empty buckets when he suddenly spotted Yi Laoer and Yi Laosi approaching with their own water. Yi Laosi called out from a distance, "Qingyuan, tell us which field is yours, so you don't accidentally water someone else's." "Elder brother, Laosi, what are you two doing here?" Yi Qingyuan asked in surprise. "We were just idle at home, so we came to help you," Yi Laoer replied as he walked over, set down his shoulder pole, and asked about the boundaries of Yi Qingyuan's fields before pouring water into them. Yi Qingyuan's family is small, his father passed away early, and his mother is unable to work in the fields. He got married last autumn, and now his wife is 7 months pregnant. So, all the work in the fields falls on him. He thought he would have to work until dark today, but he was surprised to have help. The 3 of them began to carry water and irrigate the fields together. Yi Qingyuan noticed that Yi Laoer and Yi Laosi seemed to have more stamina than he did. During a break, he couldn't help but ask, "Elder brother, Laosi, did you have to carry water to irrigate fields when you were outside the pass?" "Of course, especially this year. We had to water a lot," Yi Laoer said, sitting on the edge of the field with a sigh. Unfortunately, the crops didn't survive. This year, there has been a severe drought outside the pass, and the water in the river and wells has dried up, so there's no place to draw water. Yi Laoer was skilled at farming when he was outside the pass, even better than his father. He enjoyed working in the fields so much that Yi Erseo often said he cared for the crops more than for the children. Yi Laoer didn't know much about grand principles, but he always felt that the effort put into work shows in the harvest. That's why, when he was outside the pass, Ye's fields were always the best in the village. Not only were they neat and tidy, but they also produced yields that were consistently 10 to 20% higher than others. The 4 brothers are hardworking, and during the farming off-season, they often go hunting in the mountains. Because of this, the Yi family has always lived well and prosperously in the village. So when Yi Laoer thinks about how he planted seeds early this year, carefully transplanted them, and tended to them with fertilizer and weeding, only to watch them wilt and die from drought, he feels a deep sadness. At this moment, helping Yi Qingyuan water his crops, which are almost ready for harvest, makes him feel energized instead of tired. "Let's take a break, and then continue," Yi Laoer said as he stood up. Yi Qingyuan also stood up, picking up a water bucket. Luckily, it's cool today and the sun isn't too strong, so we can water the fields during the day instead of at night. Exactly. Yi Lao Air looked up at the sun, which was slightly hidden behind thin clouds. Let's work hard and try to finish before noon. Meanwhile, far up in the mountains, Yi Lao Da had already drained the blood from the deer. He tied its forelegs tightly, picked up a branch to carry it, and prepared to head down. Having gone up early in the morning, he was thrilled to have caught such a big deer before noon. He felt lucky today. Since his time in the mountains was short, he didn't expect to catch anything with the traps he had set earlier. However, he returned the same way he came, planning to collect all the traps. This was a rule he learned from the villagers when he first went hunting. An old hunter had told him seriously on his first day that to prevent injuries, one must retrieve all traps, whether or not they caught anything. Not everyone follows this rule, but Yi Laoda has done so for many years, and it has become a habit for him. As he walked back along the path where he had set the traps, he was increasingly amazed. Out of the 12 traps he set, not a single one was empty. He had caught either rabbits or wild chickens. As he descended, he collected his catches, initially excited, but soon feeling a bit numb from the surprise. This was the first time he had encountered such luck since he learned to hunt. When he reached halfway down the mountain, Yi Laoda set down the deer to rest for a moment and counted his catches, 7 rabbits and 5 wild chickens. Could it be that the people here don't go hunting in the mountains, so the wild animals are completely unprepared and easy to catch? Big Brother Yi felt puzzled. After resting for a while, he looked up at the sun and guessed that if he hurried back, he might make it in time for lunch. Although he had some flatbreads that Sister Yi had given him, who wouldn't prefer a warm meal over cold bread? So, after catching his breath and taking a few sips of water, Big Brother Yi shouldered his basket, carried the deer, and continued home with the wild chicken. As he reached the foot of the mountain, the villagers working in the fields quickly noticed him. They surrounded him in no time. Did you catch a deer? This deer is quite big. It must weigh over 100 pounds. And a wild chicken? One person said as he tiptoed to look into the basket. Oh, and there's a rabbit too. You had quite a good haul today. The villagers looked on with envy. It wasn't even noon yet. Even if he had left before dawn, he had only been gone half a day. To have such a catch in just half a day was enough to make anyone envious. I had good luck today, Big Brother Yi said, trying to be modest as he couldn't hide all the things he was carrying. There are plenty of animals in the mountains here, so I set a few traps, and I was surprised by how many I caught in just the morning. However, others couldn't help but wonder why no one else had caught so much if it was that easy. Big Brother Yi had grown up outside the village, so he must have some different hunting skills. But since they weren't very close, no one felt comfortable asking more questions. Not wanting everyone to focus on his catch, Big Brother Yi intentionally changed the subject. By the way, I heard someone fell into the river this morning. Did they find them? They found them, but they were washed downstream quite far. Yeah, I heard they swallowed a lot of water, but thankfully they didn't die. I saw them carrying the person back home earlier, and before I left, I heard Widow Lu crying loudly at home. If they didn't die, why are they crying? Now everyone in the village knew that Wang Dalong fell into the river while trying to tamper with the water wheel at night, so the tone of the conversation wasn't very sympathetic. Big Brother Yi smiled and said, "It's good they found them. I'll head home now." With that, he quickly shouldered his catch, stepped out of the crowd of villagers, and walked briskly toward home. Before he even reached the door, Big Brother Yi eagerly called out, "Sunny day? Come out quickly and see what I brought back for you." Before he finished speaking, Qingtian ran out of the yard, followed closely by a little puppy.
Dad.
Qingtian called out cheerfully, then her attention was caught by the spotted deer that Yi Laoda was carrying on his back. Previously, during their escape, Yi Laoda had hunted a deer, so Qingtian had tasted deer meat before. However, that time it was just a small fawn that had been abandoned by its mother due to an injured leg. This was her first time seeing such a large adult spotted deer. Qingtian's eyes widened in surprise as she stepped closer to Yi Laoda, standing on her tiptoes to reach out and touch the deer's fur. "This deer is so big," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked up at Yi Laoda. "Dad, how are you so amazing?" Hearing Qingtian's words, Guo, who had just claimed her stomach hurt and couldn't wash the vegetables, was the first to rush out of the house. Upon seeing the deer on Yi Laoda's shoulder, Guo nearly drooled. The last time Yida saw made deer meat, the aroma was unforgettable. However, her attention quickly shifted from the tempting meat to the deer's sleek, shiny fur. The small spotted deer that Yi Laoda had caught during their escape had been weak and abandoned, so it had looked very thin and unhealthy. They hadn't kept it, but the deer Yi Laoda brought back today was different. This deer was in its prime, having spent the entire autumn preparing for winter by storing fat. It looked healthy and strong, with fur that appeared exceptionally smooth and shone like satin in the sunlight. Guo swallowed hard, skillfully placing her left hand on her lower back and her right hand on her small belly, trying to push out her not-yet-visible pregnancy as she walked forward. "Child, look. Uncle brought back a spotted deer. The hide would be perfect for making you a small blanket, so you won't be cold in winter," Guo said, smiling up at Yi Laoda. Back when they were in their hometown, she had noticed that Yi Laoda and his wife had no children of their own, so they treated their brother's kids as their own. They often gave the children good food and were generous with clothes and other needs, sometimes even more so than their own parents. Guo understood this, as they had no children and would likely rely on their nephews to take care of them in the future. It made sense to build a good relationship with the kids early on. Guo didn't feel jealous. Since they treated the children of the second and third families well, they would naturally treat their own child well in the future. So when she saw Yi Laoda coming back with a deer, her first reaction was to quickly get ahead of the second and third families to gain some benefits for her unborn son. To her surprise, Yi Laoda shook his head and said, "This deer hide is meant to be prepared as a gift for Madame Qin in return." Guo was taken aback. She had thought that as long as she asked, Yi Laoda would surely agree, but she never expected to be refused. She instinctively said, "The Qin family is wealthy and doesn't need this deer hide. They might not even see it as something valuable, they could just use it as a doormat. It would be better to give it to your soon-to-be-born nephew." Yi Laoda frowned and replied, "Sister-in-law, the Qin family has helped us so much. Even though we don't have money or power, we cannot disregard this kindness. I know the Qin family doesn't lack anything, but this is my heartfelt gesture. As long as I do my best and give the best I can, I will have no regrets." Hearing this, Guo fell silent. She understood that without the Qin family, the Yi family wouldn't even have had the chance to enter the city, let alone arrive smoothly at Rongxi village. Even now, being able to reclaim their old house was related to the Qin family. Otherwise, they might still be living under the sky with the ground as their bed. So, even though she often liked to argue, she couldn't criticize Yi Laoda for this matter. Yet, she still felt a bit uneasy. "Eldest brother, when you go back to the mountain, please keep an eye out and try to hunt another deer. It would be perfect for your nephew's deer hide blanket. I heard that deer hides make great boots too, and if there's enough, we could." Before Guo could finish, she was interrupted by Yi Sensa, who came out of the house. "Do you think deer are like mice, that they're everywhere in the mountains? Besides, even if eldest brother really hunts another deer, why should it go to your son? Doesn't eldest brother have children of his own? We don't even have a deer hide blanket or boots for Qingtian. What are you thinking?" Qingtian quickly shook his head and said, "Qingtian doesn't want a deer hide blanket or boots. Dad wants to give it to Madame Qin." Hearing this, Yi Sensa lovingly picked up Qingtian and shot Guo a disapproving look. "You're going to be a mother, and yet our Qingtian is more sensible." Guo felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Yes, now he is different from before. He is a child. Even though she was a burden they got by trading food, Yi and his wife treat her like a treasure. But thinking about it, when their son is born, won't they miss out on any advantages? The more Guo thinks about it, the more unbalanced she feels, and her gaze towards Qingtian shows her displeasure. If it weren't for this burden, Yi would surely love his son as much as he loves his other children. However, at this moment, Qingtian is unaware of the danger in Guo's eyes. She is enjoying being held by Ye's sister-in-law and reaching out to touch the deer on Ye's back. It feels so nice to touch. Seeing how much his daughter enjoys it, Yi quietly notes to himself that since he has some free time lately, he might as well go up the mountain every day. If he gets lucky, he could hunt another deer to make a warm blanket for Qingtian for winter. Deer skin boots would also be great. They are light, warm, and keep the snow from soaking through. The more he thinks, the more he wishes he could turn around and go back up the mountain to hunt another deer right away. Inside the house, Ye's grandmother hears them talking but notices no one has come in after a while, so she gets up to check. When she sees them, she is speechless. Hey, why don't you come in and talk? Carrying something so heavy, why don't you let him put it down? You're blocking the doorway and just chatting away. Just then, Ye's sister-in-law comes out from the kitchen. She had been cooking and couldn't leave earlier. Now that she's out, she quickly takes the wild chicken from Yi and pulls him inside. Put the deer down first. Aren't you tired? She tosses the wild chicken aside and tries to help Yi with the deer. Yi steps aside and says, first, find something to put on the ground so the deer's skin doesn't get damaged. Oh, right. Ye's sister-in-law remembers and quickly finds the oilcloth they used for their luggage on the way. Only then does Yi carefully lower the deer he has been carrying, worried about losing even a single hair. He rubs his sore shoulder and sets down the basket, saying, I also caught a few rabbits. If we can't eat them all, we can make a cage for Qingtian to play with. Ye's sister-in-law looks at the rabbits huddled in the basket and joyfully says, so many. I'll weave a basket to keep them. Rabbits breed quickly, and before you know it, there are many of them. Since there is still grass outside, let's cut some to dry for the winter so the rabbits will have food. If we run out of dried grass, we can eat the rabbits instead. After hearing this from Aunt Yi, Qingtian felt the rabbits in the basket squirming tighter and shivering even more. Looking at the gray wild rabbits, Qingtian almost drooled. Aunt Yi then remembered that Qingtian had mentioned wanting to eat rabbit meat and quickly changed her mind. I'll first check the rabbits to see which are male and female. We can keep one male rabbit and eat the rest. Although Qingtian didn't understand why they only needed to keep one male rabbit and all the females, she nodded eagerly at the thought of eating rabbit meat, clearly craving it. Aunt Yi smiled and gently pinched her daughter's little cheek, saying, tonight, I'll cook rabbit for you.
Great.
Qingtian replied, Mom, I'll help you weave baskets for the rabbits this afternoon. Really? You can weave? Aunt Yi responded, not really expecting her to. In the north, unlike the south, there are no bamboo trees, so people usually weave with willow branches. That is not something a child like Qingtian could easily handle. But to her surprise, Qingtian nodded seriously and said, Mom, I can do it. I've woven baskets before.
What?
Aunt Yi exclaimed. In her panic, she completely forgot that Qingtian's previous injuries had healed long ago and immediately grabbed her hand to check. Children recover quickly. Aside from a few areas where the skin color was still a bit dark, there were hardly any scars left. In another couple of years, it would probably be hard to notice anything at all. But Aunt Yi still felt upset. The couple from the Shan family really aren't considerate, letting Qingtian weave baskets at such a young age. Her hands are so soft, and her bones are still developing. What if she strains her hands? Finally, it was Grandma Yi who spoke up. All right, let's leave the things here for now. We can discuss anything else after dinner. Oh no, I have food simmering in the pot. Aunt Yi quickly turned and ran back to the kitchen. Grandma Yi then instructed, Chong Rui, go to the field and call your dad and Uncle Si back for dinner. Okay, Grandma, I'll go now. Chong Shui, you go to the riverbank and call your dad back for dinner. Sure. The two children agreed and turned to run outside, bumping right into Yuan, who was just stepping inside. Hey, why are you running?
Slow down.
Yuan said, holding onto the doorframe to steady herself. Hey, Aunt, what brings you here? Old Lady Yi waved her hand to send the child away and pulled Yuan's arm to go inside. If you have something to discuss, let's talk slowly inside. Have you eaten? Are we having lunch here? Yuan quickly interrupted Old Lady Yi, saying, Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm not here just for a free meal. I came to ask if your family plans to sell that deer meat. Old lady Yi replied. Ask old Yi. He's the one who hunted the deer. Yi Wan'er turned to look at old Yi. Old Yi originally thought that aside from what they would eat, the rest would be dried into jerky. Although it wasn't as fresh and tasty, jerky lasts longer. In winter, it could be tossed into a pot and boiled, or used to make a stew or noodles, which is better than eating only radishes and cabbage every day. But when he heard someone wanted to buy it, he immediately became interested. Deer jerky isn't as good as fresh meat, but if they sold the deer meat, they could save the money to buy meat for winter. After all, deer meat sells for more than pork. With that in mind, he nodded without hesitation and said, Sell it. A deer weighing over 100 pounds would be great to sell. However, old lady Yi was still worried, saying, How do we sell it? In the past, when they were outside the city, almost every family in the village would go hunting. When they caught something, they would either give it to familiar families or take it to the county to sell. In winter, they would bury it in the snow to save for the new year. So, they had never sold wild game in the village before. How should they set the price? If it's too high, they would feel embarrassed. If it's too low, they would feel like they lost out. Yi Wan'er noticed old lady Ye's concerns and said, Sister-in-law, I can help you organize this, so you don't need to worry. Then I'll trouble you, dear. Old lady Yi decided that she would make sure old Yi saved a good piece of meat for Yi Wan'er. Before leaving, Yi Wan'er told old Yi, You eat first, no rush. After you finish, you can prepare the deer meat. I'll go tell them to come over in a couple of hours. Old Yi quickly asked, Aunt, how much should we sell the deer meat for per pound? Old Ye's wife also peeked out from the kitchen and said, This is fresh deer meat. It shouldn't be cheaper than donkey meat, right? Yi Wan'er replied, Don't worry, I've already thought it through. The hooves and entrails won't sell for much, so keep them if you want. Otherwise, you can sell them for about 10 or so coins per pound. Remove the tender meat and pork belly separately. These are valuable cuts that can sell for at least 40 coins per pound. The remaining ribs should be around 30 coins per pound, and the meaty leg bones, neck bones, and spine bones can go for about 20 coins per pound. After Yi Wan'er finished speaking, she prepared to leave but suddenly remembered, saying, You know, my uncle asked me to tell you that deer hearts are great for boosting energy, nourishing blood, and calming the mind. Set them aside for your mother to help her health, okay? Yi Laoda already knew this, but hearing Yi Wan'er remind him in such detail still touched him, and he thanked her repeatedly. After sending Yi Wan'er out, the other 3 brothers of the Yi family were called back by the children. Yi Dezhao shouted from the kitchen, Clean the table. It's time to eat. Yi Sansao hurried over to help serve the dishes, bringing bowls and chopsticks. Yi Erseo, who was sewing in the room, stretched her sore shoulders, moved the fabric off her legs, got off the bed, and grabbed a broom to sweep away the threads and scraps from her clothes before heading to the dining room to eat. She took a little longer to get ready, and when she entered the dining room, she found the whole family seated, waiting for her. As soon as Guosher saw her come in, she complained, Saw is really precious. We have to ask her multiple times to eat. Yi Erseo didn't want to argue with a pregnant woman. However, Yi Laotai scolded her, saying, Your Saw has been busy these past few days. What's wrong with being a bit late? I didn't say anything, did I? After being reprimanded by her mother-in-law, Guosher fell silent. Seeing only vegetarian dishes on the table, she was displeased, picked at her food, and then claimed she felt unwell, leaving the table to return to her room. Yi Laosi, still worried about his wife, quickly followed her to ask, What's wrong? Did you throw up again today?
I'm fine.
Guosher replied, lying down on the bed, showing no signs of discomfort. Then what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Yi Laosi asked, confused. You silly, Guosher said. Didn't you see that big deer in the yard? We're having deer meat for dinner. What's so great about that cabbage and potatoes for lunch? You should eat less now and save room for the meat tonight. Yi Laosi was speechless but still asked, Aren't you hungry? Should I get you some more to eat? No, I'm not hungry. I'll sleep this afternoon, and it will pass. Guosher was determined to save her appetite for the meat, turned away from Yi Laosi, and didn't want to hear him anymore. Yi Laosi had no choice but to return to the main room and continue eating. Yi Deseo asked with concern, Laosi, is your wife okay? Is it because of the lunch I made that she doesn't feel well? If she wants something, I can make it for her. She needs to eat since she is expecting. Sister-in-law, it's not your fault. She just feels a bit nauseous, and she ate a lot this morning. She's not hungry right now and has gone to rest. Yi Laosi felt embarrassed to admit that his wife was just waiting to eat meat later. Unexpectedly, Yi Changzhao suddenly said, Aunt Four said she wants to save room for deer meat tonight. He had just run out to the bathroom and overheard the conversation between Yi Laosi and Gua. Yi Laosi's face turned red, feeling so awkward that he wished he could bury his head in his bowl. Yi Erseo didn't expect her son to say that and quickly pinched him under the table. Yi Changfeng, who was eating quietly, looked up in confusion and asked, Mom, why did you pinch me? Yi Erseo said awkwardly, who pinched you? I just accidentally bumped into you. Keep eating. The others in the house seemed to understand the situation. Although Gua had just married into the family, the journey had already shown everyone what kind of person she was. Compared to the awkwardness, Qingtian was clearly more interested in the meat. Mom, are we having deer meat tonight? When will we eat rabbit? You little glutton, don't worry, I'll make both, Yi Deseo said with a smile. As long as you want to eat, I'll make it for you. No one in the family had any objections to this. Everyone loved the dishes made by Yi Deseo, and having more meat was always a good thing. Moreover, both the deer and rabbit were brought back by Yi Laoda, and he was happy to let his daughter eat, so no one could complain. With Qingtian's interruption, the awkward atmosphere in the main room vanished. Yi Laoda asked, Laosen, how's the water cart? Is it easy to fix? It's okay. It should be repaired this afternoon, Yi Laosen replied. Wang Dalong only damaged the part one made. Everything else is fine, and I can just make a new one to replace it. Yi Sansa chimed in, that person is really something. Does he think that by breaking the water cart, he can blame us? Anyone can see the axe marks. The villagers aren't fools. However, Yi Laodai didn't find it funny and said, haven't you noticed? The Wang family is gaining power in the village. Not only is the village chief a Wang, but there are also more of them than there are of us. Wang Dalong just needs to cut the parts made by the third brother until they're almost broken. Later, when the villagers use the water cart, the damaged parts won't hold up, and if they break, the water cart will be out of commission again. When that happens, all the pieces will fall into the river and be washed away. Who will be able to say whose fault it is? After hearing Grandma Ye's words, everyone understood the malicious intent behind Wang Dalong's plan. Yi Laosi also realized, today it's Qingyuan's turn to use the water cart. Even if it doesn't fall on our family, it will definitely be blamed on the Yi family. He really is. Fortunately, the village chief discovered it. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know we were being tricked. Sister Yi, hearing this, leaned down and gave Qingtian a big kiss on the cheek. If it weren't for Qingtian tripping the village chief, Wang Dalong might have really succeeded. Qingtian was happily drinking soup with a spoon when suddenly she received a kiss. Though she didn't understand why, she knew this was Sister Ye's way of showing she liked her. So she smiled and returned the kiss, leaving a little mark on Sister Ye's cheek. Sister Yi didn't mind at all. Instead, she was even happier and gave a kiss back. Watching the two of them happily exchanging kisses, Yi Erseo and Yi Sansa couldn't help but feel envious. Then they looked at their own boys, and they all shared a look of disdain. After lunch, Yi Laosen put down his bowl and went back to work by the river. Yi Laoda called Yi Laer and Yi Laosi to help clean up the deer in the yard. They had already missed the season for harvesting deer antlers, and the antlers had hardened. Although they weren't as valuable as velvet antlers, the antlers could still be used for medicine, so they needed to saw them off and save them to sell in the city. After sawing off the antlers, Yi Laoda took out a knife and carefully removed the deer skin to hang it aside. The skin would need further processing later, but that could wait. Having hunted for many years, Yi Laoda was skilled at butchering and quickly, with Yi Laosi's help, divided the meat into different parts as Yi Waner had said. Seeing he couldn't help, Yi Laer went inside to bring out a table, covered it with oilcloth, and arranged the cut meat on it for the villagers to easily choose from when they came to buy. Once Yi Laoda finished dividing the meat, he placed the heart in a jar and went inside to ask, "Mom, which part of the meat should we keep?" Grandma Yi replied, "Why are you asking me? Go ask your wife." This deer was hunted by Yi Laoda himself, so it should be handled by his family. It's already good enough that they can have a meal of meat. Yi Laotai wouldn't interfere in this matter. Yi Laoda had to ask Yi Deseo. In the past, she would have said to keep the head and hooves to make a stew for the family to enjoy. But now that they have a bit of money and a daughter, her thoughts have changed. "Let's keep a piece of fatty pork and some ribs," Yi Deseo suggested. "You've worked hard hunting in the mountains, so let's make something delicious for you to enjoy tonight." "Is it for me to enjoy or for our little foodie to enjoy?" Yi Laoda replied jokingly, but he smiled fondly at Qingtian, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Just as he was about to say something else, they heard a voice from outside. "Is anyone home? Is the deer meat for sale yet?" Yi Deseo urged. "Someone's here to buy meat. Hurry up and go out, and remember to set aside what we need before it's all picked over." "Uncle Dongxing, you're here to buy deer meat," Yi Deseo said as she followed Yi Laoda outside and recognized the visitor. Yi Laoda also greeted Uncle Dongxing and then approached the table to grab a knife. He repeated the price that Yi Wanner had told him before asking, "What part do you want?" Uncle Dongxing took a breath. The price was indeed high. A pound of deer meat could almost buy 2 or 3 pounds of pork. But pork is easy to find, while a deer is not something you come across every day. With the autumn harvest approaching, bringing home some meat would give everyone the energy to gather the crops. Plus, Yi Wanner had already mentioned the price of the deer meat. After hesitating for a while, Uncle Dongxing decided to buy a pound to satisfy his craving. He hurried over, hoping to pick a nice piece. If he came too late, he would only get what was left. "I want a pound of fatty meat. Please pick a nice fatty piece for me." Most families in Rongxi village are quite poor, especially in the months leading up to the autumn harvest when food supplies are low. Some families might not even be able to afford meat and may need to borrow grain to fill their stomachs. Since they were going to have a meat meal, they definitely wanted to choose a fattier piece. "All right, I'll cut you a piece," Yi Laoda said as he sliced a piece of fatty pork and placed it on the scale. His hands were quite skilled, weighing almost exactly a pound, but the scale was slightly low. Yi Laoda casually added a small piece of fatty meat, and the previously low scale immediately tipped up. Seeing this, Yi Dongxing smiled widely and took out the coins he had counted at home, placing them on the table. Yi Laoda put the deer meat into the basin he had brought and added a piece of bone with little meat, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Uncle Dongxing, for the treat. Take this home to make soup." Yi Dongxing was even happier and praised, "Last time when you delivered donkey meat, I said your family clearly knows how to be polite. You truly are a descendant of Brother Donghai." Back in the day, Brother Donghai's family had a great reputation in the village, but unfortunately, they had short lives. Let's not dwell on that. If you ever need help at home, just come to me. Even distant relatives are still family, so don't be shy. "Sure, Uncle Dongxing, I understand." Although Yi Laoda wouldn't bother someone for no reason, his words showed his kindness, so he responded affirmatively. After Yi Dongxing happily left with the deer meat, Yi Laoda quickly cut a large piece of pork belly and a prime rib, taking them to the kitchen. Before he could come out of the kitchen, another customer arrived to buy meat. "Give me a piece of pork belly." The customer was a woman in her 50s, looking unfamiliar. "How much do you want?" Yi Laoda asked. The woman pinched the pork belly with her thumb and index finger, examining it for a while before gesturing, "Cut off a piece from this side first, then slice a piece from here." Seeing her gestures, Yi Laoda hesitated and said, "Ma'am, with such a large piece of meat, you can only cut from the left or the right. How can you ask me to cut it like that?" The woman replied reasonably, "I'm buying meat, so of course I want it from where I choose." Yi Laoda frowned and said, "But if you want it from that spot, cutting a piece off will probably leave me with less than half a pound.
Who will I sell that to?"
Why are you being so difficult? Do I need to explain everything clearly? Your meat was already cut like this before I arrived. Who knows how long it's been cut, or if it's picked up anything dirty or had flies on it. That's why I want you to cut off a piece from this side first before you slice it for me. Do you understand? Yi Laoda looked at the woman and wondered if she was intentionally trying to cause trouble. He took a deep breath and patiently said, I just got this deer this morning, and many people in the village saw it. The meat is fresh and just cut, so you can be assured of its quality. How about this? I can cut this piece of meat in half and give you 1 pound from the side, ensuring both sides are fresh. The woman shook her head. No, that side is too lean. I want the fatty part over here. Frustrated, he placed the knife on the table and waved his hand, saying, Then I can't sell it to you. You should go buy from somewhere else that sells it like that. The woman was displeased and replied, Your deer meat is so expensive. I could buy 3 pounds of pork in the county for that price. I thought since we are from the same village and you have such a big deer, it would be better to sell it than let it go to waste. But you won't even cut a piece for me? If that's the case, I won't buy it. As she turned to leave, she hoped he would call her back. However, he didn't seem to care and wasn't worried about losing the sale. If no one bought it, he could keep it for himself. As she slowly walked toward the gate, not hearing him call her back, she felt a bit anxious and turned to ask, If you really won't sell, I will leave. Take your time, he replied, not accommodating her attitude. With no way to back down but still wanting to buy the deer meat, she lingered at the door, just as Yuana hurried over and bumped into her. Oh, it's you from Wang Laifu's family. What are you doing here? Yuana had just finished cleaning up after lunch and came over early, worried that Yi Laoda might struggle with the thick-skinned villagers. Chao Shi, Wang Laifu's wife, was one of those difficult people. She was known in the village for being picky and always trying to bargain for a better deal. When shopping for vegetables, while others might compare prices at a few places, she would want to compare at 30. When Chao Shi saw Yuana, she immediately used her as a way to enter the yard, following closely behind her. Yuana knew Chao Shi was tough to deal with. Once, she had gone to the market with her and watched as she examined each cucumber in a vendor's basket, only to put them all back down without buying any. After checking them all, Chao Shi stood up and said, There should be more cucumber sellers ahead. I'll go take a look. The old lady selling vegetables was so angry that her face changed shape. So Yuana ignored her and went into the yard to look at the meat on the table. She said, Big brother, cut this pork belly into pieces of about 1 pound and set it aside. When someone comes to buy, they can choose for themselves. Upon hearing this, Yi Laoda quickly realized that Yuan's method was better. He swiftly cut the pork belly into strips. Chao Shi took the opportunity to come over and said, Oh, big brother, you still need to listen to your aunt. If you had cut it this way earlier, I wouldn't have had to talk so much to explain it to you. After saying this, she grabbed a piece of meat she had her eye on. I want this one. Please weigh it for me, she said, eyeing the scale in Yi Laoda's hand and thinking about how to get a better deal. Yuana quickly noticed her intentions and said, I already mentioned that today there are no negotiations on prices. Chao Shi pouted and replied, All right, I got it. Yi Laoda used a straw rope to tie the meat for Chao Shi. After she left with the meat, Yuana said, Big brother, don't worry, this good deer meat will sell well. Aunt, I know. Thank you, Yi Laoda replied with a simple smile. Deer meat is great for boosting energy, especially suitable for replenishing in autumn and winter. So, even though it's more expensive than pork, there are still plenty of buyers. Before long, the pork belly was sold out. Wang Guangping, besides the pork belly, also bought a piece of shank meat, saying he would have his wife stew it for drinking. After Wang Guangping left, other customers rushed in to buy meat. Upon seeing that the pork belly was sold out, they couldn't help but complain to Yuana. Oh, if I had known, I would have come earlier. I came at the time you suggested, and now look, all the good stuff is gone. Yuana quickly replied, How was I supposed to know they would come so early? I didn't even get any pork belly myself. How about looking at the ribs or the spine? It would be great to stew a pot of that at home. Give me a few pieces of spine then. Since they were just going to chew on bones, the spine was cheaper than the ribs. Before long, the pig's feet were also bought by an old man from the village, who complained that Yi Laoda had taken the deer heart separately. Yuana said, Wang Cheng, if there were deer hearts, they wouldn't be this price. My nephew is honest, but he's not foolish. Wang Cheng naturally understood this, but he habitually grumbled a few words. Hearing what Yuana said, he replied, "He's foolish, but that's okay. You are here to look out for him." "That's right, who else in the village is as clever as you? My nephew just arrived and is selling mountain goods for the first time. If I don't help him, won't you all chew him up along with the bones?" Yuana was right. Such good deer meat would definitely sell well. Before long, everything was sold out, and the bones with little meat were given away as extras. Yi Laoda also recognized most of the villagers along with Yuaner. Yuaner told him, "Go close the front door. That means we are sold out. If anyone comes later and sees your door closed, they won't come in." After Yi Laoda closed the door and returned, he brought out a basin from under the table, which held a piece of pork belly and 3 ribs. "Aunt, this is what my mother saved for you in advance.
Take it home to eat."
Yuaner naturally refused, and the two of them argued in the yard for a while. In the end, it was Yi Laotai who came out and persuaded Yuaner to take the deer meat home.